Chapter 1. Driven away by Tang Seng at the start? You can go back, return to your Flower Fruit Mountain. We don't need to be master and disciple anymore. Is it just because I killed a few robbers? Robbers? Those were living beings, human lives. If I didn't kill them, it would have been you who died. They wanted to kill you. Then, let them kill me. The monk's life is a life. Are their lives not? If possible, I would rather exchange my life for theirs. You, this wild monkey, completely devoid of Buddhist nature, if it weren't for Guanyin Bodhisattva's guidance, would I be willing to accept you? The monkey widened his eyes and pointed at Tang Seng. Then I will protect you on your journey to the west. Tang Seng's face was cold, devoid of emotion. It's all your one-sided wish. All right, all right, all right. The monkey was so angry that his face showed a hint of madness. Then I shall leave. As you wish. Tang Seng remained unmoved and simply said, without you, Sun Wukong, I still have Wuning and Wujing with them protecting me. I can still go to the west and obtain the true scriptures. Beside him, Zhu Beiji opened his mouth, wanting to say, can you not drag me into your boasting? But ultimately didn't say it. The monkey was pushed to the edge of anger, so it turns out I devoted my sincerity in vain. Tang Seng, from now on, you and I, master and disciple, have no more ties. Even if you beg me, I will never follow you to obtain the scriptures again. Tang Seng joined his hands in prayer, silently saying, thus, it aligns with my intention. The bald donkey was determined, and the monkey naturally didn't want to stay anymore. But as he was leaving, a line of text suddenly appeared before him. System binding in progress. Joy flickered in his eyes. That's right, this monkey was originally a traveler, but when he crossed over, he was already in the period of being trapped under the Five-Finger Mountain, waiting for 500 years. Yet the golden hand didn't appear, which left him disappointed. Finally, when Tang Seng appeared, he followed Tang Seng on the journey to the west from then on. Along the way, being familiar with the Journey to the West plot, he managed to get by, only calling for help when necessary. Journey to the West was after all just a farce, a game between Buddhism and Taoism, and even if he was the great sage equal to heaven, what could he change? In his past life, he was a worker, just a beast of burden, and after crossing over to become a working monkey, why should he work hard? Just goof off. Thus, all the way, he almost always brought in reinforcements, and on the rare occasions when he had to really take action, he was just slacking off, trying to be as lazy as possible. But while he did bring reinforcements and slack off, he truly cared for Tang Seng and protected him along the way, saving Tang Seng's life several times. This great kindness, and instead of being appreciated, Tang Seng wanted to drive him away just because he killed a few robbers. Even a clay Buddha has some temper. Does he really think Sun Wukong has no temper? Leave, then leave. This damn scripture. Sun Wukong won't take it. Just as he made this decision, a mechanical electronic voice sounded in his ears. Ding, detected that the host has been driven away by Tang Seng, now providing 3 choices. Choice 1. Immediately turn back and apologize to Tang Seng, begging for his forgiveness and stay in the scripture collecting team. After completion, bind to the daily cultivation system, allowing you to sign in for 50 years of cultivation daily, and your cultivation will slowly improve over time. Choice 2. Pretend to leave first, then go find Guanyin. Let Guanyin help you plead, thus making Tang Seng change his mind and accept you again. After completion, bind to the daily sign-in system, obtaining reward from signing in across the myriad worlds. Choice 3. Scriptures? What the hell are scriptures? Tang Seng has already driven you away. Why stay here? You, who dared to cause a ruckus in heaven, can tolerate this? Leave immediately and set up Flower Fruit Mountain on the essential route to obtaining scriptures. From now on, Flower Fruit Mountain will be a challenge for the scripture collecting team. After completion, immediately obtain the strongest Hongmeng level technique, Hongmeng creation technique, and bind the strongest journey to the West system. This system is omnipotent. You will gain the greatest improvement. After quickly reading through the 3 choices, as for the choice, hey, not to mention the rewards, based on his personality, he had already ruled out the first 2. Is he the kind of person willing to be a turtle? Apologize to this bald donkey? Ask for his forgiveness? Return to the scripture collecting team? Heaven knows how hard it is to serve this bald donkey. With his mortal eyes, he can't see the slightest trace of a demon as long as someone looks human. He believes it, getting caught by demons time and again, and still relying on him to save. And once something happens, hey, it's all the disciple's responsibility. I in-name, master and disciple. But in reality, he is undoubtedly the main force in this scripture collecting team. But even after putting in so much effort, what did he get in return? He got driven away. So, without any hesitation, Sun Wukong directly said, I choose 3. Ding, congratulations to the host. You have obtained the strongest Hongmeng level technique, Hongmeng creation technique, and bound the strongest journey to the West system. As the voice fell, he felt a large amount of information flooding into his mind. This strongest Hongmeng level technique was infused into his mind in a way akin to a sudden enlightenment and no need to learn. He learned it directly, and with the operation of the technique, his strength received a huge boost. Originally at the early stage of Tai, Golden Immortal, In a moment, he broke through and skyrocketed to the great perfection of the Luo Golden Immortal. And this was just after switching techniques, without even starting to cultivate. Feeling the powerful force within him, Sun Wukong couldn't help but curl his lips and reveal a joyful smile. Truly worthy of being a Hongling-level technique. After doing all this, he suddenly turned around and looked at Tang Seng, whose eyes were filled with disgust. Seeing this scene, Tang Seng immediately snorted coldly and said, "Seeing me is useless. I will not change my mind. No matter what you say today, I will never keep you." No, no, no. Sun Wukong shook his head. "Bald donkey, you misunderstood. I'm not asking you to change your mind. I have no interest in this scripture collecting journey. Moreover, with so many monsters along the way, and with you being such a useless burden, just making noise, who would like a master who gets caught by monsters every day, waiting for someone to rescue him? Old Sun wants to thank you for freeing me." Hearing this, Tang Seng's face instantly stiffened, and anger surged. Before he could say anything, Sun Wukong had already summoned the cloud's somersault and jumped up. Before leaving, he grinned and said, "Enjoy the days ahead, bald donkey. I hope your journey for scriptures will be as smooth as this." Ha 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 ha. He let out a hearty laugh and then leaped, instantly disappearing from sight. Even after he left, his carefree laughter continued to echo around. From then on, he was no longer the Sun Wukong who sought scriptures in the future. He would be the victorious, fighting Buddha he was. The great sage equal to heaven. On the journey for scriptures, the Flower Fruit Mountain Dojo, the strongest demon king. Bald donkey, Old Sun is looking forward to our next meeting. Chapter 2. A challenge at Flower Fruit Mountain. You reckless monkey. How could you kill someone again? You reckless monkey. Even if he's a monster, you can't just kill him like that. Reckless monkey, reckless monkey. Today I must recite the tightening spell a few more times to punish you. Heartless wild monkey. Scenes from the past echoed in his mind as Sun Wukong hovered in the sky, silently showing a hint of mockery. In the years he accompanied Tang Seng on his quest for scriptures, such things had happened far too many times. But now, please establish your own dojo. You can freely choose the location. Once successfully selected, Flower Fruit Mountain will move to any place you desire. Sun Wukong's lips curled up. Any place? How wonderful. Then, if that's the case, I choose the path that Tang Seng and his disciples must take for scriptures. The selected location is Shichuoling. The Flower Fruit Mountain Dojo has been established. In Shichuoling, a great mountain suddenly crashed down. The three demon kings present were immediately dumbfounded upon seeing a mountain descend. The white elephant asked, What's going on? The lion shook his head. I don't know, wasn't it said that Tang Seng and his disciples were coming soon? Why did a mountain arrive? The rock was also a bit confused when suddenly he saw a monkey king charging down from the mountain, wearing a golden crown with phoenix wings, adorned with flying dragon ornaments. Clad in golden chain armor, stepping on cloud shoes made of lotus silk, and wielding the Rui Jingu Bang, exuding an imposing aura and a murderous intent. It's that monkey. Tang Seng and his disciples have arrived. The rock exclaimed. How could they arrive so quickly? Shouldn't they still be far away? The white elephant said, bewildered. They're already attacking. This monkey. What the hell? Just as the lion was about to act, a massive golden staff suddenly smashed down from the sky, shaking the earth, and the three great demons didn't even have a chance to react before they were swept away. Then, Sun Wukong's voice was heard. Who are these three trash invading my territory? Get lost. The three demon kings were sent flying without even a chance to fight back, looking bewildered in midair. Wait, isn't Shichuoling our territory? When did it become yours? Also, wasn't Sun Wukong supposed to be protecting Tang Seng on his journey for scriptures, meant to be converted by the Buddhist teachings? How come he's acting more like a demon king than we are? The three demons were completely dumbfounded. As they watched the golden staff crash down, the original Shichuoling was instantly flattened to the ground. The three demon kings were at a loss for what to do. It was clear they couldn't defeat him, so they could only return to Lingshan to report to Tathagata. After casually driving away the three demon kings, Sun Wukong showed no concern, as if he had just chased away three small demons. He walked into Flower Fruit Mountain, looked at the monkeys and their children, waved his hand, sat on the only throne of the Monkey King, and declared, Little ones, your king has returned. From now on, I will no longer accompany Tang Seng on his journey for scriptures. I will focus on cultivation. From now on, this place will be called the Flower Fruit Mountain Dojo. The monkeys cheered. Seeing all this, Sun Wukong felt greatly pleased. That moment, a voice echoed in his ears. Task completed. Reward. Primordial level gathering spirit array. Primordial gathering spirit array. Primordial core. Self-generating spiritual energy within the array. One can comprehend the primordial path to the greatest extent, possessing inexhaustible spiritual energy. Moreover, this array can be adjusted to the host. If the host does not open it to others, no matter how strong the opponent, they will not sense a trace of it. Good stuff. He waved his hand and arranged the entire gathering spirit array in Flower Fruit Mountain, then said, Children, go cultivate. Well, it won't be long before we have a tough battle. Long-term task. Please gather talents for your dojo. For each talent gathered, you will receive a unique reward. The talents that cultivate within the dojo will provide you with cultivation feedback. After seeing this message, Sun Wukong fell into thought. This task is quite good, but who should he gather? It had to be a genius. It seemed that his elder brother, the Bull Demon King, would be a good choice. If he could summon him, he should be able to get a significant reward. In addition, the 3 altars of the Heavenly Court, the great god Nezha, and Erlang Shun from Guanjianku. He was quite satisfied, but summoning them would require some effort. Of course, these were all things to do later. As for now, hey, he had to wait for Tang Seng and his disciples to arrive. He needed to give that bald donkey a little taste of his own medicine. Ling Shan. The sound of Buddhist chants reverberated, and the Buddha light was radiant. The chanting of scriptures was incessant, and the entire mountain was filled with the sound of Vedic hymns. However, amidst such a solemn atmosphere, several discordant voices suddenly rang out. Woo-woo, Buddha, woo-woo, woo-woo-woo. Buddha, you must take charge for us. Buddha, we really can't continue with this task. Seated on the lotus throne, Tathagata opened his eyes immediately, frowning. When he recognized who was speaking, he was momentarily taken aback. He then said, "You 3, didn't you go to Shichuoling to stop Tang Seng and his disciples from heading west? Is it possible that they have already passed this challenge?" The challenge at Shichuoling was meticulously prepared by the Buddhist sect. The golden-winged Great Peng, from a generational perspective, was still Tathagata's uncle. Sending him over was enough to show the Buddhist sect's intent to create difficulties. The goal was to prevent Tang Seng and his disciples from passing through easily. But now, could it really be that simple? Impossible! A hint of doubt flashed across Tathagata's brow. Just then, the 3 demon kings immediately knelt down and cried out. Tang Seng didn't see us, but that monkey is unreasonable. Not only did he drive us out, forcibly occupying our territory, but he also flattened Shichuoling. Buddha, you must take charge for us. We accepted the task from the Buddhist sect and didn't expect to be bullied like this by that monkey. Tathagata was taken aback upon hearing this. The monkey? Wasn't that monkey supposed to be protecting Tang Seng? How did he end up at Shichuoling? And he was driven away by Tang Seng? Moreover, how did that monkey gain such strength? The 3 demon kings were all quite powerful. Even if the monkey won, he wouldn't dare to crush them like this. He immediately looked at Guanyin and asked, "Where are Tang Seng and his disciples now?" "They're close to Shichuoling," Guanyin said, palms together. "Then why was Sun Wukong driven away?" "Because he killed several bandits who wanted to harm Tang Seng." The Tathagata blinked twice and said, "If that's the case, you should go persuade him and let Sun Wukong go back where he came from. There is still a need for Sun Wukong to follow on the journey to the west." Guanyin nodded and said yes. She then left Ling Mountain and made her way to Shichuoling. However, upon arriving at Shichuoling, she was taken aback by the towering peak that seemed to touch the clouds. "This looks like Flower Fruit Mountain? How did Flower Fruit Mountain appear in Shichuoling? That monkey even moved Flower Fruit Mountain here. What is he trying to do?" Chapter 3. Removing the tightening hoop, shocking Guanyin. Looking at the towering Flower Fruit Mountain before her, Guanyin felt a bit surprised. However, she wasn't here for this matter. She came to persuade Sun Wukong to return to continue the journey for the scriptures. This seemed very simple to Guanyin. After all, similar situations had occurred many times before, and in those instances, regardless of what kind of tantrum the monkey threw, he always ended up obediently going back, right? This indicated that the Buddhist teachings were quite effective and were gradually taming this monkey into a well-behaved dog of the Buddha. With this thought in mind, Guanyin felt more confident and slowly walked into Flower Fruit Mountain. Once she entered, she saw countless monkeys practicing. Upon seeing this scene, Guanyin was momentarily stunned. However, she quickly sneered coldly, thinking, just a bunch of beasts even if they're practicing. How far can they really go? Of course, Guanyin couldn't perceive the Hongmeng gathering spirit array. She didn't have that qualification. Soon, after making her way through the monkey crowd, she finally saw Sun Wukong. Her expression changed immediately, and she said softly, "Wukong, why are you out here instead of escorting Tang Seng to collect the scriptures?" Sun Wukong glanced at her and said, "You shouldn't be asking me. You should be asking that bald donkey." Guanyin was slightly taken aback, not expecting the monkey to dare speak to her like this, and he was quite disrespectful. Her gaze turned slightly cold, and she reprimanded, "How can you speak like that? That is your master." "Master?" Sun Wukong immediately chuckled, standing up. "Does he deserve it? What capability does he have to be the master of me, the great sage equal to heaven? A bald donkey who talks nonsense all day and spreads his saintly heart everywhere? It's already a big mercy for me to endure him up to now. Even the Buddha would have to say thank you for my great compassion." Guanyin was momentarily at a loss for words. Although she wanted to refute him, upon careful consideration, it was indeed. However, despite this, the matter still needed to be addressed, so she clasped her hands together and said, "But the journey to the west cannot be affected. Don't you want to remove the tightening hoop on your head?" "Tightening hoop?" Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong burst into laughter. He pointed to the ring on his head and said, "Are you talking about this?" He then reached out and effortlessly removed it, saying, "See, it's already taken off." Guanin's eyes widened in disbelief as she watched this scene, even instinctively taking half a step back. "How did you do that? Is that difficult?" "Guanin, Bodhisattva." Sun Wukong emphasized the last two words deliberately, and when Guanin looked up, she saw the rebellious glint in his eyes, just like that demon king who dared to fight in the heavenly court and battle against the heavens. Oh no, her heart sank. She suddenly felt that things were becoming a bit difficult to handle. But how did this monkey remove the tightening hoop? It took a lot of effort to put it on him. What right does he have to take it off? Who intervened? The heavenly court? Or the Xianmen? Guanin fell silent. At once the prepared words she had were of no use now. Sun Wukong, with a rebellious smile, said, "That Tang Seng wanted to drive me away, so I will leave. As for the scriptures, I won't be collecting them anymore. Tang Seng, whoever wants to protect him can do so. If it doesn't work out, since he dislikes me so much, you could just find someone else for him. Bodhisattva, I have business to attend to, so I won't be seeing you off." Looking at the rebellious demon king, Guanin's heart stirred with waves. No, she needed to go see Tang Seng to find out what exactly led to this situation. Could it really be that someone was plotting against them? After leaving Flower Fruit Mountain, Guanin soon arrived before Tang Seng and his disciples. At this moment, Tang Seng and his disciples hadn't walked far, and they were resting, but the atmosphere was a bit stiff. When Guanin appeared, everyone reacted differently. Zhu Beiji looked delighted, and Sha Seng also had a glimmer of joy in his eyes. Zhu Beiji immediately said, "Bodhisattva, how is it? Is my brother monkey coming back?" Sha Seng asked, "Where's the eldest senior brother?" Only Tang Seng remained silent. Guanin sighed. "Your eldest senior brother does not wish to return." "Xuanzang, what exactly happened?" Tang Seng said, "He killed robbers and disregarded human life. Such a disciple is better off without." Guanin's mouth twitched. "Wasn't that robber trying to kill you? If it weren't to protect you, would he have done such a thing? You really dare to say that. And just like that, you're driving him away. It would have been fine if this had happened before, but now it's clear that the monkey has been deeply hurt and doesn't want to return. Where am I supposed to find someone else for you? Will the scriptures still be collected?" Though she really wanted to scold Tang Seng, she also knew that now wasn't the time. She could only speak to comfort him. "Wukong is also doing this for your own good. If it were to keep you safe, why would he do this?" Tang Seng still shook his head. "I see he is going to indiscriminately kill the innocent. After so long, he has not shown a bit of compassion." Guanin was even more speechless. "Isn't that better than you crying all the way and crying at the slightest problem? In any case, I don't want this disciple anymore. There is no way he can come back." Guanin felt like hitting someone. Is it a question of whether you want him or not? Isn't it a question of whether he can come back or not? Without Sun Wukong, where can I find someone to protect you and complete this plan? But then, Tang Seng spoke up. "Bodhisattva, please tell the Buddha to give me a new disciple and replace that unruly monkey." Before he left, he said that without him, the scriptures couldn't be obtained. "I don't believe that without him, the scriptures can't be collected." Guanin, a deep sense of helplessness arose in her heart. In the end, she could only sigh and think, forget it. The important matters are at hand. Since Tang Seng could not be persuaded and the monkey could not be brought back, Guanin truly felt such thoughts arise. She returned to Ling Mountain. "Buddha, Sun Wukong no longer wishes to go to the west to collect the scriptures, and moreover, the tightening hoop on his head has also been removed. If we force him to go, I'm afraid." She didn't finish her sentence without the tightening hoop's restraint. The monkey might really kill Tang Seng with a single blow. The Tathagata was also taken aback, mainly because the tightening hoop being removed was not an easy task. He first suspected that someone from the Xianmen had intervened. He squinted his eyes. "What about Tang Seng?" Guanin said helplessly. "He is also stubborn, saying that even if Wukong returns, he absolutely won't accept him and wants to change disciples." The Tathagata was also speechless. However, considering that there might be someone manipulating behind the scenes, he squinted his eyes and thought for a moment, then nodded and said, "Since that's the case, let him change. Although Sun Wukong is of great importance, we need to observe a bit longer. It's not too late to return once the investigation is clear. After all, we haven't reached the west yet." After pondering, the Buddha's gaze fell on the three demon kings kneeling on the ground, and a plan formed in his mind. He said, "Then let the three of them go." "Them?" Guanin also looked at the three demon kings on the ground, her eyes showing doubt. She glanced at the Buddha, implying, "Are you sure they can really do it?" The Buddha waved his hand. "Go arrange it." "Yes." Chapter 4. Is Tang Seng changing disciples? Guanin appeared in front of Tang Seng once again, looking rather helpless, and said, "As you wish." After telling your thoughts to Buddha, he chose to believe you and issued a decree to allow you to change disciples. "Really?" Tang Seng immediately looked up, his eyes filled with joy. "Where are they?" Seeing Tang Seng's delighted expression, Guanin couldn't help but sigh internally. She pointed behind her and said, "These three are the disciples sent by Buddha this time. From now on, they will replace Sun Wukong's position and ensure your safety on your journey to the west." Behind Guanin were naturally the three demons of Shizhua Ridge, the Green Lion King, the White Elephant King, and the Golden Winged Rock. These three demons were initially reluctant to take on the task of protecting Tang Seng on his pilgrimage. After all, it was much more leisurely to rule over a mountain than to accompany a monk on a journey. However, the Tathagata promised that they would receive merit after the pilgrimage was completed, which made them obedient. Now, after Guanin's introduction, the three demon kings stepped forward, each exuding a formidable aura that was unmistakable. Tang Seng was momentarily stunned and couldn't help but ask, who were they before? Hey, we were all demon kings who looked down on everyone, and protecting a little monk like you on your pilgrimage is no small matter. The Green Lion said, with the three of us protecting you, you can be a bit more carefree. Don't worry, there's nothing on the road to the west that we can't handle. Hearing this, Tang Seng was instantly filled with joy and said, Demon Kings are great. You are the best. That name sounds quite powerful. He immediately put his hands together and silently bowed. Thank you, Buddha. Thank you, Guanyin Bodhisattva. Then he bowed to the three demon kings. I will rely on the three of you on this journey. Tang Seng was obviously happy, but Zhu Beiji and Sha Seng exchanged glances and wanted to say something. Yet they didn't know how to express it. Guanyin paid no mind to them and said, since the disciples have been changed and you are very satisfied, then hurry along on your journey to the west. Okay, Tang Seng readily agreed and set off immediately. As Guanyin watched his retreating figure, she suddenly remembered that the monkey had moved Flower Fruit Mountain over, which seemed to be blocking the way to the west. Her expression changed. Could it be that the monkey intended to obstruct Tang Seng's pilgrimage? If that were the case, it would indeed be troublesome. These three demon kings probably wouldn't be a match for that monkey, but after all, he was just a monkey. No matter how powerful he was, could he really face the entire heavenly court? It was impossible. They could just send someone else to handle it later. Regardless, in the end, they would still be able to bring that monkey into the Buddhist fold, just in a different way, and the outcome would remain the same. Guanyin was very confident about this. Seeing that Tang Seng was satisfied with his new disciples, she decided not to linger and planned to return to Mount Ling. On her way back, upon seeing the towering Flower Fruit Mountain, she snorted coldly. Anyone who dared to obstruct Tang Seng and his disciples' journey to the west would be eliminated. That monkey wouldn't be happy for long. Short-term task, please obstruct Tang Seng and his disciples' journey to the west once. Upon completion, reward, divine power, 1 Qi transforming 3 cleans. 1 Qi transforming 3 cleans. Depending on the level of understanding of the divine power, it can manifest clones that are not weaker than the original body. The so-called Tao gives birth to 1, 1 gives birth to 2, 2 gives birth to 3, and 3 gives birth to all things. 3 is the number of all things. When cultivated to great success, it can create infinite manifestations. After reading the system message, Sun Wukong, who was cultivating, suddenly widened his eyes. 1 Qi transforming 3 cleans. This is a great divine power. Considering his current strength, if he could learn this divine power, wouldn't his power multiply? Moreover, as his understanding increased, the number of clones could also increase. Hiss. He took a deep breath, genuinely shocked by the power of this divine ability. Although it didn't mention a level, such a terrifying divine power could not be limited by rank. He was currently at the quasi-saint level, using the divine power to manifest a quasi-saint clone, but what if he became a saint? Furthermore, he was already planning to obstruct Tang Seng and his disciples from going to the west, so this was a mutual benefit with the system. He was also thinking that once he obtained the 1 Qi transforming 3 cleans divine power, he could leave a clone behind and go gather people. At that time, his Flower Fruit Mountain dojo would expand infinitely. It all depended on whether Tang Seng and his disciples and the Buddhist sect could overcome this challenge. Bang! Several small demons were sent flying, and the golden-winged rock looked down on them, showing a superior expression, sneering, what garbage dares to obstruct the pilgrimage? Don't they know that Tang Seng is protected by us brothers? The white elephant followed up, exactly, with the 3 of us here. There are no tribulations on the road to the west. The Green Lion added, any tribulation would fall under the fists of my brothers. The 3 demon kings were full of confidence, leaving Zhu Beiji and Sha Seng with little to do. Zhu Beiji was naturally happy to be idle, while Sha Wujing felt somewhat dissatisfied, but helpless since their master was very pleased with these 3 demon kings and couldn't say anything. At this moment, Tang Seng looked at the 3 demon kings and felt even more relaxed. Who said that without that monkey, the journey to the west couldn't be made? Who said that the scriptures couldn't be obtained? With these 3 demon kings in the pilgrimage team, no demon could come near me. Tang Seng swaggered ahead, completely unlike before when he was so cautious. At this point, he almost wanted to shout, I am Tang Seng. Eating my flesh will grant you immortality. Come eat me. Of course, he hadn't become that arrogant yet, but he was very close. After overcoming one tribulation, the group sat by the roadside to rest. Tang Seng looked at Zhu Beiji and asked, Beiji, where are we now? What's ahead? What tribulation should we be facing? Ahead, Zhu Beiji stood up and looked forward. When he saw a towering mountain peak, he was momentarily stunned. He had been to Flower Fruit Mountain before, more than once, and now that he looked at it, it felt familiar. Gradually, he realized something was off. This couldn't be Master Brother's Flower Fruit Mountain, could it? But wait. Master Brother's Flower Fruit Mountain is in the East Victory Divine Continent, and this place is close to the Western Bull Continent. The two are far apart. It shouldn't be here, right? Did old pig's eyes go blurry? Wait, he remembered that Master Brother's Flower Fruit Mountain had a boundary monument. And on that monument were the three big characters Flower Fruit Mountain. He should go take a look. Zhu Beiji hurriedly walked forward, following the familiar path, and soon spotted a green stone tablet with the three characters Flower Fruit Mountain written on it. He was immediately stunned. No way. Did we really arrive at Flower Fruit Mountain? Chapter 5. Is there a Flower Fruit Mountain on the way to the scriptures? Old pig's eyes are failing him. Zhu Beiji was immediately bewildered. He thought that even if Master Brother had left, he should have gone back to Flower Fruit Mountain, right? It couldn't be that he moved Flower Fruit Mountain here, could it? But now looking at the situation, it seemed he really did move it here. Suddenly, a strange thought crossed his mind, and his expression changed. Could it be that Master Brother intended to obstruct the pilgrimage to the west? Monkey, oh monkey, you really are something. What Zhu Beiji was thinking in his heart. Naturally, no one knew. At this moment, Tang Seng urged, Beiji, have you finished looking? Do you know where we are? As soon as Tang Seng finished speaking, the golden-winged Great Peng laughed and said, actually, it doesn't matter where we go. With my three brothers here, this journey to the west has no difficulties at all. With the three of us, no monster is a match for us. Indeed, with the three of us joining forces, there isn't a monster we can't defeat. No matter their background or whether they are a demon king, they are no match for us. After hearing this, Tang Seng felt quite proud. Ever since he had these three disciples, the journey to the west had indeed gone much smoother. Many small demons, upon hearing the names of these three demon kings, fled directly without daring to fight. Unlike before, when he not only had to hide, but also had to be very careful. He didn't even need to seek help from this or that force. Now, he just had to wait for these three disciples to take action and then leisurely walk the path to the west. Tang Seng felt quite comfortable. However, at this moment, Zhu Beiji came back, opened his mouth, and prepared to report. Unexpectedly, Tang Seng waved his hand and said, forget it, Beiji, no need to say more. No matter where this is or what monster is ahead, with my three disciples here, it's not a problem. Zhu Beiji glanced at him and silently said, Master, I think it's better if you take a look. The place ahead is a bit special. What is special about it? Tang Seng didn't believe it at all and said, it's at most a place with a bigger monster, or at worst, it's just a demon king. He pointed at the three demon kings beside him and laughed. No matter how powerful a demon king is, can he compare to my three good disciples? Zhu Beiji cast a glance and slowly said, those three really can't compare. Tang Seng showed a strange expression, looking at Zhu Beiji and asked, what demon king could possibly be stronger than them? Only then did Zhu Beiji speak, slowly saying, the place ahead is called Flower Fruit Mountain. Flower Fruit Mountain? That name sounds somewhat familiar, but at first glance, it doesn't seem very powerful. Which demon king's territory wouldn't have a more imposing name? Just hearing the name, one can tell that the monsters living there aren't very strong. Beiji, don't be afraid. Just let my three good disciples deal with it later, and this difficulty will be easily passed. Tang Seng waved his hand, appearing completely unconcerned. However, he didn't notice that after hearing the words Flower Fruit Mountain, the three demon kings trembled in unison. Then, the three demon kings exchanged glances and silently moved to protect Tang Seng in front of them. Flower Fruit Mountain. Tang Seng didn't know, but they did. No one knew better than them whose territory Flower Fruit Mountain was. Sun Wukong. This was not the monkey who once accompanied Tang Seng to obtain the scriptures, but the unrestrained great sage equaling heaven who had returned to the mountains. They had just been at Shizhuo Ridge, and were sent flying by that monkey with a single stick. Moreover, Shizhuo Ridge had even been flattened, asking them to fight Sun Wukong? What a joke. Immediately, the three demon kings retreated, preparing to flee. At this moment, Tang Seng's voice rang out, cheerfully saying, good disciples, ahead is Flower Fruit Mountain. It should be a little-known small monster. You all go and deal with it. This journey to the west should be a bit faster. The sooner it ends, the sooner they can move on to the next difficulty. When he said this, Tang Seng was extremely relaxed, completely unaware that the three good disciples he was counting on were getting further and further away. Good disciples? Not hearing a response, Tang Seng couldn't help but turn his head in confusion to look, and then Sha Sung helplessly said, Master, don't call anymore. After hearing the words Flower Fruit Mountain, they already ran away. What? Tang Seng was completely stunned. Instinctively, he asked why? Why did they run when they heard the words Flower Fruit Mountain? Is there a demon king they can't defeat? That is impossible. At this time, Zhu Beiji spoke up, saying quietly, Master, have you forgotten whose territory Flower Fruit Mountain is? Whose territory? Tang Seng repeated, suddenly remembering that Flower Fruit Mountain was that mischievous monkey's place. But wait, isn't that monkey's territory not here? How did it come over? Even if it is that monkey's territory, it shouldn't make them run away directly, right? He was very puzzled. Zhu Beiji was quite speechless. Did you think it was still the monkey protecting you while you obtained the scriptures? This is the wild Sun Wukong, the demon king who dared to cause a ruckus in heaven. Go ask the cultivation world. How many have dared to cause a ruckus in heaven over the years? How many demon kings have the guts? The problem is, not only did Sun Wukong cause a ruckus in heaven, but he did it more than once and even received the title of Great Sage equaling heaven. After all that, he could still protect you while you went to the west for scriptures. Along this journey, If it weren't for the fact that they were all familiar with that monkey, he would have knocked them all out with a stick. No one knows better than the monkey how to avoid trouble. If he could shake someone off, he wouldn't strike. What effort would he expend for you? This bald donkey who has no skills. But even so, you still can't tell who is the big or small king and actually drove that monkey away. Now, it's good. The monkey has run away, not only run away, but has come over and is blocking your path on the way to the west. Let us see how you'll get through this difficulty and how you'll obtain the scriptures. Use your head to obtain them? Zhu Beiji looked at Tang Seng's expression and suddenly had the thought of wanting to hit him with a rake and then go up the mountain to find Monkey Brother to become the Mountain King. However, he suppressed it. At this moment, Tang Seng reacted and suspiciously asked, "That mischievous monkey is very strong?" Zhu Beiji couldn't help but roll his eyes at Tang Seng. Isn't that obvious? He had told you before that he caused a ruckus in heaven 500 years ago. Go ask your 3 good disciples which one dared to cause a ruckus in heaven. Even if you give him 100 guts, would he dare? Moreover, this monkey not only caused a ruckus in heaven, but also has no low-tier treasure in his hand. These 3 demon kings have relied on the power of treasures all this way. Only that monkey relies on his true abilities. At this moment, Tang Seng stood on the road, gazing at the towering Flower Fruit Mountain in front of him, which was blocking his path to obtaining the scriptures, and finally, he was dumbfounded. Chapter 6, Bald Donkey. A humiliating blow. That bald donkey has finally arrived. Standing on Flower Fruit Mountain, Sun Wukong looked down below, feeling a bit impatient. Did the bald donkey see his reaction? Moreover, he was eager to start completing his task, one chi transforming into 3 pure ones. Such a powerful divine ability was about to be his. Thinking of this, Sun Wukong leaped, and his cloud somersault immediately flew over. He fell from the mountain and headed toward the foot of the mountain. Meanwhile, right in front of Flower Fruit Mountain, Tang Seng opened his mouth, as if he were meeting his former great disciple for the first time, filled with countless shocks, but ultimately, there was no turning back. Zhu Beiji continued his words, saying, "Not just strong, but extremely strong. You see those 3 demon kings, they've already run far away, not willing to fight with Monkey King. That Beiji." Tang Seng looked at Zhu Beiji with a hopeful face. Zhu Beiji immediately curled his lips and waved his hands, saying, "Don't ask me, and don't expect anything from me. I was beaten badly by that monkey before, and I don't want to go through it again. Besides, the monkey was holding back before. If he goes all out now, he won't hold back at all. Zhu Beiji knows very well how terrifying a serious Sun Wukong is. He would definitely strip me of my pigskin. No matter what Tang Seng says, even if he praises it beautifully, I can't go and fight." Tang Seng's expression froze, and he couldn't help but look at Sha Seng. Sha Seng is also an honest person and directly waved his hand, saying, "Master, if second senior brother can't win, I definitely can't either. I think we should just give up on this difficulty and simply perform a parting ceremony." Hearing the words parting ceremony, Zhu Beiji's expression suddenly changed, and he immediately became active, saying, "Parting ceremony? That sounds good. In this situation, what are we waiting for if not for a parting ceremony? Let's do it. With that monkey around, what do we need the scriptures for? I'm going back to Gao Laozhuang to enjoy my life." Not only Zhu Beiji, even the rarely expressive white dragon horse nodded repeatedly upon hearing the parting ceremony. Tang Seng's face immediately turned ugly. It was he who had pushed to drive away the monkey back then. Without that, how could he have gotten his disciples? Now that the monkey had been driven away, it had become one of the 81 difficulties, blocking their way. How could they get past it? Tang Seng stood still for a long time, and suddenly a surge of anger arose in his chest, and he shouted, "Stop! No one is allowed to perform a parting ceremony." Tang Seng snorted coldly and said, "Isn't it just a monkey? If you all won't go, then this poor monk will go by himself." Upon hearing this, Zhu Beiji and the others were stunned for a moment, and he immediately muttered, "You go? It sounds easy for you to say. That monkey could blow you away with a breath. You were the one who drove the monkey away, and now you want us to go and take the beating. Whoever wants to go can go. Anyway, I, old pig, won't go. No one can beat the monkey. No matter who comes, they won't win." Hearing this, Tang Seng became even more furious and wanted to turn around and scold them, but he didn't know what to say. He could only regain his composure and walk alone towards Huawo Mountain. He really didn't believe it. This monkey, when protecting himself, clearly showed that he was not that impressive, just knew how to beat and kill indiscriminately. Whenever he encountered a formidable monster, he couldn't handle it and had to call for help. Clearly, he wasn't that strong. What was there to be afraid of? Moreover, that monkey was still wearing the tightening headband. Once this poor monk recited it, when the monkey couldn't stand the pain anymore, he would be beaten to death. And the matter would be resolved, right? Really, this difficulty had to be faced by this poor monk himself. Tang Seng had made up his mind and disregarded Zhu Beiji and the others. He took his 9-ringed staff and walked to the front of Huawo Mountain. He immediately shouted, "You reckless monkey, how dare you block the way to fetch the scriptures? You really have some nerve. Come out." As soon as Tang Seng's voice fell, a figure appeared. The monkey, dressed in his attire from when he caused a stir in heaven, was leisurely lying on a cloud, scratching his ear while glancing at Tang Seng, disdainfully saying, "Where did this bald donkey come from? Farting here so early? Are you looking for death?" Tang Seng was furious. "You reckless monkey, I am still your master. What do you mean by acting like this now, master?" Sun Wukong immediately laughed derisively. You think you deserve it? When you drove me away, you didn't say that. Now that you can't pass, you're still calling yourself a master? Even if you kneel here and respectfully bow your head to me 9 times, I still won't let you pass. Tang Seng angrily said, reckless monkey. I don't want to escalate this, you are forcing me. After saying this, he immediately clasped his hands together and began to silently recite the tightening spell. In his view, as long as he recited the tightening spell, this monkey would soon have a headache, and then he would fall from the sky, kneeling in front of him, begging him to stop reciting. At that time, this difficulty would pass easily, and there would be nothing strange about it. It was just a reckless monkey. How could his disciples be so afraid? Really useless. While Tang Seng was thinking this, he sped up the recitation of the spell, but after reciting it several times. Not only did he not hear Sun Wukong begging for mercy, but there wasn't even a reaction. What was going on? Tang Seng suddenly raised his head, looking at Sun Wukong in confusion. Sun Wukong laughed, and at the same time, he extended his index finger, and a bright circle began to spin with the movement of his finger. He said, Bald donkey, have you been looking for this for so long? Tang Seng's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the tightening band spinning on Sun Wukong's finger, stammering. What is this tightening band doing in your hand? How did you take it off? Hey, Sun Wukong sneered, Bald donkey. Did you think a mere tightening spell could control me? What a joke. You must still be half asleep. Or did the scriptures mess with your brain? Since you like reciting so much, I'll help you. After saying this, he moved his finger, and the spinning tightening band immediately flew towards Tang Seng's head. Tang Seng hurriedly ducked, trying to avoid it, but no matter how he dodged, the tightening band chased after him, until it finally landed on his head. Tang Seng's expression changed drastically, and he quickly said, Take it off. How can you put this thing on me? As someone who was familiar with the tightening spell, he knew its power well. How could it be acceptable for it to be on his head now? Sun Wukong suddenly laughed. Recite it. Go ahead and recite your broken spell. Let's see what kind of power it really has. If you don't recite, then I'll have to help you. As he spoke, Sun Wukong dug in his ear, and suddenly, the Rui Jingu Bang appeared in his hand. His eyes were filled with killing intent, demonic energy overflowing. Chapter 7. This difficulty cannot be overcome. When Tang Seng felt Sun Wukong's overwhelming killing intent and realized that the tightening spell was of no use, he panicked and hurriedly backed away, tripping over his own feet and falling to the ground. His eyes were filled with fear as he looked up at the imposing figure of the great sage in the sky. In the vast sky, Sun Wukong stood up from the cloud, floating above, casually resting his arms on the Rui Jingu Bang, his eyes filled with disdain. Tang Seng's mind went blank. He never expected the monkey he drove away would be so terrifying. Beiji, save me, quick, save me. Tang Seng couldn't help but call for Zhu Beiji's help. At this moment, Sun Wukong turned his head and glanced at Zhu Beiji, jokingly saying, Fool, do you want to fight me? Gulp. Looking at the imposing figure filled with demonic energy, Zhu Beiji silently swallowed his saliva and immediately forced a smile. What are you talking about, monkey brother? How could we brothers do such a thing? You've always been my monkey brother. Sun Wukong then shifted his gaze back to Tang Seng. At that moment, he descended from the sky, and with a single hand grip, the Rui Jingu Bang directly fell onto Tang Seng's head. The 4 heavenly protectors, the 5 directions revealers, the 6 Ding and 6 Jia, and the 18 guardians of the faith, who had been guarding Tang Seng, all couldn't help but swallow hard upon witnessing the scene. Especially the 4 heavenly protectors, the 5 directions revealers, and the 6 Ding and 6 Jia, who came from the heavenly court and knew all too well just how fierce the monkey that once wreaked havoc in the heavenly palace truly was. So at this moment, even though they had the mission to protect Tang Seng, they had no desire to intervene, because if they died at this moment, it would truly be the end. If this monkey went on a rampage and scared them into a soul-shattering state, they wouldn't even be able to reach the underworld, let alone be reborn. However, Sun Wukong indeed had no intention of killing Tang Seng at this point. One reason was that the Buddhist sect still relied on Tang Seng to journey west for scriptures. He was an indispensable part of the westward journey. The other reason was that he still wanted to use Tang Seng to gain rewards. If he interrupted the scripture-fetching journey, he could obtain a terrifying divine power like the ability to transform into the 3 pure ones. If Tang Seng then summoned his followers and the Buddhist people appeared to help him, and he disrupted them again, the rewards would be even greater. Just as Sun Wukong's Rui Jingu Bang was suspended above Tang Seng's head, none of the many guards and disciples beside Tang Seng dared to reach out to stop him. At this moment, Tang Seng was utterly despairing. Looking at this scene, he suddenly felt warmth between his legs, and a foul smell of urine immediately spread. Ha ha, ha ha ha. The Monkey King laughed loudly, mocking, Bald donkey, you really have no backbone. Just one stick for me, and you get scared and wet yourself before I even swing it down? Old Sun had already said that this westward journey wouldn't go smoothly. Now Old Sun's Huawa Mountain is right here, blocking your path to the west. Aren't your 81 tribulations still incomplete? From now on, Old Sun's Huawa Mountain is one of your 81 tribulations. If you want to journey west for scriptures, you'll have to pass through Old Sun's territory. After laughing loudly, the Monkey King turned and left without a moment's pause, leaving behind a group of stunned heavenly guards, Buddhist protectors, and Tang Seng's disciples. And Tang Seng, who had fallen to the ground, still had not awakened from that terror at this moment. The monstrous aura of the Demon King Sun Wukong was truly too terrifying. That scene was deeply etched in his mind, unable to be forgotten. Zhu Beiji sighed from the side and said, "Right now, we can only divide up the luggage. As for fetching scriptures, it seems that old pig won't be able to go. Whoever wants to go can go. Old pig doesn't want to fight or kill with that monkey. I still want to live a few more days." The usually quiet Sha Seng nodded in agreement with Zhu Beiji on this matter. The white dragon horse snorted loudly, also voicing his opinion. As for the 4 heavenly protectors, the 5 directions revealers, the 6 Ding and 6 Jia, and the 18 guardians of the faith, they exchanged glances, momentarily unsure of what to say. But in the end, they all looked at Tang Seng, feeling a sense of blame rising within. If it weren't for this Tang Seng, bald donkey, insisting on driving away the monkey, how could this scene have occurred? Moreover, to think that those 3 demon kings, the golden-winged Great Peng, were considered stronger than Sun Wukong, truly blinded by stupidity. Now it's better. Sun Wukong has shed his tight band. And now Huagua Mountain has become a tribulation. This is not just a difficulty on the westward journey. It's practically a calamity for the Buddhist sect. After all, the tight band was given by Guanyin and is considered one of the treasures of the Buddhist sect. Now that it has been easily removed by Sun Wukong, it's hard to say how many powerful forces are behind this. They looked at Tang Seng again, really wanting to curse. Where did this idiot come from? You've caused us so much trouble. At this moment, in Huagua Mountain, after Tang Seng wet himself out of fear, Sun Wukong felt an overwhelming sense of ease. His thoughts were instantly clear, and his whole body felt relaxed. It was at this time that he suddenly froze for a moment, then felt his realm suddenly loosen, and a vast sea of spiritual power surged into his body. In that instant, with a crack, the barriers of his realm completely shattered. Sun Wukong's cultivation level broke through. His strength increased significantly, and he immediately smiled. In a sense, this Tang Seng could be considered his lucky star. However, he still had to give him a good beating with the golden rod. Next, it would be interesting to see how the Buddhist sect would respond. In any case, no matter what, even if the Buddhist sect tried to argue, they definitely wouldn't allow Tang Seng and his group to pass. The westward journey would be interrupted here. Ding, short-term mission completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the divine ability, 1 Qi transforming 3 purities. Finally here, Sun Wukong suppressed the excitement in his heart and began browsing the information in his mind. This 1 Qi transforming 3 purities was something he had long anticipated. After reading for a while, Sun Wukong learned this divine ability. However, to truly unleash the terrifying power of creating all things from it was not so simple. For now, he could only create a doppelganger identical to his own body, but that was enough. 1 Qi transforming 3 purities. Sun Wukong looked at the doppelganger in front of him. Identical to himself and with its own independent thoughts, yet completely controllable by his true self, without any risk of losing control. He smiled gently and said, "You stay here to guard. I will go look for people for the Huagua Mountain Dojo." He hadn't forgotten that there was still a long-term mission. Now, there were plenty of forces in Hongwan. If he could rope in the Bull Demon King and other Demon Kings, plus the likes of Yang Jian and Nezha from the Heavenly Court. These 2 were well-known rebels of the Heavenly Court. Of course, if he could invite his master, Bodhi Patriarch, over, that would be even better. Chapter 8. Guanin's arrival is useless. Lingshan. Amidst the vast sounds of Buddha, the Tathagata opened his eyes and looked towards Guanyin Bodhisattva, who was standing not far away, then asked, "Where are Tang Seng and his disciples now?" "Buddha, according to the timeline, they should be arriving at Huagua Mountain now." Guanyin thought for a moment and then said, "Huagua Mountain." Just mentioning these 3 words made the Tathagata pause for a moment. Then he recalled that Tang Seng had driven away that Sun Wukong and, in desperation, had replaced him with 3 disciples, sending the 3 demon kings that were originally at Shizhuo Ridge over. These 3 demon kings, in terms of strength, were naturally no match for Sun Wukong. So this unavoidable tribulation at Huagua Mountain would not be so easily overcome. Thinking of this, the Tathagata sighed and said, "This tribulation will not be so easy to pass. Now that the monkey is free from the tight band's restraint, he is even more wild and unruly. Guanyin, you should go help Tang Seng and his disciples." "Yes, Buddha." Guanyin nodded, and then a ray of light flew up towards Huagua Mountain. In fact, Guanyin felt quite helpless. If the disciples had not been changed, there wouldn't be so many issues. That monkey was great. Although he slacked off a bit, it wouldn't lead to such a big mess. Now it's better. Sigh. She sighed, but there was nothing she could do but go help. Before long, Guanyin arrived at the location where Tang Seng was. Then, she suddenly descended from the sky. At this moment, seeing Guanyin's appearance, Tang Seng, who had been looking dejected, immediately perked up, stood up in a rush, and hurried to greet her. "Bodhisattva! Bodhisattva!" At the sight of Tang Seng, Guanyin's mouth twitched. For some reason, she always felt like it was a scene of a little son being beaten and coming home to find his parents. However, she shook her head, trying hard to dismiss that image, and then put on a gentle expression, softly saying, "Xuanzong, what happened to you?" "Bodhisattva, this scripture cannot be retrieved." Guanyin was taken aback. After going through more than half of the 81 tribulations, they were about to reach the spiritual mountain, and after such a long journey. You tell me now that the scripture cannot be retrieved? Is this a joke? But she still suppressed her emotions and asked in a gentle tone, tell me, what exactly happened? Then, Tang Seng began to sob as he recounted the events, especially emphasizing the actions of Sun Wukong. He said that Sun Wukong not only threatened to stop them from going west to retrieve the scriptures, but also insulted him in every possible way. After hearing this, Guanyin really wanted to say, isn't this all your fault? If you hadn't driven Wukong away, would this have happened? On the journey to the west, Wukong worked tirelessly to protect you, a useless monk, and in the end, he only killed 2 robbers, and it was to protect you that he did so. And yet, you drove him away. Isn't it a bit unreasonable to feel aggrieved? Guanyin didn't want to hear Tang Seng's complaints any longer, so she changed the subject, asking, where are your other 3 disciples? Why haven't I seen them? She was naturally referring to the golden-winged Great Peng and the other 2. Mentioning these 3 made Tang Seng's anger flare up, and he said, as soon as they heard about Flower Mountain and had to face that rascally monkey, they ran away in fright without even saying a word to me. Truly despicable. At this moment, Zhu Beiji raised his head and glanced at Tang Seng, thinking to himself, isn't this the time for you to praise them? Didn't you say they were quick to defeat the monsters, and the title of Demon King sounded mighty? Changing disciples was truly a bargain. Why do you think it's not good now? But Tang Seng didn't care about that, and said directly, Bodhisattva, if we can't get past this difficulty, we won't be able to retrieve the scriptures. What do you think we should do? Guanyin took a deep breath, really wanting to scold this useless monk, but since they were already close to the spiritual mountain, she couldn't do such a thing, so she sighed and said, all right, I will go find Wukong and see if I can persuade him to let you pass. Tang Seng, feeling unwilling, said, can't we just take this rascally monkey with us? Didn't you say before that we needed someone to guard the house? Since you took away the black bear spirit, why not take this monkey as well? Guanyin replied, you really have some nerve. Can that monkey just be taken away like that? It was the Buddha himself who subdued that monkey. Do you know how many forces are behind him? Guanyin didn't want to say more and simply waved her hand, saying, I'll go see what I can do. After saying that, she directly left and headed towards Flower Mountain, not wanting to waste more time with Tang Seng, who was truly infuriating. Before long, Guanyin arrived at the foot of Flower Mountain and called out, Wukong, can you come out for a moment? At this time, the real Sun Wukong was not present in Flower Mountain. What remained was a clone created from the transformation of the chi of the 3 pure ones. Of course, the real Sun Wukong was aware of what was happening with his clone. He was already close to the banana cave on Yuan Mountain, the residence of the Bull Demon King and Princess Iron Fan. In midair, Sun Wukong exclaimed, Guanyin Bodhisattva actually came. She must have been invited by that bald donkey to pass through my Huagua Mountain. But what that bald donkey didn't know was that no matter who he invited over, be it Guanyin or even the Tathagata, I would never let them pass. I need to resolve the issues with the Bull Demon King quickly, otherwise, I don't know what other tricks the Buddha has up his sleeve. Although Sun Wukong was very confident, he feared that his clone, being the only one present, was not a match for Guanyin. He needed to return quickly. The main issue was that his clone did not have a suitable weapon. With the Rui Jingu Bang in his hands, the clone's strength would be somewhat weaker. At the foot of Huagua Mountain, shortly after Guanyin's voice fell, the clone emerged from the water curtain cave, performing a somersault and arriving outside the mountain. Bodhisattva. The clone slightly bowed, showing some courtesy. Guanyin did not notice anything amiss and said, you monkey, it has been so long, and you are still angry? The journey to the west to retrieve the scriptures is a major matter determined by the Buddha, and you cannot obstruct it. Let Tang Seng and his disciples pass. Let him pass? The clone immediately sneered. Bodhisattva, you didn't come here just to joke, did you? Don't you know how that bald donkey treated me back then? The monsters on the journey to the west were captured by me, and the issues were solved by me. Each tribulation, wasn't he at me putting in the effort? And what did that bald donkey do? He held us back and got caught by the monsters. In the end, he even had the gall to chase me away. He coldly laughed and said, today, no matter who comes and what they say, this Tang Seng will never be allowed to pass. Absolutely impossible. Chapter 9. Recruiting the Bull Demon King and his wife looking at the monkey in front of her speaking so decisively, Guanyin was momentarily stunned. To be honest, even though she had come, Guanyin didn't think it was a big problem. Such things had happened too many times. In the end, she could just talk it over with this monkey, and at worst, let Tang Seng apologize, and it would be over. After all, on the journey to retrieve the scriptures, her relationship with this monkey was quite good. Surely he wouldn't be so petty as to not give her some face? However, Guanyin truly did not expect that this monkey would not give any. Now, looking at the monkey with a face full of demonic energy and wildness, she couldn't help but narrow her eyes and said, Wukong, stop making trouble. You know the importance of the journey to the west. If you continue to make a scene, it will not end well. This was, of course, a threat, implying that if you continued to make a scene, things would not be so simple afterward. Unexpectedly, Sun Wukong did not take Guanyin's words to heart at all. He suddenly burst into laughter, his laughter unrestrained. Ha 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 ha. It was as if Guanyin had told an incredibly funny joke that he couldn't control himself. Then, suddenly, his laughter stopped. The monkey's demonic energy surged, and he wore an expression that was all business. Guanyin, did I not make myself clear enough? Or is your comprehension ability too low to understand? If you don't understand, I don't mind repeating myself. This scripture, that bald donkey cannot retrieve it, and this road, he cannot pass. No matter who comes, whether it's you or that old Tathagata, I stand here. It is absolutely impossible to let him through. This statement was extremely domineering. After the monkey finished speaking, he twisted his body, losing all interest in continuing the conversation. At that moment, Guanyin's gentle demeanor suddenly vanished. She squinted her eyes and said, Sun Wukong, my presence here is by the Buddha's decree, which is already giving you face. Tang Seng's westward journey is a major matter for Buddhism and cannot be stopped. Can you block the Buddhist path? The monkey turned around, his eyes filled with ferocity, and said, Old Sun wants to give it a try. Without stopping, Sun Wukong's figure was about to disappear, when Guanyin suddenly stretched out her hand and said, Wait. Stopping in his tracks, Sun Wukong abruptly turned back and locked eyes with Guanyin. Guanyin said, Did you not want to give it a try? Then today, I will grant you your wish. She was prepared to take action. Since the Tathagata had issued a decree, this matter had to be resolved no matter what. Since good words and bad words could not persuade this monkey, there was undoubtedly only one way left. Take action. Subdue this monkey, and this difficulty would be resolved, allowing Tang Seng and his disciples to pass through here directly to the west. Upon hearing Guanyin's words, the monkey immediately laughed, saying, I've long wanted to test the Bodhisattva's strength. Today, I finally have the opportunity. With that, his body turned into a gust of wind and closed in the blink of an eye. Clenching his fist, he threw a punch directly. The power of his mid-stage quasi-saint level erupted at that moment, unleashing countless waves of energy, as if the ocean was rolling back and spiritual power dissipated. Boom. A tremendous sound erupted in an instant, and then Guanyin, who had been standing still, was suddenly elevated into the sky. She stood on a lotus seat, holding a willow branch and a pure jade bottle, her body bathed in a holy Buddhist light. This scene was witnessed from afar by Tang Seng, who was immediately filled with excitement. It was the Bodhisattva. The Bodhisattva had made her move. With the Bodhisattva's intervention, she would definitely be able to subdue that unruly monkey. Now, there would be no problem in obtaining the scriptures. Once the Bodhisattva subdued that monkey, let us see how he would behave. Tang Seng naturally had no good feelings towards Sun Wukong, especially since he had been severely humiliated by the monkey earlier. This made Tang Seng even more furious, feeling indignant. Now that he saw Guanyin Bodhisattva take action, he believed that Sun Wukong would definitely not be a match and would likely be defeated in an instant. After all, this was the Guanyin Bodhisattva of Buddhism. Her strength and power were well known. The tightening headband she had casually given could restrain that monkey, causing him unbearable pain and forcing him to obey. Now that the Bodhisattva was personally taking action, how could it possibly be different? However, Tang Seng did not know that Sun Wukong's true form was not present here. What was here was merely a clone. Even so, this clone still exuded a tremendous demonic aura. The terrifying demonic energy emanated from the clone, obscuring the sky, and a fierce look appeared in its eyes, extremely intimidating. Guanyin, seated on the lotus seat, was taken aback at this scene. After all, she did not remember Sun Wukong being this powerful. Could it be that he was hiding his strength? Was it intentional? If he was indeed hiding it, then he had hidden it quite deeply. If it wasn't hidden strength, what could possibly cause Sun Wukong's power to break through so much in such a short time? At this moment, when she thought of this, Guanyin couldn't help but frown deeply, feeling that there were many people's influences at play. But who could subdue this monkey? Only by knowing that could the truth be uncovered. She immediately took a willow branch from the pure jade bottle and gently waved it, causing drops of water containing extremely terrifying energy to head towards this clone. Sun Wukong's clone, not using the Rui Jingu Bang and not wielding any weapon, charged directly forward, raised its fist, and fiercely struck down. From a distance, Tang Seng saw this scene and couldn't help but laugh, saying, he doesn't even need a weapon. This monkey is truly foolish. Doesn't he know he is facing the Guanyin Bodhisattva? Just watch. He won't be able to take even one move and will be captured by the Bodhisattva. Zhu Beiji glanced at Tang Seng and shook his head. This bald donkey, with his mortal eyes, could only see a bit of the battle due to his peculiar nature, but ultimately could not see clearly. The monkey being so audacious and even not using the Rui Jingu Bang showed what? It showed that the monkey had immense confidence in his own strength. If he weren't confident, how could he dare to do so? This bald donkey was thinking too simply. But when did the monkey have such terrifying strength? On the journey to obtain the scriptures, he had not exhibited it when he fought with Old Pig. Could it be that the monkey had been hiding his strength all along? Yes. After all, when the monkey created havoc in the heavenly palace, it was completely different. Zhu Beiji raised his head and looked at the battle in the sky. Indeed, he saw the monkey's punch directly explode Guanyin's attack. Pure power shattered Guanyin's technique. At this moment, elsewhere, Sun Wukong's true form finally arrived at the entrance of the Bull Demon King's cave and knocked on the door. Chapter 10. Guanyin can't even defeat Old Sun's clone? Who is it? A woman's voice came from inside the cave, undoubtedly that of Princess Iron Fan. Sun Wukong smiled and said, Sister-in-law, Open the door. It's me, your brother. The commotion inside suddenly stopped for a moment, and after a while, the cave door was opened. Princess Iron Fan opened the door and, upon seeing Sun Wukong, immediately flashed a hint of anger in her eyes, saying, "You dead monkey. Instead of protecting Tang Seng on his westward journey to obtain scriptures, why are you here again?" Sun Wukong looked around and asked, "Is brother not here? Wasn't that jade-faced vixen killed? Is she out there flirting again?" Upon mentioning the old bull, Princess Iron Fan replied irritably, "That old bull has gone out and will be back soon. What are you doing here now, you monkey?" She would not forget that this monkey had come over several times, and each time it was for no good reason, either pretending to be the old bull to trick her out of her banana fan or outright stealing it. Her child had also been taken by Guanyin to be a good fortune boy. Sun Wukong got straight to the point without wasting any words. "I'm here this time to invite my brother to my Flower Fruit Mountain. My Flower Fruit Mountain's dojo is being re-established, and I'm in urgent need of a capable assistant." Flower Fruit Mountain Dojo. Upon hearing this, Princess Iron Fan was taken aback and suspiciously asked, "You finished protecting Tang Seng on his westward journey so soon? Ah, sister-in-law, don't mention it." Sun Wukong sat down on a nearby stone, saying, "That bald donkey's mind isn't right. Because I killed a few bandits, he insisted on driving me away. Not only that, but he also wanted the Buddha to swap some disciples for him. I was so angry that I simply left. Now, I am no longer protecting Tang Seng on his westward journey, but have directly moved my Flower Fruit Mountain here, right on the path Tang Seng and his party must take. This time, I won't let him go westward." Upon hearing this, Princess Iron Fan blinked and then stared at Sun Wukong, looking left and right, saying disbelievingly, "Just you? Who doesn't know that you, this monkey, always listens to that bald donkey? You fight and die for that bald donkey, and you still have a tightening headband on your head. How can you possibly obstruct Tang Seng's westward journey?" Sun Wukong immediately pointed to his forehead and said, "Sister-in-law, look. I've already untied that tight golden hoop. Do you still not believe me? I came here this time to invite my brother to come over. And sister-in-law can come along too. I've set up an excellent spirit gathering array at my Flower and Fruit Mountain. It's much better for you both to practice there than in your banana cave." Princess Iron Fan naturally did not believe him at all. She said, "My banana cave is one of the top blessed lands. How can your shabby Flower and Fruit Mountain be better than mine? Once sister-in-law goes, you'll know. My Flower and Fruit Mountain is much stronger than yours." "Really? Really?" While they were chatting, a beastly roar echoed, and they saw a blue water golden-eyed beast appear in the sky, followed by the figure of the Bull Demon King. Upon seeing Sun Wukong and Princess Iron Fan, the old bull's expression changed immediately, and his iron rod appeared in his hand. He descended and said, "You monkey, are you here to bully the old bull again? What are you talking about, brother? How could I, old son, be that kind of person?" The Bull Demon King did not believe him at all and said, "You've come here several times, and nothing good has happened. This time will probably be the same. Brother, don't you trust me? We are sworn brothers. Then what are you here for this time?" "To invite my brother to my dojo to plot a big plan together." "Big plan? Didn't you go to escort Tang Seng on his journey to the west?" Following this, Sun Wukong repeated what he had said to Princess Iron Fan earlier, then sneered and said, "Now that bald donkey is ungrateful and unjust. I, old son, naturally can't swallow this anger. My dojo has been newly built, and I just asked my brother to come over and help me." The old bull was half convinced. "You're really not going to the journey to the west?" "Of course not. If that's the case, I can help you. However, about that spirit gathering array you mentioned." Sun Wukong chuckled. "Brother will know once you go there. Stay for 2 or 3 days, and you'll understand what kind of hard days you've been through in the past." The Bull Demon King seemed to think of something and asked in a low voice, "Is the Heavenly Court behind this?" Sun Wukong laughed. "What trash does the Heavenly Court have? How can it compare to mine? Good younger brother." The Bull Demon King patted Sun Wukong on the shoulder. "Then Old Bull will lend you a hand. Let's go, brother." After a brief negotiation, the Bull Demon King and his wife set off with Sun Wukong towards Flower and Fruit Mountain. On the way, the Bull Demon King kept asking, "You're not going to the journey to the west? Then will the Buddha let you go just like that?" "Of course not. Right now, Guanyin is waiting at the entrance of my Flower and Fruit Mountain." Upon hearing this, the Bull Demon King's expression changed immediately. "That Guanyin took my child, and now she still wants to target my younger brother. That is truly despicable. Hey, brother, don't be angry yet. Although Guanyin is outside my dojo, she hasn't gained the upper hand. When I came over, I specifically left a doppelganger there, and now it's in a fierce battle with Guanyin." The Bull Demon King was shocked. "You can hold off Guanyin with just one doppelganger? Brother will see soon." Since he had invited the Bull Demon King over, to put him at ease, he had to show some strength. Otherwise, how could he truly feel secure? This was the first person invited to his dojo, and there were more to come. If he didn't show something, how could he win people's hearts? The old bull was still somewhat skeptical, but he would see soon enough. The three moved quickly, and in no time, they arrived near Flower and Fruit Mountain, hiding in the shadows. Sun Wukong pointed towards the front of Flower and Fruit Mountain and said, "Brother, look." The Bull Demon King turned to look and indeed saw Guanyin seated on a lotus throne at the front of Flower and Fruit Mountain, one hand holding a jade bottle and the other waving a willow branch, continuously launching attacks. In front of her was a monkey radiating demonic energy, fiercely countering her attacks with punch after punch. Seeing this scene, the Bull Demon King and his wife widened their eyes. Princess Iron Fan exclaimed, "This is incredibly fierce." Sun Wukong smiled, "Sister-in-law, I am indeed formidable." The Bull Demon King felt something was off with this statement and shot a glare at the monkey. The monkey, however, did not think much of it and said, "You two, please enter my dojo first. I will drive away Guanyin and come find you." "All right." The Bull Demon King nodded. His purpose in coming here was clearly not to be seen by the Buddha. After all, his child was still in Guanyin's hands. What if they made things difficult for him? The couple entered Flower and Fruit Mountain, quietly watching the battle. At this moment, Sun Wukong's true self also slowly arrived. When Guanyin saw the two figures of Sun Wukong, she was momentarily stunned. The true self grinned and said, "Guanyin, being able to have a back-and-forth fight with my doppelganger shows that your strength is not bad." "What?" Guanyin's expression suddenly changed. Chapter 11. In front of Flower and Fruit Mountain, the Monkey King strikes Guanyin. "My king, something seems off here." Princess Iron Fan stood beside the Bull Demon King. By now, they had already entered Flower and Fruit Mountain, but upon entering, she felt something was wrong. The spiritual energy in this Flower and Fruit Mountain was overwhelmingly rich. Even the top blessed lands wouldn't have such an effect, right? She had just entered for a while, and her cultivation was already becoming somewhat loose. If she were to cultivate here for a few thousand, or even tens of thousands of years, it wouldn't take that long. Even if she only practiced for a few years, her strength would surely increase. She recalled what Sun Wukong had said to the Bull Demon King about setting up a good spirit gathering array. This was more than just good. This was incredibly powerful. The Bull Demon King also sensed it and began to feel suspicious. Where did this younger brother get this spirit gathering array? The effects were somewhat outrageous. His strength was strong, and he felt it even more acutely. In this spirit gathering array, it wasn't just the rich spiritual energy. There were even various Taoist rhythms and paths. Just taking a deep breath of this spiritual energy was enough to replace years of hard practice. Initially, when the Bull Demon King came to Flower and Fruit Mountain, he wanted to help Sun Wukong, but he didn't feel that strongly about it. However, now, after experiencing this spirit gathering array, he changed his mind. From now on, the old bull is going to be a part of Flower and Fruit Mountain. He wouldn't even think of leaving. He looked at Princess Iron Fan, grabbed his wife's hand, and said, "My lady, we've come to the right place." Princess Iron Fan's eyes lit up. Compared to Flower and Fruit Mountain, her banana cave was nothing at all. However, the Bull Demon King shifted his tone and looked outside the mountain with some concern. "Can my younger brother really handle Guanyin alone? Should we go help?" Princess Iron Fan hesitated. "It should be fine, right? That monkey can hold off Guanyin with just a doppelganger, and now that the true self has made a move, it should be fine." The Bull Demon King said, "We should go help." Princess Iron Fan remained indecisive, but our child is still with Guanyin. She was a bit conflicted, but upon seeing the determination on the old bull's face, she said, "Then let us watch from the shadows. If Sun Wukong really shows signs of being unable to hold on, we will immediately step in." Good. The couple quickly reached a consensus and then found a place to start observing the situation. However, when they looked, they were completely stunned. Outside of Flower Fruit Mountain, Guanyin's expression changed drastically as she looked incredulously at the monkey in front of her, pointing at the one she had just fought. This is just a clone?" The monkey sneered. "Guanyin, if you can't even recognize a clone from the main body, you're really going backwards as you live. No wonder you chose that bald donkey to go to the west to fetch scriptures. Your vision is indeed not great." With that, Sun Wukong dug into his ear, and the Rui Jingu Bang appeared in his hand. Upon seeing one Sun Wukong holding the Rui Jingu Bang while the other hand was empty, Guanyin could no longer distinguish between them. Here she was, one of the 4 great bodhisattvas of Buddhism, a top-tier powerhouse. Yet she couldn't even tell a monkey's clone from its main body. Not only that, but she had also fought with the clone for such a long time. At that moment, a mix of shock and anger filled her mind. Naturally, the conversation between Sun Wukong and Guanyin did not go unnoticed by those below. Zhu Beiji's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, "Brother Monkey has been fighting with the bodhisattva for so long, and the main body hasn't even made a move. Only the clone is fighting? Brother Monkey is too strong. Earlier, if he had fought like that with Old Pig, he would have been toyed with to death." At this moment, Zhu Beiji was extremely relieved, thankful that he had been wise enough not to take action against Brother Monkey. Otherwise, he would definitely have been mercilessly mocked. He breathed a sigh of relief. Sha Sung was equally stunned, then silently glanced at the luggage beside him. At this moment, the thought of splitting the luggage was incredibly strong. As for Tang Seng, he was already stunned into silence. Even the bodhisattva had made a move and still couldn't take down that monkey-esque clone. Is this monkey really that strong? A disciple as strong as this was actually driven away by him. If he hadn't driven him away, wouldn't such a formidable monkey be able to protect him on the journey to the west without any issues? And those 3 new disciples he had recruited, the 3 useless golden-winged doppangs, had run off the moment they heard the name Flower Fruit Mountain and hadn't returned yet. If it had been the other way around, Wukong would have made his move long ago. There would be no need for this. At this moment, Tang Seng regretted it so much that he felt his insides were turning green. However, no matter what, Sun Wukong could not come back anymore. He wouldn't care in the slightest whether that bald donkey regretted it. After all, he would never let that bald donkey pass. At this time, Sun Wukong stood in front of Guanyin, his expression full of mockery. Guanyin, oh Guanyin, you're not all that either. Instantly, upon realizing the truth, Guanyin could no longer maintain the calm demeanor she had before. After all, anyone would find it hard to remain unfazed knowing they had fought for so long only to discover that the opponent was just a clone. And the main body hadn't even made a move. If a clone was this strong, how powerful must the main body be? Guanyin, today let me see what your true strength is. With that, Sun Wukong swung the Rui Jingu Bang, suddenly striking out with a powerful blow. This blow came with great force, shaking the surrounding space and causing a buzzing sound. Indeed, when the main body appeared, the momentum was no longer the same. Guanyin gritted her teeth. At this moment, she could no longer be as relaxed as she had been at the beginning. In fact, when she first attacked, Guanyin hadn't used her full strength, as she thought that as one of the 4 great bodhisattvas, dealing with a monkey demon shouldn't require all her power. It would be best to subdue him easily and gracefully. But now, she truly had no choice. In desperation, she waved her willow branch, and at that moment, torrents of water flew out from the jade purity bottle, rushing towards Sun Wukong. Suddenly, the Rui Jingu Bang collided with Guanyin's attack, and with a loud crash, the monkey's iron staff shattered everything, easily thrusting towards Guanyin. Guanyin was caught off guard, and was hit by the monkey's stick, crying out in pain. The monkey laughed disdainfully and said loudly, "Bodhisattva, how does my stick feel? Take another stick from me." At this moment, the Monkey King struck Guanyin. Chapter 12, Guanyin defeated. The Monkey King looks down upon all. The monkey wielded the Rui Jingu Bang and struck at Guanyin. This blow showcased the Monkey King's strength. Guanyin had long understood this. And at this moment, she dared not be careless, quickly retreating and waving the willow branch in her hand, sending forth beams of divine light with tremendous momentum, manifesting countless laws of power in midair, all directed at Sun Wukong. After the attack, Guanyin let out a light snort. "Sun Wukong, if you stop now, it's still not too late. Otherwise, I will hold nothing back, and you will make a grave mistake that no one can save you from." "Safe?" Sun Wukong sneered. "As if it's me who has made a mistake. What is the difference between you Buddhists and that bald donkey?" "Guanyin, stop wasting words. If you could take me down, why bother saying all this? If you can't, then just roll far away and don't obstruct my view." Guanyin's face immediately turned ugly. She had indeed spoken out because she couldn't take down Sun Wukong, hoping to use words to guide the misguided monkey back to the right path. But unexpectedly, despite her efforts, this monkey showed no mercy. Since that's the case, don't blame her for being impolite. Suddenly, with Guanyin's movements, the power of the laws surged, and rays of light appeared in the sky, illuminating the heavens. Tang Seng only saw Guanyin wave her hand, and then the sky was filled with blinding light, making it impossible to see anything clearly. However, this did not hinder his excitement. He immediately shouted, as expected of Bodhisattva Guanyin, "Just a casual move has such might." Then, he shouted, "Bodhisattva, please don't hold back. This unruly monkey doesn't know his place. You should deal with him harshly as possible." Tang Seng harbored immense hatred for Sun Wukong, wishing for Guanyin to capture him immediately so he could ridicule him afterward. So, this was what he desperately wanted. However, what Tang Seng hoped for was destined to be difficult to realize. Because at that moment, the attack Guanyin unleashed, the endless power of the laws, was directly shattered by a single blow from Sun Wukong. With a loud bang, the sky full of attacks exploded under the force of that single blow. Instantly, the world became clear again, and the monkey made his move, with no flashy techniques. He simply swung his stick. Such a powerful attack, like a hot knife through butter, destroyed all of Guanyin's power. In the distance, when Neo Wang and his wife saw this, they were immediately filled with shock. "So strong," Neo Wang murmured, while at the same time, he felt some relief that he hadn't engaged with the monkey immediately upon its arrival. Otherwise, he would likely be facing a one-sided beatdown right now. The saying goes, the layman watches the excitement, while the expert sees the subtleties. With the strength of the Bull Demon King, he could naturally see that the monkey's current state is a return to simplicity, stripping everything down to its essentials. A simple swing of his staff surpasses the accumulation of countless laws and powers. In the arena, Guanyin's expression was grave. She had struck out repeatedly, even using all her strength, but no matter how she attacked or how many techniques she employed, they were all shattered by the monkey's single blow. She was horrified. What kind of strength did this monkey possess? Why was he so difficult to defeat? If this monkey had always been this powerful, then her journey to the west for scriptures was nothing but a game, and none could match him. However, throughout their journey, the monkey had not shown such strength and had even intentionally sought help to overcome difficulties. It now appeared that everything had been a ruse to conceal his true abilities. Slowly, anger began to rise in Guanyin's eyes. She felt that not only she but the entire Buddhist sect had been thoroughly toyed with by this monkey. Of course, she was even angrier at Tang Seng. If it weren't for Tang Seng insisting on bringing the monkey along, how could it have come to this? It was all Tang Seng's fault. However, there was no time to blame anyone now. She had to deal with this monkey. At the very least, she couldn't be defeated. Otherwise, where would her face as Guanyin go? Unfortunately, while Guanyin thought this simply, the monkey didn't give her any time. The Rui Jingu Bang in his hand swung again and again, continuously dispersing Guanyin's attacks while also getting closer to her. At this moment, Sun Wukong had already appeared right in front of Guanyin, raising his golden staff to strike at her. Guanyin was alarmed and hurriedly defended herself, but she found that she was still shattered by the monkey's blow. Ultimately, she had no choice but to leave her lotus throne and quickly evade. Boom! The monkey's staff struck the lotus throne beneath Guanyin, and with a loud crash, the throne exploded, sending fragments flying in all directions. Sun Wukong laughed and said, Guanyin, you can't even handle this. Are you willing to abandon the lotus throne that has accompanied you for years just to save your life? What did that bald donkey promise you to make you pay such a high price? Guanyin's anger surged. She truly hadn't expected such a huge loss this time. And it was all because of that bald donkey. Guanyin's face was ugly, but the monkey didn't care. He swung the golden staff again. This time Guanyin had nowhere to escape and could only wave the willow branch in her hand to create a barrier. Unfortunately, with a crack, it shattered, and the monkey's staff struck her, as if the weight of Mount Buzhou pressed down on her. The terrifying force made Guanyin cry out in pain, and she fell from the sky. Boom! With a loud crash, Guanyin hit the ground, creating a massive pit. In the sky, Sun Wukong held the golden staff with one hand, resting it on his shoulder, and looked down. He glanced at Tang Seng and mocked, "Bald donkey. The helpers you called aren't very capable. If this is all you've got, you might not make it on your journey to the west. Why not pack up, divide the luggage, and return from where you came?" Ha ha! His laughter was unrestrained, echoing in the air. Tang Seng's face turned ashen, but he didn't dare say another word. With Guanyin defeated, what could he do? As Tang Seng wanted to stubbornly speak again, suddenly, Sun Wukong's gaze turned cold, and he swung the golden staff, sending out an invisible shockwave. Rip! A bottomless chasm appeared in front of Tang Seng. The shockwave didn't harm him at all, but it scared him tremendously. He hurriedly took a few steps back, fearing that he would fall into the ravine. And the aura of death that had just enveloped him made him feel as if he were suffocating, gasping for breath, his eyes filled with fear. Sun Wukong sneered and turned to leave. Ding! Obstructing Tang Seng's journey to the west again. Reward obtained. Chapter 13. General of the Central Army, Bull Demon King Ding. Obstructing Tang Seng's journey to the west again. Reward. Top grade innate spiritual treasure. The host can choose to obtain a separate top grade innate spiritual treasure or designate one of your magical treasures to be upgraded to the top grade innate spiritual treasure level. Upon hearing this, the monkey grinned widely. A top grade innate spiritual treasure is indeed a formidable item. Holding such a treasure would greatly enhance his strength. In the past journey to the west, many demons he encountered wielded high-tier magical treasures with powerful effects, often giving him headaches. The Rui Jingu Bang in his hand was merely a postnatal merit treasure, far inferior. Now, with this opportunity for enhancement, he naturally did not hesitate. He softly said, "Upgrade the Rui Jingu Bang to a top-grade innate spiritual treasure." As soon as Sun Wukong finished speaking, an invisible force quickly surged into the Rui Jingu Bang in his hand. In an instant, the Rui Jingu Bang transformed. Holding the staff, the cool touch and the immense power it radiated filled him with joy, and he laughed. Good, good, good. What a treasure. The Rui Jingu Bang has been upgraded to top grade innate spiritual treasure level. This is truly a huge gain. Not long after Sun Wukong left, Guanyin finally crawled out of the deep pit. She was covered in dirt, her once pristine white dress now soiled. Cough, cough. After emerging, Guanyin immediately coughed violently twice. Then, she glanced around and saw Tang Seng still gasping for breath nearby, looking terrified. Her anger flared up. She quickly walked over and kicked Tang Seng twice. Unable to hold back her scolding, "Change disciples. Change disciples. If it weren't for your damn insistence on changing disciples, how could today a scene have happened? You damn Tang Seng." Guanyin kicked him several times, leaving Tang Seng dazed. He got up and looked at Guanyin, crying out, "Bodhisattva, what should we do now? What should we do next? We can't go on the journey to the west. We can't get the scriptures. Bodhisattva, please think of a way." Seeing Tang Seng crying, Guanyin felt her head spinning and couldn't help but kick him again. She was extremely annoyed. What a useless waste. Had she known it would come to this? What had he been doing back then? Stubbornly insisting on driving the monkey away, and now look, that monkey had hidden his strength so deeply. This difficulty was far from simple to overcome. Guanyin was also feeling a headache. Although she had a lot of opinions about Tang Seng, there was nothing to be done. After all, the journey to the west was a major plan for the Buddhist sect, and Tang Seng was crucial. He couldn't be replaced, after all. He was the reincarnation of the golden cicada. Now, Guanyin sighed and said, "Xuanzang, don't panic. This monkey must have received a lot of help from others. Things aren't that simple. Otherwise, how could he possibly remove the golden band by himself? Let me return to Ling Mountain and discuss this with the Buddha, and we'll see how to overcome this difficulty." At this moment, Tang Seng whispered, "Bodhisattva, why not take me with you? I'm afraid that monkey will sneak over and give me a blow." Guanyin immediately glared, her anger surging again. What a damn useless fool. She said nothing more, turned around, and flew up into the sky. Today's losses were already significant, and there was no time to waste talking nonsense with this Tang Seng. In Flower Mountain, the Bull Demon King laughed heartily and gave Sun Wukong a thumbs up, his face full of joy. He and Princess Iron Fan had originally thought that if Sun Wukong was not a match for Guanyin, they would step in to help. However, they did not expect that once the battle started, it was one-sided. Guanyin was simply no match for that monkey. And even the lotus throne under her was smashed by a single blow from the monkey. The strength was indeed formidable. Brother, my meager skills can't compare to yours, Sun Wukong said. The Bull Demon King laughed even more and quickly replied, You're just flattering me, little brother. I know my own strength. You're the one who is stronger. Princess Iron Fan also chimed in with a smile. You monkey, you really hid your strength well. If you had shown this power when you came to borrow the banana fan, you could have snatched it away without me getting hurt. Hey, sister-in-law, Sun Wukong immediately said. This journey to the west is a necessity. For that bald donkey, how could I possibly harm my own family? Naturally, I can't use my full strength. I still need to apologize to you for what happened earlier. Saying this, Sun Wukong cupped his fists toward Princess Iron Fan. Princess Iron Fan's smile grew wider as she said, You monkey, your words are much nicer than that foolish old bull. The Bull Demon King, however, was not pleased and said, My lady, why are you speaking ill of old bull in front of little brother? Princess Iron Fan glared at him. Am I wrong? If you spoke even half as nicely as he does, would I be so angry every day? The Bull Demon King awkwardly scratched his head. He quickly changed the subject, looking at Sun Wukong and asking, Little brother, what are your plans next? Do you intend to rely on the two of us to fight against the entire Buddhist sect? He was still somewhat worried. Although both of them were renowned demon kings, and, with Princess Iron Fan, they had considerable strength, they were still facing the entire Buddhist sect. And the Heavenly Court's attitude was still ambiguous. If they were to engage now, they would inevitably be at a disadvantage. Sun Wukong said, Brother, you don't need to worry about that. I'm not foolish enough to think I can rely solely on my own strength to oppose the entire Buddhist sect. I still need to recruit more people. However, Sun Wukong gave him one guarantee. No matter how many people I recruit later, your status here will never be low. Upon hearing this, the Bull Demon King immediately said, Little brother, what are you talking about? I'm here to help. What status are you talking about? Even if my status is low, can I not help you, my brother? The cow and the monkey exchanged hearty laughs. How about this, brother? Right now, there aren't many demon soldiers in the mountain, but I still want to give you a position. You can be the general of the Central Army. General of the Central Army? The Bull Demon King was taken aback for a moment, then understood and laughed. If little brother says so, then old bull will gladly accept. Haha, besides you, who else can I trust? As the Bull Demon King agreed, Sun Wukong's ears once again rang with a voice. Ding, first recruit. The great sage equal to Heaven Bull Demon King. Reward, primordial level concealment formation, can be used to conceal aura, can be set up outside Flower Mountain. Not to mention saints. Even the Tao ancestor himself cannot spy on what is inside Flower Mountain. Sun Wukong's expression immediately brightened. This was a good thing. Ding, due to the first recruitment. Triggered an additional reward. Hidden innate spiritual root, innate spiritual orange. Orange. He was momentarily stunned, then remembered that Lao Jun's cow seemed to quite like that one. If he could persuade that cow to come over, he could also get a few more Vajra scepters. Chapter 14, Jade Emperor. Wukong is the most obedient. He is just being bullied by the Buddhist sect. In Ling Mountain, the sound of chanting was unceasing. The disheveled Guanyin opened the door of the Great Thunder Sound Temple and walked in slowly. As Guanyin entered, the chanting voices of the Buddhas immediately halted, and many looked at Guanyin in astonishment. Upon hearing the commotion, the Tathagata also opened his eyes and looked over, his gaze pausing on Guanyin for a moment. Buddha. Guanyin spoke and bowed. The Tathagata raised his hand, signaling her not to be too formal, and asked, What happened? Guanyin gritted her teeth and replied, Something went wrong on this journey to the west. The chanting in the Great Thunder Sound Temple completely stopped, and countless gazes fell upon Guanyin. The Tathagata asked again, What happened? Guanyin then recounted the events that had transpired, saying, That monkey doesn't know what kind of help he received, but his strength has greatly increased. I used my full power, but not only did I fail to gain any advantage, I was injured instead. Now Flower Mountain is blocking the road to obtaining the scriptures, and Sun Wukong is determined not to let Tang Seng pass. Buddha, this matter needs to be considered carefully. The Tathagata nodded, his eyes still calm. He said, This matter was within my expectations. The journey to the west is not only a major event for the Buddhist sect, but also a significant matter for the wilderness. Previously, during discussions with the Heavenly Court, it was all just a FAAD, dragging things out. It seems now that the Heavenly Court has taken action behind the scenes. The tightening band on the monkey's head being removed is related to them. Now, the monkey's strength has improved far beyond the past. Either he hid his strength when obtaining the scriptures, or the Heavenly Court provided him with elixirs. But in any case, the scriptures must be obtained. This is crucial for the Buddhist sect. Guanyin, you should rest for a while. I will send someone to handle this matter. Yes, Guanyin nodded. The Tathagata continued, Everyone, don't worry too much. I will handle this matter. The chanting resumed. However, the Tathagata's heart was not as calm as it seemed. If the monkey truly hid his strength, Then when he was suppressed that day, the Tathagata did not notice. This could mean that there was a great power plotting against him, deceiving his perception, and had begun laying plans since then. After so much time, this plan seemed overly far-reaching. As for the elixirs, what kind of elixir could allow that monkey to increase his strength so much that even Guanyin could not subdue him? Either possibility was not simple and was quite troubling. Moreover, when did Huagua Mountain move so close to Ling Mountain? How did he not notice? Who exactly intervened? The Tathagata furrowed his brows. In the heavenly court, in the Lingxiao Hall, the Jade Emperor stroked his beard, a faint smile in his narrowed eyes. He slowly said, Wukong, doesn't he want to obtain the scriptures anymore? The Bright Star immediately responded, reporting to your majesty, the great sage was driven away by that Tang Seng. And in anger, he moved Huagua Mountain to block the road to obtaining the scriptures. Now, that Tang Seng is stuck outside Huagua Mountain, unable to advance or retreat. The great sage is indeed a bit mischievous. The Jade Emperor said, he has always been this mischievous. He has been like this for a long time. Before the journey to obtain the scriptures, I already spoke to the Buddhist sect about this, but they were so stubborn. Now that such a thing has happened today, I am also powerless, haha. Tai Bai Jingxing immediately understood the meaning of the Jade Emperor and said, it's all because Tang Xuanzong is too overbearing. Otherwise, with the peaceful temperament of the great sage, how could he casually get into a conflict with anyone? Moreover, the great sage is usually very well behaved. It's all that bald donkey's fault. Upon hearing this, all the celestial officials in the heavenly court couldn't help but chuckle. Peaceful temperament? Well behaved? None of these words could be associated with that monkey. Who didn't know that the monkey was wild and unruly, the most irritable, and would dare to attack the heavenly court at the slightest disagreement? When Sun Wukong was chosen for the journey to the west, all the celestial officials had different expressions. But who would have thought that after such a long time, there would be no trouble? But now, wasn't retribution finally here? I told you long ago that this monkey is not so easy to control, but you didn't listen and insisted on choosing him. Now good luck blaming us. The Jade Emperor stroked his beard and suddenly said, I also heard that Buddhism has replaced that Tang Seng's disciple because of this matter. How can this be? At that time, it was agreed that Wukong is the great sage equal to heaven of our heavenly court, and I reluctantly let him go. To this day, that great sage's mansion is still there. This is a capable aide of the heavenly court, and he didn't even say a word before replacing him? The Jade Emperor immediately issued a decree, Tai Bai Jingxing, you go to Buddhism and question that Tathagata about why he suddenly changed disciples. Today, he replaced our great sage equal to heaven. Does that mean he will replace Marshal Tianpeng and General Zhuanlian tomorrow? You must ensure he gives me, in the heavenly court, an explanation, otherwise, it would be better to recall all remaining personnel. Yes, I will obey your decree. Tai Bai Jingxing responded immediately, accepted the Jade Emperor's edict, and left. The atmosphere in the heavenly court became much more cheerful. At this time, someone suddenly suggested, Your Majesty, the great sage's mansion has not been visited for a long time. Why not send someone to clean it up? Just in case the great sage becomes nostalgic one day and wants to come back to stay for a few days. The Jade Emperor laughed. The mansions in the heavenly court were naturally untouched by dust. Even if they hadn't been cleaned for hundreds or even thousands of years, there would be no issues. Now, this action was naturally to annoy Buddhism. You changed disciples, so I will clean the mansion. At worst, I will recall the people back. Today it's a great sage equal to heaven. Who knows, tomorrow it might be Marshal Tianpeng, General Zhuanlian, or even the White Dragon Horse. Your pilgrimage team has so few people. If they all run away, what good is the pilgrimage? Buddhism won't achieve any great plans. He immediately said, Granted. Send someone to clean it up and plant a few more peach trees in the mansion. Wukong loves those. All the celestial officials agreed. But a certain unnamed deity from the sand Tanhai Hui thought deeply after hearing this. Huagua Mountain. The formation was set up in an instant. Now, no one could peek inside Huagua Mountain. Next, they could confidently recruit more troops. Now that the Bull Demon King had become the central general, they had the troops. But they needed soldiers. They had to train the troops of Huagua Mountain and let their brother recruit more demon soldiers. Hundreds of thousands of demon soldiers were still needed. However, just as Sun Wukong was thinking about this, the system's voice suddenly sounded. Ding. Short-term mission triggered. Tang Seng is ungrateful and unjust. Not only has he forcibly replaced disciples, driven you away, but he has also called people from Buddhism to want to take drastic measures. Please punish Tang Seng once. Punish? The monkey stroked the hair on his chin and gradually came up with an idea. Chapter 15. Buddha. Tang Seng returns to the Tang dynasty brother. The Bull Demon King came over, smiling, and said, Your Huagua Mountain is truly different from before. The spiritual energy is so rich, and not only that, but there are also many Tao rhythms within the spiritual energy. This is truly a great help for improving cultivation. He couldn't help but praise. As long as my brother is comfortable, how about it? Did I not lie to you? It's much better than the formation in the heavenly court. Much better. In comparison, the bull's previous cave was like dung. Hey, brother, there's no need to belittle yourself. The monkey waved his hand. For now, just stay here and cultivate well. We still have tough battles to fight in the future. That's true. If that group of bald donkeys from Buddhism comes again, just tell me, and I will definitely stand up to them. The monkey laughed heartily, then changed the subject. But for now, I've decided to collect some interest. Collect interest? The Bull Demon King was taken aback. Sun Wukong smiled and said, "Isn't that Tang Seng wanting to go to the west to obtain scriptures? He came all the way from the Eastern Tang dynasty, and it's been quite some time. Previously, I took him along. There were many monsters on the way, and it took a lot of effort to protect that useless person. Now, since he insists on driving me away, I can't just let the road I took him through go unaccounted for." "That's true." The Bull Demon King immediately nodded in agreement and then asked, "So, brother, what are you planning to do?" Sun Wukong's mouth curled into a cold smile and said, "I plan to personally take action and send him back." "Back?" Sun Wukong nodded and said, "He usually talks to people, saying he comes from the Eastern Tang dynasty and goes to the west to pay respects to the Buddha and seek scriptures. This journey, all of it is my contribution. Now that he doesn't acknowledge it, I'll let him have his way. I plan to send him back to the Eastern Tang dynasty. Let him walk through the 81 tribulations again." Upon hearing this, the Bull Demon King's eyes lit up, and he gave Sun Wukong a thumbs up. "Brilliant, truly brilliant, brother. Let that bald donkey go back and walk through it again. Torment him severely. Brother, do you need my help?" "No need, brother, just a bald donkey. I'll handle it myself. You just focus on your cultivation." After saying this, Sun Wukong did not linger and directly left Huagua Mountain, heading to where Tang Seng and the others were resting. After that battle, Tang Seng was clearly terrified and sat in one place, looking up at the sky like a fool. At this moment, Sun Wukong had already appeared in the sky, and with a puff, a black wind blew. The sun and moon lost their light, and the sky suddenly darkened, making it impossible to see anything. Pig Beiji immediately shouted, "Not good. Something is about to happen. Quickly surround the master." Sha Sang also understood and gritted his teeth. Someone must be trying to harm the master. Pig Beiji said, "But this is outside Huagua Mountain. Who dares to act?" According to his thoughts, with his monkey brother's reputation as the great sage equal to heaven, at this time, there were still monsters bold enough to act near Huagua Mountain. Were they seeking death? However, no matter how they thought, they couldn't imagine that the one personally taking action now was Sun Wukong. With just a slight trick, he captured Tang Seng. Not only Pig Beiji and Sha Wu Jing, but even the 4 guards protecting Tang Seng, the 5 directions revealer, the 6 Ding and 6 Jia, and the 18 protectors of the teachings, had no reaction at all. By the time they reacted, the sky was clear again, the black wind dissipated, and everything was clear before their eyes. However, as things became clear, they suddenly realized that Tang Seng was actually missing. Sha Seng's eyes widened, staring at the empty space, and said with great familiarity, "Big senior brother. No, second senior brother. The master has been captured again." After finishing, he remembered that the big senior brother was not there, and changed his words. Zhu Beiji opened his mouth and helplessly glared at Sha Seng, saying, "Old pig's eyes are not blind." But who exactly was taken away? He suddenly turned his head to look in the direction of Huagua Mountain, having a guess. It shouldn't be, right? What can Monkey Brother do with this bald donkey? He is already immortal. The meat of a bald donkey is of no use at all. Just as Zhu Beiji was thinking, the monkey, holding Tang Seng in one hand, had already somersaulted to the Eastern Tang dynasty. At this moment, Tang Seng had closed his eyes in fear, tears streaming down his face. He thought, "Why is my life so bitter? It was bad enough to be captured by monsters while seeking scriptures. How come now? I haven't even started my journey, and yet I'm captured? When will this bitter life come to an end?" Just as Tang Seng lamented his misfortune, he suddenly felt his feet touch the ground, and his body stabilized. Tang Seng was bewildered. What's going on? Did I arrive at the monster's lair? He steadied his mind and, following the original routine, immediately put his hands together and silently recited, "This poor monk comes from the Eastern Tang dynasty, going to..." Before he could finish, looking at the people around, he suddenly felt a bit familiar. The Tang Emperor sitting on the throne twitched his mouth and said, "Your Highness, I of course know you are from the Tang dynasty. You have been traveling west for quite some time. Why are you back so soon? Have you finished obtaining the scriptures? But I see you are all alone and haven't brought any luggage. Where are the scriptures? Quickly take them out and show me." Tang Seng was completely dumbfounded. This Tang Emperor? Have I returned to the Tang dynasty? No, I have traveled so far for so long, faced countless hardships, and was just about to reach Lingshan to obtain the scriptures. How come I closed my eyes and opened them to find myself back in the Tang dynasty? The Tang Emperor urged, "Your Highness, stop keeping me in suspense. Quickly take out the scriptures and let me see." Tang Seng was instantly on the verge of tears. "The scriptures? I want the scriptures too. I haven't obtained them yet. Who the hell sent me back? I don't want to return to the Tang dynasty. I want to go to the Western Heaven." In the sky, witnessing this scene, Sun Wukong immediately smiled. "Ding, task completed. You have obtained the bloodline of the ancient fierce beast, Chaos Demon Ape." Chaos Demon Ape? He suddenly remembered that in ancient times, there was a fierce beast named Chaos Demon Ape, which died under the Panga's axe during the creation of the world. Later, its bloodline split into 4, the long-armed monkey, the red-tailed monkey, the 6-eared macaque, and the spirit clear stone monkey. Sun Wukong himself is the spirit clear stone monkey. Is this going to enhance my background? At this moment, in Lingshan, the Buddha asked the Bodhisattva Puxian beside him, "Is Tang Seng still outside Huagua Mountain?" The Bodhisattva Puxian calculated with his fingers. and his expression suddenly stiffened. Reporting to the Buddha, Tang Seng has already arrived in the Eastern Tang dynasty. What? Chapter 16. The Jade Emperor's Decree. Shouldn't Nezha come? How to use this bloodline? Should I just swallow it? Sun Wukong looked at the Chaos Demon Ape bloodline in his hand, which contained a powerful aura, and fell into doubt. Although he knew it was a powerful innate divine demon, would there be any risks in swallowing it directly? Just as he was wondering, he saw the system's upgrade. Swallowing the Chaos Demon Ape bloodline directly can enhance the host's background, along with improving your strength and realm. After seeing this line of text, Sun Wukong no longer hesitated and began to swallow it. As the bloodline of the Chaos Demon Ape entered his body, a surge of energy erupted instantly, and a rich power quickly filled his body. Almost in an instant, Sun Wukong's strength, originally at the mid-stage of Quasi-Saint, was raised to the late stage of Quasi-Saint. The improvement in strength was secondary. The most important thing was that his background had also been enhanced. In the Hongwang world, backgrounds are divided into postnatal, innate, great power, Quasi-Saint, and Saint, and then further divided into 4 small realms. Sun Wukong's original background was mid-stage great power, but after swallowing this bloodline, it was directly raised to late-stage Quasi-Saint, a significant enhancement. At the same time, with the improvement of his background, his comprehension of the laws of heaven and earth, perception of spiritual power, and upper limits were also enhanced. At this moment, feeling the rich power within him, Sun Wukong was extremely satisfied. Now he should consider recruiting others. As for the demon soldiers, let his brothers handle that. He planned to recruit a few more people, as there were still too few strong people in Flower Mountain. If the Buddhist faction really launched a large-scale attack, it would definitely not be enough. As for who to recruit, he thought of the innate spirit orange he had obtained. The Qing Niu Jing is indeed a good candidate, but he first needs to plant this innate spirit orange well. That cow is very fond of oranges. If the oranges are well planted, he won't be afraid of the cow not coming. At this moment, in Lingshan, when the Bodhisattva Puxian calculated, the result left him speechless. He first glanced at the Buddha and then silently swallowed a mouthful of saliva before speaking. Reporting to the Buddha, Tang Seng has already returned to the Eastern Tang dynasty. What? Suddenly, within the Great Lane Temple, exclamations arose, one after another, as the Buddhas stopped reciting scriptures, looking at Puxian in disbelief. The Buddha was also stunned for a moment and immediately said, Puxian, did you miscalculate? Puxian calculated again, then stepped out from his original position, took a deep breath, and bowed deeply, saying, reporting to the Buddha, I have calculated a second time, and the result is the same as the first time. It has been proven that Tang Xuanzang has returned to the Tang dynasty. Suddenly, the entire Great Lane Temple fell silent. The originally solemn Buddhas all raised their heads. Mount Agape, unable to accept this news. The Buddha frowned. Just the day before, he was still outside Flower Mountain. As he was about to speak, a name appeared in his mind. Sun Wukong. It seems that it was that monkey who brought Tang Seng back to the Eastern Tang dynasty. But around Tang Seng, there were the 4 heavenly kings, the 5 directions, the 6 Ding and 6 Jia, and 18 protectors, plus Marshal Tianpeng and General Julian, along with the white dragon horse. Such tight protection, couldn't he stop that monkey? It was one thing not to pass Flower Mountain, but how could they not even protect Tang Seng? For a moment, the Buddha couldn't help but feel anger rising in his heart. This monkey must be severely punished. However, just as the Buddha was about to issue a decree, suddenly, a clear light appeared, followed by a voice. The Taibai Jinxing brings the decree of the Supreme Jade Emperor of the Haotian Golden Palace to pay respects to the Buddha of the Great Lane Temple. The Buddha adjusted his emotions, his expression immediately natural, and in a solemn voice, said, Please. The doors of the Great Lane Temple opened, and under the gaze of countless Buddhas, Taibai Jinxing stepped in, holding the Jade Emperor's decree in both hands, saying, The Supreme Jade Emperor has decreed. I have heard that the Buddhist sect has a westward journey plan, which was previously discussed with the Heavenly Court. I fully support it, and thus I have sent the great sage equal to heaven, Marshal Tianpeng, General Julian, and the 3rd prince of the Dragon Clan, Aolai, to escort the reincarnated Tang Xuanzang westward. Along the way, the great sage equal to heaven has achieved many merits. Killing monsters, overcoming difficulties, and enduring hardships can be said to be done with utmost effort. The 81 trials, most were faced by the great sage equal to heaven alone, achieving this great merit. I intend to confer rewards, but before my decree could be issued, the Buddhist sect unexpectedly changed the personnel midway, replacing the great sage equal to heaven with 3 other monsters. I am not an unreasonable person, so I specially dispatched the Star of Tai Bai to inquire. Tathagata, is it enough to simply replace the great sage equal to heaven? Why don't I issue another decree to replace the remaining Marshal Tianpeng, General of the Curtain, and the Dragon Prince Aolai as well? How about that? After reading the decree aloud, Tai Bai Jinxing put it away, bowed slightly, and said, Buddha, this is the Emperor's decree. At this moment, after the words fell, within the great Thunder Sound Temple, all the Buddhas had unsightly expressions. It was because the Jade Emperor's decree was a questioning why the Buddhist sect changed personnel at the last minute. Since that is the case, if you don't inform me about the personnel change, why don't I recall the others as well? when the time comes. Will your Buddhist sect's grand plan of going west to obtain the scriptures still be carried out or not? If this matter does not give me an explanation, then my heavenly court will not support it either, and I will gather everyone back to help the great sage equal to heaven. This decree is both a question and a threat. Tathagata's expression remained unchanged, but in reality, his palm had already tightened quietly, with anger surging. He said, I must inform the Jade Emperor that the personnel change for the journey to the west is not my wish. But because the great sage equal to heaven committed a killing crime, did not heed advice, and obstructed the journey to the west, the Buddhist sect had no choice but to take this measure. As for the others, as long as they don't make mistakes, there is no need to change them. This means that the Monkey King made a mistake, and that is why the Buddhist sect replaced him. If the others also make mistakes, it would not be impossible to replace them. Hearing this, Tai Bai Jinxing said, Buddha, I also bring a verbal message from the Emperor. Tathagata nodded and listened to the Emperor's heavenly sound. Tai Bai Jinxing imitated the tone of the Jade Emperor and suddenly said, Tathagata, do you really think I have no temper just because you changed my people for no reason? If you cannot explain this clearly, then I can only send someone else to protect your Buddhist disciples. How about the great deity of the three altars? Tathagata's face stiffened. If that Nezha really comes, it wouldn't matter if he wore one tightening hoop, even if he wore 10. It would probably hurt him before he even got to poke a few holes in Tang Seng. Chapter 17. The Monkey King goes to heaven. Buddha, I have delivered the Emperor's verbal message. Tai Bai Jinxing smiled slightly, but though his smile was faint, it appeared particularly terrifying in the eyes of Tathagata and others. After all, the journey to the west was a matter discussed between the Buddhist sect and the heavenly court. Otherwise, without the support of the heavenly court, it would be empty talk to succeed. The journey to the west is a continuation of the canonization, and it must continue. This has already received the recognition of both saints. If not, the heavenly court would not cooperate. After the canonization, the heavenly court was no longer as weak as before and gradually gained the might of the master of the three realms. Therefore, after hearing the Jade Emperor's reprimand, Tathagata also felt a headache. If he did not handle it, and Nezha really came down, then Nezha, besides being the great deity of the three altars, was also a third-generation disciple of the Chan sect. The entanglement would be significant. Tathagata said, Thank you, Star Lord, for delivering the message. Please tell the Jade Emperor that this matter will definitely give the heavenly court an explanation. And the great deity of the three altars is a strong figure of the heavenly court. Using him to obtain scriptures is overkill. Tai Bai Jinxing smiled and said, Buddha, this is just the Emperor's words. There is no need to think too much about it. However, the great sage has always been friendly with many in the heavenly court. If you cannot explain it clearly, these people may not be willing to let it go easily. Still a threat. It is equivalent to saying directly that if you cannot offer sufficient benefits, then certain strong figures in the heavenly court might come down on their own. As for who comes down, there are those in the heavenly court who do not listen to orders, such as a certain unnamed enlightened true monarch at Guanjinku. Tathagata felt a headache and waved his hand. I understand. I will investigate this matter and will definitely give the heavenly court an explanation. Then I will not stay. Tai Bai Jinxing clasped his hands and returned to the heavenly court. As soon as Tai Bai Jinxing left, the great thunder sound temple immediately became noisy. Buddha, the heavenly court is being too overbearing. What do they want to do? Are they blatantly trying to extort our Buddhist sect? It is just a wild monkey. What can we do even if we change him? This is really making a big deal out of a small matter. I see the heavenly court wanting to take advantage of the opportunity to strike at our Buddhist sect. One after another, the discussions were endless. Hearing these words, Tathagata felt increasingly irritated and suddenly shouted, Shut up! I have already made a decision on this matter. You do not need to say more. The most urgent thing now is to let Tang Seng get through this difficulty. Quickly obtain the true scriptures. Ananda, Kasayapa. You two quickly go to the Eastern Tang dynasty and bring Xuanzang back. Yes. The two then left from Ling Mountain. At this time, on Flower Fruit Mountain, Sun Wukong had been wandering around for a long time before he found a suitable place to plant the innate spiritual orange tree. The system provided not only a spiritual tree but also several finished fruits. He tasted them, and the taste was indeed quite good. Moreover, they contained quite a bit of spiritual power, counting as excellent innate treasures. Using this to deceive that Qing Miao Jing should be enough. Thinking of this, he decided he should find an opportunity to visit the heavenly court. Just when Sun Wukong had this thought, suddenly a little monkey came over. Great king, great king. There is an old man in white outside the mountain saying he wants to pay his respects to you. An old man in white. Sun Wukong had a guess and walked towards the mountain's exit. When he reached the mountain's edge, he saw Tai Bai Jinxing waiting outside. And he immediately smiled. Old heavenly officer, it's you again. Great sage. Tai Bai Jinxing solemnly bowed. I have delivered the emperor's decree to the Buddhist sect. And I didn't expect your Flower Fruit Mountain to have moved here, so I came to see you. The decree from the Jade Emperor? What does he want? It is like this. The Jade Emperor heard that you were bullied by the Buddhist sect and specially issued a decree to question the Buddhist sect. That old man has such good intentions. Great sage, you underestimate the emperor. He is the master of the three realms. And you are the great sage equal to heaven of our heavenly court. Although you were originally escorting Tang Seng westward, Your great sage's residence has always been in the heavenly court. The emperor often sends people to clean it and often mentions you. Such polite words. Sun Wukong naturally would not believe. It was certain that the old Jade Emperor knew about his confrontation with the Buddhist sect and was taking the opportunity to do something. Probably wanting to use this chance to extort the Buddhist sect. However, for now, he couldn't say it like that. He thought for a moment and smiled. Really? Really? Then I really want to find an opportunity to meet that old man. As long as the great sage wants, he can come at any time. The emperor misses you very much. Sun Wukong's eyes turned, and he followed up with, then, since there's no better day than today, why don't we go now? Now, I just got here. Hey, old Sun also misses the old Jade Emperor. It's been a long time since I've seen him, so I'll go take a look. Then your Flower Fruit Mountain. It's no problem. It's no problem. My mountain is right here. It won't disappear. As for that bald donkey, he can't get over here. He has long been sent back to the Eastern Tang dynasty. It wouldn't be that easy for that bald donkey to come over in a short time. This. Jian had no choice but to say, well, fine. However, great sage, this time the emperor has harshly reprimanded the Buddhist sect for your sake. When you go up to the Lingxiao Palace, you must be more courteous and cannot be as rude as before. I know, hurry up and go. Sun Wukong urged, and with a somersault, he ascended to the clouds, heading towards the heavenly court. Great sage, wait for me. Jian shouted from behind, but his voice quickly became inaudible. He sighed, it has been so long, and he is still so impatient. At this moment, in the eastern land of Tang Seng was truly at a loss for words. Faced with the emperor's inquiry, he had nothing to say. Where's the true scripture? It's still in the western heaven. Then how did you come back? I don't even know how I came back. Especially with the civil and military officials, one after another, asking, what? You came back alone? A high monk is really impressive. Could it be that you have magic? Not even needing a disciple, a high monk is really impressive. How did the high monk return from the western heaven in the blink of an eye? Was it the Buddha who sent you back? One question after another. It was like pouring salt into Tang Seng's wounds. But he had to answer. But how to answer? Let alone magic. He would be out of breath after walking a few steps, and without a disciple, he was stopped outside the western heaven and couldn't enter to retrieve the true scripture. If only the Buddha had sent him back, that would have been great. But no. Facing everyone's inquiries, Tang Seng stammered, his face flushed. Sweat soaked his kasaya, and he had never felt so helpless in his life. Who on earth sent this poor monk back? Chapter 18. The Jade Emperor's Scheme. Has Nezha left? With a somersault, Sun Wukong arrived in the heavenly court. He stood at the south heavenly gate, peering inside. The giant spirit god responsible for guarding it helplessly said, Great sage, you can just go in directly. How could I stop you? Sun Wukong glanced at him and said, fair enough, I heard that the Jade Emperor did a good deed. So I came to take a look. The giant spirit god said, the emperor is in the Lingxiao Palace. You can go in. However, you can meet the emperor. But do not wander around the heavenly court. Of course, I'm not the kind of person who wanders around. The giant spirit god's mouth twitched. You were not. During the peach banquet, you wandered quite a bit. Sun Wukong went straight through the south heavenly gate, flying towards the Lingxiao Palace, while also observing the heavenly court. He was considering finding a suitable opportunity to recruit a few more people for his Huawo Mountain. Nezha is indeed good, but if I want to recruit Nezha, I must first deal with Li Jing, or to be blunt, I need to resolve that tower of Li Jing's. Only then can Nezha be willing to come over. However, that tower is not easy to deal with. I can't just sneak in as the great sage equal to heaven. If only I had Lao Jun's diamond chisel. I could just catch him with that. It seems I really need to find an opportunity to visit Lao Jun and see if that ox is tied up properly. However, just as Sun Wukong was preparing to sneak over, Jian suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Great sage. Turning around, he saw the old man with a smile like blooming chrysanthemums, grinning at the monkey. The emperor's palace is on the left. Where are you going? I haven't been to the heavenly court in a long time. Just looking around. The emperor is waiting for you, so don't delay any longer. Come with me to meet the emperor. Then, Jian directly grabbed the monkey's hand, afraid he would run away. Following Jian, they headed towards the Lingxiao Palace. Your Majesty, I have brought the great sage. Inside the Lingxiao Palace, Jian bowed to the Jade Emperor and pointed at the monkey beside him. Sun Wukong naturally looked left and right, and upon hearing the voice, casually clasped his hands and smiled. Jade Emperor, I heard you were talking about me. So I came to see you. The Jade Emperor looked at the monkey's curious demeanor and didn't know what he was looking at. So he could only smile helplessly. You monkey, how come you've been accompanying Tang Seng for so long, yet you are still so impatient? Don't mention it. Sun Wukong irritably waved his hand, took a couple of steps forward, and simply sat down on the steps not far from the Jade Emperor, saying, that blind donkey. I only killed a few bandits, and he insisted on driving me away. I don't intend to play the journey to the west anymore. Let him see if he can make it without me. You monkey head. The Jade Emperor chuckled, sitting on the throne, looking at the monkey sitting not far from him. But he did not stop him. If it were anyone else, let alone sitting on his steps, just taking a couple of steps closer would have gotten them killed by the heavenly soldiers. The majesty of the Jade Emperor cannot be infringed upon. That is the bottom line. However, when this bottom line involves a monkey, it can be flexibly adjusted. I also heard that you secretly sent Tang Seng back to the eastern land of Tang, wanting him to retrieve the scripture again? Sun Wukong was momentarily stunned, squinting at the Jade Emperor. Who told you that? I didn't do that. The Jade Emperor laughed heartily. Haha, I didn't see it, don't worry. No one could see it, but as for this matter, besides you monkey, no one else would do it. So it was a guess. Sun Wukong immediately pouted and said, you old man are really too untrustworthy, actually trying to trick me. I did not. But this matter you did is indeed not very proper. What is improper about it? The monkey immediately glared. The Jade Emperor chuckled and then transmitted his voice to Sun Wukong. You sent Tang Seng back to the eastern land of Tang, and that's it. Why didn't you spread some rumors on the way? Spread what? For example, curse Tang Seng to live a few more days, beat him up to make him immortal, and so on. He had been escorted by you all the way, and he didn't suffer any hardships. Since you want to send him back and let him walk again, shouldn't he experience it all? Hearing this, the monkey's eyes suddenly lit up. Right. How did I not think of that before? He immediately smiled, looking at the Jade Emperor. You're really cunning, old man. The Jade Emperor couldn't help but laugh along. The Jade Emperor continued. However, this time you sent him back. The Buddhist sect will definitely not be happy and has already sent someone to pick up Tang Seng. It won't be long before he has to come back. So this matter needs to be intercepted. Sun Wukong nodded. You make sense. I will go have someone intercept him. No need. I have already arranged for someone to do it. The Jade Emperor waved his hand. Arrange for someone? The monkey was taken aback, then scanned the Lingxiao Palace and indeed did not see Li Jing and his son. Sure enough, when it comes to cunning, the Jade Emperor is the best. You haven't been back to the heavenly court for a long time. This time you return, don't be in a hurry to leave. The great sage's mansion has always been kept for you. Why not go back and take a look? All right, then I will take my leave, old Jade Emperor. As he was leaving, he once again clasped his hands to the Jade Emperor, but this time he took a little longer. The Jade Emperor sighed and smiled helplessly. And at this moment, within the Tang territory, Ananda and Kasyapa were commanded by the Tathagata to enter here and look for Tang Seng. At this moment, Tang Seng was at the banquet of the Tang Emperor, facing inquiries from various nobles and the Emperor himself, and he was truly in a difficult position. However, he dared not reveal that he had not obtained the true scriptures, fearing that the angry nobles and the Emperor would drag him out and behead him. In front of the crowd congratulating him, Tang Seng could only force a smile, until Ananda and Kasyapa appeared, at which point he finally breathed a sigh of relief. He quickly stood up and said, everyone, the Buddha must have called me for something. I will take my leave first. After saying that, he hurriedly made his way towards Ananda and Kasyapa, as if he were escaping. Upon seeing Ananda and Kasyapa, the Tang Emperor was momentarily stunned and then asked, respected ones, where is the true scripture that our great Tang monk has brought back? I have not seen him bring it with him. Did you come to deliver it personally? Ananda and Kasyapa smiled at Tang Seng, who turned pale and kept signaling with his eyes. Ananda quietly transmitted a message. Tang Seng, we will help you get through this. But afterward, you will have to offer us some rewards, understand? Tang Seng's expression darkened, but to conceal the past, he had to nod in agreement. Ananda immediately showed a smile and said, the true scriptures are still on the way, your majesty need not worry. We have come this time to take Monk Xuanzang away. Please forgive us. They planned to take Tang Seng directly back to the outside of Flower Mountain, and then the Buddhist sect would step in to capture that monkey. As for the responsibilities from the heavenly court, they naturally intended to delay it for a while, dragging it out until they could pass this difficulty. However, unexpectedly, outside, Li Jing and Nezha were waiting with many heavenly soldiers and generals. Chapter 19. Nezha, let's put these bald heads on spikes. Outside, Nezha and Li Jing stood in the sky with many heavenly soldiers and generals, quietly waiting. Li Jing was at the forefront, but he always felt as if something was watching him, making him feel cold all over. When he turned around, he happened to catch Nezha's gaze, which startled him, and he instinctively looked at the pagoda in his hand, then breathed a sigh of relief, feeling at ease. Fortunately, the pagoda was still there. Feeling a bit braver, Li Jing couldn't help but snort and said, that monkey Sun Wukong, instead of properly following Tang Seng to the west to obtain the scriptures, insists on causing trouble. The Emperor even indulges him. The Jade Emperor had ordered him to lead Nezha and the heavenly soldiers to surround them, which Li Jing was naturally reluctant to do. He was already unwilling to take action, let alone with Nezha. Speaking of Nezha, he felt a headache coming on. He was his son, but not long ago. When Nezha had caused a lot of trouble, Li Jing had decided to abandon him to protect Chuntang Pass and himself. But who would have thought that Nezha would come back to life? And from that moment on, their father-son relationship was completely severed. If it weren't for the exquisite pagoda he held, Li Jing wouldn't have felt any peace in his heart. The pagoda was what kept Nezha in check. With the pagoda in hand, they were still father and son. If the pagoda were gone, he would surely have to hear Nezha calling him Li Jing the old thief and wanting his life. Feeling a chill, Li Jing took 2 steps back, distancing himself from Nezha, and felt a bit better. Then, he looked down quietly, waiting for Tang Seng to come out. Before long, Ananda and Kasyapa brought Tang Seng out. But the 2 Buddhas were not empty-handed. The Tang Emperor, seeing the 2 revered ones, naturally did not hold back on his treasures, and Ananda and Kasyapa were delighted. accepting whatever came their way. Tang Seng wanted to say something but held back, as he had leverage in their hands and had to remain silent. After leaving the palace, Ananda and Kasyapa began to perform a spell to lift Tang Seng to the heavens, heading towards Huahua Mountain, but unexpectedly, at that moment, a large dark cloud gathered in the sky. Upon closer inspection, it was not a cloud, but a mass of heavenly soldiers. In front stood the pagoda bearing Heavenly King Li Jing and the great god Nezha. Li Jing snorted lightly and said, "Gentlemen, this road is blocked." Ananda immediately replied, "Li Jing, you received the blessings of the Buddha in the past, which allowed you to obtain the exquisite pagoda to restrain Nezha. Now that our Buddhist mission to the west is at hand, do you not understand gratitude and wish to obstruct us?" Li Jing's face showed difficulty. Nezha, however, did not care much, and with his fire-tipped spear, he thrust forward, sneering, "3 bald donkeys. Just wait until I skewer your 3 bald heads and roast them. Then present them to the Tathagata." Saying this, he was about to make a move. Ananda and Kasyapa's expressions changed dramatically. Who in the 3 realms did not know that this great god Nezha was the most ferocious and a man of his word? If he said he would skewer you by midnight, you would be lucky to keep your head until the next hour. The 2 Buddhas' hearts raced, and they had no intention of making a move. Ananda urgently called out, "Li Jing, do you want to watch your son kill us? Are you trying to make an enemy of the Buddhist sect? Do you want to repay kindness with enmity?" With each word he spoke, Li Jing's expression changed a bit. And finally, he sighed. The exquisite pagoda in his hand trembled and radiated layers of Buddha light towards Nezha, as he said, "Nezha, stand down." Nezha stopped his movements, casting a cold glance at Li Jing, with undisguised killing intent in his eyes. Li Jing lightly coughed to cover his embarrassment, but a chill had already crept up his spine. He sighed inwardly. This rebellious son would only harbor more hatred for him now. He sighed and looked at Ananda and Kasyapa. "Respected ones, my rebellious son will not attack now. You can rest assured." Seeing this, the 2 felt a bit more at ease. It wasn't that they were afraid of fighting. It was just that once Nezha started, he would go mad. And if you hit him once, he would stab you with his spear, not resting until he killed you. Who wouldn't feel a headache facing such an opponent? Ananda joined his hands together, silently reciting a Buddha's name, and asked, "Li Tianwang, what is your intention in blocking our way here?" Li Jing straightened his posture and said, "The emperor has ordered us to guard the Tang emperor and not let anyone approach or deceive him." Ananda narrowed his eyes. Clearly, this was just a set of excuses. It was obvious that the Jade Emperor had sent someone to block them from taking Tang Seng back. Ananda tried the same tactic again. "Li Tianwang, you have a connection with our Buddha." At this, Li Jing did not hesitate to respond. "I am a person of the heavenly court." This was a clear refusal. The expressions of the 2 immediately darkened, with Li Jing and Nezha, along with so many heavenly soldiers. It was nearly impossible for them to take Tang Seng away. What should they do? For a moment, both of them were at a loss. This task was not easy to handle. "Heavenly court, great sage, your residence is right here." After coming out of the Lingxiao Palace, the Star of Venus followed Sun Wukong while pointing the way. Sun Wukong felt a bit helpless and said, "Old Sun's memory isn't that bad yet. I still know where the residence is." The Star of Venus smiled lightly and said, "I was just afraid that great sage hasn't come for a long time and might be unfamiliar." Sun Wukong was speechless. Since coming out of the Lingxiao Palace, he had gained a tail. It seemed that this old man was truly worried that he would cause trouble again. But was he really that kind of monkey? Would he cause trouble? What a joke. Back in the Lingtai Fangsuan Mountain, at the Shiyue Sanshin Cave, he had been the most well-behaved and sensible, praised by his master. However, speaking of this, it had been a long time since he last visited. He wondered if his master was well. After this matter is settled, I need to find some time to sneak back and see master. The monkey thought to himself, and followed Tai Bai jinxing all the way to the great sage's mansion. It still looked the same as he remembered. Nothing had changed. When Sun Wukong stepped inside, he looked around the environment and couldn't help but feel a bit sentimental. The past is gone, and what once was is no more. Shortly after Sun Wukong entered, he discovered that a few more peach trees had been planted in his great sage's mansion. Tai Bai Jinxing smiled and said, "This was personally ordered by His Majesty to be planted. Although they are not as precious as the peaches of immortality, they are also rare spiritual items in the mortal realm. They haven't borne fruit yet, but as long as they are well taken care of, it won't be long before you can enjoy spiritual peaches in the great sage's mansion." Looking at the smiling old man, it was hard for Sun Wukong to dislike him. He nodded and showed a sense of nostalgia. "Old star, we have known each other for quite a while now, and I won't hide anything from you. This time I go to the heavenly court, I definitely won't cause any trouble, so you can rest assured." Tai Bai Jinxing nodded and said, "What the great sage says, I believe. How could I doubt the great sage?" Just then, before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly froze. Because there was no one in front of him, the monkey was gone. Chapter 20. Tang Seng. We just need to put the tightening curse on Nezha. This old man has made Sun Wukong feel a bit embarrassed. On the way out of the great sage's mansion, Sun Wukong mumbled to himself. After coming out of the Lingxiao treasure hall, he wanted to make a run for it directly, with Nezha not around. He thought he could find some time to visit the old lord and see if he could take away the old lord Expelled. However, he didn't expect that even after leaving, Tai Bai Jinxing followed him all the way to the great sage's mansion. He even specially introduced the few peach trees that the Jade Emperor ordered to be planted, making it a bit awkward for him to just slip away. But still, he had to leave. What was there to stay for in the great sage's mansion? He had to return to Flower Fruit Mountain. He had so many things to do. Staying here was meaningless, and he still needed to deal with that bald donkey. The Jade Emperor sent people to keep an eye on that bald donkey. Should he take the opportunity to move Flower Fruit Mountain in front of the Tang dynasty and make that bald donkey go through the 81 difficulties again? Then he would definitely be the first difficulty. Going to the west to obtain scriptures? What scriptures are worth obtaining? As Sun Wukong thought about this, he quietly headed towards the 33 heavens, leaving the Li Hentian. The Li Hentian Doshui Palace is where the Old Lord resides. He had been thinking about the Old Lord Expelled for a long time. Meanwhile, in the great sage's mansion, Tai Jingxing sighed with a helpless smile. After all these years, the monkey's impatient nature hadn't changed at all. He was still like this. He turned back and looked at the few peach trees planted in the great sage's mansion, slowly walked over, picked up the divine water pot, and watered the peach trees with the unique celestial water from the heavenly court, muttering, "I wonder if I should water the peach trees before leaving, otherwise I don't know when we will be able to eat peaches." Tai Jingxing was busy with this and didn't care where the monkey had gone. After all, this was his nature since ancient times. He had already caused a stir in the heavenly palace and had been pressed under the Five-Finger Mountain. He could do whatever he wanted. What outrageous things could he do? Within the Tang dynasty, Ananda and Kasyapa still couldn't think of a good way. Faced with Li Jing, Nezha, and numerous heavenly soldiers, it was almost impossible to take Tang Seng away just like that. They had no choice but to retreat again and think of a plan. At this point, both of them even considered directly abandoning Tang Seng and returning to Ling Mountain. Although the Tathagata sent them to bring Tang Seng back, now that someone was blocking them, it was beyond their capacity to handle. With only this little incense a year, what was the use of risking their lives? They had made up their minds to ignore Tang Seng and just return. However, seeing their intentions, Tang Seng was naturally not foolish. If Ananda and Kasyapa returned, wouldn't he have to face the Emperor of Tang again? And what about the true scriptures? He hadn't obtained them yet. This wouldn't do. He became anxious and walked up to the two, clasped his hands together, and without even chanting a Buddhist verse, said directly, "Respected ones, someone is blocking the road ahead. What should we do about this?" Ananda directly laid out the cards, spreading his hands, and said, "There's no way. The people blocking us are the heavenly kings Li with the pagoda and Nezha, along with many heavenly soldiers. If they are determined to stop us, even the two of us can't get through, let alone take you with us." Implicitly, it meant that Tang Seng was just a burden, useless. Tang Seng felt that this tone sounded familiar, very much like that monkey he hated. But these two were respected figures of the Buddhist sect, representing the Tathagata, so he couldn't speak to them in the same tone as he did with that monkey. He didn't have the courage. He could only speak politely. "I trouble the two respected ones to think again. This poor monk is also for the Buddhist sect, for the great plan of the West." Ananda glanced at him and said, "For the Buddhist sect? Aren't we too? Did we come all this way just to play with you? And you say it's for the Buddhist sect? If you really cared for the Buddhist sect, how could you have driven that monkey away back then? If it weren't for your insistence on driving that monkey away, would we be in this predicament now? Why did we come here? To pick you up? We are here to clean up the mess because of you. And now you open your mouth and say it's for the Buddhist sect. You really have no shame." Ananda spared no feelings, scolding Tang Seng until his face turned red with embarrassment, wishing he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. In the end, he could only stammer, "It is indeed the fault of this poor monk, but now, shouldn't we find a solution?" "A solution?" Ananda directly sat down on the ground and said, "The heavenly court has already sent people to block us. There's no way, not to mention the two of us. Even if there were two more, we couldn't get through. You might as well wait here. Kasyapa and I will go back, tell the Tathagata about this, and wait for news from the Tathagata." After saying this, Ananda intended to leave. Tang Seng became anxious and hurriedly stepped forward to grab Ananda, saying, "Respected one, please wait a moment. Actually, this matter is not without a turnaround. You have a way?" Ananda looked at Tang Seng skeptically. Tang Seng secretly pulled out a shiny round object from his bosom. Upon seeing this, Ananda was taken aback. This was the tightening curse that Guanyin Bodhisattva had given him, which had previously been placed on that monkey's head but was removed by the monkey and now returned to his hands. "Respected ones, my Buddhist sect has a favor with the heavenly king Li. He can be reasoned with. But that Nezha is particularly fierce and difficult to negotiate with. So the key to whether we can leave lies with him. As long as we can find a way to put this tightening curse on his head, and I chant the tightening spell, this curse will naturally shrink. At that time, he will be in unbearable pain and lose his fighting capability. Then we can reason with the heavenly king Li, appealing to his feelings and reasoning with him. He will appreciate the Buddhist sect's kindness, and naturally, he will let us pass. Thus, we will be able to get through." After hearing this, Ananda was skeptical. Could this really work? Tang Seng assured him, "Of course. This was given by Guanyin Bodhisattva. When this tightening curse was placed on that monkey's head, the monkey was indeed in unbearable pain and had no fighting capability. If that monkey could fall for it, then Nezha should also be unable to withstand it. Moreover, even if he can withstand it, his combat power will surely be greatly diminished. I see that King Li also harbors dissatisfaction towards him. Perhaps we can persuade King Li to assist us. At that time, with the two revered ones taking action, they will surely be unstoppable and victorious. The two revered ones are able to cope with such difficult situations. When they return to Ling Mountain, this matter will surely be known to the Buddha. Isn't this all thanks to the two of you? Upon hearing this, Ananda and Kasyapa exchanged glances, and at that moment, they were moved. This plan seems like it can really work. Chapter 21. Tang Seng, the script is wrong. Why isn't Nezha afraid? Ananda and Kasyapa's reactions did not escape Tang Seng's notice, but he did not show it. Instead, he continued, in this way, the Buddha's plan can also be fulfilled, which would naturally be a great achievement for the two revered ones. If the Buddha learns of this, he will surely value the two of you even more. After all, since the Buddha sent you here, he must know that your abilities are extraordinary. Even the most difficult tasks can be accomplished. With Tang Seng's words, Ananda and Kasyapa no longer hesitated and made up their minds. Ananda said, what you said does have some truth. For the sake of the Buddha's plan for the westward journey, the two of us should indeed do more. Since that's the case, let's proceed as you suggested. But are you sure this plan will work? Tang Seng nodded and assured, it will definitely work. That mischievous monkey claims to have caused a ruckus in heaven. He must be stronger. If he can't withstand it, why would anyone else? Ananda nodded, feeling completely at ease. He was aware of the monkey's abilities. The three then began to discuss the specifics of how to implement this plan. Meanwhile, in the sky, Li Jing watched the three who had calmed down and felt some doubts in his heart, but he did not think too much about it. The Jade Emperor's decree only required them to stop them. There was no need to do anything further. However, every time his gaze met Nezha's, he felt extremely uncomfortable. With a sigh, he could only endure it. Not long after, the figures of Ananda and Kasyapa suddenly reappeared, with Tang Seng behind them. Li Jing immediately perked up and hurriedly moved away from Nezha, going closer to the three. He said directly, you three, I have already mentioned my earlier words to King Li. Before he could finish, Ananda chanted a Buddhist mantra and then said, you should know how important this westward journey is for the Buddha. If this journey fails, then the Buddha's previous plans will all be rendered useless. You have received the Buddha's grace. Are you not planning to repay this grace? Li Jing replied sternly, I indeed have received the Buddha's grace. But this matter is one thing, and that is another. I am the heavenly King Li of the heavenly court and will never go against His Majesty's orders. What if the Buddha were to bestow another grace upon you? Bestow another grace? What do you mean? Ananda smiled mysteriously and said, though the great god of the three altars is your son, he must be a headache for you, right? Li Jing was taken aback and fell silent. However, from his expression, Ananda had already made a judgment and continued, I have a plan that can make him obedient to your words, and he will no longer disrespect you or act against you. Upon hearing this, Li Jing's breath quickened, and he instinctively asked, what plan? Ananda smiled and said, you don't need to do anything. Just stay here for a while, and you will soon understand. He thought simply, even if Li Jing repeatedly obstructed him. As long as he could delay Li Jing for a moment, once the tightening spell was placed, with the tightening spell's enhancement, they might even be able to make Nezha stall Li Jing for a moment, and at that time, they could easily escape. This plan seemed perfect in every way. Li Jing, upon hearing this, fell into hesitation, but at that moment, Kasyapa had already taken action and quietly approached Nezha. Seeing Kasyapa coming, Nezha narrowed his eyes, and his fire-tipped spear instantly erupted with flames. He immediately said, bald donkey, do you want to die first? Prince of the Third Hall, I have something to say to you, Kasyapa replied. No need, you can say it to my spear. Nezha retorted. Without further ado, the fire-tipped spear unleashed its flames, and Nezha, without hesitation, lunged forward with a thrust. Kasyapa did not expect this and was momentarily caught off guard, but instinctively he dodged to the side. However, the fire-tipped spear grazed his body, leaving a large wound on his waist, igniting his monk's robe with the accompanying flames. If it weren't for the fact that his robe had been bathed in Buddhist teachings daily on Ling Mountain and was blessed by the Tathagata Buddha, it would have been completely engulfed in flames in an instant. He quickly severed the flaming section to prevent the Samadhi true fire from spreading further. At the same time, with an angry expression, he snarled, Nezha, you truly do not know what is good for you. Since it has come to this, do not blame me. Tightening spell. As soon as he spoke, a bright halo descended upon Nezha's head. Nezha coldly laughed, flicking his fire-tipped spear, ready to swat the tightening spell away. However, at that critical moment, Ananda exclaimed, King Li, at this crucial moment, why are you not taking action? Do you wish to fall back into that miserable state? Li Jing gritted his teeth, and the exquisite pagoda in his hand trembled, instantly radiating Buddhist light. Nezha's body paused for a moment, and the fire-tipped spear failed to knock the tightening spell away. The tightening spell landed squarely on his head. Then, the previously silent Tang Seng tightly closed his eyes and began to chant the tightening spell. Suddenly, a sharp pain surged, and the tightening spell constricted, nearly crushing Nezha's head. Nezha's eyes turned red, and he felt as if his head was about to explode, instantly realizing what was happening and erupting in anger. Li Jing. In his fury, the Samadhi true fire flared up, and his three-headed, six-armed form manifested. However, the unbearable pain on his head slowed his movements. Li Jing was immediately alarmed and instinctively wanted to flee. Yet Ananda laughed and said, King Li, do not be anxious. You only need to wait a moment, and the third prince will obediently listen. Upon hearing this, Nezha understood the malicious intent of these bald donkeys. He then noticed Tang Seng behind Ananda, who was continuously murmuring the spell. He realized that it was the bald donkey's intention that was causing him such unbearable pain. With a sinister smile, he stepped onto his windfire wheels and charged straight forward, coldly saying, Bald donkey, since you have plotted this scheme, today I will pierce you through even if I have to endure the pain myself. As he finished speaking, the Samadhi true fire erupted from the fire-tipped spear, transforming into a fire dragon. Suddenly, he thrust the spear forward, recklessly aiming to take the spear's life. Seeing this scene, Tang Seng panicked and dared not continue chanting the tightening spell. He immediately ran away. As he fled, he thought to himself, wait a minute, the script is wrong. When the tightening spell was placed on that monkey's head, it was nothing like this. That monkey clearly begged for mercy on his knees from the headache. Why is this Nezha, the third prince, instead getting more energetic the more I chant? It is evident that he won't stop until he kills me with one thrust. If I keep chanting, I will surely die on the spot. Just as Tang Seng was fleeing, a spear thrust directly pierced the ground beneath him, igniting the Samadhi true fire and creating a large deep pit. Under the influence of the tightening spell, Nezha missed his shot and pulled back, charging toward Tang Seng while shouting, Bald donkey, come here and die. Chapter 22. The Deception of the Bull Demon in the Palace of Doshui in the 33 Heavens. At the Palace of Doshui in the Heaven of Departed Love, the residence of the Supreme Lord Lao Jun, who has always maintained a transcendent status, and the Palace of Doshui has always been tranquil. However, today, a monkey has arrived here. The monkey looked around, scratched his head, and muttered, This old fellow isn't hiding somewhere to ambush me, is he? He wandered around the Palace of Doshui, but found not only the Supreme Lord Lao Jun absent, but even the two attendant boys were nowhere to be seen, which puzzled Sun Wukong. What's going on? Did that bull-nosed old Taoist go out today? This is a first. Well, isn't it better that he's out? I'm very familiar with the Palace of Doshui. I can manage on my own. Thinking of this, Sun Wukong dashed straight toward the bull pen in the Palace of Doshui. He came specifically for the bull demon. Back during the journey to the west, the bull demon had a powerful weapon known as the diamond cutter. He was indeed formidable, and later, he brought many people from heaven, but they were all useless. Relying on that diamond cutter alone, he managed to take all their treasures. If he could trick that bull demon into coming to his Huagua mountain, then no matter which bald donkey from the Buddhist sect came, their treasures would have to stay behind. Before long, he arrived at the bull pen, where the bull demon was quietly grazing. It wasn't until the monkey approached that he lifted his eyelids and said, Why isn't this monkey going with Tang Seng to the west for scriptures? Why are you back at the Palace of Doshui? Are you trying to steal some elixirs again? Sun Wukong replied, Don't talk nonsense. When did I ever steal elixirs? That last time, the bull-nosed old Taoist wasn't here, so I helped him digest some of his excess elixirs. There are so many elixirs in this Palace of Doshui. If you don't eat them and I don't eat them, when will the old Taoist be able to refine new ones? Now that I've eaten quite a bit, hasn't he managed to refine new elixirs? The bull demon was taken aback and looked at Sun Wukong. Although he felt it was a twisted argument, upon reflection, there was indeed some truth to it. However, he quickly realized he had been outsmarted by this monkey. What kind of rogue theory is this? He stopped looking at him and continued to eat his celestial grass. Seeing this, Sun Wukong wasn't angry. Instead, he chuckled and said, You foolish bull, when you came down to the mortal realm, I didn't see you eating grass. How come you've changed your taste now that you're in heaven? The bull demon didn't even lift his eyelids, saying, Nonsense. When I return to heaven, where could I find so much to eat? Besides, what I'm eating now is celestial grass. How can it compare to those mortal things? Hee. Sun Wukong smiled, and then took something out from his bosom, presenting it to the bull demon, saying, Look, what is this? The bull demon looked over and saw a bright orange tangerine in Sun Wukong's hand, radiating a faint glow, overflowing with spiritual energy and a fragrant aroma. In an instant, his eyes widened. Tangerine? Give it to me. He stretched out his hoof to take the tangerine, but the monkey suddenly pulled it back and waved his other hand, saying, It's easy to say, naturally, I'll give you this tangerine, but I need a little help from you. If you help me, I'll give you this tangerine. How about that? The bull demon replied, You think too highly of yourself. You think you can bribe me with just one tangerine? Who knows what bad intentions you have? I won't go. I won't go? He turned his head away, not even looking at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong said, Hey, you foolish bull, why are you taking this seriously? This tangerine is for you. Try it first, it'll quench your longing for home. Really? The bull demon turned his head back, cautiously extending his hoof. Seeing that the monkey indeed had no intention of pulling it back, he took it, peeled off the outer skin, and popped a segment into his mouth. The moment he tasted it, he was overwhelmed by its fragrant sweetness, leaving an unforgettable aftertaste. However, after eating one segment, the bull demon reluctantly put the tangerine away. Sun Wukong said, Eat more. Why stop after just one segment? I specifically brought this for you. The bull demon replied, Never mind, now that I've eaten one, I won't be able to have it again later. I'll save it and eat a segment every now and then, It'll last me a long time. If I eat it all now, wouldn't that mean I have none left for the future? The monkey laughed. I thought you only liked the taste of grass. The bull demon shot him an annoyed glance and said, eating this every day, even if it's celestial grass, I'd have long gotten tired of it. Nothing can compare to a tangerine. Sun Wukong felt a surge of joy in his heart and said, this tangerine is no ordinary item. It's from a spirit tangerine tree I obtained in the past, which just happens to be planted in my Huabao Mountain. With careful nurturing, it won't be long before it bears a lot of fruit. However, I also want to plant more of these tangerine trees, covering a whole mountain with them. Then the entire mountain range will be filled with tangerines and the fragrance. He made a delicious gesture, making it seem enticing. Sure enough, he noticed that the bull demon's movements of chewing the celestial grass had slowed down considerably, and there was a bit of drool dripping from the corner of his mouth. He decided to play hard to get, saying, how about this, you foolish bull? You eat first. I'll just take a look and then leave. It's just a pity that my mountain of tangerines, the monkeys and their offspring don't really like them, so they might just rot away. Saying this, the monkey turned to leave. However, his steps weren't quick, and he was silently counting in his heart. 1, 2, 3. Just as he counted to 3, he heard the bull demon's voice. Hey, wait. The bull demon said, what did you say you needed help with? Sun Wukong wiped the smile off his face and said, it's not a big deal, but if I don't seek help from someone else, it might be troublesome for you if that bull-nosed old Taoist finds out you've left. The bull demon replied, what are you afraid of? Just a scolding, I can take it. Quickly say, having eaten your tangerine, I owe you a favor. Am I the kind of bull that doesn't repay kindness? That's true. Sun Wukong nodded in agreement. When I was down in the mortal realm, I could tell that among the 3 realms, you, Brother Bull, are the most extraordinary and have the most rules. No wonder you are the #1 demon in the heavenly court. Of course, the bull demon was overjoyed, and his tail behind him wagged in excitement. Quickly say, once I help you finish this task, it will count as repaying your kindness. Here's the thing. I've stopped going with Tang Seng to the west for scriptures. However, the Buddhist sect is making things difficult for me because of this, and they want to deal with me. So, I want to find a helper. You don't need to do much, just restrict their treasures a bit. As for the people, I'll handle that myself. Is that all? The bull demon looked dismissively. Thanks to gods fighting, each showing their powers, Gua Tianxiang who likes cool flowers, and using 7415 for the gifts, I kneel in gratitude. Chapter 23, Lao Jun. Is your bull still here? Humph. The true fire of Samadhi still burned, and the flames from the fire spears scorched the ground, creating a massive deep pit. And the flames continued to spread. Tang Seng saw Nezha's eyes wide with rage, bloodshot and filled with murderous intent, which directly frightened him to the core. Even when he tried to retreat, he stumbled over a rock after only a short distance and fell to the ground. Nevertheless, he still moved his buttocks, continuously trying to retreat. This scene was also witnessed by Ananda and the others. Li Jing's expression changed drastically as he observed it. Although the Jade Emperor had given orders to stop them from taking Tang Seng away, if Tang Seng were to die at this moment, the consequences would be severe. Tang Seng could die, but if he died at Nezha's hands, it would not only disrupt the plan of the Buddhist sect, but also escalate the conflict between the heavenly court and the Buddhist sect. Li Jing, leading the troops here, would undoubtedly become the main person responsible for this incident. In other words, Li Jing's responsibility would account for at least 70%. If it were just that, it would still be manageable, but the key point is that if he truly died at Nezha's hands, Nezha would undoubtedly make sure that Tang Seng's soul would be completely destroyed, making it impossible for him to be reincarnated, let alone exist as a soul. And with the Samadhi true fire burning him thoroughly, the Buddhist sect's grand plan of the westward journey would be half ruined. Li Jing really could not bear such a heavy responsibility. Ananda and Kasyapa also changed their expressions drastically. Clearly, Tang Seng had agreed wholeheartedly, and he had seemed very sincere. But such a turn of events occurred midway. They were well aware of the power of the tightening spell, which was precisely why they had agreed. But they truly did not expect that this great deity of the 3 platforms would stubbornly endure the headache and still want to stab Tang Seng to death. What was even more critical was that this fool, at such a crucial moment, was actually scared silly, and without the restriction of the tightening spell. Wouldn't it be even easier for Nezha to stab him to death? Immediately, Ananda shouted, "Fool, quickly recite the tightening spell, do you want to die?" After Ananda's reminder, Tang Seng finally woke up from his daze, quickly composed himself, and began to recite the tightening spell again. As the incantation was recited, Nezha's headache began anew. However, even though Nezha was enduring the headache, his steps did not stop, and the scorching Samadhi true fire had already caused Tang Seng to show signs of pain. The 3 of them understood that they could not let Nezha continue, otherwise, Tang Seng would really die. Ananda and Kasyapa appeared in front of Tang Seng, took a deep breath, and said, "Third Prince, please calm down. This matter can still be discussed." Suddenly, a long spear broke through the air, and the Samadhi true fire surged towards the 2 of them. Nezha, with one hand supporting his head, showed a manic expression on his face, pointing the spear forward and saying, "Bald donkey, do you think this little pain can stop me?" The 2 were immediately in a panic and could not help but look up to the sky, shouting, "Kingly, please assist us." Li Jing hesitated, as no one understood Nezha better than him. The events of bone for father, flesh for mother had all happened to Nezha, and more critically, this was done by Nezha himself. If he acted now, it would only worsen the already bad relationship, but if he did not act, Tang Seng would die. Kingly. Ananda and Kasyapa urged repeatedly, threatening, if Tang Seng dies, can you still face the Buddha's grace? With a hum, the Linglong Pagoda was finally activated, and Li Jing let out a light sigh, descending from the sky to stand in front of the two, while sternly scolding, rebellious son, stop this at once. The Linglong Pagoda emitted beams of Buddhist light, exuding immense authority. Nezha's eyes revealed killing intent, flames blazing. Seeing this scene, Li Jing's body trembled slightly, not daring to make eye contact with Nezha, and could only turn back and say, hurry and stop that spell. Upon hearing this, Tang Seng quickly stopped reciting the spell and trembled as he hid behind the three. At this moment, he did not dare to say a word. Li Jing took a deep breath, looked at Nezha, and said, his spell has stopped. This is a person of the Buddhist sect, you cannot kill him. This is the emperor's order. However, Nezha was unwilling to listen, and with Li Jing alone, he could not be stopped. What good was the Linglong Pagoda? If he did not kill Li Jing, could he not kill the three bald donkeys behind him? As Nezha was about to strike again, suddenly, a voice echoed through the heavens and earth, resounding in all directions. Amit Ba? It was seen that a person in white, holding a jade bottle, with a compassionate expression, had arrived. It was Guanyin, who had fully recovered. She waved a willow branch a couple of times, and the samadhi true fire burning on the ground slowly extinguished. Guanyin looked at Nezha and sighed lightly, saying, what is this all about? Third prince. Nezha did not lower his spear, but looked at Guanyin and asked, are you going to stop me? Guanyin shook her head. I come to convey the Buddha's will. Wanting to discuss matters with your majesty. You two might as well accompany me. Li Jing replied, your majesty ordered us to guard here. Guanyin said, this trip is precisely for this matter. Ananda and Kasyapa will return first. As for Xuanzang, he will stay here for now. After discussing with your majesty, we can make further plans. In that case, it's settled. Li Jing nodded in agreement. Third prince, why not wait until after the discussion is over to talk about revenge? Guanyin looked at Nezha. Although Guanyin had been defeated by the monkey, she was not afraid of Nezha. It was still impossible for Nezha to kill Tang Seng under her watch. However, Nezha still did not want to give up. Guanyin added, I come this time with the Buddha's will. The Buddha's meaning is that Tang Seng cannot die. Nezha sheathed his spear, retracted his 3 heads and 6 arms, and also withdrew the samadhi true fire. Good. Guanyin nodded and said, then you too, let us go to the heavenly court. Following this, Ananda and Kasyapa, under Guanyin's guidance, returned to Ling Mountain. Even though Tang Seng was unwilling, he had no choice but to stay in the Tang territory for now. Guanyin, Li Jing, and Nezha then headed to the heavenly court. However, on the way, Guanyin suddenly paused. She saw 2 figures whose auras felt quite familiar. One of them seemed to be that monkey, and the other seemed to be Lao Jun's cow. Guanyin was taken aback. It shouldn't be, right? Lao Jun's cow should be in the palace of Do Shui in the 33 heavens. It shouldn't be brought down to the mortal realm by that monkey, right? But there was no time to investigate now. Before long, Guanyin and the others arrived at the heavenly court in the Lingxiao Palace. Your Majesty. After bowing to the Jade Emperor, Guanyin looked up and was surprised to see the long-absent Taishang Lao Jun actually in the Lingxiao Palace. This made Guanyin feel somewhat strange. After all, Lao Jun's strength was extraordinary, and his status was similarly high, so he did not need to come to the Lingxiao Palace like other celestial officials every time. But why was he appearing now? Guanyin felt something was off and instinctively asked, Lao Jun, is your green cow still in the palace? Thank you to the 4 great patrons, nicknamed Qingxin, Crooked and Twisted Hunter's Armor, Liang Mu who loves to cook fish, Zhang Chong who loves to eat meat filling. The little author kneels in gratitude. Additionally, to enhance all readers' experience, future thanks to the little author will be placed in the author's notes. Thank you to all readers. The little author bows 360 degrees in gratitude. Chapter 24, Lao Jun, where's my cow? Earlier, in the palace of Do Shui, the green bull spirit said somewhat disdainfully, you called me here for such a trivial matter? Sun Wukong sighed and said, I, the old monkey, come from a humble background and can only rely on myself. How can I compare to Brother Niu? If it were a fair fight based on my own skills, I wouldn't be afraid of anyone. But once it comes to magical treasures, I really do suffer losses. I can only come to ask Brother Niu to help, so that the battle can be a bit fairer. Okay. The green bull spirit transformed into human form, no longer resembling a 4-legged bull, and suddenly asked, do you really have a mountain of oranges? Of course I do. Sun Wukong smiled and took out a spiritual orange from his pocket. The green bull spirit's eyes brightened as he took it, coughed lightly, and said, since you're in trouble and we have a friendship, I'm not the kind of bull who won't help a friend. I'll accompany you. At this moment, the monkey asked, will the old lord come out to stop us? The green bull spirit waved his hand. He left early in the morning, saying he was going to the Lingxiao Palace, and he won't be back for a while. Let's go. The green bull spirit took out a treasure from his hand and said, the treasure is naturally here. It is usually kept on my old bull's body. Hearing this, Sun Wukong smiled. He knew that this Vajrazwa was usually used by the old Taoist to lead the bull, and it was the green bull spirit's nose ring. Seeing that everything was ready, he felt relieved and said, please. Let's go? The two of them discussed and directly left the Li Hentian Do Shui Palace and descended to the mortal realm. On the way, they encountered three figures. Oh, that figure seems a bit familiar, the green bull spirit said. Sun Wukong also took a glance and naturally recognized that it was Guanyin, Li Jing, and Nezha. He thought to himself, could it be that the Buddhists have come to discuss Tang Seng's matter? No. The old monkey needs to return early to prepare and block Tang Seng. Even if the heavenly court agrees, I, the old monkey, do not agree. He immediately said, Brother Niu, let's hurry. Instantly, they quickened their pace and headed back to Flower Fruit Mountain. In the Lingxiao Palace, facing Guanin's inquiry, Taishang Laojun smiled and stroked his beard, saying, my bull is in the Do Shui Palace. Why is the Bodhisattva asking about my bull? Guanin shook her head, feeling that she might have seen it wrong. She said, when I came to the Lingxiao Palace, it seemed I saw it, but now that I think about it, I must have been too anxious and didn't see clearly. Since the old lord said that the green bull spirit hasn't descended, then there is no need to worry about it. She then looked at the Jade Emperor and said, Your Majesty, the Buddha sent me this time to discuss Tang Seng's matter. The Jade Emperor gazed down and said softly, Bodhisattva, please speak. Guanyin then said, the matter of the great sage equal to heaven was caused by my Buddhist disciples. We were not clear about it beforehand, which led to a great mistake. When the Buddha learned of it afterward, he was furious and has already issued a punishment. However, the important matter of the westward journey was only carried out after discussions between the heavenly court and the Buddhist sect. This major plan cannot be interrupted, therefore. The Buddha's intention is that the westward journey must continue no matter what. However, in light of the offense to the heavenly court, the Buddha is willing to make reparations. This means that they would have to give up something significant. Upon hearing this, the Jade Emperor immediately showed a hint of a smile and said, yes. The westward journey is a major matter. I had considered this earlier, but the great sage equal to heaven is originally a person of the heavenly court. The great sage's residence is still regularly cleaned, and I have even planted several spiritual plants there. As for Wukong, many people in the heavenly court have good relations with him. The Buddhist sect's actions are not that I am unwilling to suppress it, but there are difficulties. Guanyin nodded. Your Majesty has considered it thoroughly. While this was the official talk, behind the scenes, they naturally thought differently. It was true that the monkey had good relations with many in the heavenly court, but the Jade Emperor ruled the three realms. This was not the time for conferring gods. Back then, the Jade Emperor was still weak, and his authority over the celestial beings was limited. But now it was clear that he would not intervene and wanted the Buddhist sect to offer something in return. Earlier, the Buddhist sect had planned to delay and let Ananda and Kasyapa secretly retrieve Tang Seng first, and then deal with Sun Wukong. However, unexpectedly, the Jade Emperor directly issued an edict, ordering Li Jing and Nezha to block the Great Tang's borders, leaving Ananda and Kasyapa helpless. When the Tathagata learned of this, he understood that he could not clash with the heavenly court at this time, so he had to swallow this bitter pill. This led Guanyin to go to the heavenly court to discuss matters with the Jade Emperor again. The reparations from the Buddhist sect were certain. They only hoped that the heavenly court would not intervene further, allowing the westward journey to proceed smoothly. Of course, among the 81 trials, the heavenly court was already secretly taking action, but covert actions were ultimately better than overt ones. This way, the Buddhist sect could hold the moral high ground and be more accountable when issues arose. Guanyin produced an object in her hands and held it up, saying, Your Majesty, this is a list sent by the Buddha this time. Please take a look. The Morning Star then stepped forward to take the item from Guanin's hands and presented it to the Jade Emperor. The Jade Emperor reached out to take it, and after looking it over, the smile remained on his face. This is filled with sincerity from the Buddha. Since that is the case, I cannot be the bad guy anymore. Li Jing, Nezha, your servant is here. Both stepped forward at the same time. The Jade Emperor said, There is no need to go to the Great Tang anymore. Just withdraw the heavenly soldiers and generals. Let that Tang Seng pass smoothly. Yes, the two complied. The Jade Emperor smiled at Guanyin and said, I do this. Does the Bodhisattva still agree? Guanyin bowed again and said, Your Majesty is wise and without fault. The Jade Emperor said, In that case, you may go. The matter of the westward journey is urgent. It should be expedited. After Guanyin left, the Jade Emperor placed the list in front of him on the celestial table. The items spat out by the Tathagata were naturally numerous and mostly precious treasures of the Buddhist sect. If not for this, he would not easily let go of the leverage he held. Moreover, he had already made additional arrangements. While the heavenly court had withdrawn, the monkey had not. He was indeed the ruler of the three realms, but within the three realms, there were not just one or two who did not heed his orders. I find this very difficult too. The Jade Emperor calculated the time. The monkey should be back in the mortal realm by now. Moving Flower Fruit Mountain should not take much longer. That Tang Seng still wouldn't be able to pass. Thinking of this, the Jade Emperor felt cheerful and then looked at the Taishang Laojun beside him, softly saying, Old Lord, is your bull really still in the Do Shui Palace? The old lord stroked his long white beard, still smiling, and said, Since your Majesty has some doubts, I will go back and take a look. Saying this, the old lord left the Lingxiao Palace. The Jade Emperor watched the back of Taishang Laojun, shaking his head and chuckling. That monkey. Perhaps he really deceived that bull down to the mortal realm. The old lord had been staying in the Do Shui Palace, not coming out early or late. Yet he happened to come out at this time. Does he not know whether that bull is there or not? After Taishang Laojun left the Lingxiao Palace, the attendants were waiting outside and returned to the Do Shui Palace. He walked to the empty bull pen and immediately looked down at the two attendants, asking, "Where's the bull?" Huh? The two attendants were stunned, looking at the old lord in confusion. "Master, didn't we go out together?" Chapter 25. The Great Tang Monk. Everyone wants to hit Flower Fruit Mountain. Ding. Recruiting the second person. Congratulations on receiving the reward. Primordial level protective array. After the formation is laid out, the dojo will be deeply rooted. Without your permission, no one can pass through. Just as he arrived at Flower Fruit Mountain, such a voice rang in the monkey's ears, and he immediately showed a smile. It was truly a timely opportunity. He was just planning to move Flower Fruit Mountain outside the Tang territory, and now with this formation, he could set it up outside the mountain later. At that time, if the Buddha's followers wanted to pass through this difficulty, hey, old Sun, will be the first to disagree. After saying this, Sun Wukong immediately said, "System, move Flower Fruit Mountain outside the Tang territory." With a loud bang, a great power suddenly appeared, moving from the original location of Lion Camel Ridge and directly appearing outside the Tang territory. It was right in the way of the Tang monk's journey to the west. Set up the formation. The newly acquired formation was quickly completed, and Sun Wukong sensed it, confirming that the Tang monk was still within the Tang territory. Only then did he smile. After the Qing Niu Jing arrived, the others would naturally follow. However, there was still one thing that needed to be done. Spreading the news that scolding the Tang monk could refresh one's spirit and beating him could extend one's life was necessary. The Tang monk was still within the Tang territory. Once this news was released, hey, the monkey couldn't help but laugh. He then plucked a few hairs, held them in his palm, and blew on them, instantly creating countless clones. He then performed a transformation technique, turning all these clones into human forms. Go spread this news. Monkey. At this time, the Qing Niu Jing, holding an orange and stuffing it into his mouth, asked, "Why do I feel like something is different about your Flower Fruit Mountain? Did you just set up a formation? You monkey can set up formations too. Moreover, why is the spiritual energy here so rich? It's even more comfortable than staying in Lao Juan's Duoshui Palace." After bringing the Qing Niu Jing back, Sun Wukong allowed the gathering spirit formation to open for him, which astonished the Qing Niu Jing. The spiritual energy was incredibly rich, and the environment was very comfortable. The key point was that in this environment, the orange trees on the mountain bore fruit quite rapidly, and not only that, the quality was excellent. The oranges produced were exceptionally delicious. He instantly fell in love with this feeling. As long as Brother Nyo likes it, soon someone will come knocking, and then I'll need to trouble Brother Nyo. It's a small matter. If there is anything, just call me. I'll be in the orange grove on the back mountain. Alright. The Qing Niu Jing left. At this moment, Guanyin left the heavenly court, and Ananda and Kasayapa had returned to Ling Mountain in advance. Naturally, the task of picking up the Tang monk fell to her. This time, after exchanging with the Jade Emperor, the heavenly court would not intervene, allowing her to take the Tang monk away. In the sky, Guanyin said to the accompanying boy, "Child, you go to the Tang territory and bring Xuanzang here. I will wait for you. Later, I need to explain a few things to him." "Yes, master." The boy headed towards the Tang territory. However, on the way, he saw an extremely high mountain peak and wondered, when did such a mountain appear outside the Tang? It looks extraordinary. And this mountain just happens to be on the way to the west? What a strange thing. The boy didn't think much of it, and soon arrived in the Tang territory. However, after finding the Tang monk, the boy was suddenly stunned. He remembered that the last time he came with the Bodhisattva, this Master Xuanzang was a highly respected monk in the Tang, but now the Tang monk was being surrounded. "Quick, catch him. This damn guy can really run. Hurry, punch him first. Hit his legs, hit his legs. Once his legs are hit, he won't be able to run. Those who had hit him before, step aside. Let me have a punch too." In Chang'an City, a large crowd surrounded the Tang monk, some throwing punches, others kicking. Those who couldn't squeeze and could only stand back with their hands on their hips, cursing loudly. The language was filthy and unpleasant. The boy even doubted if he had found the wrong person. He quickly used magic to teleport himself and the Tang monk to a deserted place. Finally getting a good look. Looking at the Tang monk's face, which was swollen like a pig's head, the boy coughed and asked, "Master Xuanzang, what happened to you?" The Tang monk immediately burst into tears. "I was minding my own business, and I don't know who spread the rumor that scolding me could refresh one's spirit, and beating me could extend one's life. I initially stayed in the temple, but I couldn't fend off those people. I thought about moving into the palace, at first. It was fine, but then a black guy barged in and started hitting me without saying a word, claiming I was impersonating a high monk of the Tang. And he hit me really hard." The boy quietly asked, "Well, didn't the Tang Emperor stop it?" The Tang monk's tears flowed even more. "Among those hitting me, there was one masked man who hit the hardest, and no one dared to intervene when he was attacking." Cough, cough. The boy struggled to hold back his laughter and after a long time said, "The Bodhisattva sent me to pick you up. The Buddha's followers have already negotiated with the heavenly court, and now you can go to the west to obtain the scriptures again." The Tang monk showed no signs of reluctance and said, "Let's go quickly. I don't want to stay here for even a moment." The boy took the Tang monk and planned to go see Guanyin, but unexpectedly, just as they left the Tang territory, They suddenly saw in the sky a monkey dressed in golden armor, holding a staff. That staff was as large as a mountain and came crashing down with a thunderous sound, as if the heavens and earth were collapsing. And the two were directly smashed down from the sky like whack-a-moles. At the same time, the boy heard a shout. Where did this monster come from? Eat a stick from old Sun. Boom. The two immediately fell down, and if it weren't for the boy carrying Guanin's treasure and the Tang monk having protection, that one stick could have taken their lives. Until they landed, the boy, nearly losing his life, trembled and moved far away from the Tang monk, staring at him in terror. Master Xuanzang, what kind of karma have you created? Why does everyone want to beat you? Why is there danger everywhere? The Tang monk was also stunned. That figure looked like that rascally monkey. But this is the Tang. How did the monkey get here? He quickly looked forward and was completely dumbfounded. A towering mountain peak loomed in the path to obtaining the scriptures. This mountain peak was all too familiar to him. It was indeed Flower Fruit Mountain. That monkey was still chasing after them. Master, I can't dare to take you away anymore, otherwise my life will be at stake here. You wait a moment, I'll go report to the Bodhisattva, the Tang monk said. Then hurry up, otherwise I'm scared. This is the Tang. How could there be monsters threatening you? The boy said nonchalantly. But as soon as he finished speaking, they suddenly heard a commotion. That Tang monk has fallen over there. Quick, chase after him. Those who catch the Tang monk will be rewarded with a good beating. Instantly, the boy was so scared that he shivered and hurriedly ran away. The Tang monk completely collapsed. Who on earth is it? Chapter 26. Guanin, my treasure was taken away? Master. The boy arrived beside Guanin and knelt down in front of her. Guanin looked down at him and asked, what happened? Why did you become like this? Where is Xuanzang? Master. Something happened, a big deal. The boy quickly said, that monkey moved Flower Fruit Mountain here and is blocking the way outside the Tang territory, obstructing the essential path to the west to obtain the scriptures. What? Guanin was momentarily stunned, then descended from the sky and indeed saw a mountain peak outside the Tang dynasty, which was Huawo Mountain. Although she was taken aback for a moment, her expression remained normal as she smiled and said, this monkey is indeed somewhat scheming, and his desire for revenge is quite strong. However, the Buddhist sect has already discussed this with the Jade Emperor, and the heavenly court will not intervene in this matter. Moreover, the monkey is still the great sage equal to heaven in the heavenly court, so the Jade Emperor's decree must still hold some weight. The young disciple was momentarily stunned upon hearing this, feeling that his master's words seemed somewhat ambiguous. Of course, in reality, Guanin had returned to the Buddhist sect with other means this time. Last time, she was not well prepared, but this time, she had properly nurtured her own treasures, and their power was significantly different from before. This was her greatest confidence. Child, you follow me down. We are going to meet Xuanzang. Yes. The two then descended and pulled out the beaten-up Tang Seng from a noisy crowd. Upon seeing Tang Seng, Guanin was taken aback and subconsciously said, are you Beiji? I am Xuanzang, Bodhisattva. Xuanzang exclaimed, it's been a while since we've seen each other. You've gained so much weight. In just one day? Tang Seng had already lost count of how many times he had been beaten. Originally slender, he was now swollen several times over. If Guanin had not arrived in time, Tang Seng suspected he might have been beaten to death today. It's all that damned rumor's fault. I curse you. Cough, cough. Guanin coughed lightly. With her keen eyesight, she could naturally see the difference at a glance. However, the contrast in Tang Seng's appearance was indeed too great, and recently he had been stirred up by that monkey, which made her react instinctively. Afraid that this was something that monkey had concocted, she only relaxed after confirming it. Guanin said, Xuanzang, the Buddhist sect has discussed this with the heavenly court, and your journey westward can continue. I will take you away from here now. Bodhisattva. Tang Seng was moved to tears and prostrated, wanting to rush forward to hug Guanin's legs and cry. However, Guanin immediately dodged, a hint of displeasure flashing in her eyes as she said, no need for such formalities. Time is short. Let's set off. But that troublesome monkey. Guanin smiled and said, I have my own clever plan. She then took Tang Seng to the sky, with Huawo Mountain looming before them, blocking the way. Guanin stood at the front and called out, Wukong, come out and see me. Shortly after her words, Sun Wukong appeared, and upon seeing Tang Seng's appearance behind them, he immediately snickered. How did this bald donkey end up looking like that fool? He's even uglier than that fool. Tang Seng was furious, but as his anger surged, it aggravated his wounds, causing him to grimace in pain. Sun Wukong paid him no mind and focused his gaze on Guanin. Guanin, I have already said that this bald donkey will never be able to obtain the scriptures. I will not let him pass this trial no matter what. Guanin chuckled lightly. I have already discussed this with the Jade Emperor. The Jade Emperor has decreed that no one from the heavenly court can stop Xuanzang from traveling west. Sun Wukong was taken aback for a moment and asked, and then? The young disciple spoke up at this time, admonishing Sun Wukong. As the great sage equal to heaven of the heavenly court, are you really going to defy the Jade Emperor's decree? Sun Wukong scoffed. Is this your first day knowing me? After so many years, when have I ever listened to that Jade Emperor's decree? How dare you use that old man's decree to pressure me? Guanin, your mind seems a bit off. Guanin, however, was not angry upon hearing this. She said softly, child, take Xuanzang further away. Yes, master. The young disciple then took Tang Seng away, Guanyin then produced two items, the pure jade bottle and the willow branch. However, once these two treasures were taken out, they shone with a radiant light, their power greatly enhanced, completely different from before. Guanyin held the pure jade bottle in one hand and the willow branch in the other, inserting it into the bottle, and suddenly shouted, Sun Wukong, I give you one last chance. Stop here and do not obstruct Tang Seng's journey west. Otherwise what? Guanyin's gaze suddenly turned cold. Then I will not hold back. Sun Wukong burst into laughter, laughing wildly and with great ferocity. With a wave of his arm, the golden armor behind him shimmered, and a red cloak billowed in the wind, while the Rui Jingu Bang fell into his hand with a clang. His tone suddenly turned cold, and a killing intent emerged. Guanyin, let me see your skills. The Rui Jingu Bang swung down, and Sun Wukong's attack had already simplified to its essence, devoid of any flashy moves or rules. But the weight of this strike was earth-shattering. Clang! Guanyin flicked the willow branch, and instantly countless streams of power were released from her. The water contained in the pure jade bottle was certainly no ordinary substance, and in an instant, the Buddhist light shone brightly, exuding immense majesty. The heavenly realm where they stood began to shake and tremble at the moment of their clash, showcasing the terrifying nature of their attacks. The water in this bottle has been nurtured in the Buddhist lotus pond for millions of years. Every drop contains 84,000 Buddhist principles. Observing closely, one could see countless tiny creatures writhing within the droplets of water, exactly totaling 84,000. Guanyin's form was compassionate, yet in this moment, it contained a killing intent. Sun Wukong, however, was not afraid. At this moment, he flicked the Rui Jingu Bang behind him, stepping back half a step, and suddenly said, What a treasure! If I were to use too much strength and break it, I wouldn't know how long it would take to recover from the pain. Very well, I will let it go. Guanyin narrowed her eyes. You are conceding, you troublesome monkey? Conceding? Hee. Sun Wukong sneered. This treasure will soon belong to me, so of course, I have to take good care of it. Guanyin did not understand his meaning. But then suddenly, from within Flower Mountain, a beam of golden light burst forth, illuminating the heavens and enveloping the surroundings. Immediately, within that golden light, a bright circle began to spin, and as it turned, a terrifying suction force was released. Guanyin stumbled, unable to hold onto the pure jade bottle and the willow branch, and both treasures flew out of her hands, heading straight for Flower Mountain. In an instant, both great treasures were lost, and Guanyin was left dumbfounded. Sun Wukong had already risen and returned to the mountain, casually cupping his hands before leaving, saying, Guanyin, your treasures are good, but too few. Bring more next time. Ha ha ha. His laughter echoed through the heavens and the earth, and Guanyin's expression immediately turned ashen, looking extremely displeased. Chapter 27. The young disciple lost the cow, so they were demoted to the mortal realm. Flower Mountain. Ha ha, brother Nyo, your golden diamond is really useful. Did you see Guanyin's expression? She turned green. Sun Wukong sat in front of the Qing Nyo Jing, holding up the pure jade bottle and the willow branch, examining them closely, then said, No wonder they are the treasures of Guanyin from the Buddhist sect. They are indeed impressive. Sun Wukong himself did not possess any particularly powerful treasures. Even the Rui Jingu Bang was not of a very high grade. As for his outfit, while it was decent, compared to others, it was just average. The monkey relied more on his own strength and divine abilities. Otherwise, why would the journey west be so difficult for him? Much of it was due to being restricted by the treasures of others, leaving him with no way to deal with them. It can be said that after upgrading the Rui Jingu Bang in the binding system, the monkey itself had no powerful treasures. Qing Nyo Jing glanced over and disdainfully popped a segment of orange into his mouth. He had seen many powerful treasures while following Lao Jun. So he waved his hand and said, You two can figure it out yourselves. If an enemy comes, just call me. After saying this, Qing Nyo Jing left. Initially, he had promised to come and help, but now, seeing the vast expanse of oranges and the orchard, he suddenly changed his mind and didn't want to leave for the time being. As for when to leave, it would depend on when Lao Jun came to catch him. Whatever, he would deal with it when Lao Jun arrived. Ding, this reward is a fragment of the Tao. A fragment of the Tao? Sun Wukong was taken aback as a semi-transparent, irregular fragment appeared in his hand, exuding an extremely rich force of the Tao. It should be something to consume. After glancing at the system's description, he directly stuffed it into his mouth, and then the Tao fragment exploded within him, causing pure power to flow through his limbs and bones. It wasn't long before the monkey's original realm was once again elevated. Thus, his strength, originally in the late Quasi-Saint stage, stepped into the peak of the Quasi-Saint stage. At the same time, his foundation was also somewhat enhanced. But it was not enough for a breakthrough. Sun Wukong immediately showed a smile. This reward is not bad. At this time, outside Flower Fruit Mountain, Guanyin had nothing in her hands. The two powerful treasures she had prepared, the Yujing bottle and the Yonglu branch, were all gone. She didn't even see how her treasures were taken. In the blink of an eye, they had slipped away, actively flying towards Flower Fruit Mountain. What on earth is going on? Guanyin recalled the scene just now, where there was a brilliant golden light on Flower Fruit Mountain, followed by a terrifying suction force pulling everything around, causing her to accidentally lose grip on her two treasures. Suddenly, a name of a treasure appeared in Guanin's mind. The Vajra Chisel. Lao Jun's Vajra Chisel. When she went to the Heavenly Court, she even specifically asked Lao Jun if his cow was in the Duoshui Palace. At that time, Lao Jun swore that his cow was indeed in the palace, but now, if the cow is in the Duoshui Palace, where did this Vajra Chisel come from? Did that monkey steal it? Then why is the Vajra Chisel on Flower Fruit Mountain and not in the monkey's hands? Lao Jun's cow is clearly in Flower Fruit Mountain. At this moment, Guanin felt like she was being played with. Clearly, the Buddhist sect had already paid a price and negotiated with the Heavenly Court. However, apart from the Heavenly Court maintaining the status quo and not making a visible move, they gained nothing. The Jade Emperor issued an edict, but that monkey has always been one who does not listen to orders. And can the Jade Emperor manage Lao Jun? On the surface, he can manage, but even if this incident occurs, at most, Lao Jun would just chuckle and say, "Your Majesty, I have not disciplined him well. I will go back and whip that cow." And the Jade Emperor would also chuckle and say, "All right." And just like that, it would pass. At this moment, Guanin's anger surged, feeling that this negotiation with the Heavenly Court was simply a trap set by the Heavenly Court, a trick played on her. She even suspected that the monkey's ability to untie the tight hoop and the huge change in strength were secretly manipulated by the Heavenly Court. She was breathing heavily, her chest rising and falling rapidly, already at the peak of her anger. "Master." At this time, the boy brought Tang Seng over, but he was extremely cautious. Not daring to speak loudly, fearing that Guanin would vent her anger on him, Tang Seng wished he could bury his head in his cassock, constantly chanting in his heart, "You can't see me, you can't see me." However, the mantra was still useless. Guanin suddenly turned around, glaring at Tang Seng, and said, "Throw him back to the Tang dynasty. Tell the 18 Guardian Jian that as long as he doesn't die, they must not make a move. No, no, Bodhisattva. They will kill me, they will kill me." Tang Seng shouted desperately, but it was of no use at all. Guanin was panting heavily, and then said, "You watch here, I will go to the Heavenly Court again. My treasures are gone, I must go back, and even if I can't make the Heavenly Court do anything, at least I must get my treasures back." This time, Guanin did not go to the Lingxiao Palace, but headed straight for the Duoshui Palace in the 33 Heavens. Upon arriving at the Duoshui Palace, she entered and saw only Lao Jun. "Oh, Bodhisattva, why are your eyes so red? Is it because of the great plan of the Buddhist sect, staying up late and not resting well?" Lao Jun chuckled. Guanin gritted her teeth, suppressing her anger, and said, "Lao Jun, where's your cow? Didn't you tell me that your cow was in the barn?" Alas, Lao Jun sighed, and then said, "Speaking of this, I indeed owe Bodhisattva an apology. When I left, the cow was indeed in the barn. And I even specifically instructed the two boys to take good care of it, and not let this beast descend to the mortal realm. But who would have thought? I only went out for a little while, and they both were careless, and that cow actually went missing. I will report this to His Majesty and send someone to find out where my cow has gone." Guanin suddenly clenched her fists, breathing rapidly. "So that's how it is. I thought Lao Jun had deliberately let it go." The last few words were squeezed out between Guanin's teeth. "How could that be? The Buddhist sect's Western expedition. I am in support of it. How could I do such a thing? Bodhisattva wouldn't suspect me, would you?" Lao Jun looked surprised. He made it so Guanin could not get angry at all. Guanin suddenly thought that there was only Lao Jun in the Duoshui Palace, and suddenly asked, "What about your two boys? Them? Just mentioning them makes me angry. They couldn't even watch a cow properly, allowing that cow to descend to the mortal realm. This is a great crime. Having made such a big mistake, how could I not punish them? So I demoted them to the mortal realm to let them train hard. If they don't train enough, they can't return to the Duoshui Palace. Bodhisattva, rest assured, I have severely punished them." Guanin's face was stern, her gaze falling on Lao Jun's waist, and she was already so angry that she almost laughed. She said, "Then Lao Jun, can you tell me why the golden rope around your waist is also gone?" Upon hearing this, Lao Jun immediately looked down and was shocked. "Oh, my golden rope has also been stolen by these two beasts. These damned boys actually dared to steal my things." Guanin took a deep breath and said, "Could it be that your purple gold red gourd, sheep fat jade bottle, 7-star sword, and banana fan have also been stolen by them?" "Oh." Lao Jun was surprised and praised. "Bodhisattva really has sharp eyes. I haven't counted them all, and you actually saw through it? Good, good, good." Guanin repeatedly said good 3 times, unable to contain her anger, her eyes almost spitting fire. Chapter 28. What if I send Nezha to help? Outside Flower Fruit Mountain, 2 figures approached. Sun Wukong looked at Jian Jiao and Yin Jiao in surprise and said, "Why are you two here as well?" Jian Jiao said indignantly, "Isn't it because of you, you damn Qi Tian de Sheng? You stole our master's cow, and our master demoted us to the mortal realm, saying to let us train well." The two brothers originally wanted to see the excitement of Tang Seng. "But who would have thought you brought the Flower Fruit Mountain over here? Hey." The monkey chuckled lightly and then thought of something, asking, "Did you two come down here empty-handed?" Yin Jiao replied, "Of course not. When we were leaving, we saw the purple gold red gourd, the golden rope, the jade bottle, and the banana fan just sitting at the palace gate, so we took them with us." Sun Wukong's expression immediately turned strange. "You two were really sent down by the old lord? Hey, this old guy is quite interesting." He waved his hand and said, "Since you both want to hone your skills, come to my place. I can definitely help you train. And besides, isn't it because of that old guy's bull? Brother Nyo is right here. That green bull came to your place. Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao were stunned. Yes, it's in the back mountain. I'll take you to see it. Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao followed Sun Wukong into the Flower Fruit Mountain. Once inside, the Flower Fruit Mountain had changed dramatically. The spiritual energy was abundant, and if there were mortals here, just one breath would be enough to prolong their lives. For cultivators, one breath was equivalent to years of hard training. Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao couldn't help but secretly click their tongues. This monkey actually lives in such a good place. Since we are here to hone ourselves, why not choose this place? It's comfortable here. Along the way, Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao saw the monkeys of Flower Fruit Mountain practicing cultivation, and after casually sensing, they froze. Are the monkeys here really this strong? This Sun Monkey wouldn't he have brought all the elite demons from the lower realm, would he? Hiss. Then, they came to a mountain stream and saw a bull sitting cross-legged, but it wasn't the green bull. It was the bull demon king. Its aura was extraordinarily mystical, shrouded in a mist that made it hard to see clearly, but it was particularly unsettling. After walking a little further, they saw a woman with an extraordinary aura, holding a banana fan. The two immediately understood that this was the bull demon king's wife. They abruptly turned back to look at the monkey. What kind of lineup is this? Sun Wukong, however, laughed and said, "Please forgive me, my Flower Fruit Mountain is still in its early stages, and there aren't many people here yet, but it will get better over time." Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao thought silently. Indeed, there aren't many, but each one is an elite. Wait, our master sent us down to the lower realm and even specifically placed treasures at the palace gate. This is intentional. Moreover, that day he clearly asked us to go out of the palace together, but pushed the responsibility for losing the green bull onto us. The two looked at Sun Wukong, pondering. Before long, they arrived at the back mountain and saw that green bull spirit. However, at first glance, Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao were stunned, because the scene was indeed quite eye-catching. A vast sea of oranges, and the huge green bull was lying on top, swaying its butt leisurely, and surprisingly, it was wearing a pair of orange peel shorts. Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao instinctively covered their eyes. What kind of weirdness is this? The appearance of the three undoubtedly drew the attention of the green bull spirit, who didn't feel shy at all and swaggered over to Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao, saying, "Why are you two here?" Jin Jiao replied, "Isn't it because of you? You secretly ran down to the lower realm, so our master sent us down too." Huh. The green bull was taken aback. "The old lord didn't he let you take me back?" "No. Did you bring any treasures?" "Yes." The green bull spirit showed a thoughtful expression, then looked at Sun Wukong and said thoughtfully, "You should take some time to visit the Duoshui Palace. Perhaps you can pick up a lot of wild elixirs." Jin Jiao scoffed. "Are there wild elixirs?" "Hey." The green bull spirit grinned. "For this monkey, what it picks up is just wild." "Good, you wasteful bull. Actually encouraging outsiders to steal our elixirs." "What do you mean steal? Your words are too harsh. When the monkey brings back the elixirs, don't eat them." "Why can't I eat them, you wasteful bull?" Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao started to quarrel with the green bull spirit, but Sun Wukong, upon hearing this, began to ponder. The old lord's elixirs can be taken, but what about the queen mother's peaches? What about Xinyuanzi's ginseng fruits? What else is good in the three realms? Duoshui Palace. Guanyin was filled with anger, but had nowhere to vent it. The old lord was smiling, and his words were unassailable. Did he do anything wrong? No. The bowl was stolen, so the boy who didn't watch it was punished, and now the punished boy is unhappy and has stolen the treasures too. She originally came to seek justice, but now the old lord has become the victim. But how could the old lord not know this? It was clearly intentional. At this moment, Guanyin felt powerless. Under any circumstances, she could not possibly get angry with the old lord. The negotiations between Buddhism and the heavenly court should not be disrupted, and of course, with all factors eliminated, could she dare to get angry? This old lord is not just an old man who refines elixirs. Fortunately, although the bull and the boy were lost, he didn't take the opportunity to target our Buddhist school. The old lord is still somewhat decent. Just as Guanyin finished this thought, she heard the old lord say, "Bodhisattva, the timing of the bull's disappearance was precisely because Buddhism was negotiating with the heavenly court. I specifically went to the Lingxiao Palace. If I hadn't gone, the bull wouldn't have been lost. This matter, Buddhism also has a share of the responsibility." Guanyin was immediately stunned, and without saying a word, turned and walked away. "Damn it, decent. What the hell is decent? You let that bull and the boy take treasures down to help that monkey, and now you still want to ask Buddhism for things? Where's your face?" Watching Guanyin angrily leave, the old lord gently stroked his white beard, revealing a faint smile. Lingxiao Palace. The Jade Emperor looked at the complaining Guanyin and said with a smile, "I know about this matter, but the old lord is getting older, and it's normal for him to have less energy. Punishing the boy who didn't watch carefully is enough. Hasn't the old lord already punished him? Besides, now that they have been sent down to the lower realm, this is still the old lord's family matter, and I shouldn't interfere too much." "Your Majesty," Guanyin said, "you previously promised Buddhism that you would not interfere with this journey to the west." "Yes, how about this? I'll send someone to assist you." "Who do you think is suitable to send?" "How about Nezha?" Chapter 29. Why are there more and more people in Flower Fruit Mountain? Second brother. It's been so long since Master was taken away. Why Why hasn't there been any news? Who exactly took him? Sha Seng looked at Zhu Beiji and asked worriedly. You ask me? I want to ask you. Zhu Beiji said. The plague-ridden monkey has thrown down his burden and stopped working, and now this bald head is gone. It's been so long, and not to mention demons, we can't even see a single hair of a demon. Who knows if he secretly returned to the daughter kingdom to enjoy life with his queen. I'm not going to take care of this anymore. Let us quickly divide the luggage. What is the point of this western journey? I'm going back to Gao Laozhuang. Sha Shidi, you shouldn't stay here either. I'll go back to my Gao Laozhuang. You go back to your Lai Shua. Isn't that good? Sha Seng looked helpless. But Master S' life or death is uncertain. Just because we don't know if he is dead or alive, we should divide the luggage? If he is not dead, how do you go back to your Lai Shua? And how do I go back to my Gao Laozhuang? And if he is dead, dying would be just fine. It would save us time. By the time the news of death arrives, I've already reached Gao Laozhuang. Moreover, it's been so long that the meat could have been stewed a few times. This Tang Seng's flesh has already been digested and excreted. What good would it do for us to rush over? Are we going to dig him out of the latrine? Just as Zhu Beiji was mumbling and walking towards the formalities, suddenly a flash of light appeared, and a beam of Buddha light emerged. Sha Seng and Beiji turned around simultaneously. Sha Seng immediately stepped forward and asked, Manjushri Bodhisattva, have you come with news of our master? Zhu Beiji put down the formalities in his hand and whispered, You came at just the wrong time, Bodhisattva. Just when I, old pig, was about to pay my respects. You appeared. Your Buddhist sect is more detestable than that plague-ridden monkey. Beiji, what are you mumbling about? Manjushri Bodhisattva asked Zhu Beiji. It's nothing. I was just thinking. Bodhisattva, your timing is perfect. We were just considering packing our bags to look for our master. So that's how it is. No need to look anymore. Xuanzang has already returned to the Great Tang. What? The scriptures have been obtained? That's great. Here, Sha Shidi, this luggage is yours. The rest is mine. We'll set off right away. You go back to your Lusha River, and I'll return to my Gao Laozhuang. As soon as Zhu Beiji finished speaking, he had already picked up his luggage, eager to leave. Manjushri Bodhisattva was immediately helpless and said, It's not that the scriptures have been obtained. It's that your master was swept away by that monkey's demonic wind and forcibly taken to the eastern land of the Great Tang. I came this time to bring Xuanzang back together with Guanyin Bodhisattva. The monkey. Zhu Beiji looked into the distance and indeed did not see Flower Fruit Mountain, saying, I was just saying, that Bai Ma Wen has changed his temperament suddenly and moved away. It turns out he had already taken our master away. Though he said this, he was secretly grumbling that this plague-ridden monkey is really unreliable. I've delayed for so long, and he still hasn't finished the job. Bodhisattva, let's hurry and rescue my master. Sha Seng said, Yes, let's go together. Even if Beiji was unwilling, he had no choice but to follow Manjushri Bodhisattva to the eastern land of the Great Tang. Originally, the Buddhist sect only needed to send Guanyin alone, but after Ananda and Kasyapa returned and recounted the situation, Guanyin prepared thoroughly, so it should be fine. But who would have thought it would be delayed for so long? In desperation, they let Manjushri go to help. The Buddhist sect sending out 2 bodhisattvas was almost a matter of urgency. Unless the heavenly court intervened, capturing that monkey should be a sure thing. By the way, Bodhisattva, what should we do about those 3 dumping birds? Sha Seng inquired on the way. Manjushri said, they will go over together this time. Last time they went back to the Buddhist sect to bring reinforcements, it doesn't count as abandoning their post. This time, they have brought magical treasures and will contribute as well. Zhu Beiji muttered quietly, Isn't that still called abandoning their post? They didn't even see the face of Bai Ma Wen, and all 3 ran away without a trace. The Tathagata must really feel sorry for his old uncle. Manjushri shot him a glance and said nothing more. It was Sha Seng who spoke up. Second brother, you should say less. Let's find our master first. Zhu Beiji fell silent. At this moment, inside Flower Fruit Mountain. Brother, I've nearly finished my training. My strength has improved tremendously these days, but my hands are itching. When can we find someone to practice with? The Bull Demon King was not the kind of person who could sit still. He could train for a while. But if he kept doing it like this, it would become very dull. Princess Iron Fan was not far away, and he felt embarrassed to go out looking for female demons for some fun, so the longer he stayed, the more boring it became. Sun Wukong laughed when he heard this, saying, Brother, don't worry, your time to act will come. That Tang Seng is currently blocked by me in the Great Tang, and the Buddhist sect can't get through. Sooner or later, someone will come. Previously, Guanyin came. He wasn't my match, and soon another person will come. At that time, there will definitely be an opportunity for you to act. All right, brother, you must promise me that next time you act, you must bring me along. Of course. Manjushri Bodhisattva brought Zhu Beiji, Sha Seng, and the white dragon horse into the Great Tang, while Guanyin also left the heavenly court at this time. She truly didn't dare to agree to the Jade Emperor's suggestion. With Nezha's temperament, he was hard to control. Ananda and Kasyapa had already made him angry. If he really got close to that monkey and then turned against them, wouldn't that be troublesome? As for whether Li Jing would be punished after Nezha turned against them, Nezha might actually wish to punish Li Jing severely. Sending him to the immortal execution platform would be best. Manjushri Bodhisattva, Guanyin Bodhisattva. The 2 Buddhist bodhisattvas greeted each other upon meeting. Manjushri said, This demon monkey is causing chaos, disrupting our Buddhist sect's journey to the west. With our combined strength, we can certainly capture that demon monkey and then hand him over to the Buddha for judgment. The journey to the west cannot be delayed. Since we have met, let's act immediately. Wait. Guanyin stopped Manjushri and explained, this demon monkey is not difficult to deal with, but there is an old bull in Flower Fruit Mountain. Not only has the old bull been tricked down to the mortal realm by that monkey, but he also brought down the old bull's golden cudgel. My two magical treasures have been tricked away by the monkey, so Manjushri Bodhisattva, be careful. Manjushri smiled upon hearing this, saying, this matter is simple. You and I can cooperate, and with the three demon kings of the golden-winged Great Pong, let Zhu Beiji and Sha Sung flank the side. Even without using magical treasures, just using our divine powers, we can capture that monkey. Moreover, with only the demon monkey and the old bull, it should be simple. Guanyin hesitated at this, saying, actually, the old bull's two disciples are also in Flower Fruit Mountain. Manjushri was taken aback when he heard this and looked at Guanyin with a somewhat strange expression. After a long time, he asked, did you go to the heavenly court this time to help that monkey negotiate? Why is it that the Buddhist sect has paid a price, and the number of people in Flower Fruit Mountain is increasing and growing stronger? Chapter 30. The Buddhist sect's confrontation with Flower Fruit Mountain. First battle. Outside Flower Fruit Mountain. The Buddhist sect's Guanyin Bodhisattva, Manjushri Bodhisattva, the Blue Lion, the White Elephant, the Golden-Winged Great Pong, Zhu Beiji, Sha Sung, and the White Dragon Horse. At first glance, it seems that the Buddhist sect has sent quite a few people this time. Especially, the three demon kings have each taken out their treasured artifacts, indicating they are serious. Although Guanyin has lost the Jade Purity Bottle and Willow Branch, she has more than these two treasures in hand. Those two are just the most convenient. Moreover, her own strength is not to be underestimated. Manjushri Bodhisattva, as one of the four great bodhisattvas of the Buddhist sect, is also very strong, and all his magical treasures are present. This lineup is quite luxurious. Therefore, although Guanyin mentioned that there are many people in Flower Fruit Mountain, Manjushri Bodhisattva is still quite confident. After this battle, the journey to the west will be completely smooth. Once Tang Seng obtains the true scriptures and returns to the Great Tang, our Buddhist sect's plan will be fully accomplished. Manjushri Bodhisattva smiled, and Guanyin nodded, saying, this time, we still need to rely on Manjushri Bodhisattva. Manjushri nodded and said, prepare to act. Since we are already here, there is no need to delay any further. Manjushri looked at Zhu Beiji and Sha Sung, instructing, you two, just flank the side. There's no need to act. It's not that he looked down on these two. Mainly, Manjushri was worried that they might do something shady or simply not put in the effort. This unexpected situation still needs to be eliminated. The group walked to the outside of Flower Fruit Mountain. Thunder rumbled, and a huge sound echoed. After the thunder, flashes of light sparkled on Flower Fruit Mountain, and a monkey clad in armor emerged, shouldering the Rui Jingu Bang with a swagger. Behind the monkey, the Bull Demon King, dressed in black armor and wielding a, slowly walked out, riding the azure water golden-eyed beast. Next to the Bull Demon King was Princess Iron Fan, followed by Golden Horn and Silver Horn, as well as the Green Bull Spirit. The lineup of Flower Fruit Mountain was equally impressive. It was initially thought that only the old Lord's bull and the boy were present. But unexpectedly, the Bull Demon King and his wife were also among them. At once, Guanyin squinted her eyes and suddenly shouted, Bull Demon King, you dare to assist that demon monkey? Are you going against the Buddhist sect? Do you not care about your child? The Bull Demon King immediately sneered, Guanyin. My child was taken away by you forcefully. I haven't even settled the score with you, and now you're asking me first? Today, I will capture you and force the Buddhist sect to return my child in a good manner. Manjushri narrowed his eyes and immediately commanded, no need for nonsense, attack. Although he was somewhat surprised by the appearance of the Bull Demon King and his wife, it didn't matter, the outcome would not be affected. Seeing someone rush forward, the Bull Demon King said to Sun Wukong, brother, leave Guanyin to me. I have a grudge against her, and I must give her a good beating. All right, brother, I'll leave Guanyin to you. I'll deal with Manjushri, and as for sister-in-law, she can assist Golden Horn and Silver Horn in dealing with those three demon kings. Princess Iron Fan said, good, just three demon kings, a small matter. The battle was about to break out. The Bull Demon King let out a furious roar and immediately grew larger, revealing his true form. His body alone was 800 zhang tall and 1,000 zhang long. That massive body charged towards Guanyin, who suddenly changed her expression. Upon closer inspection, she realized that the Bull Demon King's strength had increased significantly compared to before. Just as she was filled with doubt, on the other side, Manjushri and Sun Wukong stood together. Sun Wukong brandished his Rui Jingu Bang, creating a powerful presence that stirred the clouds and shook the earth. Before getting close, Manjushri felt immense pressure and produced a longsword, its Buddhist light vast, and thrust it forward with a clang. The myriad laws of Buddhism and Tao emerged with this sword, colliding with Sun Wukong's Rui Jingu Bang. However, as soon as they collided, he felt an overwhelming force from the golden rod, so powerful. The longsword was bent down by the Rui Jingu Bang, and Manjushri's face changed drastically. He hurriedly retreated and took out another treasure, a golden column embedded with 3 golden rings, each possessing immense binding power. Almost as soon as Manjushri produced it, the 3 golden rings buzzed and flew directly towards Sun Wukong's head, hands, and feet. Manjushri, that tightening spell couldn't do anything to me, so what use are these golden rings? Sun Wukong laughed heartily, and then swung his Rui Jingu Bang, producing 3 loud clangs that sent the 3 golden rings flying. Manjushri was startled and quickly made gestures again, causing the rings to return and head towards Sun Wukong once more. At the same time, he stepped forward, thrusting his long sword towards Sun Wukong's chest. In the process, a seemingly inconspicuous rope also flew out from his waist, heading towards Sun Wukong. This time, the upper, middle, and lower paths all moved simultaneously, completely blocking all escape routes around Sun Wukong. If it were anyone else facing Manjushri's combination of moves, they would have long been overwhelmed and panicked. However, Sun Wukong merely sneered, and then shouted, "Law of heaven and earth." With that shout, his body grew to a height of 10,000 zhang, his head touching the sky and his feet on the ground, while his Rui Jingu Bang also expanded with his thoughts. At that moment, the golden rod resembled a pillar supporting the heavens, easily swung by the towering Sun Wukong as he struck towards Manjushri. In comparison, Manjushri appeared exceedingly small. Although he had many treasures and techniques, under the application of the law of heaven and earth, binding Sun Wukong would undoubtedly take time. The Rui Jingu Bang came crashing down, directly knocking all treasures away. Moreover, Manjushri's own attack was also thwarted, forcing him to retreat a full 1,000 zhang. Regaining his composure, Manjushri waved his hand to summon his treasures back, preparing to attack again. However, he suddenly saw a burst of golden light erupting. As the Vajra pestle flew from the hands of the Green Bull Spirit, a terrifying force pulling everything around. The 3 golden rings from the dragon escaping post had not yet returned to their original form when they were stirred by that force and flew towards the Green Bull Spirit, along with the binding rope. After a moment, the Green Bull Spirit reached out and caught all 3 golden rings and the binding rope. He grinned at Manjushri and shook the treasures in his hand. Manjushri's face immediately turned ugly. They had barely started fighting, and he had already lost 1 treasure and nearly ruined another. At this moment, Guanyin, seeing the situation become urgent, exclaimed, "Manjushri, I told you long ago that the Green Bull Spirit has the old Lord's Vajra pestle. How could you be so careless?" She was about to speak further when the Bull Demon King suddenly broke through Guanyin's defenses, his massive horns directly colliding with her body, sending her flying. After knocking Guanyin away, the Bull Demon King looked at Sun Wukong and grinned, saying, "Brother, do you think my bull is impressive?" Sun Wukong glanced at the Bull Demon King's enormous figure and suddenly turned his head away, refusing to look. The Bull Demon King said, "Princess Iron Fan, what are you 2 brothers playing at?" Chapter 31. The defeat of the Buddhist sect. Capturing the 3 demon kings at this point, Manjushri's expression darkened. Even with the Vajra pestle, he had been confident that his treasures would not be taken away, but he did not expect the monkey's strength to be so formidable. Faced with his continuous attacks and treasures, he could so decisively interrupt his assaults, leaving him helpless. Now, he had even lost 1.5 treasures, worsening the situation. If it were just the Bull Demon King and his wife, the situation wouldn't be so dire, but more critically, their strength had surprisingly increased. Moreover, that monkey's power was even stronger. With such strength, capturing them was not easy. But how had their strength increased? Manjushri's gaze shifted to the Green Bull Spirit and the Golden Horn and Silver Horn. The sight of the Golden Horn and Silver Horn battling the 3 demon kings was quite amusing. The Golden Horn held a purple gold red gourd and shouted, "Green Lion, White Elephant, Golden Winged Great Pong, will you dare to respond if I call you?" The 3 demon kings remained silent and raised the Yin Yang Qi bottle. Silver Horn also opened the seal of the Sheep Fat Jade Clean bottle, and the 3 demons and the Golden Horn and Silver Horn each lifted their respective treasures, pointing the bottle mouths towards each other. In an instant, the power of the treasures collided. At the same time, they infused their own mana into the treasures, desperately urging them. The 3 demon kings were naturally stronger than the Golden Horn and Silver Horn, but unfortunately, the Golden Horn and Silver Horn had more than 1 treasure, making the 2 sides evenly matched, with neither able to gain the upper hand. The scene was simply too amusing. Until later, Qing Yo Jing couldn't bear to watch any longer and simply summoned the Vajrazwa hanging from his wrist again. In an instant, a powerful suction force surged towards the Yin Yang Qi bottle. The 3 demons were already struggling against 2 magical treasures, and with the suction force increasing, they naturally couldn't withstand it. With a whoosh, the Yin Yang Qi bottle slipped from their grasp and headed towards Qing Yo Jing. The golden-winged Great Peng exclaimed in shock, "My treasure!" As he spoke, the purple gold red gourd in Jin Jiao's hand was also pulled in by the suction. "Third brother." The other 2 demons couldn't help but exclaim as well. Then, they followed their third brother and entered the purple gold red gourd and the sheep fat jade clean bottle. Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao immediately sealed the bottle's mouth, shaking their treasures while smiling. Qing Yo Jing snorted and laughed, saying, "What use are so many treasures? In the end, you still have to rely on old bull's Vajrazwa." Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao glanced at him and ignored the silly bull. In just one encounter, the 3 great demon kings suffered losses and were captured by Huagua Mountain, leaving Wenshu somewhat dumbfounded. This didn't match the scene he had anticipated. It should have been the Buddha's side crushing these demon monkeys, but how was it that after just one encounter, his side suffered casualties and lost treasures? For a moment, seeing more and more people on Sun Wukong's side, and with Princess Iron Fan watching closely, Wen Shu immediately felt the urge to retreat. Even though he and Guanyin were strong, they still couldn't fight against many, especially since the opponent's strength was not weak either. Wen Shu exchanged glances with Guanyin, and they both understood each other's intentions. They immediately flew up from the sky and ran back. Pigsy and Sandy were stunned by this scene. Pigsy reacted the fastest and hurriedly said, "Bodhisattva, slow down. Wait for old pig." Second brother. Sandy also realized and quickly chased after them. Before long, the four had escaped into the territory of the Tang dynasty, and Sun Wukong and the others did not pursue them. Wukong was quite rational about this matter. As long as they were near Huagua Mountain, with the formation inside Huagua Mountain, he was not afraid even if the Buddha's side came with a lot of people. However, if they were too far away, once the Buddha's side had any schemes, he might not be afraid, but if the Bull Demon King and the others fell for it, he might not be able to provide timely support. It was better to return home and take stock of the gains. He sighed, feeling that there were still too few people. If he could find a few more helpers, it wouldn't come to this. He thought about it and decided he should go find a few more helpers. Otherwise, he couldn't compete with the Buddha's large family business. At this time, on the edge of the Tang dynasty, Tang Seng saw Wen Shu and Guanyin appear, and his face brightened. He hurried forward and asked anxiously, "Bodhisattvas, has that demon monkey been dealt with? Can we set off for the west?" Pigsy didn't expect Tang Seng to become like this and immediately waved his hand in fright. "What ugly thing is this? Get out of the way." But Sandy, with keen eyes, recognized him from his clothes and demeanor, and reminded, "Second brother, this seems to be Master?" "Master?" Pigsy steadied himself and carefully looked over, suddenly chuckling. "Old Pig has long said, don't judge me by my pig head and pig face, but I'm the handsomest one in this team. Look, isn't Master showing his true form now? How can he compare to Old Pig's handsomeness?" Saying this, Pigsy felt quite proud. After all, while journeying to collect scriptures, Tang Seng had often complained about his ugliness, making that monkey go instead, or even going himself. Now, it was good. Tang Seng had become uglier than him. With the monkey gone, Old Pig was undoubtedly the handsomest one on the journey west. Sandy had a helpless expression and didn't bother to refute his second brother. Shouldn't they be concerned about how Master became like this? Why were they comparing who was more handsome? He naturally didn't know that Pigsy was clear in his heart that this was most likely the doing of Bai Ma Wan, and with that monkey's petty nature, he must have acted maliciously. Wen Shu and Guanyin sighed and looked at Tang Seng, saying, "That demon monkey is blocking the way. The journey to collect scriptures cannot continue for the time being." "Huh, how can this be?" Tang Seng's eyes widened. Could it be that even the two bodhisattvas couldn't defeat that reckless monkey? After saying this, he regretted it, as the monkey had been driven away by him, and he had insisted on changing the person. Now it seemed that they couldn't even collect scriptures. Indeed, after Tang Seng finished speaking, he saw two cold gazes, and he immediately understood and lowered his head, not daring to speak further. However, after a while, he couldn't help but say, "Bodhisattvas, why not call back those 3 disciples I replaced? They also have decent abilities. Having them join would increase our chances." At this moment, Pigsy laughed out loud. "You're still counting on them? Those 3 are useless. Just wait. They'll turn into pus in that old gentleman's gourd and bottle. They couldn't even last one encounter. They're not even as good as Old Pig. This is your vision. It's really not impressive." Chapter 32, Buddha, your uncle is in the hands of the monkey, ha ha ha. Brother, this battle can truly be called a great victory. How was my performance just now? The Bull Demon King laughed heartily, and Sun Wukong nodded. Brother is naturally powerful. Even Guanyin is no match for him. Truly deserving of the title great sage equal to heaven. Ahaha. Hearing this, the Bull Demon King was even happier. Princess Iron Fan beside him couldn't help but facepalm. This silly bull was over the moon just because someone praised him a couple of times. The performance was secondary after you fought with Guanyin. Asking that monkey about the issue, what kind of talk was that? Looking back, Princess Iron Fan still felt a bit embarrassed. Moreover, she looked at Sun Wukong and said, "Wukong, although we defeated the Buddha's side this time, their power is still vast. Not to mention, this time only 2 of the 4 great bodhisattvas came. This is just the tip of the iceberg for the Buddha's forces. We must not be arrogant." Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong immediately smiled and said, "Sister-in-law, don't worry. I, old son, am confident about this. It's just a small victory, and I will definitely not be arrogant. However, sister-in-law, you seem to have something on your mind." From the time before the battle started, Princess Iron Fan had shown a worried expression, and even now, that worried look had not faded. Sun Wukong noticed. Princess Iron Fan sighed. "My child is still in Nanhai with Guanyin. This battle was won easily, but I fear that Guanyin will hold a grudge and go back to torment my child." Sun Wukong said, "Sister-in-law, don't worry. I will quietly go to Nanhai later and bring back my big nephew." "Really?" Hearing this, Princess Iron Fan was immediately overjoyed. "Of course it's true. Sister-in-law, don't worry. You and brother came all this way to help me. How could I not consider you? Just put your mind at ease, and there's no need to worry." After receiving the monkey's assurance, Princess Iron Fan felt much more at ease, and the worry in her brows diminished significantly. The Bull Demon King pulled the monkey aside and whispered, "Brother, I also have my worries about this matter, but I'm not as anxious as that woman." Guanyin and the Buddhist sect have recruited quite a few people with these methods. As long as they want to settle the hearts of those behind these people, they can't do anything to my child. However, it's inevitable that there will be some underhanded tactics behind the scenes. Now that we are at odds with the Buddhist sect, you sneaking into the South Sea won't be calculated by them, will it? The Bull Demon King thought more deeply. After all, they were able to enjoy themselves on Huawa Mountain because of this monkey. If the monkey were to be captured because of the red boy, then this so-called alliance would collapse like a house of cards, which would be a huge loss. He understood the situation much better. Princess Iron Fan could speak about this matter, but he could not. He had to consider the bigger picture. Sun Wukong shook his head and chuckled. "Brother, you can rest assured. I, Sun Wukong, naturally have my own plans. Moreover, you two are here on Huawa Mountain, while my big nephew is outside. It's indeed not convenient. If the Buddhist sect were to use my big nephew to threaten you later, that would put you both in a difficult position. I, Sun Wukong, will certainly consider this in advance and will not let you face any trouble." Seeing that the Bull Demon King still seemed hesitant, Sun Wukong continued, "Brother, there's no need to say more. I'll set off shortly, and you just wait to welcome my big nephew back. Furthermore, this trip to the South Sea had another plan in mind. Nezha's two brothers happened to be in the South Sea, and he was thinking of ways to lure Nezha over as well. Huawa Mountain was due for expansion. Divider, the background of the red boy does not involve any conspiracy theories. He is simply the love child of the couple. On the edge of the Tang dynasty. Zhu Beiji's words left Tang Seng speechless. After all, he felt that as long as he opened his mouth, he would invite a rebuttal, and the two bodhisattvas' gazes towards him were quite strange. If it weren't for his relatively important role in the Buddhist sect's plans, Tang Seng suspected he would have been dealt with long ago. After all, his return to the Tang dynasty had been fraught with difficulties, and the Buddhist sect had yet to help him clear his name. Even Guanyin had sent a boy to throw him back. It was better to remain silent for now. After Tang Seng quieted down, Guanyin and Wenshu continued their discussion. Wenshu said, "With just the two of us, we cannot get through this difficulty for now. This won't do. It concerns a major plan, and we cannot delay any longer." Guanyin replied, "Well, our treasures have been taken by the old lord's Vajra pestle. With that Qing Yojing around, no matter how many treasures we have, they will end up being taken by the Vajra pestle and fall into the monkey's hands." Wenshu nodded. This was indeed a problem. For now, we can only return to Ling Mountain to report to the Buddha, and then discuss with the old lord how to resolve the Vajra pestle. That is the priority. Guanyin thought for a moment and came up with an idea. "How about this? We call upon all the disciples under us and others. There aren't many strong people on Huawa Mountain now. As long as we bring some from the Buddhist sect to hold back that monkey and the Bull Demon King couple, the rest can storm into Huawa Mountain. By then, those little monkeys on Huawa Mountain will be easy to deal with, and we can even use this as a threat." Wenshu considered it and found it feasible. He nodded. "Let's return to Ling Mountain first. I can handle my mount with Puxian, but I need to explain the identity of the golden-winged Great Peng to the Buddha." After hearing this, Guanyin also nodded and said, "Then let's go back." The three demons of Shizhuo Ridge included two mounts of the bodhisattvas, and the other had a much greater background. That one was the uncle of Buddha Shakyamuni. The two of them immediately felt a headache. Not long after, the two bodhisattvas left together, heading towards Ling Mountain. This left Tang Seng and his disciples behind. Zhu Beiji found a shady spot and lay down, saying, "Just wait. Old Zhu won't do anything that takes effort anymore. It's useless. With this time, I might as well take a nap. This difficulty won't be so easy to overcome. All the difficulties we faced before combined don't compare to this one. Old Zhu won't waste effort on it." Hearing this, Tang Seng felt as if he was being mocked. Sha Xing also found a place to sit down, realizing that nothing would help. It was futile. Guanyin and Wenshu returned to Ling Mountain. Upon entering the Great Thunder Sound Temple, the Buddha looked at the two and asked, "Did you bring Tang Seng back?" Wenshu shook his head. "Buddha, in Huawa Mountain. After these days of development, there are not just demon monkeys anymore. The Bull Demon King couple, the bull and the boy from the Doshui Palace, are all there. Moreover, your uncle was just captured by that monkey." Chapter 33. Muzha. Is my father Li Jing still alive? In the South Sea, on Mount Putuo, where Guanyin Bodhisattva is located, but now, both Guanyin and Wenshu are in Ling Mountain, not here. Nevertheless, the protective power of Ling Mountain is also formidable. Jinja, Muzha, the Black Bear Spirit, the Spirit King, and the Red Boy are just some of the well-known figures. There are even more who are powerful but not well-known. After Sun Wukong arrived here, he thought for a moment and transformed into a bee, then quietly flew in. He made a round on Mount Putuo and finally found the Red Boy's location. He stealthily flew to the Red Boy's ear and called out, "Big nephew, how are you doing?" The Red Boy trembled upon hearing the voice and was about to do something when Sun Wukong continued, "Don't get excited. It's me, your uncle's son." But upon hearing this, the Red Boy became even more agitated. "You damn monkey. If it weren't for you, how could I have gotten to this point? Damn monkey. Today I'll beat you to death." Sun Wukong was taken aback. He didn't expect the meeting to be like this. He immediately said, "Don't get excited, don't get excited. Your father and my mother are with your uncle's son." To his surprise, upon hearing this, the Red Boy's eyes widened in disbelief. You captured my father and mother? Sun Wukong, how could you be so cruel? Sun Wukong replied, what are you talking about? It's not that I captured them. Your father and mother are cultivating on Flower Mountain. They are worried about your safety, which is why I, Sun Wukong, came over. The red boy paused for a moment, looking at Sun Wukong with suspicion. Really? Sun Wukong then revealed his true form and said, could there be a falsehood in this? When have I, your uncle's son, ever lied to you? The red boy immediately became furious. You're the one who has lied to me the most, you damn monkey. Sun Wukong felt helpless. This troublesome kid just wouldn't listen to reason. Was he going to have to give him a few whacks? However, after explaining for a while, he eventually got the red boy to accept it, and the boy half believed, my father and mother are really with you? If you don't believe it, you can come with me to take a look. That is fine. I'll see what kind of trick you monkey are pulling. Sun Wukong thought to himself that making a move here would cause too much noise and attract attention. Once they were outside, he could pin him down and give him a good thrashing. Back at Flower Mountain, he could just say that Guanyin cast a spell and that he was helping his nephew resolve it. After capturing the red boy, Sun Wukong continued, are Jian and Nezha around? The red boy asked, what do you want with my two senior brothers? Jian is out. But Nezha is here. Sun Wukong immediately said, take me to your uncle. I have something to discuss with him. Then, under the guidance of the red boy, Sun Wukong met Nezha. Nezha was momentarily taken aback, then said, great sage, why have you suddenly come here? The Bodhisattva has been away for many days and has not returned. As for the events that happened on the journey to the west, they were still unaware due to Guanyin's prolonged absence. Nezha still thought Sun Wukong was protecting Tang Seng on the journey to fetch scriptures. So he asked, but what difficulties have arisen on this journey? Sun Wukong waved his hand and said, let's not mention that. I'm actually here for Nezha. Nezha? Nezha was startled and then asked seriously, could it be that Nezha has descended to the mortal realm and turned into a demon? Is my father still alive? Sun Wukong was somewhat speechless, thinking, how can you ask about your father so directly? I'm not planning to recruit that old stubborn man, and besides, if I were to recruit him, your father might agree, but the Jade Emperor wouldn't. Nezha is different, if he wants to come. It doesn't matter if the Jade Emperor disagrees. Sun Wukong waved his hand again and said, your father, King Li, is doing just fine. I want to ask you, what is Nezha like? If I know that, I can recruit him easily. However, Sun Wukong realized he didn't know much about the grudges between the Li family. He usually didn't pay attention to such matters. When the ruckus happened in the Heavenly Palace, his mind was on the peaches. And after drinking too much and consuming a lot of elixirs, he caused a commotion and was soon suppressed by Buddha at the Five-Finger Mountain. Then he followed Tang Seng on the journey to fetch scriptures. Although he had some relation with Nezha, recruiting him wasn't as easy as with the Bull Demon King. Otherwise, he wouldn't have specifically come to ask. But once Sun Wukong asked this, Nezha was stunned. What is my third brother like? Does liking to cause trouble for father count? Strictly speaking, that is not quite it. It's more like wanting to poke him with a fire-tipped spear. But that is hard to say. Nezha hesitated for a long time, stammering without saying much. Finally, he simply said, actually, my third brother's preferences are quite different from ordinary people. I think it's best if the great sage observes for himself. What? I have to observe myself? What kind of peculiar preferences does Nezha have? Sun Wukong thought. Fine. I came here and got such a result. Forget it. The Monkey King lost interest in continuing to ask and then told Nezha, I'll take the red boy back to visit his family. You don't need to worry about him. After saying that, he left with the red boy. Once they were away, he said, good nephew. Guanyin has placed a restriction on you, and Uncle Sun will help you remove it. Not long after, screams of the red boy echoed from the heavens. This little rascal has no manners at all. Of course, there was indeed a restriction, and he did remove it. That part was not a lie. He took the red boy back to Flower Fruit Mountain, and regarding Nezha, Sun Wukong planned to visit the Heavenly Palace himself. At this moment, in the Spirit Mountain, after Manjushri finished speaking, there was undoubtedly a momentary pause in the chanting sounds within the Great Thunder Sound Temple. Many Buddhas quietly perked up their ears, multitasking. The Buddha also paused for a moment and said, what did the Jade Emperor say about this? Guanyin stepped forward and said, I have already discussed this with the Jade Emperor. He has issued a decree agreeing not to obstruct the journey to the west. However, the old lord's bull was said to have been stolen by a monkey, and the young boys were negligent in guarding it. So the old lord punished those two young boys and sent them down to the mortal realm to hone their skills. However, when they descended, they also stole the old lord's treasure. The Buddha was momentarily at a loss for words. Manjushri said, your uncle, the golden-winged Great Peng, was indeed captured by the old lord's treasure, the purple gold-red gourd, and is currently inside that gourd. However, the golden-winged Great Peng has an extraordinary bloodline and deep karmic connections. He should be able to hold on for a while longer, and one tea easily turned to pus. The Buddha couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Chapter 34. Back to the Heavenly Palace to find Nezha Flower Fruit Mountain. Dad, Mom. A crisp voice rang out as the red boy finally saw his parents as he wished. My child. Princess Iron Fan hugged the red boy tightly. The red boy had been taken away by Guanyin for quite some time, and during this time, Princess Iron Fan had missed him dearly. Now, finally seeing him, the red boy jumped into her arms but soon poked his head out and pointed at Sun Wukong, saying, Mom, It's him. It's him. It's because of this dead monkey that I was captured by Guanyin. Princess Iron Fan gently stroked the red boy's head and said softly, silly child. The reason you could come out this time is that your uncle's son rescued you. Mom, when he brought me out, he gave me a good beating. Huh. Upon hearing this, the Bull Demon King and his wife turned to look at Sun Wukong. The monkey cleared his throat, thinking, why is this child so unreserved with his words? He said to the Bull Demon King and his wife, bro, sis-in-law, it's like this. When my nephew came out, there was a restriction placed on him by Guanyin. I had no choice but to remove the restriction. And my methods were a bit rough. That is not true. This dead monkey just wanted to hit me. The monkey sighed and said, actually, this restriction hasn't been completely removed. My nephew is still at risk of being threatened by Guanyin. What? Upon hearing this, Princess Iron Fan immediately showed a worried expression. And the Bull Demon King did too. Sun Wukong pointed to the red boy's arm and said, look here, is there a fine golden line? They looked and indeed saw it. What should we do, brother? The Bull Demon King asked anxiously. You don't need to worry too much. As long as this restriction is within Flower Fruit Mountain, it won't be triggered. What if he leaves the mountain? The monkey sighed and said, in that case, you two will need to remove the restriction in advance. The Bull Demon King grabbed Sun Wukong's hand and asked urgently, what should we do? It's actually simple. Just hit him. Huh. The restriction is in the flesh. A good beating will diminish it. Sun Wukong slowly explained, that's the only way. The Bull Demon King and his wife were half convinced but started the action. After hitting a few times, the fine golden line indeed dimmed a bit, and they immediately increased their speed. The red boy's cries of pain rang out repeatedly, and a hint of a smile appeared in the monkey's eyes. This little rascal thinks he can fight against your uncle's son? You're still too young. That fine line of restriction was something he had just added. Before leaving, the monkey specifically reminded them, by the way, sis-in-law, doing this once a day is beneficial for completely dissipating the restriction. Got it. Princess Iron Fan replied and immediately joined the action to eliminate the restriction. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong left Flower Fruit Mountain and went back to the Heavenly Palace once again. This time, he wanted to see Nezha and see if there was any way to bring him over as well. At this moment, in the Spirit Mountain, in the Great Thunder Sound Temple, the Buddha was lost in thought. The Jade Emperor indeed issued a decree, but that decree was useless. One Sun Wukong and one Taishang Laojun, both of whom did not heed the decree. There is no need to say much about Sun Wukong. He caused a ruckus in the Heavenly Palace, and the title of the Great Sage equal to heaven was earned through his actions. One can understand how unruly this monkey is. As for Taishang Laojun, he simply does not heed the orders. Can anyone say anything about that? Does anyone dare to say anything? As the thoughts of the Buddha moved, even though his uncle, the golden-winged Great Pong, was captured in the purple gold-red gourd. As Manjushri said, with his bloodline, nothing would happen for a while. However, this matter is also feared to be delayed. The monkey is stubborn and has already exceeded expectations. Once he gets serious, it's hard to tell what else he might do. After a long time, the Buddha made a decision and said, go have a talk with the Jade Emperor. Since the Great Sage equal to heaven is working in his heavenly court, what he is doing now is also undermining the plan between the heavenly court and the Buddhist realm, damaging the reputation of the heavenly court. This kind of thing, the heavenly court should also take action. Since the Jade Emperor intends to sit back and watch, the Buddha must pull him into the water. At worst, let the incident of the great disturbance in the heavenly palace 500 years ago play out again. Now, the Buddha did not want to take action, mainly because the involvement was too great. At the beginning, the Buddha could have acted directly, suppressing Sun Wukong with thunderous means, and this difficulty could have been overcome. But now it is different. Lao Juan's bull and his disciples are present, along with his treasures, which are self-explanatory. It would not be an exaggeration to say that they are openly supporting that monkey. If he were to take action now, would Lao Juan not also use this reason to strike? When junior disciples battle, how can you, the great Buddha, bully the small? Since you are already bullying the small, then the old Taoist will show you what true bullying is. This matter has suddenly become troublesome. The Buddha felt a headache at once. How did the journey to the west turn into this? Oh, it all started from Tang Seng insisting on changing disciples. This is really something. The Buddhist realm has already paid a considerable price to undertake this journey to the west, and it should have led to the flourishing of the Buddhist realm. But now, the cost is getting higher and higher. At this moment, Manjushri said, Buddha, if the heavenly court takes action but is merely pretending to comply, what should we do? His words hit the nail on the head. If the heavenly court puts in effort but does not exert real strength, it might even hinder us, making the Buddhist realm situation even more troublesome. The Buddha shook his head. It doesn't matter. We just need the heavenly court to send people. The rest will still be handled by us. This way of acting is just to guard against the heavenly court secretly assisting that monkey king. This matter with Lao Juan must not happen a second time. Manjushri nodded, understanding the Buddha's intention. If during this period, heavenly court personnel appear again, it would be unacceptable. At that time, the one questioning the heavenly court would be the Buddha himself. Moreover, the Buddha would have a reason to take action, not out of bullying the weak, but because the heavenly court is being too unreasonable. This way of acting, no matter how you look at it, the Buddhist realm stands on solid ground. Because the heavenly court is in the wrong. If Lao Juan wants to take strong action, Does he think the Buddhist realm has no saints? Guanyi nodded. I understand. I will go to the west now and ask the Jade Emperor to take action. Manjushri then asked, what about the golden-winged Great Peng? The Buddha suddenly felt a headache and said, let Zhu Beiji plead for mercy. Leave them a way out. Manjushri said, it has to be this way then. In the heavenly court, Sun Wukong had already arrived at the southern heavenly gate. The giant spirit god greeted him as usual, great sage. Sun Wukong nodded and said, come to see if my great sage mansion's spirit peaches are ripe. When my peaches are ripe, I will invite you to taste them. The giant spirit god said, then I thank the great sage in advance, please. Sun Wukong quickly entered, not long after exiting, confirming that no one was following him. He changed his route and returned to the southern heavenly gate, heading towards the Cloud Loft Palace. This Cloud Loft Palace was the residence of Prince Nezha and his father. The pagoda lifting heavenly kingly. Chapter 35. Go steal Li Jing's pagoda. After Sun Wukong entered the Cloud Loft Palace, he looked around. However, he did not search in his original form, but transformed into a flying insect to scout around. If he were at his original strength, this transformation would not work, and he would be easily recognized. But now it was different. His strength had reached the peak of quasi-saint, and his transformation was rarely seen through. Before long, he confirmed where Nezha lived and flew over. Sure enough, he saw Nezha in a palace. At this moment, Nezha was meditating with his legs crossed. When the flying insect that Sun Wukong transformed into approached, Nezha instantly opened his eyes. With a wave of his hand, a fire-pointed spear flew over, ready to stab. Prince, you seem quite fiery. Sun Wukong revealed his true form, and Nezha squinted. Is it you, monkey? Why are you here instead of staying well at Flower Fruit Mountain? Sun Wukong sat down casually on a nearby chair, took the wine pot from the table, poured a mouthful into his mouth, smacked his lips, and said, I just came to check on my great sage mansion. Passing by here, I thought I'd come see you. It's been a long time since we caught up, hasn't it? Nezha coldly snorted. I see you are not here to catch up, but for some other purpose. The third prince is quite perceptive. You saw through my intentions at a glance. Sun Wukong did not hide it, and frankly said, that's right. I specifically came to find you. My Flower Fruit Mountain is currently lacking in soldiers and horses, and even more, I need a few strong people. That bald donkey I have been protecting on his journey to the west has gone through many hardships. Yet because of a few robbers, he wants to drive me away. I naturally cannot endure this kind of humiliation. What is the point of continuing this journey? I quit. Whoever wants to do it can do it. Right now, my Flower Fruit Mountain is just outside the Tang territory, blocking that bald donkey, not letting him pass. The third prince also knows this is a major matter for the Buddhist realm. Those bald donkeys certainly do not want this. And they are starting to take action against me. I am not afraid, but now, I still have Flower Fruit Mountain. I am too weak. Nezha chuckled. Putting away the fire-pointed spear, sat down next to Sun Wukong, took the wine pot from his hand, poured himself a glass, and while drinking, laughed. So, you came here intending to ask this prince to help you deal with the Buddhist realm? He, of course. Saying this, Nezha's smile turned cold. As a general of the heavenly court and the great god of the three altars, how could I follow you to become a bandit? The journey to the west was discussed between the Buddhist realm and the heavenly court. If I help you obstruct the journey, wouldn't that also ruin the heavenly court's affairs? Sun Wukong said. It is true that it is the heavenly court's matter, but the old Jade Emperor does not want the journey to continue. Otherwise, why would he have you and your father blocking that bald donkey outside? Nezha replied, that is for his majesty to consider, and I only need to obey his majesty's orders. Sun Wukong felt as if he was meeting Nezha for the first time, and said, hearing you say that is like me promising the old Jade Emperor to guard the peach garden well, without eating a single peach. I came this time with sincere intentions. Among these heavenly court people, you are the one I see most favorably. You are clearly someone capable of great things. How about it? Come with me to Flower Fruit Mountain, and when the time comes, do whatever you want. No one will restrict you. Isn't it more comfortable than being a lowly official in the heavenly court? Nezha remained unmoved. Sun Wukong thought for a moment and continued. Don't you want to be freer? Don't you want to surpass your father? When these words fell, Nezha's eyes suddenly turned cold. He said, if you want me to help you, that is not impossible, but you must promise me one request. What request? Sun Wukong immediately asked. You go steal Li Jing's pagoda. The pagoda? Sun Wukong was taken aback for a moment, then recalled carefully, suddenly realizing that the relationship between this father and son seemed rather disharmonious. There must be something fishy going on. He then deliberately said, stealing that tower is easy to say, but what are you going to do with it once you steal it? Is it still a rare treasure? Nezha immediately sneered. His smile filled with killing intent, saying, once that tower is stolen, I'll go over and kill Li Jing. Hiss. Sun Wukong inhaled sharply. This kid has a strong killing intent. However, I, old son, like it. Huagua Mountain is just lacking someone like you. He had a plan in mind. Feeling he understood the situation, no wonder when he asked Nezha, Nezha showed that embarrassed expression and even asked if his father was still alive. So it turns out it's like this. That is, with the tower present, Li Jing is a father, and without the tower, Li Jing is an enemy? So is Li Jing a father, or is the tower a father? Sun Wukong suddenly felt that this relationship was quite intriguing. But right now, there was no need to worry about that much. He said, actually, I have another idea. What idea? Sun Wukong grinned. Third prince. Do you know that old lord has an item called the Vajra chisel? Nezha glanced at him. Did you forget? That Vajra chisel has previously taken my treasure. Earlier, when dealing with the Qing Yo Jing, Sun Wukong had invited Nezha. But Sun Wukong's smile grew wider. We all know the power of the Vajra chisel. It can take away a person's treasure, so it can naturally take away Li Jing's tower as well. Nezha said, are you planning to steal old lord's treasure? Sun Wukong waved his hand. Why go through that trouble? Right now, old lord's Qing Yo is in my Huagua Mountain. Not only them, but also old lord's 2 boys. As long as you follow me back to Huagua Mountain, when Li Jing comes over, I can use the Vajra chisel to take the tower from his hands. At that time, whatever you want to do, no one can stop you. Nezha was immediately tempted. Sun Wukong persuaded him gently. Think about it. Even if I, old son, steal Li Jing's tower right now, with so many people in the heavenly court, do you think you can succeed in dealing with Li Jing? With so many people blocking the way, the probability of Li Jing surviving is very high. But in my Huagua Mountain, it would be different at that time. Not only will I help you, but there will also be others who will throw Li Jing to you. Wouldn't the third prince be able to do whatever he wants? As Sun Wukong finished speaking, with a buzzing sound, the fire-tip spear fell back into Nezha's hands, and the 2 wind fire wheels under his feet immediately rolled. And he looked at the monkey, saying, let us go. This straightforwardness stunned the monkey, and he asked in confusion, what for? Back to our Huagua Mountain. All right. This role reversal was faster than I, old son. No wonder Nezha is such an open-minded person. If I had known it would be this easy to convince him, I wouldn't have gone through so much trouble to find Muzha. I could have just told Nezha that the Vajra chisel is with me. And when Li Jing comes over, we can start killing. Wouldn't that solve it? Chapter 36. King Li sends troops. Old Lord's layout. Nezha quietly left the heavenly court with Sun Wukong, while Guanyin, under the instructions of Tathagata, came to the heavenly court again. After all, Tathagata's thoughts were simple. Since the heavenly court wanted to secretly cause trouble, they had to drag the heavenly court down, making them completely stand in the open. This way, even if there was secret mischief, they could discover it immediately, rather than waiting until the battle broke out and the Buddhist sect suffered a great defeat before questioning the heavenly court. In this way, more time could be saved, and it also gave the Buddhist sect a legitimate reason. Guanyin and Wenshu both thought this idea was good, so Guanyin came again. At the South Heaven Gate, the giant spirit god was clearly stunned when he saw Guanyin appear again. Bodhisattva, why are you here again? Guanyin took a deep breath and said, I have come to discuss some matters with the emperor, please report it. Guanyin was not like the monkey. The monkey would just barge in without caring about announcements. If someone dared to stop him, he would just fight his way in, as it was not the first time. Therefore, almost everyone turned a blind eye to the actions of Sun Wukong regarding such trivial matters. There was no need to provoke the great sage over small issues. Moreover, after the uproar in the heavenly palace, Sun Wukong was still living well. Those in the ranks of immortals were all clever people. Why provoke trouble? Even the Jade Emperor did not say anything. After a while, the Jade Emperor's decree came, inviting Guanyin Bodhisattva in. Bodhisattva, please. Guanyin then entered through the South Heaven Gate, and there were already heavenly soldiers escorting her, all the way to outside the Lingxiao Treasure Hall. Oh, Bodhisattva, Tai Bai Jingxing was waiting outside the Lingxiao Treasure Hall, and upon seeing Guanyin, he immediately greeted her with a smile, the first sentence being, is the Western journey of the Buddhist sect going smoothly? The Emperor has given his decree, so there shouldn't be anyone daring to obstruct it. Our heavenly court's powerful soldiers have been doing well these days. The implication was that the capable people in the heavenly court had not made a move. The Emperor had already given the Buddhist sect enough face. If the Buddhist sect still couldn't resolve it, that was not the heavenly court's problem, but the Buddhist sect's problem. Upon hearing this, a vein on Guanyin's forehead twitched, but her expression did not change. She said, the Western journey is indeed going well. The Buddhist sect can handle it. However, since it is the Emperor's decree, and the Emperor is the ruler of the 3 realms, once the order is given, the 3 realms should obey. But it seems that many people are indifferent. You, the great Emperor, have issued a decree, yet so many people do not listen. What kind of 3 realms ruler are you? Tai Bai Jingxing smiled and said, are you referring to the great sage? The great sage has always been like this. The Emperor is fond of him, saying he is naturally born and raised. He has endured so much suffering before, and no one has disciplined him. It's just a bit of a temper. It won't affect the overall situation of the Buddhist sect, so let him be. As for old Lord, Sai, Bodhisattva, don't you know? A cow and 2 boys can't possibly stop the Buddhist sect. Sun Wukong is favored by the Emperor, and he is merely a stone monkey born from heaven. There's no sect to discipline him. On the surface, after all, the patriarch Bodhi didn't let it be said. If a stone monkey born from heaven can't be dealt with by the Buddhist sect, wouldn't it be a pure joke for the Buddhist sect to want to go west? As for a cow and 2 boys, is that all the Buddhist sect can do? Guanyin naturally understood Tai Bai Jingxing's meaning and smiled slightly, saying, Wukong's abilities are not small. 500 years ago, he caused a great uproar in the heavenly palace, and the Emperor even sought help from the Buddha. Indeed, Tai Bai Jingxing said, so the Buddhist sect should be the least afraid of the great sage. Guanyin was momentarily taken aback, not expecting this old fox to throw the conversation back at her. There was no need to continue the discussion. The two entered the Lingxiao treasure hall. Your Majesty. Guanyin saluted the Jade Emperor, who was seated at the top. The Jade Emperor waved his hand. Bodhisattva, there is no need for excessive courtesy. I have given enough face to the Buddhist sect this time, and the decree has been issued. The Western journey should not face any further obstacles, right? Guanyin said, thanks to your Majesty's great grace, the Western journey has made progress. But there are also difficulties. Now that Wukong is with old lords Cao and boys, our Buddhist sect has always been compassionate. And also considering your Majesty's and old lord's face, we have delayed taking decisive action, which has caused time to be wasted. I have come this time to discuss with your Majesty how to handle it. Upon hearing this, the Jade Emperor first frowned slightly, then laughed heartily. Guanyin's meaning was simple. Considering your Majesty's and old lord's face, the Buddhist sect had not been ruthless, which allowed them to be rampant. If the Buddhist sect had wanted to, they would have captured them long ago, but their methods would have been much harsher. The Jade Emperor said, naturally, I trust the methods of the Buddhist sect, but there is no need to be overly cautious. Lao Jun has long since sent the boy down to the mortal realm. Since it's for tempering, there should be a degree of it. Otherwise, it would be like playing house, wouldn't he that lose its meaning? As for Wukong, he should learn a lesson. This monkey may be well behaved on most days, but he can be mischievous at times. I'm reluctant to take action myself, so it wouldn't hurt to let the Buddhist sect handle it for a while. Guanyin frowned. The Jade Emperor mocked the methods of the Buddhist sect, saying they were like playing house. If you have the means, use them. Why come to me to complain? The Jade Emperor continued. There is no need to worry too much about me and Lao Jun. Otherwise, it would delay the grand plan of the Buddhist sect, and I wouldn't feel good about it. Your Majesty is indeed benevolent, Guanyin had to say. However, since your Majesty is benevolent, the Buddhist sect naturally cannot neglect the heavenly court or your Majesty. Therefore, I have come this time to ask your Majesty to send troops together. It would be best if you could persuade Wukong to repent. If persuasion fails, the Buddhist sect can assist the heavenly court in capturing him, ultimately leaving it to your Majesty to decide and teach him personally. This way, Wukong can appreciate your Majesty's heavenly grace and will not engage in such outrageous acts in the future. The Jade Emperor glanced at Guanyin and dropped the pretense, directly saying, all right, who has the Bodhisattva set her sights on this time? Guanyin looked around and finally said, King Li of the Toda is strong and reasonable. Balancing fatherly kindness with authority, he is the most suitable. The Jade Emperor suggested, why not let Nezha join as well? Guanyin shook her head. If the third prince goes together, it might have the opposite effect. The third prince's temperament is too impulsive, and he may not get along with the people of the Buddhist sect. It would be inappropriate to add trouble for your Majesty. The Jade Emperor nodded. I approve. Li Jing, you are to gather 50,000 heavenly soldiers and accompany Bodhisattva Guanyin to the mortal realm. Wukong indeed needs to be persuaded. At that time, just listen to Bodhisattva Guanyin. Everything should prioritize the grand plan of the Buddhist sect. Yes, your Majesty. Li Jing accepted the order. Guanyin also got the result she wanted and bowed. Thank you, your Majesty. I shall take my leave now. Go. The Jade Emperor waved his hand. Shortly after Guanyin left, Lao Jun's figure appeared in the Lingxiao Palace. Your Majesty. The Jade Emperor changed his demeanor and looked at Lao Jun, asking, Lao Jun, what scheme are you plotting? Do you want me to agree to truly help the Buddhist sect? Lao Jun stroked his long beard and smiled. Of course not. But if your Majesty does not agree, wouldn't that give Tathagata a reason to intervene? As the ruler of the three realms, your Majesty must hold the moral high ground and cannot let the Buddhist sect have a handle on you. The Jade Emperor snorted. I actually want them to have something to grasp. This journey to the west is of great benefit to the Buddhist sect and no harm at all, but it is not the same for the heavenly court. This group of bald thieves actually took advantage of the arrangement of the 81 trials to explore the heavenly court's strengths and weaknesses while simultaneously weakening the heavenly court's power. Their treachery is relentless. Lao Jun said, Your Majesty need not be so angry. Wukong is not helping you share the burden, is he? That is true. The Jade Emperor laughed upon hearing this. Wukong is indeed my fortunate general, doing many things that resonate with my heart. However, I am curious about what you have arranged. Lao Jun smiled mysteriously and said, cannot be disclosed. Your Majesty will know soon. Chapter 37. King Li, rest assured, Nezha is not at Flower Fruit Mountain. When Nezha followed Sun Wukong here, he was instantly amazed by the surroundings. Is this Flower Fruit Mountain? Of course, doesn't it look like it? Nezha sensed the environment around him, still astonished. The spiritual energy in Flower Fruit Mountain was overwhelmingly rich. In such an environment, even during the function period, Nezha had never seen anything like it. How did this monkey achieve it? Before he could be more surprised, Nezha saw the monkeys in Flower Fruit Mountain practicing, and their strength was quite impressive. Many of them were not weaker than the heavenly soldiers. It should be noted that ever since Sun Wukong caused havoc in the heavenly palace, the original monkey demons of Flower Fruit Mountain had suffered considerable losses. Many of the powerful ones died in battle, leaving only those with low strength. Yet now how much time has passed? Not only have they caught up in strength, but they also seem to be even stronger. Hiss, this monkey has grand ambitions. Nezha couldn't help but look at Sun Wukong. What is wrong, third prince? Sun Wukong immediately smiled. How do you find my Flower Fruit Mountain? When your father comes, even if he brings many heavenly soldiers, that's no problem. My monkeys and descendants can hold them off. Nezha nodded, his heart suddenly filled with eagerness. There's more. Sun Wukong continued. Then, he led Nezha to see other places and met the Bull Demon King and his wife. However, upon meeting the Bull Demon King and his wife, it was naturally not very harmonious. Nezha had taken action when capturing the Bull Demon King, and there was enmity between them. However, brother, what are you planning to do? The Bull Demon King immediately asked. Brother, this is Nezha, the third prince. He is now also one of our Flower Fruit Mountain people. He feels that the officials of the Heavenly Court are not interesting, so he has come to help. So that is how it is. After understanding, the Bull Demon King nodded, letting go of grievances. It was not a big deal, and now the growth of Flower Fruit Mountain was more important. In the face of major issues, the Bull Demon King was very clear about this. He then clasped his hands towards Nezha, third prince. I have offended you in the past. I hope you can forgive me. Nezha also nodded. The Bull Demon King's strength has become even more formidable. The Bull Demon King was delighted and said, all thanks to you, my dear brother. I have been cultivating here in Flower Fruit Mountain for a long time, and my luck has improved, so my strength has increased a bit. Nezha then turned to look at the monkeys and quickly thought of the abundant spiritual energy in Flower Fruit Mountain and understood. Sun Wukong said, third prince, you can cultivate in the mountain for a while. The Buddhist sect wants to invite your father down to the mortal realm, but it will probably take some time. Opportunities will always arise. Although Nezha was anxious, he also understood that such matters cannot be rushed. The more anxious one is, the more likely they are to fail. It's better to take this time to enhance his strength. Sun Wukong continued. The third prince can choose a place to cultivate. There are still many good spots in my Flower Fruit Mountain. Nezha nodded and went to cultivate. Meanwhile, back in the Heavenly Court, Kingly, we meet again. Guanyin said to Toda Heavenly King Li Jing. Li Jing forced a smile and said, Bodhisattva. He truly did not expect to meet her again so soon after stopping her last time, and this time, the Jade Emperor's order was to let him follow Guanyin's arrangements. It seems that the grand plan of the Buddhist sect's journey to the west indeed has the Emperor's support. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent him out. Guanyin then said, King Li need not worry too much. In this battle, you only need to cooperate with us. The specific battle will still be initiated by the Buddhist sect. After all, Wukong holds an official position in the Heavenly Court, and Lao Jun's disciple and the bull have close ties, so the Buddhist sect does not wish to worsen relations with the Heavenly Court and Lao Jun. Hence the request for you to take action. Li Jing nodded. I understand, Bodhisattva, rest assured. Since the Emperor has issued an edict, I will definitely follow your instructions. Guanyin felt relieved. The reason for choosing Li Jing is that the Buddhist sect has a debt of gratitude towards him. If any unexpected situation arises, Li Jing is more likely to lean towards the Buddhist sect due to his soft-heartedness. Choosing anyone else could be problematic. Guanyin looked around and suddenly smiled, saying, this time, Prince Nezha did not come along, so I suppose the Heavenly King can breathe a sigh of relief. Li Jing forced a smile and replied, that rebellious child is indeed a headache. After he left the Lingxiao treasure hall, he summoned the heavenly soldiers and did not return home to take a look. He doesn't even know that Nezha is no longer here. However, under these circumstances, only I can truly relax. After all, without having to consider that rebellious child, I don't have to worry about him stabbing me in the back when my Linglong Pagoda is not around. With that rebellious child around, it truly feels like a crisis is always at hand, never allowing for peace. This time, it can be considered an easy task. Li Jing took a deep breath, and his mood immediately improved a lot, saying, Bodhisattva, when shall we set off? Guanyin chuckled lightly. We must go now. We cannot delay our journey westward. It is better to resolve this difficulty as soon as possible. All right, then let us depart. In the Tang dynasty, Manjushri and Guanyin each went their separate ways. Guanyin went to the Heavenly Court, while Manjushri naturally returned and conveyed the Buddha's decree. As soon as the decree was finished, Zhu Beiji immediately waved his hand, saying, I want to go. I want to go. This matter is not caused by me. Why should I resolve it? Those 3 demon kings were not invited by me, nor were they decided by me. No one asked for my opinion, yet they were brought here. Now that they have been caught by that Bima one, they suddenly remember me. I want to go. Zhu Beiji simply sat down on the ground, holding his belly and waiting there. Seeing this, Manjushri felt a bit helpless. He could only say, Beiji, this matter is the Buddha's will, and it is not asking you to do anything. You are closest to Wukong. Just ask for a favor. That golden-winged great Peng is related to the Buddha. Concerning life and death, we must save him. Zhu Beiji still said, I want to go. This is not my doing. You should ask the master to go. He is the one who insisted on changing them. These 3 demon kings have the strongest relationship with him, and they have nothing to do with me. Why should I be the one to do such a shameful task? Manjushri glanced at Tang Seng, who immediately felt his heart tighten and hurriedly said, Beiji, just go. As a monk, compassion is in our hearts. Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. Zhu Beiji immediately replied, you say it so nicely, but why don't you go? You go save him, and I will definitely support you. Tang Seng was instantly taken aback. If he were to go, he would be risking his life. Manjushri said, Beiji, if this matter is successful, I will report it as a merit for you to the Buddha. Once we succeed in the westward journey, your contribution will be the greatest. After hearing this, Zhu Beiji's eyes lit up, and he said, in that case, it's not impossible. But you have to promise, my contribution must be the greatest. And I must get the most benefits. Of course, that's more like it. Then I will go take a look. Zhu Beiji then got up and walked towards Flower Fruit Mountain. Chapter 38. Nezha, Li Jing is coming? I'll go stab him to death. Monkey brother. Don't make a move. Don't make a move. It's me, your old pig. Outside Flower Fruit Mountain, Zhu Beiji showed a flattering smile upon seeing Sun Wukong. You fool, what are you doing here? Sun Wukong immediately looked at him and asked, hey, monkey brother. I just missed you, so I came to see you specially. Of course, Sun Wukong didn't believe him, saying, you fool, why did you come to see me now? What are you up to? Do you think I don't know? Hee. Zhu Beiji immediately smiled. I knew I couldn't hide it from you. Sun Wukong said, speak. What did the Buddha want you to come here for? Zhu Beiji rubbed his hands and chuckled awkwardly. It's about the 3 demon kings that monkey brother captured. They are not ordinary. 2 of them are the steeds of the Bodhisattva, and 1, that golden-winged great Pong, is the Buddha's uncle. The Buddha wants to know if you can release them. Hey, Sun Wukong laughed upon hearing this. The Buddha's uncle? I knew it. That golden-winged great Pong actually has such a background, able to replace me and follow Tang Seng to fetch scriptures. Zhu Beiji felt a bit awkward. Yes, but I still stand by you, monkey brother. That golden-winged great Pong, I have never looked at him properly. He can't compare to you at all. Not even a single hair. Sun Wukong waved his hand. Stop saying these empty words. Beiji, go back and tell them. If the Buddha wants to save his uncle, that is fine, but he needs to bring something good to exchange. All right, monkey brother, I'll go back and tell them, don't worry. I will definitely give them a good beating. After Zhu Beiji left, Sun Wukong returned to Flower Fruit Mountain. The 3 demons from Shizheoling had long been released and were bound with the golden rope, tossed aside. Sun Wukong had not bothered with them, but Nezha was quite interested. At this moment, Nezha stood in front of the 3 demons. The 3 demons still had a bit of bravado. Let us go. Release us. Don't you know what consequences there will be for capturing us? Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong laughed. However, before he could speak, Nezha narrowed his eyes, flames enveloping his fiery spear, and looked at the monkey, saying, are these 3 useless beings worth keeping? If not, why don't I practice with them? Nezha, eager to try, said, I just want to see if I can pierce all 3 of them with one shot. As soon as Nezha finished speaking, the previously arrogant aura of the 3 demon kings was instantly extinguished. The 3 demon kings exchanged glances and wisely chose to remain silent. They knew that while Sun Wukong might not kill them, Nezha, he dared to gamble. If Nezha could really pierce all 3 of them and roast them with his Samadhi true fire, it would be a different story. The deeds of this 3rd prince were quite well known. Seeing this scene, Sun Wukong was also amused. He patted Nezha on the shoulder and said, 3rd prince, why don't you practice here? I'll keep an eye on you. Your practice needs to stretch your muscles and bones, and these 3 are just right for you. But be careful, that golden-winged great Pong must be kept alive. I need to keep him for the Buddha to offer a good price to redeem him. As for the other 2, Sun Wukong paused. Immediately, the Qing lion and white elephant became anxious, hurriedly saying, we can also stay. We have value. The Bodhisattva will come to save and redeem us. Hee. Sun Wukong and Nezha exchanged smiles. Nezha came this time specifically to scare these 3, who were too arrogant. Although Nezha was indeed capable of killing them, he wasn't foolish. Keeping them alive could be very useful. If he killed them now, the effect would not be as great. Moreover, if he really killed the Buddha's uncle, the Buddha might not just sit idly by. At this moment, Sun Wukong paused for a moment, saying, 3rd prince, you continue practicing. It seems someone is coming outside. I'll go take a look. In the sky above Flower Fruit Mountain, Guanyin and Li Jing slowly appeared, with tens of thousands of heavenly soldiers following behind Li Jing, like dark clouds looming over Flower Fruit Mountain. Shortly after, Manjushri's figure also arrived here. Kingly, Bodhisattva Manjushri. The 2 sides exchanged greetings. Guanyin said, your Majesty is very much in favor of our plan for the Buddhist sect, and has specially sent Li Tianwang to assist. This time, we will surely capture that demon monkey, allowing the Buddhist plan to continue. Wenshu nodded, agreeing that this was a good thing, and said, thank you for your efforts, Li Tianwang. Not at all. Li Jing immediately waved his hand. I am merely fulfilling the Emperor's orders to come and assist. If there is anything needed, just let the Bodhisattva speak. Very good. Wenshu smiled and nodded. Li Jing was indeed a suitable choice. He was obedient, and the Buddhist sect had done him a favor. With that, there would naturally be no further issues. At this moment, Wenshu looked towards Guanyin and asked, have your followers from the South China Sea arrived? Guanyin nodded. I have already sent a message through my disciple. They should arrive shortly. However, that monkey has gone to the South China Sea and taken away the red boy. Wenshu replied, it doesn't matter. One red boy won't affect the overall situation. Besides, we still have Li Tianwang and tens of thousands of heavenly soldiers here. No matter the circumstances, we can suppress it. Li Jing suddenly said, Bodhisattvas, can we really handle this just with us? He was concerned. The great sage has the old Lord's azure bowl with him. Wenshu smiled and said, of course. There is more than just this. The Buddhist sect has backup plans, but we must keep them confidential. It's not that I don't trust Li Tianwang. But those backup plans are more effective when they appear unexpectedly. Heavenly soldiers filled the sky, and the two bodhisattvas alongside the tower guarding Heavenly King appeared over Flower and Fruit Mountain. The scene was overwhelming, like dark clouds pressing down on a city, creating a shocking atmosphere. The monkey, having seen this spectacle, was immediately startled and turned back before he reached the three demon kings at Shizeoling. He exclaimed, "Third prince! Third prince, they're here, your father has come." Buzz! Nezha brandished his fire spear, flames bursting forth, and charged out, saying, "Watch me stab him." "Hey, wait. The monkey quickly blocked Nezha's path and said, "You are too anxious. The tower is still in Li Jing's hands. Wait a moment, let me go out first. You hide here and wait for the Vajra to take the tower from Li Jing before you come out. If we act rashly now, what if Li Jing escapes?" Nezha calmed down at this. Sun Wukong thought to himself, how can this third prince be more impatient than me? Chapter 39, Seizing the Treasure Tower. Nezha takes action. The towering peaks pierced the clouds, looking particularly impressive from a distance. In the clouds, the two bodhisattvas of the Buddhist sect and the tower guarding Heavenly King from the Heavenly Court stood, with tens of thousands of elite heavenly soldiers behind them. Such a heavy mass of dark clouds overhead would give anyone a strong sense of oppression. A shadow appeared in Flower and Fruit Mountain, and the armored monkey somersaulted to the sky. Before he landed, a wild and rebellious voice echoed, "So many people, you truly look highly upon me." The monkey landed in the sky, holding the Rui Jingu Bang, clad in golden armor, standing alone against tens of thousands of enemies. At that moment, he truly exuded an extraordinary aura. "Sun Wukong, I give you one last chance to come back and protect Tang Seng on his journey west. The Buddhist sect, seeing your contributions along the way, can still forgive you. If you remain stubborn, then I'll remain stubborn." Sun Wukong interrupted, swinging his arm, resting the golden staff on his shoulder, and pointing at Wen Shu, saying, "If you have the guts, then come at me. Why waste so much breath?" However, before Sun Wukong finished speaking, Li Jing frowned and said, "Sun Wukong, you are already part of the Buddhist plan. Protecting Tang Seng on his journey west is your mission. If not for this, you would still be trapped under the Five-Finger Mountain. You do not appreciate the great kindness of the Buddhist sect and dare to do such treacherous things, now obstructing Tang Seng's journey west. The Emperor has decreed that I lead 50,000 heavenly soldiers to assist the Buddhist sect. What Wen Shu Bodhisattva just said is your last chance." "Ha!" Sun Wukong laughed loudly, his laughter full of defiance. "I, old son, won't take the scriptures, and I won't let anyone pass. When I returned to Flower and Fruit Mountain, I had already decided that no matter who comes, this Tang Seng will not pass. Let alone you all, even if the old Buddha himself comes. He will have to fight with me." Seeing Sun Wukong so resolute, Guanyin and Wen Shu sighed. Wen Shu said, "Since things have come to this point, there is no need to say more." In the next moment, Guanyin's followers from the South China Sea appeared, Jian, Mu, the Black Bear Spirit, and the King of Spirit Awareness, along with many believers from the South China Sea, all came forward. "Father." Jian and Mu bowed to Li Jing. Li Jing was taken aback, then looked at Guanyin, who smiled and said, "Li Tianwang, do not worry. In recent days, Jian and Mu have made significant progress in strength and are capable of shining in this battle. Moreover, this is a good opportunity for them to hone their skills." Li Jing nodded. Sun Wukong laughed and said, "Li Jing, your three sons have two here. Why not let Nezha take action? Are you afraid? Your first two sons are spoiled by you, but this last one has become an enemy. If it weren't for that tower, Nezha would have long since stabbed you in the head with his spear." Hearing this, Li Jing's face darkened. He was quite angry. But Sun Wukong's words were the truth. Without the tower, it would indeed be a situation of mutual destruction with Nezha. However, with Nezha absent, he naturally had nothing to worry about. Feeling particularly unhappy, he directly looked at Wen Shu and Guanyin and said, "Bodhisattvas, this demon monkey is arrogant and reckless. I will take the first shot to test him. You two bodhisattvas can support me from behind. If anything goes wrong, please assist." Wen Shu was taken aback, not expecting Li Jing to want to take the first move. Then he smiled and said, "Since Li Tianwang is willing, we will naturally agree." This is the benefit of inviting Li Jing, in contrast to ordinary people who would definitely watch from the sidelines and not assist. It was good enough if they did not hinder the battle. Li Jing then raised his hand, and the exquisite treasure tower immediately enlarged, shining with Buddhist light, with layers of patterns appearing in the sky. At this moment, Guanyin kindly reminded Li Tianwang, "Be careful, the old Lord's Vajra is also present. Be cautious of the monkey's tricks to take your tower." Li Jing replied, "My treasure tower is powerful. It is not something that demon monkey can deal with. When that monkey caused havoc in heaven, I fought him with all my might, and now is the perfect time to make up for it." The exquisite treasure tower shone brightly. Meanwhile, in Flower and Fruit Mountain, Nezha had already tightened his grip on the fire spear, his eyes fixed on the treasure tower outside, his heart racing with the urge to strike. Beside him, the Azure Bull spirit was momentarily stunned. He understood some of the grievances between Li Jing and his sons, but did not know it had reached this extent. He thought to himself, if he captured Li Jing's tower later, wouldn't Nezha directly stab Li Jing? Would this life not fall on my old bull's head? What should I do? Should I seize it? The Qing Jing was unaware that at that moment, as he was pondering this matter, Nezha suddenly fixed his gaze on him and spoke. When you take away the Li Jing Tower later, if you dare to play any tricks, I will burn down your orange grove. Personally capture you back to the Do Shui Palace, and make sure that you won't be able to eat a single orange from now on. The Qing Jing trembled at once. How ruthless. It seemed he couldn't hesitate any longer, since the old lord hadn't forbidden it. What he didn't say meant it was permissible. The Qing Jing made up his mind, all for the sake of oranges. Outside, the battle had already begun. Even with Li Jing exerting his maximum magical power to activate the Linglong treasure tower, he quickly enveloped Sun Wukong. However, it was just a matter of a single strike. With a loud bang, the golden hoop staff swept through the sky, shattering the Buddha shadow cast by the Linglong treasure tower, which in turn affected the tower itself, causing it to start shaking. Li Jing was instantly alarmed and hurriedly urged his magical power to stabilize it. But unexpectedly, at that moment, a brilliant golden light erupted from Huaguo Mountain, where the Qing Jing had already summoned the Vajra chisel, and its suction force suddenly erupted. The Linglong treasure tower began to move toward Huaguo Mountain. Li Jing was horrified and quickly urged his magical power again to stabilize it. At that very moment, Guanyin and Wenshu moved simultaneously, rushing toward Huaguo Mountain, intending to seize the Vajra chisel. With such a powerful treasure in Huaguo Mountain, every step they took was exceptionally difficult. So if they could take the Vajra chisel away, it would be much easier. Thus, their initial objective was simple: find an opportunity to seize the Vajra chisel. Originally, they planned for Wenshu to hold back Sun Wukong while Guanyin went to steal it, but with Li Jing now taking the initiative, it was naturally the best scenario. Moreover, just as Li Jing was restraining Sun Wukong, the Vajra chisel was summoned, making it the perfect moment to seize it. Their figures quickly approached, moving at incredible speed, reaching for the Vajra chisel. However, they did not anticipate that a fiery figure would suddenly descend, engulfed in rich Samadhi true fire. As the flames surged and revealed the situation within, Nezha's fire-pointed spear was already aimed at the two of them. Buddhism's lackeys die? Chapter 40. It turns out that Li Jing is Nezha's father. Nezha's sudden appearance undoubtedly stunned Guanyin and Wenshu. They had calculated everything perfectly and determined that this was the best moment to seize the Vajra chisel, but they never expected that Nezha would unexpectedly appear. The formidable deity of the heavenly court, the Three-Altar Sea Assembly, was actually in Sun Wukong's Huaguo Mountain. At that moment, Guanyin recalled a scene from the Lingxiao Palace and understood why the Jade Emperor allowed her to choose people without imposing arrangements. It was because Nezha had already descended to the mortal realm and entered Huaguo Mountain. Once again, she and Buddhism had been played. The Jade Emperor. Without time to say more, Guanyin immediately said to Wenshu, "I will hold him back. You go seize the Vajra chisel." Only by taking the Vajra chisel can Buddhism's grand plan proceed better. Wenshu nodded and without hesitation moved directly toward the Vajra chisel. Unexpectedly, when facing Wenshu's attempt to seize the Vajra chisel, Nezha surprisingly did not stop him at all. Why was that? Guanyin couldn't understand, but Nezha's spear was already upon them. With a swoosh, the Samadhi true fire ignited quickly, and Guanyin's Buddhist power surged, as the Buddhist light erupted from her, clashing with Nezha's attack. In an instant, a tremendous roaring sound reverberated. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong watched as Li Jing's expression changed instantly, grinning. Didn't he expect it? Did you, Li Jing? Nezha is here too? That ungrateful son actually descended without permission. What ungrateful? When you saw Nezha appear, your body trembled in fear, and the control over the Linglong treasure tower weakened. Did you think the old monkey, didn't he notice? I'm actually quite curious. With this Linglong treasure tower here, you are Nezha's father. But if this tower is gone, then what are you? Seeing the smile on the monkey's face, Li Jing suddenly felt a chill fill his body, causing him to shudder. Then, he desperately began to control the Linglong treasure tower. No matter what, this tower could not be absorbed by the Vajra chisel. Hee. The monkey suddenly let out a mocking laugh. You're acting as if the old monkey, don't exist? The golden hoop staff instantly enlarged, crashing down like a towering giant stick toward Li Jing. Li Jing's focus was entirely on controlling the Linglong treasure tower. When Sun Wukong struck, he naturally couldn't react in time, and his whole body collided with the Linglong treasure tower. With a loud bang, Li Jing was sent flying. Although he regained his footing in time, his control over the Linglong treasure tower instantly weakened significantly. At that moment, the Vajra chisel summoned by the Qing Jing unleashed its power, its suction force becoming even more formidable, drawing the Linglong treasure tower toward it. However, Wenshu had already approached, standing outside Huaguo Mountain, extending his hand to try to snatch the Vajra chisel from the Qing Jing. But suddenly, a barrier appeared before him, blocking everything and stopping Wenshu. He was momentarily stunned, revealing an expression of disbelief. At this moment, Sun Wukong burst into laughter. Didn't he expect it, did you? The old monkey, set up formations in Huaguo Mountain long ago. Not to mention you, Wenshu. Even if the two of you together, Guanyin and you, think you can rush in and seize the Vajra chisel? Did you think the old monkey, didn't he see through your intentions? The reason I did this was merely to see what tricks you had up your sleeves. As Sun Wukong finished speaking, The Linglong treasure tower whooshed into Huagua Mountain and then landed in the Qing Miao Jing's hands. The Qing Miao Jing cackled and casually tossed the Linglong treasure tower to the ground. At this moment, Li Jing's eyes widened, pausing for just a moment before suddenly turning to leave. Li Jing. Boom. The sky was filled with surging samadhi, true fire, as Nezha burst forth. The scorching flames scorching everything around, causing the very space to ignite. Under this high temperature, Guanyin frowned and instinctively took half a step back. She naturally had the strength to stop Nezha, but at this moment, Nezha's target was no longer her. If she stepped forward to stop him now, wouldn't he that just provoke hatred? Buddhism owed a debt to Li Jing, but Li Jing had no debt to her, Guanyin. Helping him at this moment would be foolish. Guanyin silently retreated, while Wenshu, who had failed to strike, also chose to withdraw. The two bodhisattvas unconsciously moved a little farther away from Li Jing. This scene was naturally seen by Li Jing, who felt like cursing. Damn it, I've done so much for Buddhism. Even taking action against that demon monkey this time, when descending to the mortal realm. Why is it that after losing the treasure tower, you don't even help me? What, are you like Nezha? When I have the tower, I'm Li Jing. When I don't, I'm nothing, right? Furious. Li Jing gritted his teeth but had no way out because Nezha was already charging toward him, stepping on the wind-fire wheels, waist adorned with the Muntian silk. Holding the fire-pointed spear, and the three-headed and six-armed form was already unleashed, with the other 2 heads and 4 arms each holding a magical treasure. This imposing figure made everyone gasp in shock. Li Jing naturally ran away without looking back. The Linglong pagoda was gone, so what else could he do at this moment? Wait to be stabbed to death by Nezha? As Li Jing ran, he shouted, "Unfilial son, what are you trying to do? Are you going to kill your father? You ungrateful wretch." Nezha chased after him, responding, "Li Jing, today I will definitely kill you." Sun Wukong stood by, enjoying the show, but in his heart, he was pondering. I thought Li Jing was Nezha's real father, but it seems that the tower is. Is Li Jing just the base for Nezha's father? However, now that everyone's attention was on Nezha and Li Jing, I, Sun Wukong, can't just sit idly by. With a quick thought, Sun Wukong quietly made his way towards Tang Seng. He planned to take advantage of the chaos to capture that bald donkey. However, Sun Wukong's intentions were soon seen through. Wenshu noticed and immediately said, "Not good. That monkey intends to make a move on Tang Seng. Stop him quickly." Guanyin also reacted, and the two rushed towards Tang Seng. The 3 of them transformed into a streak of light and charged towards Tang Seng. Tang Seng, standing still, was bewildered, wondering why. After seeing Nezha and Li Jing so well, the focus was now on him. Couldn't he just quietly watch the show? As Tang Seng realized what was happening, he wanted to escape, but he couldn't get away at all. The monkey's speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, he was right in front of him. Just at that moment, Amitabha, a Buddha suddenly appeared right in front of Tang Seng. Looking at Sun Wukong, he said, "Benefactor, you are being too attached. Old son is attached to your grandpa." Sun Wukong swung his staff, and just as the Buddha appeared, he was struck. Chapter 41. Fire burns Li Jing Heavenly Court. Your Majesty, will it be all right to let Li Tianwang go down like this? I just went to Yinguang Palace, and it seems Nezha the Third Prince is not in the Heavenly Court. The Jade Emperor smiled at the bright star and said, "Of course I know he is not in the Heavenly Court. He was invited down by Wukong earlier." The bright star's eyes widened. "Then your Majesty agreed to let Li Tianwang go down with Guanyin Bodhisattva? The old monarch's cow is at Huagua Mountain. If the Vajra is taken away with Li Tianwang's pagoda, wouldn't Nezha be thrilled?" The Jade Emperor waved his hand and said, "No need to worry too much. The grievances between father and son have existed long enough, and it's time to end them." The bright star's eyelids twitched. "So you're just going to let Nezha stab his father to death?" The Jade Emperor looked at the bright star, suddenly interested, and said, "Don't be anxious, immortal Qing. Just wait and see. I have my own clever plan." "All right, your Majesty is starting to play the old monarch's game. But speaking of which, what exactly has the old monarch arranged?" The bright star was somewhat curious, looking up at the Jade Emperor, whose smile remained mysterious and inscrutable, making it clear that expecting him to reveal anything was impossible. So he could only wait. At Mount Ling, in the Great Thunder Sound Temple, the Buddhist sect has already dispatched 3 bodhisattvas, Guanyin, Wenshu, and finally Puxian. With these 3 bodhisattvas present, and the heavenly court on one side, there shouldn't be any disruptions. And this demon monkey should easily be captured. But why do I feel uneasy? What exactly went wrong? The Tathagata frowned amidst the chanting of sutras. Sensing that something was off, he looked towards the direction of Huagua Mountain, thinking it couldn't be that such a lineup from the Buddhist sect still couldn't subdue that monkey. Could it? Bang! Sun Wukong swung his staff and struck Puxian directly. Puxian, as one of the 4 great bodhisattvas of the Buddhist sect, was powerful and had actually arrived long ago, being the trump card for this operation. However, he had been hiding, planning to act at the last moment. But Nezha's sudden appearance had truly disrupted their plans, and now the monkey was charging straight towards Tang Seng. Puxian had no choice but to reveal himself. After being struck by the staff, Puxian was sent flying. However, in that moment of delay, Guanyin and Wenshu also arrived in front of Tang Seng. Sun Wukong looked at Guanyin and Wenshu and chuckled. "You all are quite quick to react. I haven't seen this bald donkey in a long time. I wanted to invite him to my Huagua Mountain for a visit." Guanyin and Wenshu, however, stared intently at Sun Wukong, not daring to relax for a moment. Don't be so nervous. You three bodhisattvas of the Buddhist sect, and I'm just one old monkey. Do you really think I can forcibly take the bald donkey from you? Demon monkey. Pu-Xian returned at this time, standing with Guanyin and Wenshu, looking coldly at Sun Wukong. Since you know we are the three bodhisattvas of the Buddhist sect, why not surrender? Your actions have already angered the Buddhist sect. Do you really want to force the Buddha to take action against you? Hey, Sun Wukong scoffed. I really want to experience the Tathagata's skills. Over 500 years ago, he suppressed me once, and I've been looking for an opportunity ever since. If he wants to make a move, why not have him come here? Pu-Xian snorted coldly. To deal with a mere monkey like you. Is there any need for the Buddha? You're just full of nonsense. Watch the staff. Suddenly, he swung the Rui Jingu Bang at Pu-Xian. Seeing this, Guanyin and Wenshu naturally rushed to help Pu-Xian, forming a 3-on-1 situation. Tang Seng, who was behind them, breathed a sigh of relief. He thought, with the three bodhisattvas of the Buddhist sect here, this already constitutes part of the high-end combat power of the Buddhist sect. In this situation, this unruly monkey would definitely be captured. This unruly monkey. Didn't I just scold you a few times and chase you away? How could you not listen obediently and instead deliberately make things difficult for me? Once we capture you, I will have the bodhisattvas put a tighter headband on you, and I will recite to you 100 times. Remembering the suffering he had endured recently, Tang Seng began to formulate plans in his heart. At the same time, he became even more eager for the three bodhisattvas to capture Sun Wukong. On the other side, when Li Jing saw Nezha, he immediately ran towards the heavenly soldiers. At this moment, he was already terrified and ordered, "Pass my command, stop Nezha. He has already defected from the heavenly court. Capture him." Without the Linglong Pagoda, Li Jing's strength was still considerable, but Nezha was even stronger, possessing the 3 heads and 6 arms, along with a full array of magical treasures, armed to the teeth. The main point was that Nezha was ruthless. As long as he could kill Li Jing, he didn't care what cost he had to pay. Such ferocity was what made people most wary. Soon, under Li Jing's orders, the heavenly soldiers approached Nezha. Although the Jade Emperor had not issued a decree, Nezha had descended to the mortal realm without permission, which was indeed a serious offense. However, this great god of the 3 altars and the sea assembly was notorious. Although the heavenly soldiers were coming, they felt intimidated and hesitated to act. After all, this was Nezha, the Nezha with 3 heads and 6 arms, fully equipped with magical treasures. At this moment, Nezha raised his fire spear, and the Samadhi true fire blazed fiercely. Li Jing, are you bringing people here to have me wear a big one? Don't rush. Once I finish piercing them, it'll be your turn. Whoosh. Nezha charged forward, and the tens of thousands of heavenly soldiers, facing this scene, immediately began to flee. In front of this killing god, if they still wanted to make a move, wouldn't that be seeking death? However, even so, many heavenly soldiers were still burned to death in the process. With so many heavenly soldiers brought along, they couldn't stop him at all. Not long after, Nezha arrived in front of Li Jing. The 3 heads showed a sinister smile as they looked at Li Jing together. Unfilial son, do you really want to kill your father? Li Jing pointed at Nezha and shouted angrily. Nezha immediately sneered, kill my father? My dad is already resting in Huabo Mountain. You've relied on my father's protection for so long. Haven't you lived enough? Li Jing trembled, pointing at Nezha but unable to speak. At that moment, Jian and Mu Jia finally caught up with them. Third brother. The 2 shouted in unison. Are you really going to go this far? Nezha replied directly. Either you accompany this old thing to die, or roll aside. The 2 exchanged glances and silently chose to step aside, exposing Li Jing. Li Jing looked at his 2 sons in disbelief, and suddenly saw flames spreading as Nezha's figure rushed forward. Li Jing quickly took out his magical weapon, the Tiangang knife, and began to swing it repeatedly to fend off Nezha. However, the Samadhi true fire had become increasingly violent, rushing towards Li Jing along the blade edge. In almost an instant, Li Jing was engulfed by the Samadhi true fire, turning into a fireman. Chapter 42. Is it you, Tang Seng, who will die? Or will others die? On one side of the battlefield, Sun Wukong was fighting against the 3 great bodhisattvas of Buddhism, while on the other side, Nezha charged alone towards Li Jing, disregarding the tens of thousands of heavenly soldiers. Sun Wukong, your help won't arrive in time. I know there are still people in Huabo Mountain, but you are too arrogant. If you had teamed up with the Bull Demon King, even if the 3 of us joined forces, we couldn't do anything to you. At least, you could escape. But now, you are so arrogant as to want to face all 3 of us alone. Bodhisattva Pu-Xian slowly spoke, his eyes filled with mockery, believing victory was in their grasp. With the strength of the 3 of us, capturing you would be a matter of an instant. At this time, even if the Bull Demon King intervenes, it would be too late. Ha! As Bodhisattva Pu-Xian finished speaking, the Monkey King burst into loud laughter, swinging his golden staff, and struck Guanyin hard. Guanyin staggered back from the impact. At the same time, he said, do you really think you have me figured out? I'm just playing with you. Do you really think your strength can rival mine? Naive. After speaking, Sun Wukong moved, shouting, one chi transforming into 3 purities. As this divine ability was unleashed, 2 identical clones of Sun Wukong appeared beside him. What kind of divine ability is this? seeing Sun Wukong split into two clones. They were shocked to find that the aura of these clones was extremely strong, not inferior to Sun Wukong himself. This kind of cloning technique was something they could also do, but to produce clones identical to oneself, let alone two, was extremely difficult and required a tremendous cost in precious resources. But now, Sun Wukong immediately sneered. I'm going to let you bald donkeys from the Buddhist sect see what true divine abilities are. In an instant, the main body and the two clones charged towards the three bodhisattvas. They were immediately alarmed. Among them, Guanyin and Manjushri faced the clones, while Puxian faced Sun Wukong's main body. Puxian held the magical weapon Wu Go sword in one hand and the Tai Chi talisman in the other, activating both treasures simultaneously, unleashing an extraordinarily powerful force that transformed into a long rainbow, striking towards Sun Wukong. Unfortunately, facing such a powerful attack, the main body of Sun Wukong showed no fear. With a swing of his golden staff, he collided with it. Puxian's full-powered strike was almost instantly shattered. After his attack was forcefully broken, Puxian's eyes widened in shock, hurriedly retreating. Unfortunately, Sun Wukong's speed was astonishing. He took a step forward, and the golden staff was raised high again, ready to smash down. Stop! In the distance, Guanyin saw this scene, her eyes wide, and hurriedly shouted. But unfortunately, she was entangled by the clones and had no strength to assist. Manjushri also watched this scene, his eyes bulging, trembling, and even using more spells proved useless. Boom! With a loud crash, Sun Wukong's Rui golden cudgel slammed directly onto Puxian's head, producing a muffled sound. And then Puxian's head exploded. One of the four great bodhisattvas of Buddhism was thus smashed on the head by a single strike. Of course, with the strength of a Buddhist bodhisattva, even if their head was shattered, they wouldn't die immediately. However, this was already a heavy injury. Puxian staggered and fell backward, collapsing beside Tang Seng. Tang Seng was so frightened that he trembled, nearly screaming as he jumped up. He sat on the ground, hurriedly moving backward. But before he could retreat much, the monkey stepped forward, then directly stomped on Puxian's chest. Bang! This stomp caved in Puxian's chest. Demon monkey, stop! Manjushri saw this and was furious, shouting, Stop! Sun Wukong turned to look at him, sneering, Do you think you can stop me? You bald donkeys from the Buddhist sect have long been plotting against me. Do you really think I don't know? Once under the 5 Elements Mountain, then protecting bald donkeys to fetch scriptures. I've had enough of it. Now, this is just collecting some interest. He declared, I will smash your heads one by one. After saying this, no matter what Manjushri said or threatened, Sun Wukong ignored him, stomping on Puxian's shoulder. He turned to the already terrified Tang Seng and grinned, Bald donkey, it's been a long time since we last met. Did you miss me? Ah! Tang Seng screamed in fright, uncontrollably urinating himself. At that moment, Sun Wukong undoubtedly shattered his courage. Sun Wukong frowned, then swung his golden staff to smash down onto the ground in front of Tang Seng, creating a huge, deep pit. The shock made Tang Seng tremble. Then, he suddenly shouted, Shut up! Otherwise, the next blow will smash down on that bald head of yours. Instantly, Tang Seng obediently closed his mouth. That's better. If you listen obediently, I'll let you live. He pulled out a monkey hair, blew on it, and instantly a dagger appeared, which he threw to Tang Seng, saying, Bald donkey, come over and pick up that dagger. Tang Seng trembled and complied. Then, Sun Wukong smiled even more, pointing at Puxian Bodhisattva beneath his feet, saying now, stab him a few times in the chest. What? Tang Seng showed an expression of terror and disbelief. Sun Wukong said, either you stab him, or I'll stab you. But when I stab you, I'll have to use this. He lifted the Rui golden cudgel, the implication clear. Tang Seng swallowed nervously, revealing a struggling expression. Sun Wukong's actions were entirely due to a line of text that appeared before him. Short-term mission, Tang Seng, as the key figure in the journey to the west, cannot be killed. He bears the karma of the journey and is the most critical link. However, while he cannot be killed, he can be led to break his precepts. Please make Tang Seng break his precepts to consume the luck of Buddhism. Upon completion of the task, you will receive luck rewards. Hurry up, bald donkey. Sun Wukong impatiently urged. Tang Seng, do you dare? Seeing this, Guanyin couldn't help but threaten. If you dare, the Buddhist sect will definitely punish you heavily. Damn, so much talk. A fierce glint flashed in Sun Wukong's eyes, and he swung his golden staff directly, hitting Guanyin on the mouth. Then, pointing at Tang Seng, he said, old son, just want to ask you one thing. Is it him who dies, or you? Chapter 43. The Buddhist sect spits blood. Gifts from the heavenly court. Big shots. Gulp. Tang Seng silently swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and then finally made up his mind. Even if Guanyin and Manjushri threatened him one after another, no matter how heavily the Buddhist sect punished him, that was a matter for later. Right now, if he didn't do as he was told, Sun Wukong would definitely smash him on the head with his staff. The example of Puxian was right here. Puxian was one of the 4 great bodhisattvas of Buddhism, and even he had his skull smashed by this fierce monkey. Tang Seng, with his mortal flesh, couldn't withstand a blow either. Moreover, if Puxian, being under the 4 great bodhisattvas, died here, the Buddhist sect could very well pay a huge price to bring him back to life. What about him? Would the Buddhist sect pay a price for him? Tang Seng couldn't guarantee that, so he could only comply. He gradually tightened his grip on the dagger made from monkey hair, gritted his teeth, and walked toward Pu-Xian on the ground. Tang Seng, this is killing precept. You are violating the killing precept. You're killing a fellow disciple of the Buddhist sect. Blood trickled from the corner of Guanin's mouth, but no matter how sweetly she spoke or how she threatened, it couldn't shake Tang Seng's decision. The golden staff was hanging over his head, and he was at risk of dying at any moment. Ding! Tang Seng held the dagger and struck hard, stabbing it into Pu-Xian's chest, but unfortunately, he had no strength. Even though the dagger was made from monkey hair and held a portion of Sun Wukong's power, it was still useless. It couldn't even break Pu-Xian's flesh. Seeing this, Sun Wukong sneered and said, "I'll help you." With that, he grabbed Tang Seng's hand and thrust it violently into Pu-Xian's chest. Swoosh! This time, it pierced through Pu-Xian's body, causing him to grunt and tremble. The rebound force, combined with the strength Sun Wukong had used, caused Tang Seng's arm to explode. Tang Seng's face turned pale, and he fainted from the intense pain. Pu-Xian on the ground also flailed a couple of times, his breath growing weaker. Only then did Sun Wukong lift his foot, sneering as he looked at Guanin and Manjushri. Both of them trembled simultaneously. Even this monkey's clone was not something they could deal with. Now, if the real body were to strike again, what would they do? Without saying a word, they both chose to flee. It must be said that while the Buddhist sect's other methods were not very effective, their ability to escape was indeed top-notch. Seeing the two bodhisattvas escape, Sun Wukong naturally wanted to pursue. The golden staff expanded with his thoughts, resembling a pillar of heaven, and he raised it to smash down on the fleeing pair. Boom! With a huge sound, the two were struck by the Rui golden staff and were violently sent flying. Sun Wukong sighed, feeling it was a pity. Right now, he couldn't kill everyone. Otherwise, the bloodshed would be too much, and the Buddhist sect might become enraged and retaliate recklessly. The current Flower and Fruit Mountain couldn't withstand the Buddhist sect. Fundamentally, their strength was still too weak. The Buddhist sect was vast and powerful. Apart from the four great bodhisattvas, there were also 3 Buddha, future Buddha, present Buddha, past Buddha, hundreds of arhats, and countless Buddhas. Above them were also 2 saints of Buddhism and Taoism. This was the power of the Buddhist sect, and Flower and Fruit Mountain was far behind. Even though Sun Wukong struck them, neither Manjushri nor Guanin died. They were simply severely injured, covered in blood. Guanin's originally white clothes were now blood-red and tattered, and Manjushri was not much better off. The reason for this outcome was entirely due to the sudden appearance of Nezha, which led to Li Jing and tens of thousands of heavenly soldiers, causing the plan to fall apart. However, this also gave the Buddhist sect a better reason to act. Next, the one going to the heavenly court to question would not be Guanin, but the Buddha, as long as they held on to the reason concerning Nezha. Even if the heavenly court tried to remedy the situation later, it would be useless. The Buddha could use this pretext to act and suppress this monkey again. Guanin snorted in her heart, thinking, "Heavenly court, do you think you've won? Next, when my Buddhist sect's thunderous means appear, you will realize how absurdly you have lost." However, just as this thought crossed Guanin's mind, she suddenly saw one person among the tens of thousands of heavenly soldiers step forward, holding a decree in both hands. Then, he unfolded it and read aloud. The decree of His Majesty, the Supreme Emperor, the Jade Emperor of the Heavenly Court, the great deity Nezha of the 3 altars, and the sea has descended to the mortal realm without permission, defying the will of the Heavenly Court, and has fought with the Heavenly King Li, which is an act of disloyalty. Therefore, he is stripped of his position as the great deity Nezha and demoted to the mortal realm. As the words fell, Guanin, who was preparing to return to Ling Mountain from afar, suddenly widened her eyes. She trembled as she pointed to the sky, shaking for a while, and then spat out a mouthful of blood. The surge of anger caused her to faint directly. Beside Guanin, Manjushri also stared wide-eyed, trembling with anger. No wonder. The Jade Emperor could agree to their proposal, allowing Li Jing to bring people down to the mortal realm, and even brought 50,000 heavenly soldiers at once. This was premeditated. Damn it. This battle had just started, and the news hadn't even returned to the Lingxiao Palace. Yet the Jade Emperor's decree arrived? This was clearly brought over directly, knowing that Nezha was in the mortal realm. Knowing that Nezha was here with Sun Wukong and would help him fight against the Buddhist sect. But the Jade Emperor revealed nothing and even had the decree ready when they came. Heavenly Court. At this moment, Manjushri felt his chest filled with rage, nearly exploding with anger. However, he also dared not stay any longer. His injuries were too severe, and he couldn't afford to be caught by the monkey again, which would be a heavy loss. They needed to hurry and escape. However, as Manjushri helped Guanin prepare to leave, he witnessed an even more outrageous scene. The person who had read the decree suddenly looked down at Sun Wukong and said, "Great sage, Nezha has violated the will of the Heavenly Court. His Majesty has said that the task of capturing Nezha is entrusted to you, so please capture Nezha." Hee. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong immediately smiled and said, "I, old son, accept the decree." In other words, the Jade Emperor gave Sun Wukong a reason to recruit Nezha. This is a royal order to recruit. How pleasant. The Jade Emperor truly knows how to do things. Moreover, as soon as that person finished speaking, he looked at Nezha. who had already been pierced by several holes by Li Jing, and suddenly said, Nezha, you do not obey discipline. Having killed the Heavenly King Li and 49,537 heavenly soldiers, you should take care of yourself. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong was stunned for a moment. Why are there so many heavenly soldiers? Where did they come from? Just as Sun Wukong was lost in thought, he suddenly saw several hundred heavenly soldiers flying up, not looking back as they headed towards the heavenly palace. The remaining soldiers suddenly flashed with light and transformed into round pills. Sun Wukong's eyes widened in shock. This is strange. I haven't even gone to the Dwashui Palace yet. How did the pills come out on their own? Meanwhile, in the distance, Manjushri Bodhisattva exclaimed, Puffed. Chapter 44, Thousands of Pills. The bestowal of the Old Lord in the sky. A total of over 40,000 heavenly soldiers transformed directly into pills and fell down. The Qingyo Jing was quick and immediately used the Vajra pestle to gather all these pills into Huagua Mountain with its suction power. Sun Wukong then realized that all of this was part of the Old Lord's plan. However, this old Taoist with the cow nose was too cunning, letting the Buddhist sect negotiate with the Jade Emperor, bringing so many heavenly soldiers down, only to have them disguised as pills by the Old Lord in advance. No wonder when Nezha made his move earlier, he noticed that these heavenly soldiers seemed off. At that time, he thought it was because Nezha's strength was too overwhelming, stunning these heavenly soldiers, but now it seemed that they weren't even living beings, just a few hundred were alive. At this moment, most of the pills had been collected by Qingyo Jing, but a few still fell down. When Sun Wukong turned his head, he saw a pig's head flying up, catching a pill from the air, then grinning foolishly at Sun Wukong. Monkey brother, you have to give me one of these pills, right? Zhu Beiji said with a flattering expression, I've always been on your side. I've contributed even if it wasn't much. Just give me one. You idiot. Sun Wukong showed a helpless expression, reached out to catch all the pills falling from the sky, and then tossed one to Zhu Beiji, saying, Here's another one for you. Zhu Beiji was immediately overjoyed and said, Thank you, monkey brother, thank you. After catching the pill, Zhu Beiji said, Monkey brother, don't worry. If the Buddhist sect has any plans later, I'll definitely inform you. I'm your biggest insider in the Buddhist sect. After saying this, Zhu Beiji patted his chest to show his reliability. Sun Wukong glanced at him and stopped looking. At this time, there was still one last battle in the sky. Li Jing and Nezha were fighting, but it was no longer suspenseful. Nezha, using the 3 heads and 6 arms technique, had already made many holes in Li Jing. The reason it hadn't ended was that Nezha wanted to continue playing. At this moment, Nezha said, Li Jing, I suffered a lot of pain before today. Let you experience the suffering I went through. After saying this, he held the fire spear in one hand and the Yin Yang twin swords in the other, binding Li Jing with the misty heaven silk, while the wind fire wheels rotated under Li Jing's feet. Of course, it wasn't just these. One hand held a golden brick, and another hand held the Qianquan circle. Nezha had truly pushed the 3 heads and 6 arms technique to its limits on Li Jing. Sun Wukong watched from a distance and felt a chill. Indeed, one should never offend Nezha. Too terrifying. Li Jing was now truly in a situation where he couldn't live or die. He had dozens of holes in his body. And with the wind fire wheels continuously burning his feet, the golden brick hitting his head, and the misty heaven silk binding him tightly, Nezha had taken full advantage of the magical artifacts, all at Li Jing's expense. After watching for a while, Sun Wukong couldn't bear to look any longer and then turned his attention to those who remained after Guanyin fled. Among them, the black bear spirit reacted the fastest, immediately kneeling on the ground with a thud, crying out, Great Sage, this is all forced by Guanyin. We didn't dare to fight you. With the black bear's spirit kneeling first, the others quickly followed suit, with the king of spirits kneeling even more thoroughly, banging his head on the ground. After all, even Guanyin had run away. If these little minions didn't hurry to kneel, they would probably face the same fate as Puxian, getting beaten to death by Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong looked at them, showing a contemplative expression. After thinking for a moment, he decided that they were still demons. Although they had been collected by Guanyin, they still had some combat power. He would leave these people to the Bull Demon King and then think of a way to discipline them, lest they escape when it truly came to war with the Buddhist sect. He waved his hand and said, Follow me. Then, Sun Wukong let these people stay outside Huagua Mountain while he returned to Huagua Mountain to find the Bull Demon King. Shortly after entering Huagua Mountain, the system's voice sounded. Ding, mission completed, rewards for luck obtained. Due to Tang Seng committing a killing spree, the luck of the Buddhist sect has decreased, and the decreased luck will automatically return to Huagua Mountain. Then, a large amount of luck power appeared in Sun Wukong's hands. The reduced luck of the Buddhist sect, combined with the system's rewards, was quite significant. Luck, this thing, is indeed mysterious, but it truly exists and greatly affects the rise and fall of a power. After obtaining this luck, Sun Wukong applied it to Huagua Mountain. Soon, the luck power began to rise, gradually spreading into Huagua Mountain, and then, various strange phenomena began to appear throughout Huagua Mountain, which were subtle and gradual. However, due to the sheer amount, all beings in Huagua Mountain felt it. Among them, the monkeys and their offspring mostly broke through in their cultivation, and even others, including Qingyo Jing, also gained something. At this moment, They were all looking up at the sky in confusion, not understanding what had happened. Brother, this battle is truly a great victory. The Bull Demon King rushed over, excitedly saying. Sun Wukong smiled slightly, which was not bad. Brother, I have something to entrust to you. The Bull Demon King waved his hand and said, Brother, just say what it is. No matter what it is, Old Bull supports you. After arriving at Huagua Mountain, his strength increased, and the family was reunited. Even the temperament of the Red Boy improved a lot. The Bull Demon King was increasingly grateful to Sun Wukong, and was just worried about how to repay him. Sun Wukong nodded and directly said, There are many forces from the South Sea outside. I feel it's a pity to just kill them. I want to recruit them. I'll leave these people to you. Brother, you will be responsible for their training. Upon hearing this, the Bull Demon King patted his chest and said, Brother, you can rest assured, Old Bull will make sure they all obey. After the Bull Demon King agreed to this, he didn't linger and went outside to take over the forces. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong went to find Qing Jing. As Qing Jing had the tens of thousands of pills given by the old lord. When Sun Wukong arrived at Qing Jing's place, he saw Qing Jing pointing to a mountain of pills beside him and said, They are all here. Sun Wukong immediately looked over. These pills were not of high grade, but their quantity was vast, mostly used to enhance cultivation and strength. With so many pills, they were enough to elevate the strength of the little demons in Huagua Mountain by another level. Just as Sun Wukong was about to distribute the pills, Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao glanced over and said, Actually, these pills are all semi-finished products. Semi-finished products? Sun Wukong was taken aback. Jin Jiao nodded and said, Yes. These should be the embryos that the master refined earlier. If we process them a bit, the effect will be even better. Yin Jiao said, If it's about processing, we can do it. Sun Wukong immediately showed a smile. This old Taoist with a cow nose really likes to take a roundabout way when doing things. Chapter 45. The Buddha was stunned. Why did the Buddhist fortune decline? Li Jing didn't last long either. Ultimately, under Nezha's torment, his body suddenly burst apart, which Nezha felt was somewhat regrettable. However, although Li Jing's body had burst apart, his primordial spirit was nowhere to be seen, which made Nezha frown. He still wanted to keep Li Jing's primordial spirit and have some fun with it, but why was it directly missing? In the distance, Jin Jiao took out a gourd, opened the seal, and a primordial spirit floated out. It was Li Jing. At this moment, Li Jing showed a painful expression, clearly having truly endured Nezha's earlier operations. Father, Jin Jiao and Mu Jiao both bowed. Li Jing still had a painful expression on his face, but he glanced into the distance, sighed softly, and said, Let's return to the Heavenly Palace. This time Li Jing came down, actually forcibly splitting his own primordial spirit, with part remaining in his original body, which, along with Nezha's actions, was completely obliterated, while the other half was hidden in the gourd given by the old lord. Originally, the old lord suggested that there was no need to split the primordial spirit, but Li Jing refused. Since his third son had grievances against him, he might as well let him release them well. As for the lost primordial spirit, it was a debt he owed to his son. At this moment, although Li Jing was in great pain, he felt an inexplicable sense of relief in his heart. He had been hiding and fearing this for so long, and finally, today, he was liberated. The three of them headed towards the Heavenly Palace. Meanwhile, at Ling Mountain, in the Great Thunder Sound Temple, the temple door opened, and One Shu staggered while supporting Guanyin, collapsing at the entrance of the Great Thunder Sound Temple. Their clothes were tattered, covered in blood, and their breaths were also weak. This sight shocked all the Buddhas of Ling Mountain. Someone immediately asked, What happened to you? Thud. When Shu could no longer hold on and finally fell to the ground. Guanyin felt a bit better, but still felt unwell, coughing up a mouthful of fresh blood, and said intermittently, Buddha, this time the plan. We failed. Failed. As soon as these words came out, countless Buddhas were shocked, looking at the two with disbelief. The Tathagata also frowned and then asked, How could it fail? Did the Heavenly Palace intervene? Guanyin nodded, saying that the Heavenly Palace had already let Nezha descend to the mortal realm privately and hid in Huagua Mountain. At the critical moment, Nezha rushed out from Huagua Mountain and caught us off guard. Moreover, that monkey's strength has improved even more than before, without any magical treasures. We were really no match. After hearing this, the Tathagata's brows relaxed a bit. He said, Since the Heavenly Palace let Nezha take action, then that means the Heavenly Palace violated our agreement, so we don't need to hold back. However, after the Tathagata said this, Guanyin smiled bitterly and shook her head, saying, Buddha, this matter may not be that simple. The Tathagata frowned and looked at her. Why? Guanyin said, The Jade Emperor had already calculated everything. When he sent Li Jing to assist us, he had already prepared the imperial edict. Not long after Nezha appeared, he announced the banishment of Nezha to the mortal realm and even ordered that monkey to capture him. The expressions of the Buddhas of Ling Mountain suddenly became strange. Let the monkey capture him? Isn't that giving him an opportunity to collude with them? And to have the imperial edict prepared in advance, isn't that just a farce? Guanyin continued. Moreover, the heavenly soldiers that Li Jing brought down were not true heavenly soldiers at all, but elixirs refined by the old lord in advance, meant to assist that monkey. We were deceived by the Heavenly Palace. Not only did we fail to overcome this difficulty, but we also suffered heavy losses. After these words, countless Buddhas were filled with anger. The Heavenly Palace is truly too much. This is openly aiding that monkey and opposing our Buddhist sect. How outrageous. We might as well take action directly. Yes, let's directly attack the Heavenly Palace and let them know the power of our Buddhist sect. The Buddhas spoke all at once, expressing their opinions with righteous indignation. However, the Tathagata, seated on the lotus throne, slowly shook his head at this moment. He said, "The Heavenly Palace has great power. We should not confront them head-on. Moreover, this journey to the west is ordained by heaven. It is destined for our Buddhist sect to flourish, hence this incident. If we directly engage the Heavenly Palace, wouldn't that be playing into their hands?" With the Tathagata speaking, the Buddhas finally quieted down. The Tathagata continued, "As long as the great plan of the journey to the west continues, there will surely be opportunities to turn the situation around. The flourishing of the Buddhist sect is inevitable. Even if the Heavenly Palace uses some tricks, it won't matter. A mere monkey can stir up such a storm and hinder the flourishing of the Buddhist sect." The Tathagata chuckled softly. Absolutely impossible. Not to mention a monkey. Even the Jade Emperor himself could not do it. Not long after the Tathagata finished speaking, suddenly, a golden light appeared in the sky above Ling Mountain. Immediately, the dragon of the Buddhist fortune seemed to be startled by something and soared into the sky. Then, it let out a mournful dragon's roar, and after a while, it fell from the sky. After that, it dimmed a bit. The Tathagata felt this scene immediately, and his pupils trembled. How could it be that just a defeat caused the fortune of our Buddhist sect to decline? This is impossible. At this moment, even the Tathagata was shocked. He never expected that because of this defeat, the fortune of the Buddhist sect, which was originally steadily rising and gaining momentum, would actually decline. The wailing sound of the fortune dragon echoed throughout Ling Mountain. The Tathagata's face became increasingly grim. Meanwhile, Guanyin, who heard this, also widened her eyes. Dazed for a long time. In the Heavenly Palace, Lingxiao Hall. "Your Majesty, the Buddhist sect's plan has failed. This time Pu Xian was severely injured by the great sage. And although his primordial spirit has escaped, it's uncertain how long it will take to recover. Additionally, Guanyin and Wenshu are all heavily injured. Furthermore, I also observed that the fortune of the Buddhist sect has been affected and has actually decreased." The report came from the Tai-Bai Jinxing. Hearing this news, the Jade Emperor was naturally in a good mood and praised. "As expected of my fortunate general, Wukong's actions make me very reassured." Tai-Bai Jinxing also smiled and said, "The great sage has always been clever, playing those Buddhist bodhisattvas in the palm of his hand. However, this relies on your Majesty's wisdom." "Ha ha, Tai-Bai Xianqing, since you have also started to flatter me?" the Jade Emperor said with a smile. "However, I never expected that the old lord had secretly arranged so much, turning so many elixirs into heavenly soldiers. Even I was kept in the dark." Tai-Bai Jinxing said, "Indeed, the old lord cleverly resolved the grievances between Li Tianwang and the third prince. It was truly a brilliant plan." The Jade Emperor shook his head slightly and said, "It's just a pity that Wukong has done so much, yet I have no way to reward him, which makes me feel somewhat guilty." At this moment, Tai-Bai Jinxing said, "Your Majesty, the peaches in the peach garden are almost ripe. Why not allow me to send some peaches down to Wukong? You can leave this matter to me. Follow the order." Chapter 46. The second brother has 9 ways to handle the uncle-nephew relationship. In the early morning, the Bull Demon King began his training early. Leading a group of little demons, along with the various tribes of the South Sea, the Bull Demon King was working particularly hard. Meanwhile, the roar of the Bull Demon King resounded through Flower Fruit Mountain. "Work hard, do you understand? With such good conditions in Flower Fruit Mountain, don't you know to put in the effort? Do you know what Flower Fruit Mountain looks like at 4 in the morning? Do you know why the great sage is so powerful? It's all because of diligence. Only through hard work can you improve your strength at the fastest speed." Under the Bull Demon King's brainwashing, the little demons were exceptionally motivated. However, Sun Wukong, at this moment, glanced back and muttered, "How come I, old son, didn't realize I was working so hard?" But it didn't matter. Under the training of his brother, these little demons should be able to improve their strength quite a bit, so they might be useful later on. Disregarding the little demons, Sun Wukong began to check his gains. Although he hadn't collected any magical treasures from the battle with the Buddhist sect yesterday, Li Jing's exquisite pagoda was still in Flower Fruit Mountain. Additionally, there were over 40,000 pills given by Lao Jun, but these pills needed to be refined again, which he left to Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao. Refining these over 40,000 pills would take some time, so there was no rush. The fortune of Flower Fruit Mountain had increased significantly, and due to the large number, almost everyone with a sincere heart towards Flower Fruit Mountain could feel the tangible benefits. Moreover, because they had thwarted the Buddhist sect's plans again and prevented Tang Seng from successfully going to the west to obtain the scriptures, there were additional rewards. However, he hadn't had time to check yesterday, and now Sun Wukong noticed it. Upon seeing the rewards, he was momentarily stunned. Primordial divine soil has a tremendous effect on the growth of various spiritual roots, urging their growth at the fastest speed, and has a certain probability of allowing the planted spiritual roots to advance during the growth process, especially suitable for the growth of ginseng fruits, peaches, and other innate spiritual roots. In addition, there was a seed, Huangjongli seed, one of the innate spiritual roots when planted in primordial divine soil. It can grow at maximum speed. Huangzhong Li is quite famous among innate spiritual roots. One mature Huangzhong Li can allow a person to break through to the realm of De Luo Jin Xian, which is indeed a powerful spiritual item. Even though it would still be useful for Sun Wukong at his current level, the effect wouldn't be as remarkable. However, he was considering that this primordial divine soil was not small and could cover a considerable part of the mountain. So with so much primordial divine soil, naturally, a lot could be planted. But why were all the rewards obtained this time related to spiritual plants? Huangzhong Li, peaches, ginseng fruits. This was almost enough to create an orchard. Speaking of orchards, Sun Wukong thought of someone. If he could invite him over, it would be a great thing to manage this orchard. The person he thought of was none other than the ancestor of Earth Immortals, Jian Daxian. Previously, during the journey to the west, Sun Wukong had knocked down his ginseng fruit tree, and when Tang Seng and his disciples were captured, helpless, Sun Wukong had invited Guanyin Bodhisattva, which allowed the knockdown ginseng fruit tree to come back to life. However, now that he was more powerful, upon reflection, there were many peculiarities about that incident. At that time, his temper was a bit more irritable than usual, as if someone had been guiding him from the shadows. Additionally, Jianyuan's ginseng fruit tree also had issues. It was said to be a crucial item for Jianyuan's proof of Tao, incredibly important. How could something so significant be knocked down by him with just a few blows? Sun Wukong fell into deep thought, unless someone was secretly sabotaging him. Moreover, when Guanyin came to restore the ginseng fruit tree, it also seemed a bit off. Even though this bald thief could calculate and predict, it was too fast for preparation. That ginseng fruit tree was not simple. It was ready right after he went to invite someone. Sun Wukong gradually narrowed his eyes. Could it be that this was the Buddhist scheme? If that were the case, Jianyuan's ginseng fruit tree likely had more issues, and the primordial divine soil he obtained could definitely be used to restore it. It seemed he needed to take some time to visit Jianyuan. Now in Flower Fruit Mountain, apart from himself, there were the Bull Demon King and his wife, Qing Yojing, Jin Jiao, Yin Jiao, the direct descendants of the Duoshu Palace, Nezha, and many members of the South Sea tribes, coupled with the monkeys and descendants originally in Flower Fruit Mountain. It seemed that some of his former subordinates were no longer around, so he would need to recruit more, as well as his former brothers. However, Sun Wukong did not plan to do everything himself. It was most appropriate to delegate some of it to the Bull Demon King. So, who could be recruited next for Flower Fruit Mountain? Jianyuan was one target. Who else besides Jianyuan? Sun Wukong began to ponder. Just then, a painful cry came from the three demon kings of the golden-winged great pung bird. Sun Wukong walked over to see Nezha holding the fire-pointed spear, threatening. I see you three are living too well, wanting to escape. No need to run. Let me make you a big one instead. With your strength, you'll definitely taste good when roasted. As he spoke, the samadhi true fire spread from the fire-pointed spear. As the temperature nearby rose, the three demon kings screamed in pain. When Sun Wukong arrived, this was the scene he saw, and he couldn't help but say, Nezha, they still have some use. We can't eat them yet. Nezha turned to look at him, feeling a bit regretful. These three have decent strength. Their meat must be very good. If we roast them, it would definitely be a big boost. Sun Wukong pointed at the golden-winged great pung bird and said, that's the uncle of the Tathagata. We still have use for him. We can wait for the Buddha to come and redeem him. The others are all the Bodhisattva's mounts. Hearing this, Nezha asked, the Tathagata's uncle? How is that Tathagata his nephew? I wonder how they handle this uncle-nephew relationship. Sun Wukong shrugged and said, who knows? Nezha suddenly said, I actually know someone who is very good at handling uncle-nephew relationships. Nezha continued. I heard him tell me before about how to handle the relationship between a nephew and an uncle. He has 9 methods. Sun Wukong immediately showed a strange expression. He had guessed who it was, the reluctant to disclose name of the god of the river, Erling Shun. After pondering for a moment, Sun Wukong suddenly felt that going to find Yang Jian was an excellent choice. He thought for a while and said directly, Nezha, that's a great idea. Then he walked off. Nezha stood there, dumbfounded. What did I say that was such a good idea? Where's this monkey going? He wouldn't really go to find the second brother to handle the uncle-nephew relationship, would he? Then he turned back to look at the golden-winged great pung bird and muttered. The 9 methods mentioned by the second brother seem to all involve taking action, right? He glanced at the golden-winged great pung bird and said, you are in luck. Upon hearing this, the golden-winged great pung bird turned pale, filled with despair. Chapter 47. The heavenly court can shake people, but the Buddhist sect cannot shake? Great sage. Great sage. As soon as Sun Wukong stepped out, he ran into the Tai Bai Jinxing. Old Celestial, why aren't you staying in the heavenly court properly? Why have you come down? Great sage. Tai Bai Jinxing smiled and said, I came down this time under the orders of the Emperor, specifically to find you. Looking for me. What? Does the Jade Emperor have something to say? Or is it that there are too many peaches in the peach garden and can't be finished? And he wants me to help digest some? Sun Wukong was naturally joking when he said this. Upon hearing it, the Jade Star smiled even more and said, Great sage. You are indeed extremely wise, and you guessed His Majesty's thoughts at once. That's right. It is because the peaches of immortality are ripe that His Majesty specially asked this old minister to bring a few over to satisfy the great sage's cravings. What? After hearing this, Sun Wukong was stunned for a moment, and only after seeing the peaches that the Jade Star took out did he confirm it. Then let me thank the Jade Emperor. Sun Wukong received the peaches and took a careful look. They were all 9,000-year-old ones. It seemed that the old Jade Emperor really didn't hide them. Great sage, since the peaches have been delivered, I won't linger any longer. But I see you are preparing to go out. Where are you heading? I've been bored staying in Flower Fruit Mountain, so I'm going out for a stroll. I see. The Jade Star smiled knowingly and suddenly seemed to realize something. Staying too long indeed calls for a walk. That Erlang Shen at Guanjiankou has also been there for too long. His mood is always rather gloomy. After saying this, the Jade Star left with a smile. Sun Wukong then muttered to himself, this old star must know something. However, Sun Wukong didn't care much about that. As long as he could recruit young Jian, his strength could still improve. At that time, no matter what schemes or plots, they would just be a matter for him to deal with. He was now already at the peak of Quasi-Saint, just one step away from the Saint realm. But this one step was like a chasm. Many exceptionally talented individuals had been stuck at this step. Even though Sun Wukong had so many treasures and a system, it wasn't easy to break through. Saint. How many people's dreams is that? Sun Wukong then performed a somersault and headed towards Guanjiankou. At this moment, in Lingshan, within the Dalian Temple, Puxian's primordial spirit had finally escaped back. The four great bodhisattvas of Buddhism each had sufficient means of escape, which had been left to them by the previous Buddhist saints. After all, the Buddhist sect had been truly weak before, and every powerful individual was extremely precious. Therefore, the Buddhist saints specially refined means of escape to preserve their primordial spirits in case of danger. Now, Puxian had used these means to survive. Puxian was now recuperating. His body needed to be remade, which would cost a considerable price. Meanwhile, Guanyin and Wenshu needed to heal their injuries, with Wenshu's injuries being somewhat less severe. At this moment in Dalian Temple, Wenshu and Guanyin were both standing below, looking at the Buddha, Tathagata. Wenshu asked, Buddha, the heavenly court has repeatedly obstructed and interfered with our Buddhist plans. What should we do next? Originally just a demon monkey, with the strength of the Buddhist sect, it could have easily crushed him, allowing the journey to the west to proceed smoothly without so many incidents. However, now, with the heavenly court intervening multiple times, the situation was completely different. Wenshu even suspected that the monkey's departure and removal of the tight-fitting circlet were all orchestrated by the heavenly court. Otherwise, after so long into the journey to the west, why would there suddenly be a problem now? It must have something to do with the heavenly court. Tathagata's brow remained furrowed. The heavenly court's interference had indeed made the journey much more difficult. Now, within Flower Fruit Mountain, apart from that demon monkey, everyone else was from the heavenly court. Because of this matter, the heavenly court had also come up with various excuses, which was a big problem. Wenshu nodded. As long as there was no interference from the heavenly court, they could quickly deal with the demon monkey. Although the demon monkey was powerful, in the end, he was just a monkey. If the full strength of the Buddhist sect were unleashed, they could capture the demon monkey in a flash. Tathagata said, what you said makes sense. We don't have much time left. If this continues, the demon monkey will become an even greater threat. Once you all have recovered, we will no longer hold back and will directly capture the demon monkey with a thunderous force, not giving the heavenly court any chance to provide further assistance. The two of them exchanged words and confirmed that once Wenshu and Guanyin had healed and Puxian had remade his body, the Buddhist sect would unleash its full force to completely crush all arrangements of the heavenly court. In this way, no matter how much the heavenly court supported, it would be of no use. At this moment, Guanyin suddenly said, Buddha, since the heavenly court can send people to assist that monkey, why don't we dig into the heavenly court's corner, turn their people into ours? This way, we can weaken the heavenly court's power and strengthen ourselves. Most importantly, even if the heavenly court continues to aid the monkey, we will be able to cope. Guanyin's words made both Tathagata and Wenshu's eyes light up. Tathagata said, that makes sense. This matter is indeed feasible. Guanyin continued, if we had acted earlier regarding the pagoda-bearing heavenly king Li Jing, he could have actually turned to our Buddhist sect. Wenshu said, then this choice must be carefully considered. Guanyin thought for a moment and suddenly said, regarding the choice, I have a suggestion. Tathagata asked, who? Guanyin replied word by word, Guanjiankou, Erlang Shun. Yang Jian is powerful and had attained the saintly body during the function period. He is the strongest among the three disciples of the Chan sect. Furthermore, when the demon monkey caused chaos in the heavenly palace, he displayed extremely strong power. As long as our Buddhist sect assists him, he can definitely defeat the demon monkey. Moreover, he is also the Jade Emperor's nephew, and there is animosity between them, making him the most likely to turn to the Buddhist sect. If we can recruit him, it would strengthen our Buddhist sect and be a significant weakening for the heavenly court. After all, he is the Jade Emperor's own nephew. This would be a tremendous blow to the heavenly court and the Jade Emperor's prestige. After hearing Guanyin's words, Tathagata's brows relaxed considerably. He said immediately, good. Who will go for this? Guanyin sighed lightly and said, I will go. Previously, when the demon monkey caused chaos in the heavenly palace, I had recommended Yang Jian to the Jade Emperor, so I have a good connection with him. It would be more likely for me to persuade him. Tathagata nodded and said, this matter is entrusted to you. Guanyin nodded and then left Lingshan, heading towards Guanjiankou. Since the heavenly court can recruit people, Can the Buddhist sect not do the same? The Buddhist sect not only needs to recruit people, but also to recruit those from the heavenly court. Chapter 48. Left Vanguard of Flower Fruit Mountain, Jian. In the heavenly court, the side hall, the Jade Star came before the Jade Emperor and said, "Your Majesty, I have already informed the great sage about the news regarding the true monarch. However, this old minister feels that with true monarch's proud nature, he may not be willing to help the great sage." The Jade Emperor shook his head and smiled lightly. "No, Jian is the same way. The more you don't want him to do something, the more he will want to do it. Everything that monkey does aligns more with his thoughts. They are quite similar types of people." The Jade Star said, "You really think a lot for true monarch." Before the Jade Emperor could finish his sentence, he suddenly shook his head and smiled, then said, "He should now have the same troubles as I do." The Emperor meant. The Jade Emperor said, "My niece should have encountered the same situation as my sister." The Jade Star was taken aback. The same situation? The Jade Emperor's sister, Yao Ji, was once ambushed when capturing the three-headed divine flood dragon in the lower realm, later fell in love with a mortal, and bore children for descending to the mortal realm. Yang Jiao, Yang Jian, and Yang Chan were born this way. Previously, the Jade Emperor had always suspected that Yao Ji's incident was a setup. Everything was too coincidental. Now, his niece Yang Chan actually has the same issue as Lu Yanchang. Once is a coincidence, but twice? And both are mortals? How can there be such coincidental events in the world, especially happening in the heavenly family? However, at this moment, the Jade Emperor felt inexplicably relieved. Earlier, as an elder brother, he was troubled by how to stop his sister, and now Yang Jian faces the same dilemma. My nephew should understand the pains I went through that day. A dignified celestial maiden is going to marry a mortal. This Lu Yanchang is far inferior to your father Yang Tianyu. Should I just watch my sister being deceived by a mortal boy? Or should I make the same choice I made back then? Tai Bai Jingxing understood the Jade Emperor's thoughts, seeing the contemplative expression on the Jade Emperor's face. A hint of relief flashed in his eyes, and he realized, this uncle is not feeling too good about it either. At Guanjinku, brother, you don't understand him at all. He is different from other mortals. Yang Chan stood in front of Yang Jian, frowning. Yang Jian immediately felt a headache and said, "What is so different? You are the holy mother of Xie, guarding Mount Huashan. How can you fall in love with a mortal and neglect your mission?" Yang Chan replied, "What is wrong with mortals? What is so bad about them? Mother married a mortal, and that's how we came to be. You have half mortal blood in you. What right do you have to look down on mortals?" Yang Chan said angrily. Yang Jian suddenly paused, his expression momentarily lost. Memories flooded his mind as he murmured, "Yes, I also have mortal blood. My father is immortal. So, my father died, my elder brother died, and even my mother." His voice trembled, and tears rolled down his cheeks. Second brother. Hearing these words, Yang Chan realized something was wrong, just as she was about to explain. Yang Jian pulled her into an embrace and said, "Chaner, I will never let you repeat the same mistakes. You must live well. Don't look for Lu Yanchang anymore. For now, don't return to Mount Huashan. Stay here at Guanjinka with me." "Okay." Yang Chan nodded, but in her heart, she didn't quite agree with Yang Jian's words. She still had the impoverished scholar on her mind. At this moment, Sun Wukong had arrived at Guanjinku. After coming over, he didn't hide anything and shouted, "Brother Yang. Is Brother Yang there? Old Sun has come to find you. Yang brother." Woof, woof. A black dog suddenly appeared, standing in front of Sun Wukong and barking wildly. Sun Wukong smiled and said, "Little Black, where's your master?" After he finished speaking, the barking of the dog became even fiercer, and it rushed up as if to bite. The earlier depictions of the howling celestial dog were of a white dog, but more recent adaptations have portrayed it as black, which is more familiar to everyone, so we will use the black image here, informing all readers. However, it was stopped by Sun Wukong, but it became even more excited. As the howling celestial dog's barking echoed, people began to appear. Upon seeing Sun Wukong, they recognized him and hurriedly said, "Divine Lord, the sun-devouring Divine Lord. Please don't be so irritable. Sun-devouring Divine Lord." Sun Wukong was taken aback. The name of this dog was quite imposing. He waved at the howling celestial dog and said, "Hey, hey, hey." Woof. The howling celestial dog immediately got furious, quieted down, and then charged at Sun Wukong to bite him. Sun Wukong held the howling celestial dog with one hand, muttering, "Still just a mad dog." He then asked, "Where's my brother Yang? Tell him that I, Sun Wukong, have come to see him." "Great sage, the true lord has some personal matters to attend to. Please wait a moment." "Personal matters?" The monkey muttered. "What personal matters can he have? It can't be that his sister also found a mortal, right? No way. I must sneak a peek. I can't let this ruin my good business." While Sun Wukong was dealing with this, his spirit had already left his body, turning into a small insect and flying deeper in. In a short while, he saw Yang Jian and Yang Chan. However, before he could hear 2 sentences of their conversation, he saw Yang Jian turn his head, and the third eye on his forehead suddenly opened, shooting out a divine light. At the same time, he said, "You monkey. When did you develop the habit of eavesdropping?" Sun Wukong revealed his true form and laughed, saying, "Brother Yang, I came specifically to find you. Who knew you were dealing with such matters? I won't listen anymore, I won't listen." After saying that, he turned to leave. "Wait." Yang Jian called out to the monkey and said, "Just wait a moment. I have a few more things to say. I'll be right there." Yang Jian understood the monkey's character and feared that if he stayed any longer, the monkey would create some trouble. The last time the heavenly court was messed up by the monkey, he couldn't afford to provoke it at Guanjinku. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong was naturally happy to wait. After all, he wanted to recruit Yang Jian. When the time comes, with the left vanguard of Flower Mountain, the sacred true Lord Yang Jian, and the right vanguard of the three altar sea meeting, the great god Nezha, wouldn't that be great? Before long, Yang Jian finished giving Yang Chan a few instructions, telling her not to contact Lu Yanchang anymore, and then walked over to look at the monkey, saying, "Speak, what brings you here? Yang brother, I want you to join me at Flower Mountain and fight against the Buddhist sect together." Fight against the Buddhist sect? Yang Jian chuckled lightly. You little monkey, back then, a single palm from Tathagata could suppress you for 500 years, and a tight headband kept you trapped for a long time. You've just escaped not long ago, and you dare to boast like this? Aren't you afraid the Buddhist sect will suppress you for another 1,000 years? Sun Wukong laughed and said, Young brother, whether I get suppressed by the Buddhist sect is a matter for later, but if your sister is not restrained, she might just be taken away by a mortal. Hee. It would be a lot of fun if you had a mortal nephew then. I bet the Jade Emperor was just as troubled as you were back then. Hearing this, Yang Jian suddenly looked at the monkey, momentarily stunned. And don't you think it's too coincidental? Your mother is like this, your sister is also like this. And now the one in trouble is you, while before it was your uncle. Even so, Yang Chan is still the Jade Emperor's niece. If she really is taken away by a mortal, it would not only tarnish your reputation as the sacred true lord, but also the Jade Emperor's name. You too. Uncle and nephew, can't you feel the same? Sun Wukong said with a grin. This, however, made Yang Jian fall into deep thought. Indeed, it was too coincidental. But who exactly was behind it? Sun Wukong guessed Yang Jian's thoughts and said directly, who else could it be? Who dares to scheme against the heavenly court now? The current forces in the world are not like during the function period. Now, the greatest forces are only two, the heavenly court and the Buddhist sect. And the most likely to scheme against you is only the Buddhist sect. Just then, a figure descended from the sky, saying, True Lord, the Guanyin of the South Sea has come to pay a visit. Yang Jian's expression suddenly stiffened. The monkey laughed. The main character has arrived. Regarding the plot of Yang Jian, more settings should come from the Lotus Lantern. To avoid some readers' misunderstanding, the author adds a note, from the heavenly family's perspective. The Jade Emperor and Yang Jian's sister being infatuated with mortals is indeed somewhat similar to being deceived by a little yellow-haired boy. Yang Jian's father, Yang Tianyu, was at least decent, willing to risk his life to protect Yang Jian and them. However, Lu Yanchang, as seen in the Lotus Lantern, is the kind of person who is useless. If only he had the courage to stand up for the three holy mothers and Xinxiang when Yang Jian came over. Yang Jian wouldn't look down on him so much. Then, I would like to thank all the readers who have made it this far. The little author bows in gratitude. Finally, I ask for a wave of updates, good reviews, collections, and gifts. The novel is not selling well. Help the author. Chapter 49. Guanyin is stunned. Are you really Yang Jian? I, old son, will not disturb Brother Yang here. Whatever Brother Yang wants to know, I believe you will ask it yourself. After saying this, Sun Wukong directly left, returning to his original state. Sun Wukong looked at one of the brothers from the Meishan, revealing a smile. There's no need to be wary of me here. I came this time to find Brother Yang for something. But it seems there is someone else here looking for him. In front of him was Yuan Hong, who frowned at the sudden arrival of Guanyin, feeling quite surprised. Especially since their big brother was currently in a mess, extremely troubled by the matter concerning Yang Chan. And at this moment, both Sun Wukong and Guanyin have arrived. What is this all about? In recent days at Guanjinku, they hadn't really inquired about outside news, so naturally, they did not know that Sun Wukong had long stopped following Tang Seng to the west to seek scriptures, but instead obstructed the Buddhist plan to head west. If they had known, Yuan Hong would not have been so surprised. He glanced at Sun Wukong and said, Great sage, my big brother still has some matters to handle. Once he finishes, he will come to see you at the first opportunity. Sun Wukong waved his hand and said amicably, No problem, I, old son, am always reasonable and can wait. Just let Brother Yang be busy for a while longer. Yuan Hong was somewhat doubtful, but seeing that Sun Wukong really intended to wait, he naturally did not dare to be negligent and quickly had some spiritual fruits and spiritual tea brought out, accompanying him at the side. This so-called accompaniment was actually due to the concern that if he left, this monkey would cause trouble. After all, this one was truly not a quiet character. On the other side, after Guanyin's voice sounded, Yang Jian straightened his mind and flew into the sky, soon meeting the Buddhist Guanyin, saying, Bodhisattva, why are you here at Guanjinku instead of staying in the Buddhist realm? True monarch. Guanyin returned the greeting and said, It has been a long time since we last met. Yang Jian also returned the courtesy, extending his hand and saying, Yes. Since the Bodhisattva has come, I cannot be negligent, please. All right, then thank you, true monarch. Yang Jian led Guanyin to a room, and soon, 2 cups of spiritual tea were brought in. Yang Jian pushed 1 cup in front of Guanyin and then straightforwardly asked, Bodhisattva, what brings you here? Guanyin sighed lightly and said, This is a long story. I have been busy with the Buddhist plan to head west. It was not easy to gather the team for seeking scriptures and get approval from the heavenly court to set up the 81 trials. But now, there's a problem. Yang Jian thought of Sun Wukong and knowingly asked, "What problem has arisen?" Guanyin glanced at Yang Jian, doubting whether he truly did not know or was pretending not to know, but still spoke. That monkey was driven away by Tang Seng and, harboring resentment, somehow managed to loosen the headband on his head. Since then, he has been blocking Tang Seng from heading west. To this day, he has been obstructing for quite some time. So that is how it is. Yang Jian responded. With the methods of the Buddhist realm, wouldn't it be easy to deal with a monkey? Guanyin immediately chuckled bitterly, saying, "The Buddhist realm is not afraid of that monkey. But there is also the involvement of His Majesty. His Majesty has secretly intervened, helping that monkey through several crises. I have also gone to find His Majesty." But while he openly agreed, he secretly assisted that monkey in another way. To this day, that monkey has already gathered quite a few from the heavenly court under his command. Even the 3 altars and the great gods have killed their fathers and pledged allegiance. Li Jing is dead? Yang Jian showed an expression of surprise, thinking to himself, that kid Nezha must be overjoyed. His long-held wish has finally been fulfilled. I should find some time to send him a congratulatory gift. Guanyin had no idea that Yang Jian was thinking about this matter, mistakenly believing that Yang Jian had already grasped the meaning from her words. After all, her words deliberately connected to past events, especially regarding the Emperor of Heaven's stubbornness and his orders to pursue and kill, leading to the deaths of Yang Tianyu and Yang Jiao. Of course, she did not mention this directly, but linked the Emperor's actions with those when he sent people to pursue Yang Tianyu, making them seem identical. Guanyin believed that as long as Yang Jian thought about it a little, he would see the similarities. She wanted to use this method to awaken Yang Jian's painful memories, thus leveraging his hatred for the Emperor of Heaven to turn toward the Buddhist realm. However, Yang Jian was not focused on this. Instead, he was thinking about what kind of congratulatory gift to give Nezha. Seeing Yang Jian deep in thought, Guanyin assumed her scheme had succeeded and became even less anxious. Instead, she subtly hinted, His Majesty has indeed gone too far. Yang Jian suddenly came to his senses and looked at Guanyin with a surprised expression, saying, "Where has he gone too far?" Guanyin was taken aback. "Did you not hear the implications in my words? Don't you think that your uncle's behavior of going back on his word and interfering in others' affairs is exactly the same as when he pursued your father?" Guanyin had no idea that after the incident with Yang Chan, Yang Jian truly felt a sense of empathy, especially since Sun Wukong had mentioned it a couple of times recently, reinforcing Yang Jian's feelings. Now, facing that mortal Lu Yanchang, he really wanted to find a few golden crows to roast him fiercely. How dare he have thoughts about his sister Yang Jian? He should take a look at his own character. The golden crows were hard to find, as Yang Jian had basically killed them all, but fire was easy to find. Should he ask Nezha to come help? Of course, Yang Jian was not resentful toward the Emperor of Heaven because of this matter. His father was great. But what was this Lu Yanchang? However, due to this empathy, although he had grievances, after all, he was still his uncle. For a Buddhist, how could you, an outsider, speak ill of my uncle in front of me? Yang Jian immediately said, "Bodhisattva, please be more respectful. His Majesty, as the ruler of the 3 realms, is also part of the Buddhist realm. As a being of the 3 realms, you dare to privately discuss His Majesty. This is already a grave sin." Guanyin was directly dumbfounded by these words. What is going on? Aren't you the one who hates your uncle the most? He killed your father, exposed your mother to death, and even killed your big brother. You caused a big ruckus in the heavenly palace long before that monkey did. And you tell me that one cannot privately discuss the Jade Emperor? You are truly Yang Jian, not that monkey transformed? If it weren't for Guanyin being extremely certain that the person in front of her was indeed Yang Jian, she would really think that this was Sun Wukong in disguise. But the development of the situation was completely different from what she expected. Logically speaking, throwing out past events to stir up Yang Jian's memories and letting him hate the Jade Emperor could lead him to turn toward the Buddhist realm. But why did it not succeed? No, she had to think of a way, preferably to make the events of that day reappear, so that Yang Jian could remember them. Guanyin thought, and suddenly a person came to her mind. Yang Jian's sister, Yang Chan. Chapter 50. Monkey, accompany me to kill someone. True monarch. I seem to see that you have some troubles this time. Why not tell me about them, so that the Buddhist realm can help you out? She was referring to the matter of Yang Chan. Guanyin was aware of this. Not only she knew, but the Buddhist sect was also aware, as well as the previous incident with Yao Ji. Naturally, there were traces of the Buddhist sect involved in this, but it was not particularly glorious, and very few people knew about it, with Guanyin being one of them. Unfortunately, although Yang Tianyu was also an ordinary person, he was not as useless as the Buddhist sect hoped. Rather, Lu Yanchang was quite to their liking. Guanyin revealed a smile and said, "It seems that the true monarch's sister has some different ideas." As soon as these words fell, a cold light suddenly appeared in Yang Jian's eyes. "Stay away from my sister." Guanyin paid no heed to Yang Jian's threat and replied, "Naturally, since the true monarch does not wish for me to get close, I will naturally keep my distance. However, I came here to ask the true monarch to take action and help our Buddhist sect capture that demon monkey. What does the true monarch think?" Yang Jian calmly said, "I am here on the Emperor's order, and without His Majesty's decree, I cannot leave at will." True monarch, You truly follow His Majesty's orders? Yang Jian felt increasingly disgusted, yet still showed no signs, and then said, "This matter, I still need to think about it." Guanyin said, "That's fine. I will stay here for a few days to give the true monarch enough time to think. How about that? The Bodhisattva is free to do as she pleases." After saying this, Yang Jian drained the spirit tea in front of him and left directly. Guanyin watched Yang Jian's retreating figure, her gaze gradually cooling down. This time, inviting Yang Jian did not go as smoothly as she had thought. Yang Jian had stayed at Guanjinku for so long, and he actually started to lean towards the Jade Emperor? If that's the case, then the Buddhist sect would have to remind you. After Yang Jian walked in, Yuan Hong, who was originally responsible for entertaining the monkey, retreated. "Brother Yang, how is it?" Sun Wukong asked, leisurely nibbling on a peach while looking at Yang Jian with a teasing expression. Yang Jian sat down and got straight to the point. "Did Jiazi come to you?" "Yeah, Jiazi is having a great time with me, very comfortable." Yang Jian nodded. "Do you think there is the hand of the Buddhist sect in the matters concerning my father and mother?" "I didn't say that, after all. I wasn't watching from the sidelines back then. However, this matter is quite simple. With those bald donkeys' nature, they hold grudges. Guanyin came to ask you to deal with me, right?" Yang Jian nodded. "They said that once they kill you, they'll send your monkey head to me as a drink." Sun Wukong exclaimed. "Guanyin previously told me that the eye on your forehead is a great supplement and advised me to give it a try." Yang Jian looked up and saw Sun Wukong grinning broadly. The two were at an impasse, neither willing to back down. Yang Jian did not continue, saying, "You mean to say that to force me to submit, they want to replicate the situation with my father and mother?" Sun Wukong laughed happily. "They certainly can't find you a mortal wife. You, the Erlang Shun, are not so easily manipulated. But your sister..." Bang! Yang Jian slammed his palm on the table, instantly shattering it into pieces. "Do they dare? Whether they dare or not is not up to you to decide. What are those bald donkeys afraid of? Don't you think Lu Yinchang's appearance is too coincidental? Your sister stayed at Huashan for so long. How did a mortal just happen to fit his needs? Is it a coincidence? Or is there a scheme?" Yang Jian fell silent. After a long while, he said, "I will send someone to investigate this matter." Sun Wukong said, "If you ask me, what is there to investigate? Just smash Lu Yinchang to death with a stick. Then there's no more trouble. Why think so much? Yang Jian, you really are not as good as before, always hesitating. Just leave it to me. I'll smash him to death and let your sister give up on her thoughts." Yang Jian shook his head. "You don't have a sister. You don't understand." Sun Wukong asked in confusion, "Even if I wanted one, there isn't one. I was born and raised. Could a female monkey pop out of a stone?" Yang Jian couldn't help twitching his mouth. "What about a sow?" Sun Wukong chuckled. "Then I'll set up a match for that fool." He continued, "You're hesitating. But those bald donkeys won't. If you don't decide soon, they might just make a move on your sister." Yang Jian suddenly looked at Sun Wukong and asked, "What exactly do you want to do?" Sun Wukong smiled. "What I want to do is always simple, without so many twists and turns. Since the Buddhist sect has plotted against me, they must pay the price. Brother Yang, you wanted to save your mother before, but failed. Now, someone wants to make a move on your sister. What are you still hesitating about? Join me, and we can topple that old Tathagata-esque spiritual mountain. I never understood why you people always have such romantic ideas. It's so boring. Just leave everything to me. With one smash, there won't be so many troubles." After a moment of silence, Yang Jian finally made a decision. "I agree to help you, but you must help me resolve the matter regarding my sister." "No problem. I'll go smash Lu Yinchang to death right now." "Wait." Yang Jian stopped him, shaking his head. "We can't be so reckless. If you act this way, won't the Buddhist sect catch hold of you? Moreover, I don't want my sister to be saddened like this." Yang Jian knew very well that his sister Yang Chan had developed feelings for Lu Yinchang. Sun Wukong thought for a moment and said, "Then should I disguise myself as a bald-headed monk and go?" Yang Jian twitched his mouth. "Is there nothing in that monkey head of yours except for smashing people to death?" Sun Wukong was puzzled. "If there's the simplest and most direct way, why go around in circles? Even if you let your sister see that Lu Yinchang is not worth trusting, won't she still be sad? If I smash him to death, she will also be sad. After all, it's better to hate those bald donkeys than to hate you." Yang Jian opened his mouth, but found he had nothing to refute. In the end, Yang Jian said, "All right, let's do it your way." "Exactly, Brother Yang. I previously followed that bald donkey to the west to obtain scriptures, and I saw along the way that he talks a lot about benevolence and morality, but when facing demons, he has no means. Only crying and waiting for me to save him. After all the roundabout talk, what use is it? With one smash from me, which demon wouldn't obediently listen?" Just then, Yuan Hong suddenly rushed in and shouted, "Big brother, it's bad. Little sister has run out." "What?" Yang Jian was taken aback. The monkey immediately laughed. "See, I told you, those bald donkeys won't stay quiet." Yang Jian's expression suddenly turned cold, and a three-pronged, double-edged knife filled with killing intent appeared in his hand. "Monkey, accompany me to kill." Chapter 51. The Buddhist sect's poisonous scheme. Yang Chan in danger earlier, after Yang Jian left. Guanyin revealed a smile as she found the location of Yang Chan and quietly entered. Yang Chan was lost in thought in her room, unsure of what to do next. Her feelings for Lu Yinchang were genuine. She truly liked this somewhat stubborn and poor scholar. However, she also knew that her brother Yang Jian would never allow it. What should she do? Follow her brother's words, or or go against him. Yes, even if I want to rebel, I can't escape. The outside has long been set with restrictions by my brother. How can I get out? Yang Chan let out a bitter smile. Just then, a white figure appeared before Yang Chan, revealing the form of Guanyin, who said, I am Guanyin Bodhisattva of the South Sea. Young lady, do you have a wish that you cannot achieve? Guanyin Bodhisattva? Yang Chan was stunned for a moment, and then her eyes filled with joy as she said, Guanyin Bodhisattva? Can you help me get out? I want to see him again. Of course, Guanyin smiled and said, pursuing love is every young girl's right. Even if your brother is unwilling, he still cannot interfere with you. I came here for this matter. Really? Indeed. I will help you lift the restrictions your brother set and let you leave. After that, you can do whatever you want. After saying this, Guanyin waved her hand, and the restrictions enveloping Yang Chan were instantly lifted. Yang Chan's face lit up with joy. It was really lifted. Thank you, Bodhisattva. Thank you. Guanyin smiled and said, no need to thank me. Follow me, and I will take you out. Yang Chan nodded and was taken away by Guanyin. Watching Yang Chan follow her, Guanyin gradually revealed a smile. Young Jian, when you learn of your sister's fate, you will turn to the Buddhist sect. Your mother's matters have already caused the Jade Emperor enough trouble, now with your sister. Meanwhile, in another place, a scholarly-looking person looked somewhat confused at the three bald heads before him and asked, who are you? You don't need to worry about our identities. We are here to help you. Help me? Don't you want to see your beloved again? Yes, Lu Yinchong said firmly. One of them said then, if the price to see him is your life, would you agree? Lu Yinchong hesitated instantly, and after a moment of thought, he said, can I not see him? No. Lu Yinchong was directly grabbed and thrown into a valley, where restrictions were set. I'm not going to see him, not going to see him. I still have to go to Beijing for the exam. I don't want to know. His voice echoed in the valley, but no one cared. Inform the Bodhisattva and guide Yang Chan here. As long as we delay for a while, once the raw rice is cooked into cooked rice, our Buddhist plan will be realized. Will Yang Jian really turn to our Buddhist sect because of this? How could it be false? This is the Bodhisattva's plan. Moreover, once Yang Chan and this waste become a couple, it will slap the Jade Emperor's face. If this happens a second time, the Jade Emperor will definitely handle it more seriously. At that time, can Yang Jian allow his sister to get into trouble? To resist the heavenly court? Apart from turning to our Buddhist sect, there is no other choice. That's true. The group laughed, unaware that Yang Jian had already learned of Yang Chan's departure. Yang Jian's expression was solemn, his face like frost. He tightly gripped the three-pointed, double-edged sword, with Sun Wukong following beside him. Brother Yang, the Buddhist sect managed to break the restrictions and take Yang Chan away in such a short time. It seems there are quite a few dogs of the Buddhist sect at this Guanjing Pass. Yang Jian did not speak. The third eye on his forehead suddenly opened, and divine light flickered. Then everything in the distance fell into Yang Jian's sight. He scanned around, and his gaze quickly locked onto a valley in the distance. Found it. Over there. Go. The two moved quickly and soon arrived. At this time, Guanyin had already brought Yang Chan to the front of the valley and said, the person you want to see is right here. Yang Chan showed a puzzled expression and asked, here? Yes, you will know once you go inside. Yang Chan hesitantly walked in and indeed saw Lu Yinchong inside. However, before Yang Chan could show any signs of happiness, Lu Yinchong immediately shouted, pointing at Yang Chan and cursing, get lost. I don't want to die, don't want to die. Get as far away as possible. Without you, I won't die. Lu Yinchong's true feelings were revealed, and Yang Chan was stunned, looking at him in disbelief. But Lu Yinchong, as if he had gone mad, continued to scream. Just then, pink mist suddenly appeared in the valley and exploded. After inhaling for a moment, Yang Chan felt her internal power locked, followed by a wave of heat. Lu Yinchong had no power, but the heat was even more obvious. His face quickly turned rosy, and his consciousness began to blur slightly. No. Yang Chan suddenly understood something and quickly retreated. Lu Yinchong followed closely behind. Outside the valley, Guanyin watched this scene with an increasing smile. It wouldn't take long. Just a little more delay, and the plan would succeed. She looked at the three people beside her and instructed, you three, guard outside, and don't let anyone approach here. Yes, these three were three Buddhas of the Buddhist sect, who had been hiding here and were very powerful. However, as soon as these three Buddhas went out, Yang Jian and Sun Wukong immediately followed. Without a word, Yang Jian slashed with his three-pointed, double-edged sword and directly pierced one of the Buddhas, who didn't even have time to speak before being killed. Sun Wukong smashed the other two with his staff, and Yang Jian nodded at him before rushing in. Seeing Yang Jian arrive immediately, Guanyin revealed a look of surprise and then quickly reacted, saying, true monarch, it's bad. Your sister has been ambushed by someone and is trapped inside. I just arrived and was about to rescue her. But the restrictions in this valley are truly formidable and cannot be broken easily. Guanyin also noticed the monkey beside Yang Jian and thought of a plan, saying, it must be this demon monkey's scheme. He previously had grievances against the true monarch, and now he has laid hands on your sister. Before Guanyin finished speaking, Sun Wukong sneered, saying, Guanyin, you've done so many dirty deeds, yet you still want to frame me? Your Buddhist sect is really a bunch of useless people. Even this kind of scheme can come up with. You are truly a group of hypocritical bald heads. As Sun Wukong spoke, he raised his golden staff, wanting to take action directly, but was stopped by Yang Jian. He frowned and said, break the restrictions first. However, Guanyin was laughing coldly in her heart. This restriction was unique to the Buddhist sect, not to mention you. Even the Buddha couldn't break it in a moment. By the time it was broken, what was meant to happen would have already happened. Yang Jian, you are destined to turn to the Buddhist sect and become a dog of our Buddhist sect. Chapter 52. How did Guanyin lose her own shake? True monarch, I just tried to break the restrictions, and it is difficult to do so in a short time. Guanyin said while shaking her head, then looked at the monkey and said, why not capture this culprit first? The method to break the restrictions may lie with this demon monkey. Yang Jian, however, didn't bother to listen to her nonsense. He walked to the front of the restrictions, raised his three-pointed, double-edged sword, and struck down. With a loud bang, the restrictions shook with ripples, but still did not break. Frowning, Yang Jian's third eye shot out a beam of divine light, hitting the restrictions. Again, it produced ripples, but the ripples were larger, and the restrictions still remained unbroken. Continuing on, Yang Jian tried various magical artifacts, but still could not succeed. Guanyin watched from the side, a slight smile creeping onto her lips, barely perceptible. Sun Wukong, observing for a moment, stepped forward and pushed Yang Jian aside, saying, it still depends on me, old son. As he spoke, the Rui Jingu Bang in his hand instantly grew larger. Sun Wukong swung the Rui Jingu Bang with all his might, unleashing his magical power to the maximum. With a thunderous crash, the barrier directly cracked with numerous fissures. The smile that had appeared on Guanyin's face froze instantly with this blow from Sun Wukong. Her eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be possible? This was one of the strongest barriers in the Buddhist realm, with formidable defensive capabilities. Even the Buddha himself might not be able to break it in a short time. Yet, it had cracked under a single strike from this monkey? Huh. Old Sun's blow didn't he break it? Since one blow didn't he work, then two blows. Boom. Sun Wukong struck the barrier again, and with a crisp crack, the barrier shattered. Yang Jian, who had been anxious, rushed in. Upon seeing Yang Chan trapped nearby and Lu Yinchang closing in, his heart ached like a knife. He stepped forward and reached Yang Chan, lifting her up. Little sister, little sister. Seeing this scene, Guanyin realized that the situation was dire, and thus she moved to leave. However, just as she took a few steps, there was a loud crash as a Rui Jingu Bang smashed into the ground in front of her, creating a deep pit. Guanyin looked up to see a smiling monkey face. Sun Wukong, with a smile on his lips, said, don't go, Bodhisattva, the good show has just begun. Hasn't he it? Guanyin's face turned cold. In the valley, Yang Jian held Yang Chan, who was blushing and her consciousness fading. However, upon seeing Yang Jian, she felt a sense of security. Second brother, don't be afraid, second brother is here. At this moment, Lu Yinchang approached recklessly. Yang Jian swung his three-pronged double-edged knife, and with one strike, Lu Yinchang's lower body was severed. He screamed in agony, finally regaining some clarity, and then shouted, don't kill me, don't kill me. I'll hand that woman over to you. Just please don't kill me. Yang Jian's expression was filled with disgust. At this moment, Sun Wukong's voice sounded. Brother Yang, if you don't come soon, she is going to run away. Hearing this, Yang Jian carried Yang Chan out, his gaze landing on Guanyin. His disgust and killing intent unabashed. Guanyin wanted to struggle, saying, true lord, you wouldn't just blindly trust that demon monkey, would you? My Buddhist sect has always been on good terms with you. This time I also want to help you. Before she could finish, Yang Jian interrupted her directly. He looked at Sun Wukong beside him, and said, monkey, help me with one more thing. Saying this, he handed Yang Chan to him. Sun Wukong saw Yang Chan's flushed face and her murmuring about feeling hot, and hurriedly waved his hands, saying, no, I can't do this. This is beyond monkey business. I, old son, am a pure public monkey, and I can't be sullied like this. Yang Jian's expression froze for a moment, suppressing his anger, and said, I'm asking you to help watch her. Oh, Sun Wukong sighed in relief. That is fine then. He then took Yang Chan, and, to prevent her from acting out, also cast a binding spell on her. Thus, he stood to the side. Guanyin's face looked grim, wanting to speak. But Yang Jian was no longer interested in listening. He held the three-pronged double-edged knife in one hand and the mountain axe in the other, walking towards Guanyin. I don't want to waste words today, just leave your life. Guanyin angrily said, Yang Jian, if you insist on doing this, do you want to become an enemy of the Buddhist realm? I've already caused a stir in heaven. What is the Buddhist realm to me? Once I sever your head, I'll personally ask Buddha whether he dares to oppose me. Does the Buddhist realm dare to oppose me? At this moment, he truly resembled the mighty Erling Shun, exuding unmatched dominance. Of course, at this moment, he was just like that day when he dared to cause a commotion in the heavenly palace for his mother, the second Erlang. Boom. Yang Jian launched his attack, the three-pronged double-edged knife instantly thrusting towards Guanyin's chest, while simultaneously, the mountain axe swung down. With these two attacks, it was impossible to guard against. Guanyin's face changed drastically. Yang Jian's strength was already formidable, and combined with two magical artifacts, he became incredibly powerful. With no other choice, she immediately used her divine powers. And behind her appeared several pairs of jade hands, each holding a magical artifact. Although their quality was not high, Their sheer number was overwhelming. This was the thousand-hand Guanyin. In a furious clash, Yang Jian and Guanyin fought fiercely, causing dust and debris to fly, shaking the surroundings. Even without the jade purity bottle and willow branch, Guanyin's strength was still formidable. As one of the 4 great bodhisattvas of the Buddhist realm, if she didn't possess the strength to back it up, she wouldn't deserve that title. Not to mention, Guanyin's strength was already impressive even before joining the Buddhist sect. In fact, in terms of seniority, she was even above Yang Jian. However, just as the two were locked in a fierce battle, Guanyin did not notice that a monkey had quietly snuck up behind her. Then, Sun Wukong raised his Rui Jingu Bang and smashed it down hard onto Guanyin's head. Bang! The powerful strike landed directly on Guanyin's head. She staggered, her original divine powers becoming unstable. Yang Jian seized the opportunity, thrusting the 3-pronged double-edged knife fiercely into Guanyin's chest, while the mountain axe aimed for her head. In an instant, the situation became extremely critical. Then, with a loud bang, Guanyin's head exploded, and her chest was also pierced by the 3-pronged double-edged knife. In the Buddhist realm, at the Great Thunderclap Monastery, chaos erupted. Not good, not good. Guanyin Bodhisattva's lamp has gone out. What? The Buddhas in the Great Thunderclap Monastery were all shocked. Even the Buddha was momentarily stunned. What? Did someone shake themselves to death? Who is this, Yama? Chapter 53. The 3 rebel sons of heaven gather now. Her path of cultivation has been severed, and it will be difficult for her to make any further progress in this lifetime. She can only rely on the power of faith from the Buddhist realm to reshape a body. Although her strength may grow, the possibility of further advancement is lost. Thinking of this, Guanyin's face suddenly filled with resentment. Yang Jian, Sun Wukong, sooner or later, I will make you endure what I have suffered 100-fold, 1,000-fold. Sun Wukong poked the corpse of Guanyin on the ground with his golden staff, sneering. That group of bald donkeys has some skills in escaping. They actually let her primordial spirit get away. Yang Jian pinched a small portion of Guanyin's primordial spirit in his hand, looked down at it, and said coldly, Can you escape this time? Can you escape next time? As he spoke, he threw the portion of Guanyin's primordial spirit away. The Xiang Tian dog immediately leaped and caught it in its mouth, swallowing it whole. After finishing, it still looked a bit unsatisfied. Sun Wukong glanced over and chuckled. This foolish dog seems to enjoy eating quite a lot. Woof. The Xiang Tian dog's eyes revealed a fierce glare. Sun Wukong's golden staff instinctively reached out. What? Do you want to spar with me? The Xiang Tian dog's gaze suddenly became clear. Yang Jian ignored the monkey and walked over to Yang Chan. Sun Wukong took the opportunity to release the immobilization spell. Second brother. Yang Chan's consciousness had become much clearer. Yang Jian then took out a pill from his pocket and fed it to Yang Chan. Don't be afraid, second brother is here. MHM. Yang Chan responded softly and then hugged her brother tightly. Today, she had indeed faced a lot of setbacks, especially how that mortal she liked treated her. Was what second brother said really true? At this moment, Yang Chan looked up at the distant Sun Wukong, who immediately said, Don't look at me. You don't fit my aesthetic, so don't have any thoughts about me. Yang Chan and Yang Jian both thought, this monkey is quite narcissistic. Yang Chan took a deep breath, suppressing her urge to hit the monkey. Thank you. The brothers from Meishan rushed over at this time. Yang Jian handed Yang Chan over to them, instructing them to take her down to rest. He then turned to Sun Wukong and asked, What kind of people do you have in Huawo Mountain? Sun Wukong replied, Not many, just the Bull Demon King and his wife, Nezha, Lao Jun's ox and boy, and my Huawo Mountain followers. Plus, we've also taken over some of Guanyin's subordinates. Now counting in the Yang brothers, we are not weak either. However, Yang Jian shook his head and said, It's still not enough. If you want to oppose the Buddhist realm, relying on just this strength is insufficient. Right now, it's only the Bodhisattva from the Buddhist realm making a move. Besides that, there are also the Arhats, a group of Buddhas, and the Three-World Buddha. Sun Wukong said, I naturally know this. If the Yang brothers could help me out, I actually know someone. If we can invite him over, we definitely won't fear that group of bald donkeys. Yang Jian asked, Who is it? Sun Wukong laughed. How about inviting your uncle over? Yang Jian immediately had a black line on his forehead. The dignified Jade Emperor, the ruler of the 3 realms. Would he come to Huawo Mountain? Are you dreaming? He really wanted to use a 3-edged 2-bladed knife to cut open this monkey's head and see what he was thinking. Sun Wukong then said, When do you plan to move over your people from Guanjinku? In the next few days, after all, I have quite a few people here, so it will take some time. All right, I'll head back to Huawo Mountain first to wait for you. Yang Jian suddenly said, Wait a moment. I'll go with you to take a look first. What? Don't trust my paradise. Go see Nezha. In Huawo Mountain, the Bull Demon King was training the demon soldiers, while Nezha supervised beside him, holding the fire spike spear. Every time he aimed at a demon and lingered for a few seconds, that demon immediately became extremely diligent. Mainly, this gentleman recently developed a liking for stringing people up, and he accepted anyone who came. If one didn't train well and annoyed him, they would be strung up. And who would they go to for reasoning? A meteor streaked across the sky, and the figures of Yang Jian and Sun Wukong appeared here. Nezha came over upon seeing them. Nezha, second brother. The two met, and both showed joy in their eyes. Sun Wukong watched the two reminisce and felt that the scene was somewhat awkward. The three of them didn't seem to be the type to settle down. Sun Wukong, needless to say, had caused a ruckus in heaven and was suppressed under the Five-Finger Mountain by Tathagata. Young Jian had also done this before, even earlier than himself. As for Nezha, he too had his fair share of trouble. Whenever the three of them got together, it always felt like they couldn't help but stir something up. After chatting for a while, Nezha suddenly felt something was missing and suggested, "Second brother, we finally gathered together, and now we have this monkey as well. Our deeds could be said to be mutual admiration. Today is a happy occasion. How about we take a trip around Lingshan?" Sun Wukong and Yang Jian exchanged glances. If they were normal people, they would definitely think Nezha was crazy. Three people going to Lingshan was no different from seeking death. Especially going there to cause a ruckus now? Wouldn't that get them captured by Lingshan and receive a beating? However, fortunately, these two were not that normal. Sun Wukong thought for a moment, and his eyes lit up. Nezha's suggestion seems pretty good. Yang Jian recalled Yang Chan and suddenly felt anger rising in his heart. It is indeed good, but we need to wait a moment. Let me bring over the people from Guanjinku first, and then we will go. All right, second brother. I'll wait for you. These days at the monkey's place, I've either been cultivating or training, and my hands have been itching. I've always been curious about what it would be like to string up a few bald heads. Sun Wukong was somewhat speechless about Nezha's preferences. He still felt that it would be better to smash them with a stick. What kind of beauty is there in stringing them up? Chapter 54. Sun Wukong has such a big background. The Jade Emperor wiping his ass. In Lingshan, at the Great Thunder Sound Temple, Tathagata gazed deeply at the returning Guanyin, with Manjushri and Samantabhadra standing beside her. At this moment, Manjushri spoke, "Buddha, we cannot delay any longer. The longer we wait, the greater the impact on our Buddhist realm. It is time to take action." That demon monkey was originally just one person, but as the delay continues, the heavenly court has dispatched many reinforcements. And now the power of Huaihua Mountain has grown considerably. Guanyin and Samantabhadra had both encountered treachery and now needed to reshape their Buddhist bodies. If this continues, the Buddhist realm will become increasingly passive. Reshaping the Buddhist body means it will take time, and the path ahead is cut off. The losses for the Buddhist realm cannot be underestimated. Tathagata pondered for a while and finally nodded, saying, "All right. We will wait for Samantabhadra and Guanyin to complete the reshaping of their Buddhist bodies before taking action against Huaihua Mountain." However, Tathagata paused for a moment. This matter needs to be communicated to our Buddhist saints. Such a major event could very likely provoke the heavenly saints into action. The Taishang Laojun does not only refine pills, he is one of the three purities, a sage of the Xianmen. If the saints intervene, no matter how much preparation the Buddhist realm makes, it will be in vain. Manjushri and the others bowed their heads. Tathagata continued, "I will go discuss this with the saints. In the meantime, you should guard Lingshan and not take action for now. As for Tang Seng, send someone to inform him to keep a low profile. As long as he doesn't provoke that monkey, there won't be any issues in the short term. Also, if Mithriya wishes to interfere in Lingshan matters during this time, stop him." After finishing the explanation, the Buddha finally left. Manjushri and the others fell into deep thought over the Buddha's words as he departed. The earlier parts were easy to understand, but the last point was puzzling. In Buddhism, there are three Buddhas: the past Buddha, the present Buddha, and the future Buddha. The past Buddha is Dipankara, the present Buddha is Shakyamuni, and the future Buddha is Mithriya. It seems that the Buddha sensed a threat from Mithriya. In the heavenly court, above the 33 heavens, in the palace of Duoshui, the Supreme Old Lord sat leisurely in the courtyard, sipping tea. Unfortunately, the two young attendants by his side had descended to the mortal realm, leaving him without anyone to serve him. The Jade Emperor sat in front of the Old Lord, somewhat helplessly saying, "I told you. If I called over 2 more attendants for you, you would have enough leisure. Why should it come to me having to make tea for you now?" The Jade Emperor was currently holding the teapot, pouring tea for the Old Lord and then for himself. The Old Lord chuckled and said, "New attendants are not as handy. Moreover, their tea-making skills are far inferior to yours, Your Majesty." The Jade Emperor was instantly speechless. Just as they were talking, the Old Lord's teacup was empty, and the Jade Emperor had to get up to refill it. After sitting down again, taking advantage of the tea-drinking break, the Jade Emperor said, "This time, Wukong went to my nephew's place. With my nephew's personality, he must want to cause some trouble. He has never been a quiet person." The Old Lord laughed and said, "He's still young. Young people are like that. How can you expect him to sit here and drink tea like this old man?" The Jade Emperor replied, "If you told him that I personally made the tea and poured it, he would probably come every day. Not only would he not sit still, but he would even be willing to stay here." The Old Lord smiled even more. "Your Majesty, you are the ruler of the 3 realms, with a great capacity to accommodate others. Are you implying that you are dissatisfied with this old minister? Indeed, this old minister is getting old. My hands and feet are not as good as the young ones." The Jade Emperor immediately lost his temper. All right, don't say that anymore. If you keep going, I will become the villain for complaining about you. How dare I?" The Old Lord set down his teacup and said softly, "These 3 young people coming together will surely give the Buddha a headache. Isn't that a lot easier for Your Majesty? With young people helping you share the burden. That's a good thing. I just suspect that Wukong is already capable of causing trouble, and with my nephew and Nezha together, who knows what kind of earth-shattering events they might create." Old Lord, if I can't handle them, I will have to leave it to you. The Jade Emperor expressed his intention. This cleanup work can't be left solely to me, right? If I don't pull you into this, then was this tea I brewed today for nothing? Seeing the smile on the Jade Emperor's face, the Old Lord understood that today's tea was a bit too hot. However, the Old Lord said softly, indeed, relying solely on you won't be enough. The Jade Emperor was taken aback, but heard the Old Lord continue, even if you add me, it may still not be enough. The Jade Emperor asked suspiciously, if we can't handle it, who else can we find? The Old Lord smiled and said, there are many capable people in this world. If we can pull them down, we will. That monkey thinks he has no background, but does he really? The Jade Emperor fell into contemplation. That monkey indeed has a lot of karma, otherwise the Buddhist sect wouldn't have chosen him after much deliberation to go to the West for scriptures. Not to mention that he held a position in the heavenly court as the great sage equal to heaven, just looking at his master. Even if the monkey doesn't mention his master, those few skills he possesses, like the 72 transformations, the ability to change the heavens and the earth, and the great immortal technique, are well-known inheritances in the wilderness. It's like recognizing the treasures from the Old Lord's disciples. An insider can tell who they belong to at a glance. Even if the monkey doesn't mention his master, people can guess it. Besides that, not considering his master, there is another piece of karma. Long ago, when the heavenly pillar broke, leaving a huge gap in the sky, when Nuwa repaired the sky, the stones used for the repair were not all exhausted. One of them absorbed the essence of the sun and moon, giving birth to living beings. Although Nuwa was indifferent to this, who would dare not take it seriously? Who would dare to disrespect Nuwa, the saint? But the problem is, you want me to pull them into this, and I don't have the guts. As the ruler of the three realms, that is true. But I also don't have the courage to meddle with the saints. Isn't that asking for trouble? The Old Lord smiled and waved his hand, saying, don't rush, don't rush. The timing is not right yet. Seeing the Old Lord's vague and secretive demeanor, the Jade Emperor couldn't help but feel speechless. Great, asking you is like asking no one. The Old Lord continued, however, there are indeed things that need to be done now. You must provide them with a safety net. The Jade Emperor asked, what matter? The Old Lord replied, the three of them have all been oppressed by the Buddhist sect and are not people who will suffer losses. Do you think now that they have come together, they will do something? The Jade Emperor was first stunned, then suddenly realized and said with some surprise, are you saying that the three of them will storm Mount Ling and create a big ruckus? The Old Lord stroked his long beard and smiled gently. I didn't say that, Your Majesty, don't wrong me. This is all your own speculation. Then the Old Lord suddenly said, oh dear, where did my Taiji diagram go? No, Your Majesty, I can't stay any longer. I have to go find it. It's not acceptable to lose such a treasure. After saying that, the Old Lord immediately got up. And just as he did, a Taiji diagram depicting yin and yang conveniently fell onto the table. Your Majesty, can you act a little worse? The Jade Emperor picked up the Taiji diagram, utterly helpless. This old fox really doesn't want to get involved in any of this. The mess is all mine. With three of them, not one is easy to deal with. After they finish causing trouble in my heavenly court, I still have to clean up after them? Where's the reasoning in that? However, they can't keep causing trouble in my heavenly court. Mount Ling indeed needs to liven up a bit. The Jade Emperor tucked the Taiji diagram into his sleeve, a smile appearing on his lips. After the Jade Emperor left, the Old Lord looked at his departing figure, stroking his long beard, and smiled even more. Chapter 55. The primordial flower and fruit mountain attacks Mount Ling. Yang Jian's speed was not slow, and soon he brought the people from Guanjinku, led by the Meishan brothers. When they arrived outside Flower and Fruit Mountain, it was indeed a large group of people, which Sun Wukong naturally welcomed with great enthusiasm. Brother Monkey, I have brought all my people over. You won't turn them away, will you? Brother Yang, you don't need to worry about that. From now on, you will be the left vanguard of Flower and Fruit Mountain. Left vanguard? Then who is the right vanguard? Naturally, it's Nezha. All right. With Yang Jian's agreement, the voice of the system naturally echoed in Sun Wukong's ears. Beep, Flower and Fruit Mountain recruits left vanguard. The true Lord Yang Jian, reward, primordial level dojo. As your power increases, the existing dojo will be insufficient to support the increasing number of people. The new dojo will be more suitable for you. Primordial level dojo contains heaven and earth, infinitely vast, divided into 99 heavens. Can be matched with the primordial gathering spirit array, with endless spiritual power and marvelous Tao rhythm. There was much more information about the primordial level dojo, which Sun Wukong glanced over before his expression turned somewhat strange. He suddenly felt that this primordial level dojo seemed to be even more like the heavenly court than the heavenly court itself. In the future, wouldn't my Flower and Fruit Mountain become the great heavenly court, while the Jade Emperor's heavenly court would actually be a small Flower and Fruit Mountain? Do you want to upgrade your exclusive dojo, Flower and Fruit Mountain, to the primordial dojo? The prompt sounded, and Sun Wukong naturally no longer hesitated, saying, upgrade. Soon, Wagwashan experienced a tremendous change, and this change occurred quietly and without any noise. The beings within Wagwashan could feel some changes, but they were not very specific. Outside Wagwashan, Sun Wukong looked at Yang Jian and smiled. Let's go, Brother Yang, let me show you something eye-opening. However, Yang Jian did not believe it, saying, what have I not seen? What is so eye-opening about this mere Waguashan? You monkey just talks big. As Yang Jian spoke, he walked into Waguashan. And as the scenery within Waguashan came into view, he was instantly stunned. The vast and boundless world, the abundant spiritual energy, the vibrant Tao rhythm, the flying spirit cranes. And in the distance, a mountain forest filled with golden spiritual oranges. A blue cow was comfortably lying at the edge of the clouds. And even the clouds appeared golden like oranges. On the other side, flames were spreading, and the true fire of Samadhi was burning fiercely, with Nezha seated there, surrounded by what looked like an endless sea of fire, even more intense than the flame mountain. Looking again, amidst the clouds and mist, a cow led countless demon groups in training, full of fighting spirit, their battle cries shaking the heavens. On another side, flames rose, smoke billowed. And in front of a massive alchemical furnace, a golden figure and a silver figure were busily working, with countless fragrant pills steaming from the furnace. And this was just a corner of Waguashan. At this moment, not only was Yang Jian dumbfounded, but even the brothers from Meishan, Yang Chan, and everyone at Guanjinku were all stunned. After a while, Yuan Hong exclaimed in shock, "Wow, is this Waguashan? Are you sure it's south, not the heavenly court?" Yang Chan murmured softly, "It seems the heavenly court is not much different from this." Yang Jian stared for a long time, then fixed his gaze on the monkey, seriously asking, "Monkey, tell me honestly, did you tear down my uncle's heavenly court?" Sun Wukong had just taken a sip of spiritual wine and sprayed it out, looking at Yang Jian and saying, "Brother Yang, do you really not want your uncle to be well? Besides, that old Jade Emperor's heavenly court cannot compare to my Waguashan." Yang Jian fell silent and then waved to the people behind him, saying, "Quick, go find a good place." Before he could finish his sentence, Yuan Hong and the others had already run off to find a suitable spot, and on the way, Sun Wukong even heard Yuan Hong shout, "Quick, be quick about it, or that monkey might change his mind." Sun Wukong looked at Yang Jian and couldn't help but say, "You people seem to have never seen much of the world. Have you? Yang Jian, if you call my uncle over, it probably won't be any better." He couldn't understand how this monkey had turned Waguashan into this. But it didn't matter. From now on, Guanjinku would be right here. Yang Jian pointed to a spot and said, "That will be my territory." Sun Wukong waved his hand and said, "No problem, my Waguashan is quite large. There's enough space to carve out a spot for your dog." Then, after Yang Jian took a tour, and after settling the people from Guanjinku, the two went to where Nezha was. "Nezha, stop poking and come over." At that moment, Nezha was holding his fire-tipped spear, poking fiercely at the shadow of Li Jing formed by the true fire of Samadhi. Upon hearing Sun Wukong's voice, he reluctantly put down his spear and hurried over. "Second brother, you're here?" Yang Jian nodded, saying that Guanjinku was already tidied up, and asked, "How about it? Were you waiting impatiently?" Nezha immediately laughed, "I've been training well these days, just waiting for second brother to come so we can head to Ling Mountain." Sun Wukong then said, "Nezha is still young and can grow taller. I've heard that the bald donkeys from the Buddhist sect have recruited a lot of big demons. Let Nezha wear some of them to make up for it." Nezha nodded, "I'll wear a big one." Hearing this, Yang Jian couldn't help but laugh. "Then let us go, don't delay." All right. The three of them immediately left Waguashan and headed towards Ling Mountain. Unbeknownst to them, at that moment in the heavenly court, the Jade Emperor took out the Taiji diagram from his sleeve. This Taiji diagram was a treasure of Taishang Laojun, a congenital supreme treasure, and was formed from the shattered chaos treasure of Pangu when he opened up the heavens, consisting of 3 items: the Taiji diagram, the Panga banner, and the chaos bell. These 3 congenital treasures were also known as the treasures of opening the heavens, each possessing supreme power and endless uses. Now, Laojun left the Taiji diagram for the Jade Emperor, naturally intending for him to conceal a few things. One was to cover up the traces of Sun Wukong and his companions, and the other was to cover the entire Ling Mountain, preventing the 2 saints of the Buddhist sect from knowing what was happening on Ling Mountain. As long as the 2 saints of the Buddhist sect were unaware, then naturally, the Tathagata, who resided with them, would not know either. Taking advantage of this time, these 3 rebellious ones would be able to do quite a lot. With their nature, they would not rest until they turned the Buddhist sect upside down. It was also time for the Tathagata to experience what the Emperor felt. The Jade Emperor thought to himself, then tossed the Taiji diagram out, and soon, a massive yin-yang Taiji diagram was hidden in the sky, enveloping Ling Mountain. From then on, all the energy within Ling Mountain was shielded and could not be perceived. Not long after leaving Ling Mountain, the Tathagata suddenly let out a soft hum, as if something had cut off his perception. He felt around Ling Mountain again, but found nothing unusual. Everything was fine. So he no longer suspected anything and went to the location of the 2 saints of the Buddhist sect. However, he was unaware that at this moment, 3 people were already heading towards Ling Mountain. Chapter 56. The Great Disturbance at Ling Mountain in the Palace of Doshui above the 33 heavens. Taishang Laojun's gaze fell downwards, lightly curling his lips. It's about time. With the Tathagata not here, it's the most vulnerable moment for Ling Mountain. Now is the best time to cause a ruckus. As he spoke, he suddenly turned his head and looked to another place, whispering, "Dao brother, you are watching too, right?" Amidst the clouds, a figure stood atop the mountain, gazing into the distance. His hair and beard were white, but his face was kind, giving a very approachable feeling. However, standing alone atop the mountain also gave a sense of indescribable loneliness. At this moment, he whispered, his words floating away with the wind, yet still leaving a trace. Disciple, do not fear. Master is here, always here. At this time, near Ling Mountain, the figures of Sun Wukong and his companions appeared. Nezha glanced around and immediately said, I didn't expect the Buddhist sect to have so many subordinates from various Buddhist countries. Let us start from here, with so many lackeys of the Buddhist sect. It's just right for a big haul. Nezha's words carried a fierce edge, his eyes filled with impatience. Jian opened the third eye on his forehead and scanned the surroundings, then snorted with a smile. They call it a Buddhist country, but in reality, it's just these bald donkeys wearing a facade, enslaving these people. The Buddhist sect enjoys their offerings and faith, relishing everything, yet makes their believers live worse than pigs and dogs. Sun Wukong stepped forward, and with a swing of his golden staff, he smashed down directly, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. Following the booming sound, his voice echoed, What are we waiting for? Bald donkeys, I, Sun Wukong, am here. With one smash, a Buddhist statue within a Buddhist country instantly collapsed, and countless powers of faith dissipated, causing the Buddhas within that Buddhist country to scatter and flee. In another place, flames spread out as Nezha swung his fire-tipped spear, the Samadhi true fire dancing around him like heavenly fire descending to the earth, raining down and scorching every monk within the Buddhist realm. Howl to the heavens! Jian roared, and the celestial dog leaped forward, its body suddenly growing larger, opening its massive mouth and swallowing countless beings in one bite. At that moment, it was not the celestial dog, it was the sun-eating god. The Buddhist realm experienced turmoil, and the news spread rapidly. Almost before long, it reached within the Lingshan mountain. Inside the Great Thunder Sound Temple, what? The Buddhist realm was ambushed and suffered significant casualties. It hadn't been long since the Buddha had left, and dozens of monks had already been killed. With the power of faith dissipating? Damn it, who is it? Who dares to attack the foundation of our Buddhism? No, we must act now. We must stop them, or we will suffer heavy losses. Manjushri, Avalokiteshvara, and Samantabhadra exchanged glances, all seeing the shock in each other's eyes. It was too fast. The Buddha had only just left, and someone was already attacking. Were they timing this? Did they know the Buddha's whereabouts? Who was it? Was there a leak? Avalokiteshvara looked alarmed, but Manjushri frowned, remaining silent. After a moment, he suddenly said, The only ones who know the Buddha's whereabouts, besides the three of us, are. Samantabhadra immediately said, Maitreya, the future Buddha? Is it him? Manjushri's expression darkened, but he shook his head and said, I don't know. But the news of the Buddha's departure was indeed known only to the four of us, and the three of us were together, so this is the only possibility. Damn it. Samantabhadra couldn't help but say, he can't even wait this little time? Why would he do something like this? What benefit does he gain from destroying Buddhism? Samantabhadra was furious but felt powerless. After all, this was merely their speculation, with no evidence. Moreover, Maitreya, being the future Buddha, held a higher status than they did. At this point, Manjushri sighed and said, We cannot delve deeper into this issue. The key right now is to stop the destruction of the Buddhist realm. We must first prevent them. It won't be long before the Buddha learns of this, and when he returns, all difficulties will be resolved. Right now, we must stop all of this. Avalokiteshvara nodded. Just in time, my Buddha body is almost formed. Let's test the power of this new Buddha body. The formed Buddha body, relying on the power of faith from Buddhism, was naturally stronger than their original forms. Samantabhadra was the same. Both their strengths had seen significant improvement. However, without a future. This made them grit their teeth in anger, but they felt powerless. Manjushri said, We must first stop them, and we cannot rely solely on the three of us. Otherwise, if there are any losses, we cannot bear the responsibility. Almost instantly, Avalokiteshvara and Samantabhadra understood Manjushri's meaning. If only the three of them acted, and if Buddhism ultimately suffered serious losses, even if they managed to stop them, they would have to bear the responsibility. But if they all acted together, then at worst, they would share the responsibility. Sharing the responsibility meant there was no responsibility. Avalokiteshvara nodded, immediately sweeping his gaze across the many Buddhas within the Great Thunder Sound Temple, saying, Everyone, the Buddha is not here, and Buddhism is facing this great disaster. We need to unite our strength to resist the invaders and protect Buddhism, safeguarding Lingshan. This is our duty and mission. I ask for everyone's help. As Avalokiteshvara finished speaking, the Buddhas showed expressions of shock, saying, What? The Buddha is not here. The Buddha has left? Why did the Buddha leave? And then someone invaded the Buddhist realm. Damn it. Has someone leaked information? With the Buddha absent, we should guard Buddhism even more. The Buddhas present were exchanging words. The Tathagata was not always in the Great Thunder Sound Temple, and occasionally, the four great bodhisattvas would preach instead, so they truly did not know when the Tathagata was absent. Now that they knew, they couldn't help but feel a bit flustered. Avalokiteshvara said, Everyone, there's no need to worry too much. There are only 3 invaders. If we work together, we can suppress them with the force of thunder and will not cause many casualties. Let us act. If we delay further, the losses in the Buddhist realm will only increase. Before long, Beams of Buddhist light flew up from Lingshan, illuminating the heavens with golden Buddhist light. This caused the monks suffering in the Buddhist realm to kneel down, silently chanting the Buddha's name and reciting scriptures, praying for the Buddha's protection. Boom. At that moment, a massive explosion sounded, and amidst a sea of flames, 3 figures emerged from the endless purgatory formed by the Samadhi true fire. One carried the Rui Jingu Bang, shining in golden armor, with demonic energy filling the sky. Another held the fire-tipped spear, with the sea of fire rolling back and killing intent surging. The last wielded a 3-pronged, double-edged knife, with the divine eye at his brow wide open, exuding unmatched dominance. The 3 of them approached Lingshan, weapons in hand. Pointing at the multitude of Buddhas in the sky, Buddhist dogs, come down and die. First, I want to thank all the readers. The author bows in gratitude at a 720-degree aerial turn. Let me tell everyone that I recently asked the big shots in the group, and it's better to release the chapters together, so the future update time is tentatively set for 10 p.m., with 4 chapters totaling 8,000 words released together. Lastly, a heartfelt thank you to all the readers. Chapter 57, Attacking Lingshan, the terror of the 3 Bodhisattva. Bodhisattva, save us. Save us, we don't want to die. This fire cannot be extinguished. This is heavenly fire, heavenly fire. Wails filled the air, the flames blazed fiercely. Above the sky, countless Buddhas looked at the scenes unfolding in the Buddhist realm, all with extremely grim expressions. Those were their followers, generating the power of faith for them. Much of Buddhism's strength came from this, including the Buddha bodies of Samantabhadra and Avalokiteshvara, which were shaped using a considerable amount of faith power. These 3,000 Buddhist realms were the purest places for producing the power of faith, but now, they had been significantly damaged. Therefore, every Buddha in Lingshan bore an expression of anger, glaring at Sun Wukong and the others. Manjushri instructed the Buddhas behind him, "You all go extinguish the fire first and rescue the followers. These 3 will be temporarily handled by us. Once you extinguish all the flames, we will deal with them together." As Manjushri's words fell, the Buddhas behind him nodded, understanding the urgency of the situation, and immediately descended from the sky towards the burning Buddhist realm. Not long after the Buddhas of Lingshan left, Sun Wukong looked at Nezha and said, "Nezha, it's your turn to perform." "No problem." Nezha immediately revealed a smile, raising his fire-tipped spear. Suddenly, an infinite amount of Samadhi true fire erupted from behind him. And not only that, but every Buddhist realm also ignited, with waves upon waves of Samadhi true fire transforming into an endless sea of flames, fiercely devouring everything around. They had entered the Buddhist realm not just to eradicate those monks. In every place, they had planted seeds of Samadhi true fire, and now, Nezha had directly triggered the explosion. In an instant, flames soared, engulfing the surroundings in a sea of fire, the scorching heat distorting heaven and earth. Not to mention those monks who had intruded into the Buddhist realm, trying to take action. What is happening? Why is there suddenly so much Samadhi true fire? This is bad. This is a trap. They set this up long ago, just waiting for us to come. Quickly retreat. Retreat. Damn it. There's no way to save them now. We have to retreat quickly, otherwise, we'll all be lost here. The Buddhas of Ling Mountain had just arrived and instantly retreated, but even so, many were still devoured by the Samadhi true fire. Many people were engulfed in flames, and their bodies were quickly burned away. If it weren't for the dense Buddha light surrounding them, they might have turned to ashes in an instant. Nezha watched this scene with a cold smile and said, "Monkey, you were right. These bald donkeys are indeed more afraid of death than anyone else." Sun Wukong replied, "Then there's no other way. Since these bald donkeys are like this, we can only personally take them down." Nezha said, "I need to wear something big." Jian shouted, "Kill." The 3 of them charged towards the sky, heading for the multitude of Buddhas. Manjushri, Guanyin, and Samantabhadra were already furious. This was the foundation of the Buddhist sect, and now it had been significantly damaged by these 3. Even the Buddhas who had come to assist were also lost. This was a tremendous loss. If they didn't capture these 3, what would happen when the Buddha returned? The consequences were unimaginable. Manjushri coldly looked at the 3 and said, "I originally wanted to expend some effort to capture you, but I didn't expect you to come to me willingly. Good. Let us capture you today and put an end to this farce." Guanyin looked at Sun Wukong, her Buddha body radiant, shining with Buddha light that illuminated heaven and earth. But her expression was cold as she scolded, "Demon monkey, now that my Buddha body is fully formed, with countless powers of belief from the Buddhist sect gathered within, I am no longer what I used to be. This time, I will capture you and make you suffer endless pain." Sun Wukong sneered, "Guanyin, you speak so beautifully, but you were just hit by me and your body was damaged. Now you've switched to a fake body with no potential, and you still say such nice things? You ran away fast before. If it weren't for that, I wouldn't even have given you the chance to change your body. This time, let us see where you can escape to." With that, he swung his Rui Jingu Bang towards Guanyin. Guanyin, with her vast Buddha light, immediately countered with a palm strike, containing countless principles of Buddhism, shining with golden light. The 2 forces collided heavily, creating waves of energy. Meanwhile, Samantabhadra confronted Nezha, his Buddha body different from Guanyin's. possessing an abnormal resistance to the Samadhi true fire. He grinned at Nezha and said, "Your fire is of no use to me at all. You burned so many of my Buddhist disciples. Today I will capture you and make you bear all their pain bit by bit." Nezha said nothing, directly summoning his 3 heads and 6 arms form and thrusting a spear at Samantabhadra. When the two collided, the laws of reality shattered and the heavens trembled. The only ones not fighting were Yang Jian and Manjushri. Manjushri looked at Yang Jian, his eyes filled with killing intent, yet he still asked, "Did the true monarch come here at the behest of the Jade Emperor?" Yang Jian flicked his 3-pronged, double-edged knife and coldly replied, "Have you forgotten when I ever listened to orders? I don't care about the Buddhist sect's schemes or grudges, but you dare to set your sights on me? So what?" Manjushri said, "Yang Jian, I will give you one last chance to convert to the Buddhist sect. I can overlook past grievances. But if we really engage in battle, you will understand how foolish your actions are. This is the last mercy of the Buddhist sect." Ha ha ha. Yang Jian suddenly laughed loudly, mercilessly saying, "Bald donkey, don't speak so nicely. The mercy of the Buddhist sect? If you had the confidence to capture me, you would have acted long ago instead of talking so much nonsense. Since you don't have the confidence, then kneel before this true monarch." As he said the last few words, Yang Jian's figure instantly vanished, and the 3-pronged, double-edged knife approached rapidly. Manjushri immediately tried to defend, but just as he was about to speak, a mountain-splitting axe sliced through the sky, carrying supreme force, crashing down like Mount Buzhou. Manjushri's pupils suddenly constricted, and he hurriedly tried to block it, but was struck by this terrifying power and sent flying, crashing hard into the Ling Mountain behind him. Boom. In an instant, even Ling Mountain began to tremble. This scene undoubtedly shocked everyone. The drastic changes within the Buddhist sect drew the attention of the entire Hongwang forces, with many people looking up, watching in disbelief at the trembling Ling Mountain, their hearts filled with horror. Who dared to act against the Buddhist sect? That was the Buddhist sect. Chapter 58. A fierce strike on Guanyin. The Jade Emperor applauds. Boom. The tremors of Ling Mountain attracted a lot of attention. In the heavenly court, the Jade Emperor looked at this scene with a pleased smile. How many years had it been? Every time it was the heavenly court that had issues, causing disruptions in the heavenly palace over and over again. Now, these troublemakers finally knew to go out and stir up trouble for others. Heaven has eyes. No, I am heaven. I govern my subjects well. The tremor of Ling Mountain brought the Jade Emperor a different kind of joy. Sitting on the throne, watching others be tormented was such a pleasurable experience. Unfortunately, this cannot happen too often. It's also a pity that the Tathagata is not in Ling Mountain. When will I be able to wait for Ling Mountain to come and seek my aid? The Jade Emperor looked in the direction of Ling Mountain, pondering how far his 3 beloved generals could go this time, depending on whether they could deliver. Bring out the skills you had when you caused chaos in the heavenly palace. Don't let me look down on you. The Jade Emperor leisurely sipped tea, feeling better with each sip, then looked at the tie by Jian Xing and said, "This tea is good today. Make sure to bring more in the future. It's comfortable to drink." Tai by Jian Xing smiled at this and took the opportunity to say, "Your Majesty, why not take this opportunity to name this tea?" The Jade Emperor glanced at Tai by Jian Xing and laughed heartily. "Good idea." The Jade Emperor casually said, "Then let us call this tea Buddha's Fall." Tai by Jian Xing's smile deepened. The Emperor was too lazy to hide it, chuckling, "Good name. A good name fits a good tea. Should we send some of this Buddha's Fall to the great sage later? Send it. Let Wukong and the others have a taste." Ha ha ha. After this interlude, the Jade Emperor felt even more relaxed. Meanwhile, in the 33 heavens, in the Doshui Palace, Taishang Laojun sat calmly, gazing into the distance. However, compared to the Jade Emperor's candidness, Laojun was much more restrained. Gently stroking his white beard, he sighed, "Young people, their firepower is indeed strong. They've only just arrived at Ling Mountain and have already started such a big fire. Once this fire is lit, many will know." His gaze shifted to a certain place and subtly remarked, "Zhen Yuanzi, do you understand now?" At Wuzhuang Temple, Zhen Yuanzi sat under the ginseng fruit tree, silent and motionless, letting the wind blow. A few leaves drifted down from the ginseng fruit tree, swaying in the breeze. He did not look towards Ling Mountain, as if everything happening outside had nothing to do with him. However, if one were to observe closely, they would notice the ginseng fruit tree was slightly trembling. This ginseng fruit tree, which belonged solely to him, had now developed some other thoughts, and it was all because of Ling Mountain. "Master, master." The voice of Qing Feng rang out as he rushed over quickly, speaking urgently. "Ling Mountain. Something has happened at Ling Mountain." Zhen Yuanzi remained calm, as if nothing happening in the outside world could affect him. After a long while, he said, "I know. The calamity that befell Lingshan is a destined tribulation, and it is also a trial for the Buddhist sect." Suddenly, Zhen Yuanzi stood up, his wide sleeves billowing without wind, his robe fluttering. Beside him, the ginseng fruit tree also began to sway, its branches dancing wildly. Qing Feng and Minghua stared at this scene in astonishment. After a moment, Zhen Yuanzi suddenly reached out, and the ginseng fruit tree stopped. Everything fell silent. Then, Zhen Yuanzi's voice came. "Disciple, close your eyes." Even though they did not fully understand their master's intent, Qing Feng and Minghua still nodded. Wu Zhuangwen was sealed from that moment on. From the moment Lingshan was attacked, Jin Yuanzi finally sensed that something was wrong with his ginseng fruit tree. Previously, when Sun Wukong had wreaked havoc in Wuzhuangwen and knocked down the ginseng fruit tree, Guanyin had intervened and tampered with things. Jin Yuanzi had been investigating since then, but had not found the cause until this moment, when he saw it. A strand of Buddhist light had appeared in the essence of the ginseng fruit tree. Or rather, it had been replaced by one. The Buddhist sect had long been coveting it. But what did they actually want to do with this strand of essence? Since he did not understand, he decided to observe further. In front of Lingshan, it was a scene of carnage, like a purgatory. However, the originally blazing true fire of Samadhi was slowly extinguishing under the influence of a force. The great formation of Lingshan was activated, and brilliant Buddhist light illuminated the world. At that moment, Lingshan was as dazzling as the sun. This was the supreme formation of the Buddhist sect, relying on the faith power of its followers. A rare and extraordinary formation in the world. But at that moment, boom, Guanyin's body suddenly crashed into this great formation. Behind her, Sun Wukong rested the golden cudgel on his shoulder, crossing his arms mockingly as he looked at Guanyin, saying, "Guanyin, your new body isn't that great after all." Demon monkey. Guanyin steadied herself, her eyes filled with rage as she glared at Sun Wukong. "Do you dare to come to Lingshan? Do you not know the grave mistake you have made?" Sun Wukong sneered. "I, Sun Wukong, caused a ruckus in the heavenly palace 500 years ago. I am not afraid of the Jade Emperor, let alone you bald donkeys. Although your new body isn't impressive, it can take a beating. I didn't kill you with one strike. Fine, I'll just hit you a few more times." As he spoke, the Guanyin who had just flown in was suddenly struck by the golden cudgel. Her expression changed instantly, and then her body radiated brilliant Buddhist light. The thousand-hand Guanyin was activated once more, but this time, the countless hands behind her were golden, revealing lines of Buddhist patterns that shone with impressive brilliance. From beneath Guanyin, a lotus flower bloomed, containing terrifying power. It exploded with a bang and shot towards Sun Wukong. At the same time, Guanyin continuously launched attacks to offset the force of the cudgel. Bang, bang, bang. Attacks constantly struck Sun Wukong, and in an instant, he was overwhelmed by the Buddhist light. As if the East Sea were surging down upon him. While Guanyin exerted herself in attack, she said, "Demon monkey, do you really think you can gain the upper hand? My Buddhist body can absorb the faith of the Buddhist sect. As long as faith continues, my body will endure. With the support of faith, my divine powers can be infinitely amplified, possessing far greater power than before. You, demon monkey." Before Guanyin could finish, the Buddhist light gradually diminished. Beneath the vast expanse of light, Sun Wukong, clad in golden armor, stood tall and unscathed. At this moment, he looked at Guanyin with a mocking gaze. He twisted his neck, producing cracking sounds. "Are you scratching my itch?" Guanyin was taken aback and without hesitation attacked again, her assault growing fiercer and more desperate. However, even under her incredibly violent attacks, Sun Wukong still moved forward slowly. "Have you had enough?" The voice rang out, and the golden cudgel struck fiercely, hitting her squarely on the face. With one blow, she was sent flying, crashing hard against Lingshan. Boom. At that moment, Lingshan trembled once more. Chapter 59. The End of the Buddhist Sect. Sun Wukong's True Power Boom. Lingshan shook again. The commotion was quite loud. Many people in the wilderness witnessed this scene, displaying various reactions. In the heavenly court, the Jade Emperor laughed heartily, unable to resist clapping his hands. "Clap, clap, clap. Wonderful, truly wonderful. It's a pity I can't be there in person to watch closely. It really takes away a lot of the fun." The Jade Emperor shook his head in regret, feeling it was a shame. It was hard to come across such a grand spectacle of chaos in the heavenly palace, yet he could only watch from afar. Listening to the sounds, there wasn't enough entertainment. However, if he were really to step forward, he would still be unwilling. Now that the Taiji diagram obscured the energy, the Tathagata couldn't sense anything. He had no idea what was happening in Lingshan. However, the beings in the wilderness could still hear the commotion. Since Lingshan was shaking, there must be something significant happening. This was evident. The Jade Emperor only regretted not being able to observe closely or let the Tathagata know. If the Tathagata could know, then there would truly be a good show to watch. But for now, this was already quite good. He muttered, "This commotion isn't enough. It needs to be a bit louder." Guanyin's body crashed into the Lingshan formation once more, and then Sun Wukong quickly approached, raising the golden cudgel to strike her face repeatedly. Guanyin's Buddhist body was indeed more resilient. When the golden cudgel struck, it didn't smash her head but only made her face swell. Sun Wukong found it amusing, and after hitting her left cheek, he moved to hit her right cheek, causing Guanyin's head to puff up. Naturally, under Sun Wukong's force, Guanyin was repeatedly slammed against the Lingshan formation, creating booming sounds. Meanwhile, within the Buddhist realm, countless monks and followers of the Buddhist sect, upon witnessing their revered Buddha, the supreme bodhisattvas, being brutally beaten by a monkey, found their faith shattered in an instant. "No, this is impossible. That Guanyin Bodhisattva, the supreme bodhisattva, she is so strong. How could she possibly be unable to defeat a mere demon monkey? This must be fake. A trick. The demon monkey is using an illusion to confuse our minds. It's definitely an illusion. How could a mere demon monkey overpower a bodhisattva? I don't believe it. It's absolutely impossible." One by one, the followers murmured, their faces showing madness, unable to accept the scene before them. And it wasn't just Sun Wukong here. There was no need to say more about Yang Jian. This Erling Shun was using all his tactics, holding nothing back, forcing Manjushri to retreat in a state of disarray. As for Nezha, he was indeed caught in a tough battle. Puxian's Buddhist body did not fear the true fire of Samadhi much, but without the true fire, Nezha was still Nezha. Whenever Puxian attacked, Nezha would counterattack. Even if he took Puxian's blows, he would still strike back. Moreover, Nezha unleashed his 3 heads and 6 arms, often taking Puxian's attacks head-on and dealing heavy damage in return. Puxian was directly suppressed by this reckless fighting style, and his actions gradually became hesitant. For a moment, all 3 of them fell into a stalemate. Meanwhile, other Buddhas took the opportunity to extinguish the Samadhi true fire around them, resolving the situation among the followers in the Buddhist kingdom. However, the performance of the 3 bodhisattvas was even more despairing than when they were in the sea of fire. Upon witnessing this scene, the dragon subduing Arhut gritted his teeth and shouted, "Don't be fooled by them. This is all an illusion. The bodhisattvas of the Buddhist sect are the most powerful in the world. How could such a situation occur?" All followers silently recite the Buddhist scriptures and pass through the illusion. With the dragon subduing Arhut's loud shout, the followers awoke from their dreams, sitting down on the ground to begin reciting the scriptures. Sun Wukong found the self-deception of the Buddhist sect amusing. However, as these followers recited the scriptures, the Buddha forms of Guanyin and Puxian began to shimmer with light, the Buddha's radiance shining brightly, and the power of faith continuously surged into their bodies. The strength of Guanyin and Puxian was constantly increasing. At this moment, Guanyin finally felt exhilarated, sensing the stronger power within her, and looked at Sun Wukong, coldly stating, "Demon monkey, your end is near." Sun Wukong immediately scoffed, "Is it really just relying on this method? Guanyin, I truly don't know where your confidence comes from. You will know soon. The Buddha kingdom in my palm." With a loud shout from Guanyin, her palm pushed forward, and suddenly, radiance bloomed from her palm, as if there were truly a world within it, filled with countless Buddhist beings sitting on the ground, continuously reciting scriptures. The sound of chanting echoed in the sky, whispers abounding, and then, one by one, Buddhist characters appeared before them, sealing off the area around Sun Wukong with Guanyin's palm. "In my Buddha kingdom, you can only surrender." The monkey laughed out loud, saying, "I have a brother who can boast even better than you, Guanyin. You are just not good enough." The golden hoop rod suddenly grew larger, and Sun Wukong directly unleashed the law of heaven and earth, then transformed into 3 clones of himself. 3 clones appeared beside him, each possessing the might of, towering thousands of feet high. Sun Wukong instantly shook the heavens, and the surrounding Buddhist characters suppressed him, but it was utterly useless. Boom. As the golden hoop rod swung out, countless Buddhist characters shattered. The rod struck towards Guanyin's palm, and in an instant, the Buddha kingdom shattered, with countless powers of faith scattering to the ground. More crucially, after the Buddha kingdom shattered, Guanyin's Buddha form was also affected, bursting apart with a boom. She looked at this scene in disbelief, and then the power of faith within her Buddha form scattered. Meanwhile, the followers in the distance, who were sitting cross-legged and reciting scriptures, all simultaneously bled from the corners of their mouths. They suddenly opened their eyes, only to see 4 massive figures in battle armor in the sky, demonic energy filling the heavens, blocking out the sun. Even the brilliant Buddha light could not stop the overwhelming demonic energy, resembling the end of days. Especially when, boom, a golden hoop rod smashed down to the ground, instantly cracking the earth and forming a massive deep pit. Many followers fell into it, shouting loudly, calm down, this is an illusion. This is the demon's temptation. You must hold on to your hearts and persist to become Buddhas." The dragon subduing Arhut shouted loudly. However, one by one, the followers fell in, looking at the dragon subduing Arhut in disbelief. Is this really an illusion? The abyss slowly devoured everything. Chapter 60. The Spirit Mountain formation is broken. The Buddhist sect is in crisis in the Buddhist sect, the Pure Land. This was a small world independent to the Buddhist sect, created jointly by 2 saints of the Buddhist sect, where many powerful Buddhist practitioners cultivated. It can be said that this was the true foundation of the Buddhist sect, and even the remains of a saint of the Buddhist sect were left here. Additionally, the past Buddha Randing sat here, reciting scriptures and cultivating. At this moment, the Tathagata who entered here suddenly paused, looking back, feeling an inexplicable unease. He muttered, "Could it be that something has happened to the Buddhist sect? Otherwise, why would I have such a perception? It shouldn't be, with Manjushri and the others guarding. Besides, when I left, I had also left behind means. As long as those means are activated, any danger can be faced. Moreover, there shouldn't be any force capable of putting Spirit Mountain in danger in a short time, unless the Heavenly Court acted recklessly." Thinking of this, the Tathagata gradually calmed down. The most important thing now was to report this matter to the saints. The Western expedition must not stop here. This was the most important thing. As long as this time, the Buddhist sect could act with full force and catch the Heavenly Court off guard, then there would definitely be no problems. The Tathagata thought this and then no longer hesitated, heading deeper into the Pure Land, where the remains of the Buddhist saints were located. Spirit Mountain. How could this happen? Guanyin looked at her shattered Buddha form, revealing an expression of disbelief. This was a Buddha form created with the supreme means of the Buddhist sect, containing the power of faith from countless followers. Such power was extremely formidable. Why was it still not a match for this demon monkey? Could it be that she had attracted too much power of faith just now, and could not control it, thus causing her Buddha form to shatter? Yes. It must be like this. Guanyin suddenly developed a pathological mindset. It must be that she could not control such a large amount of power of faith, and not because she couldn't defeat that Sun Wukong, thus being forcefully shattered by his golden hoop rod. It must be like this. Guanyin could not accept the fact of failure, while on the other side, Manjushri also felt it was quite troublesome, but his initial situation was much better than Guanyin's. Although Yang Jian's strength was formidable, Manjushri was not weak either, having only crashed into the Spirit Mountain Formation 5 times. He was confident that in the gaps between crashing into the Spirit Mountain Formation 5 more times, he could hold Yang Jian back fiercely. Just as he was thinking this, he suddenly felt a sweetness in his throat and then coughed out a mouthful of blood. Nezha felt restless, continuously stabbing his fiery spear into Puxian's Buddha form, dragging that Buddha form and smashing it against the Spirit Mountain Formation repeatedly. This caused Spirit Mountain to shake continuously. Even the great Thunder Sound Temple within Spirit Mountain was shaking because of this constant collision, dust swirling, but it retained the Buddhist verses, which were the profound principles of the Buddhist sect, suppressing the great Thunder Sound Temple so that it would not collapse. By this point, the 3 bodhisattvas were already at the end of their strength, barely holding on. At this moment, no matter how much the dragon subduing Arhut shouted, it was still useless. The voices of the followers reciting scriptures and praying could not continue at all, and the aftermath of the battle had already claimed many of their lives. Even self-deception could not be maintained any longer. This was going to lead to death. In fact, many followers suddenly awoke and began to angrily curse the dragon subduing Arhut, ultimately being forcibly pacified by the dragon subduing Arhut through physical means. However, no matter what, it could not change the fact of the Buddhist sect's disastrous defeat. The Spirit Mountain Formation suddenly began to show cracks. Everyone's expression changed as the great formation of Ling Mountain began to shatter. Following that, wouldn't it mean the collapse of the great Thunder Sound Temple? What should the Buddhist sect do? Where's the Buddha? Amitabha. In the midst of Ling Mountain. At the foot of the mountain, a yellow-browed boy looked at this scene outside, showing a puzzled expression. He turned to the person beside him, who had a big belly and was unruly, and said softly, "Master, can Ling Mountain really not get through this calamity?" Mithriya replied, "The journey to the west is destined by heaven. No matter what means the heavenly court employs, it cannot change the outcome. It must proceed. Although Ling Mountain is facing disaster now, it is only temporary. You must have faith in Ling Mountain and the Buddhist sect." However, the disciple felt that it seemed otherwise. The 3 patrons were all extraordinary in strength, especially that monkey patron, who was the strongest. Even if Guanyin Bodhisattva used the Buddha's body and drew on the power of faith for herself, she was still not a match. The great formation of Ling Mountain could not hold out for long. It would not be long before they stormed Ling Mountain and destroyed the great Thunder Sound Temple. Wouldn't that be a great defeat for Ling Mountain? Not at all. Mithriya still wore a smile, saying that this moment was not the long term, and the outcome would still depend on the future. In the future, the Buddhist sect would still dominate the world, and it was not determined by anyone's victory or defeat. For this was the will of heaven. Even if the heavenly court intervened, even if these 3 patrons were extraordinarily powerful, what if they really destroyed the great Thunder Sound Temple? What is destroyed now is the current Ling Mountain, not the future Ling Mountain. In other words, what is destroyed is the Ling Mountain of the Tathagata, not my Ling Mountain of Mithriya. The yellow-browed boy became even more confused and finally said, "Disciple thinks it's wrong." Who is wrong? Everyone is wrong. The past was wrong, the present is wrong, and the future will also be wrong. Mithriya looked at the yellow-browed boy, remaining silent for a long time. After a while, Mithriya said, "If you do not believe, when the great formation of Ling Mountain is broken, you can go outside and seek your own path." The yellow-browed boy was stunned, unable to believe, and said, "Master, you don't want me anymore?" Mithriya replied, "I am ultimately the Buddha of Ling Mountain. No matter what, I must protect the future of Ling Mountain. As for you, go seek your own path. Think carefully about what your path is. Contemplate what it means to be the Tathagata." Boom. At that moment, the world underwent a tremendous change. The sun and moon lost their light, and overwhelming demonic energy filled the sky. A colossal figure loomed in the sky, swinging a staff that struck fiercely against the great formation of Ling Mountain. At that moment, crack. Amidst the enormous sound, the supreme great formation of Ling Mountain, the mountain protecting array, suddenly split apart. Then, that monkey clad in golden armor, exuding rampant demonic energy, looked down upon the world. Before him, the Buddha body of Guanyin shattered, clutching its chest, struggling to stand, while Manjushri had blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, his breath weak, and Puxian was riddled with holes, with the Samadhi true fire still burning between his brows and in his hair. On the monkey's left side, a warrior held a 2-edged knife in one hand and a mountain axe in the other, with a third eye glowing brilliantly on his forehead. and a black divine dog with fierce eyes at his feet. On the right side, 3 heads and 6 arms were engulfed in flames, wielding a fire-tipped spear, a universe circle, and a mixed sky silk, each holding magical treasures. Behind them, a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, the Buddhist kingdom in ruins, with enormous deep pits and scorched black earth everywhere. In the sky, all the Buddhas of Ling Mountain held magical treasures, their eyes filled with ferocity. Yet none dared to take action. This scene was imprinted in the heart of the yellow-browed boy. For a long time, he stopped looking, did not inform Mithriya, and silently left Ling Mountain, heading down. Chapter 61. A group of fake Buddhas on Ling Mountain. On Ling Mountain, as the Great Formation was destroyed, the Buddha lights still shone, illuminating the entire Ling Mountain, but the sound of chanting and prayer was gone. One by one, the Buddhas gazed at the 3 figures, their eyes filled with resentment and hatred. After the sealing of the gods, the Buddhist sect took the opportunity to rise rapidly. Almost no one could stop it. And the decline of the Taoist sect was a fact. The growth of the Buddhist sect was inevitable. How many years had it been since the Buddhist sect suffered such a blow? Yet now, they were being attacked head-on, destroying many Buddhist kingdoms, damaging the Great Formation of Ling Mountain, and even assaulting Ling Mountain. This was a shame, a disgrace for the Buddhist sect, a disgrace for all the Buddhas of Ling Mountain. Therefore, all glared angrily, each presenting a wrathful Vajra visage, wishing to immediately suppress and kill these 3 individuals. But they could not do it. They simply could not. Watching this scene, Manjushri wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, looked at Guanyin and Puxian beside him, and said, "The Great Formation has been broken. We can only use the backup plan left by the Buddha." Guanyin and Puxian both nodded. Guanyin revealing a resentful expression. "I want to keep those 3 eternally suppressed beneath Ling Mountain, alongside those demons, forcing them to endure the torment of 10,000 demons for eternity." Hey, Sun Wukong laughed at this remark, saying, "After all these years, aside from that pig, you are the one who can make me, old Sun, laugh the most." Pointing with his golden cudgel, he said, "Whatever backup plan that old Tathagata left behind, just use it, don't waste time. I, old Sun, am already impatient to smash that great Thundersound temple." Instantly, Manjushri, Guanyin, and Puxian all moved, sitting cross-legged in the void, silently reciting scriptures and praying. The chanting echoed, spreading across Ling Mountain. However, they did not expect that just as they settled down to recite, Nezha came rushing up on his wind fire wheel. With his fire-tipped spear ready, he aimed at one of the 3, Puxian, and said, "You don't really think we will just stand here and wait for you to prepare your methods, do you? How naive." The fire-tipped spear thrust forward with overwhelming power. The Buddhas of Ling Mountain saw this and hurriedly moved forward. They knew that preparing this method required time, and they had to buy time for the 3 bodhisattvas of the Buddhist sect. They had to block him and fight for enough time. As long as the methods left by the Buddha were invoked, then no matter how strong these 3 were, they would be suppressed. They were afraid. If not, why would they act now to stop him? They had to stop him. 8 Buddhas rushed toward Nezha, their Buddha light shining brightly under the light, their bald heads looking particularly bright. Nezha was delighted. He thrust his fire-tipped spear directly, piercing the closest one, and then continued stabbing through the others. Swoosh, piercing the second. Swoosh, the third. One fire-tipped spear directly killed all 8 Buddhas, pinning them together. Nezha immediately laughed. Of bald donkeys. The Samadhi true fire ignited on the fire-tipped spear, burning the 8 Buddhas of Ling Mountain to ashes. Nezha shrugged off the ashes and sneered. "Still calling yourselves Buddhas? After dying, not even a single relic is left. All of you are fake Buddhas." This remark drove the Buddhas of Ling Mountain into a frenzy, and they all charged at Nezha recklessly. Clearly, Nezha's words had insulted them to the extreme. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong asked Yang Jian, "I remember that Samadhi true fire shouldn't produce relics, right?" Yang Jian nodded and said, "Let alone burning them, even if it burned the Tathagata, it might not necessarily produce relics." Sun Wukong chuckled. "Fake Buddha." Nezha charged ahead, battling the Buddhas of Ling Mountain beneath his 3 heads and 6 arms, and in an instant, he helped many Buddhas of Ling Mountain reach nirvana. Nezha, with his enthusiastic nature, made a comment. "You are a false Buddha, and so are you. All of you." He pointed his fire spear at the nearest person and angrily exclaimed, in the Grand Lingshan, "How can there not be a single true Buddha? This is truly disappointing." At that moment, Guanyin, Manjushri, and Samantabhadra finally opened their eyes, but they appeared indifferent, as if they had become different people. Instantly, as they opened their eyes, the entire Lingshan began to tremble. The great Thundersound temple radiated brilliant light, and the Buddha's light surged, with profound Buddhist truths emerging from the temple, illuminating the vast sky. Suddenly, an overwhelming Dharma appearance appeared. The Dharma appearance was incredibly tall. Even compared to Sun Wukong's transformation, it seemed much smaller. That was the Buddha's Dharma appearance. The massive Buddha Dharma appearance spanned the sky, as if transcending the past, unbound by any constraints, revealing itself in the present. It displayed compassion, but suddenly raised its palm, a colossal hand that moved in an instant. Guanyin spoke out, addressing Sun Wukong and the others. "Do you 3 realize your mistakes?" Before Sun Wukong and Yang Jian could respond, Nezha had already pointed his fire spear and charged towards Guanyin, shouting, "I must pierce you, you wretch." At that moment, Samantabhadra suddenly shouted, his eyes wide open, his gaze fierce. With his movement, the Buddha Dharma appearance behind him instantly swung a palm down, a massive hand that blotted out the sky, with Buddha light surging, descending in an instant. Samantabhadra shouted again, "Before the Buddha, do you not kneel?" Nezha was instantly furious, but the Buddha Dharma appearance's palm was indeed powerful. Seeing this, Jian immediately moved, rushing to the front, swinging his mountain axe with terrifying power unleashed, simultaneously employing the transformation of the heavens and earth. His massive form slashing with a three-edged double-blade knife. The divine eye on his forehead also shot out divine light. Boom. With their combined efforts, they clashed with the palm, actually pushing the Buddha Dharma appearance back slightly. However, at that moment, Manjushri, Samantabhadra, and Guanyin all shouted in unison, "Wretch, do you not take refuge in the Buddha?" With their furious shouts, the Buddha Dharma appearance swung another palm down, but this palm was far more powerful than the last, with terrifying might pressing down. Moreover, within the palm's center, the six-character mantra was inscribed. Om Mani Padme Hum. Under the inscription of the six-character mantra, the Buddha light broke through the sky, enveloping the surroundings. And that palm, like a divine mountain, carried infinite suppressive power. It aimed to subdue the two first, just like it had done to Sun Wukong before, pressing them down fiercely. At this moment, Sun Wukong also stopped watching and moved his body to join the battle. The avatar created from the one chi transforming into three purities instantly rushed up to block this palm. Meanwhile, his true self raised the golden hoop rod and swept it towards Guanyin and the others, stirring up a storm. Chapter 62, The Collapse of Lingshan. What about the Buddha's backup? When the Tathagata left, he surprisingly left behind a means. The Taiji diagram obscured the sky, and the Jade Emperor could naturally sense what was happening inside. Now seeing the massive Buddha Dharma appearance and the six-character mantra, he muttered, "These bald donkeys from the Buddha sect are still so cunning." This means relies on the many faith powers collected by the Buddha sect over the years. Plus the Lingshan itself and the crucial Great Thundersound Temple. Its power is simply stronger than if the Tathagata acted personally. The Jade Emperor stroked his chin, pondering for a moment, realizing that this couldn't go on. It was hard-earned for these three favored ones to go stir trouble elsewhere. What if they were to be struck down? His own child going to someone else's home to cause havoc, and it was against their enemy. He, as the Jade Emperor, had to provide support. He pointed towards the sky, and above, an invisible yin-yang Taiji diagram, difficult for ordinary people to perceive, slowly began to rotate. The Taiji diagram emitted a mysterious aura, descending from the sky, its transformation hardly noticeable, as waves of energy fell into Lingshan. At that moment, Sun Wukong and the others, who were in action, suddenly paused. Sun Wukong murmured, "Why does it feel a bit different?" Jian nodded. "Yes, the suppressive force around me seems to have weakened." As for Nezha, the three-flame, true fire on his fire spear was uncontrollably surging outwards. They had delved deep into this territory, which was indeed the stronghold of the Buddha sect. The Buddha sect had been digging here for too long, laying out many things. The three of them entering here naturally meant their power would be somewhat suppressed. Especially after the Buddha Dharma appearance emerged, the suppressive force reached its peak, but now, it seemed to have diminished. The monkey immediately looked towards the sky and indeed saw that the Buddha light shining from the Buddha Dharma appearance had dimmed slightly. And he chuckled. "It seems that the Jade Emperor old man is not unaware of our arrival here." Jian was momentarily stunned, remaining silent. He recalled how ineffective his uncle, the Jade Emperor, had seemed during his rampage in the Heavenly Palace. Was he actually going to act now? Nezha's thoughts were much simpler. He directly raised his fire spear and thrust it forward. "Bald donkey, watch the spear." The Buddha Dharma appearance swung a hand down, the six-character mantra radiating brilliance. Even though it was somewhat suppressed, its power was still immensely strong. The key point was that after the appearance of the Buddha Dharma, Guanyin and the others also had Buddha-light defenses, so ordinary attacks could no longer harm them within the body of the Dharma appearance. Boom. The palm fell. The sky collapsed and the earth sank, and terrifying power filled the space above the three. The three simultaneously struck, clashing with it. Boom, boom, boom. Explosive sounds echoed repeatedly as Sun Wukong and Jian both employed the transformation of the heavens and earth, standing at the forefront, while Nezha darted between them, continuously attacking Guanyin and the others within the Buddha Dharma appearance. The three worked in perfect harmony. Among them, Sun Wukong was the strongest. Blocking most of the power of the Buddha Dharma appearance, Jian handled the remainder, while Nezha took the initiative to attack. Explosive sounds rang out continuously, and at that moment, the entire Lingshan shook violently, with the ground beneath Sun Wukong and Jian's feet already sinking in. "Sun Wukong," Guanyin suddenly called out, angrily admonishing, "Struggling further is useless. This is the means left by the Buddha. You will be suppressed just like when you rampaged in the Heavenly Palace. This is your fate." "Fate?" Sun Wukong scoffed, his eyes revealing a fierce light. He grinned, a mocking smile on his face. "You don't really think that this mere Dharma appearance can suppress me, old son, do you?" Boom. The golden hoop rod suddenly grew larger. And the monkey instantly wielded it, transforming it into a gigantic golden hoop rod, viciously smashing down towards the palm of the Dharma appearance. Instantly, the 6-character mantra inscribed upon it dimmed. Today, old Sun will tell you, not to mention a mere Dharma appearance. Even if that old Tathagata personally took action, old Sun would smash his head. Boom. Another strike fell. The terrifying force slammed down, and in an instant, the brilliance of the 6-character mantra dimmed to its utmost limit. And then with a crack, the 5th and 6th characters shattered directly. This is impossible. This is impossible. Seeing this scene, Guanin's eyes widened, staring in disbelief. That was the true mantra of the Buddhist sect. How could it be destroyed just like that? Nothing is impossible. Once again, a heavy blow struck down. This time, the remaining Buddhist mantras shattered simultaneously, along with one arm of the Buddha's manifestation, which fell with a loud crash from the main body of the manifestation, and then plummeted onto Mount Ling. Boom. Amidst the massive sound, the entire Mount Ling trembled wildly, and then a corner of Mount Ling suddenly collapsed. The symbol of Buddhism, the holy land in the hearts of countless Buddhist followers, was forcibly damaged. This was a devastating blow for all Buddhist believers. And this was just the beginning. After Sun Wukong shattered the arm of the Buddha's manifestation with a stick, the manifestation immediately began to sway and stagger backward. Jian saw the opportunity. The divine eye on his forehead opened wide, shooting out divine light that struck the body of the manifestation. It staggered even more violently. Nezha rode on the wind and fire wheel, transforming into a red lightning bolt, instantly piercing into the area where Guanin and the other two were located. Whoosh! The fire-tipped spear penetrated countless Buddhist paths and pierced in. Guanin and the other two suddenly looked up and saw Nezha's sinister smiling face. In an instant, countless true flames of samadhi surged into the spear tip, and the rising flames quickly poured into the manifestation. At that moment, the Buddha's manifestation instantly became a fiery figure. And within it, Guanin, Manjushri, and Samantabhadra were being scorched by the true flames of samadhi, their faces changing dramatically. Not good. Get out quickly. This manifestation can't take it anymore. It's about to collapse. Manjushri shouted immediately. Ignoring the other two, he rushed toward the outside. However, at the moment he burst out of the Buddha's body, he suddenly saw a gigantic golden staff crashing down. Wanna run? Did you ask me, the old monkey? Boom. He was directly pulled back and crashed heavily into the sea of fire. As for Guanin and Samantabhadra, who also tried to rush out, they were also pushed back by Nezha and Jian working together. Of course, there was also the help of the howling heavenly dog. It was still holding one of Guanin's legs in its mouth, crunching away, as the faith condensed by Buddhism was also a great supplement for the howling heavenly dog. The collapse of the Buddha's manifestation was incredibly rapid, while Guanin and the other two were trapped in the sea of fire, unable to maintain their position. At this moment, Sun Wukong raised the golden staff again and smashed it hard toward the Buddhist holy land, the Great Thunder Sound Temple. Today, the old monkey will destroy it. Chapter 63. The future Buddha takes action, still can't stop him. Not good. He wants to destroy the Great Thunder Sound Temple. Hurry and stop him. We must not let him succeed. At this moment, Bodhisattva Manjushri suddenly shouted, his voice extremely urgent, and immediately disregarded everything to rush toward the Great Thunder Sound Temple. Even though he was engulfed in the true flames of samadhi, he still wanted to stop it. After all, the Great Thunder Sound Temple was the faith of Buddhism. If it collapsed at this moment, the impact on Buddhism would undoubtedly be immense. The Great Thunder Sound Temple was the signboard of Buddhism, and that signboard must not fall. However, as soon as Manjushri made his move, a figure suddenly appeared before him, Jian wielding a 3-pronged, 2-edged sword, blocking his way. When Samantabhadra made his move, Nezha blocked him. Guanin gritted her teeth, about to take action, when suddenly a shadow flew in, the howling heavenly dog moving at incredible speed, biting down on her other leg with a howl. Instantly, Guanin staggered and fell to the ground. At this critical moment, a soft sigh suddenly echoed through the heavens and earth. Wait! A figure suddenly appeared before the Great Thunder Sound Temple, radiating with Buddha light. And that figure appeared much more imposing. However, as the Buddha light gradually faded, revealing the figure within, it turned out to be a rather plump figure. It was the future Buddha of Buddhism, Maitreya. At this moment, Maitreya extended his palm, and a series of Buddhist laws covered it, then collided with the golden staff. Boom! A tremendous roar erupted. The golden staff was blocked, but Maitreya was not in a good position either. He appeared slightly disheveled. As the Buddhist laws that covered his palm shattered completely, and his arm trembled slightly, though not noticeably, he looked at Sun Wukong, standing before Mount Ling, and said, the Great Thunder Sound Temple cannot be destroyed. Sun Wukong stopped, looked at Maitreya, and said, you laughing monk, instead of staying put, waiting for me to kill that old man Tathagata and topple the Great Thunder Sound Temple, wouldn't you take this opportunity to rebuild? Isn't your position as the Eastern Buddha just right for you to take over? Maitreya shook his head. I didn't mean that. I did not stop you when you made your move earlier, but the Great Thunder Sound Temple absolutely cannot be destroyed. It is a holy land of Buddhism. Wukong, you have already done enough today. You should be satisfied. Please go back. Go back. Sun Wukong immediately sneered, then said, I came today to destroy this great Thunder Sound Temple, and now that it is right in front of me, I am about to succeed. You want me to go back? Just based on your few words? Laughing monk, you really overestimate yourself. Maitreya held a very high and special position in Buddhism previously. Sun Wukong had respected him, and they had some interactions. However, now, no matter who it was, anyone who dared to block his way would have to face whether his golden staff was hard enough, even if it was Maitreya. Meanwhile, as Sun Wukong was blocked, within the heavenly court, the Jade Emperor suddenly clenched his fists. Unable to contain himself, he said, I am about to see the most exciting scene. Why did Maitreya have to intervene? Just watch from the side, waiting for the great Thunder Sound Temple to be demolished. Isn't it better for Tathagata to end up this way? Who knows, maybe Tathagata will directly abdicate, giving Maitreya the chance to rise. This fat monk truly has no insight. The Jade Emperor said this with a hint of anger. After watching for so long, he was finally looking forward to the exciting scene of the great Thunder Sound Temple being destroyed by the monkey and Mount Ling collapsing significantly. The face of Buddhism would be thoroughly lost. The Jade Emperor naturally wished to see this scene, but unfortunately, he was now blocked by Maitreya. Taibai Jingxing then said, the strength of the Eastern Buddha is not weak at all, even completely comparable to Tathagata. Now, if he is determined to take action, the great Thunder Sound Temple might not be able to be destroyed at all. Your Majesty, the great sage and the others have done enough. After this battle, Buddhism's reputation would be tarnished. The Jade Emperor nodded upon hearing this. He knew that Maitreya was in Mount Ling rather than saying Tathagata left a backup plan. It was more accurate to say he understood Maitreya too well. He knew that Maitreya would not stand idly by in a crisis for Buddhism. He sighed, it's a pity. If Maitreya doesn't take action, I would have been able to see the great Thunder Sound Temple collapse. Taibai Jingxing smiled and said, Mount Ling is the home ground of Buddhism. The great sage and the others have reached this point, which is already beyond expectations. Indeed. The Jade Emperor nodded and then said, calculating the time, Tathagata will be back soon. We must ensure that Wukong and the others retreat before Tathagata returns. As Mount Ling was the home ground of Buddhism, it weakened the strength of Sun Wukong and the others. Even if the Jade Emperor used the power of the Taiji diagram to resist, he couldn't do it too obviously. Otherwise, he would definitely bear the blame. He didn't dare to exert full force and could only use a little. Moreover, this was originally Lao Juan's treasure. Even if he did exert full force, he couldn't manage it. However, he still looked toward Mount Ling, letting out a regretful sigh. It seems that this is the only way. Tai by Jin Xing also said, the Buddha who came from the east has made his move, and the great sage and the others have already achieved their goal. Above the 33 heavens, in the Do Shui Palace, Taishang Lao Jun watched this scene, still smiling as he stroked his snow-white beard, saying, Milu has already made his move. Wukong, do you still want to continue? At this moment, Taishang Lao Jun felt that when Mi Lu had to take action, this battle in Lingshan would be over. It was nearly impossible to destroy the great Thunder Sound Temple under Mi Li's hands. After all, it was the home ground of Lingshan. And he was one of the 3 Buddhas of the Buddha sect, possessing great power and support. Although Wukong had reached the peak of quasi-saint power, Taishang Lao Jun gently shook his head. This bald donkey was still too calculating. Inside Lingshan, every formation and every ray of Buddha light had been carefully selected and had its significance. All outsiders entering Lingshan would be heavily suppressed. It was time to end this. Taishang Lao Jun sighed softly and was about to urge the Taiji diagram to bring the 3 back. However, just as he was about to take action, he suddenly froze. A hint of confusion appeared in his eyes as he looked towards Lingshan. Lingshan. Sun Wukong looked at Mi Lu and said, do you really think that just because you made a move, I, old son, cannot do anything to you, and cannot destroy this great Thunder Sound Temple? Mi Lu Buddha still wore a cheerful expression, saying, in Lingshan, there should be no one who can destroy the great Thunder Sound Temple from my hands. Hey, then today, I, old son, will let you see. In an instant, the Hongming creation technique within Sun Wukong surged, and a powerful suction filled his body. Then, he infused countless spiritual powers into the golden cudgel and shouted, today I, old son, will not only destroy this great Thunder Sound Temple, but also shatter your Buddha sect's fate. Boom. The golden cudgel shone with brilliance. And the terrifying power caused Mi Lu, who originally had everything in his favor, to change his expression instantly. Chapter 64, the Tathagata is stunned. The great Thunder Sound Temple has been demolished? In the Buddha sect, the pure land of ultimate bliss, the Tathagata looked at a figure in front of him, seemingly in chaos, surrounded by shining Buddha light, unable to see his appearance, and even the aura was imperceptible, majestic, sacred. If one had to describe it with the most precise word, it could only be Buddha. The Western journey plan was obstructed, and the heavenly court's intervention had made the journey difficult to continue. The disciple decided to lead the Buddhas of Lingshan to take decisive action and eliminate all influences. Only in this way could the Western journey continue, and thus, the Buddha sect's grand plan could be fulfilled. However, there was one thing the disciple was still hesitant about. If the saint of the Xianmen took the opportunity to act, the disciple feared that the grand plan would be hindered. No need to worry, if Tai Ching acts, I will also stop him. A voice suddenly entered the Tathagata's ears, unfathomable like chaos, impossible to comprehend. The disciple understood. However, at this moment, the Tathagata suddenly trembled, then revealed an expression of disbelief. Suddenly, he exclaimed, Ling Shan is in trouble. The disciple takes his leave. At that moment, he sensed that the Great Thunder Sound Temple had been triggered. Not only the Great Thunder Sound Temple, but also the fate of the Buddha sect. What has happened? He had only been gone for a short while. Suddenly, the Tathagata's figure moved quickly toward the entrance of the pure land of ultimate bliss. His heart burning with anxiety. Ling Shan. Mi Li's eyes widened as he felt the power transmitted from Sun Wukong's golden cudgel, revealing a look of surprise. He never expected that this monkey actually possessed such terrifying strength. This was in Ling Shan. Ling Shan was filled with many formations. These formations were interconnected and possessed immense power, and the protective mountain formation was just one corner of it. These formations were the foundation of Ling Shan's great array. But now, it seemed that the restrictions on this monkey were completely ineffective. Impossible, this cannot be. Seeing this, Wen Shu was full of disbelief. He never thought that this Sun Wukong's strength could actually improve. What kind of price did the heavenly court pay to elevate this Sun Wukong to such strength? What did he eat? Peach of immortality? Elixirs? This must be equivalent to feeding the entire peach garden and casually gnawing on Lao Jun's Dan furnace, right? He found it hard to accept. Pu Xian also gazed at this scene. Just the aura from the golden cudgel made him feel that if this stick were to strike him, it might instantly erase him. Moreover, it could also take Guan Shiyin along with it. But why? Why did he possess such powerful strength? Could it be that this monkey had been hiding all along? No, this isn't real. The Great Thunder Sound Temple cannot suffer heavy damage. Mila Buddha must be able to stop it. Guan Shiyin at this moment seemed to be whispering like a nightmare, unable to believe that this Sun Wukong had such strength. At this moment, boom, the golden cudgel instantly fell. The terrifying power smashed directly toward the Great Thunder Sound Temple, and at the same time, Mi Li's expression became serious. He suddenly shouted, Rise. In an instant, countless powers of faith rushed here, and every formation within Ling Shan shone brightly. Then, the entire Ling Shan erupted with Buddha light. One after another. The Buddhas sat cross-legged at this moment, continuously chanting scriptures and prayers. The chanting echoed throughout Ling Shan, and amidst this chanting, Mi Li's figure became immensely large. And then a golden bell, seemingly cast from gold, appeared in Mi Li's hand, suddenly enlarging, and headed toward the golden cudgel. Clang! The golden cudgel collided with the golden bell, instantly producing a deafening sound that reverberated through the skies, and just this sound wave possessed boundless power. Yang Jian and Nezha couldn't help but cover their ears, using their powers to resist. As for the already injured Guan Shiyin and others, at this moment, they suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. PFF. The three were heavily injured by this sound wave. Blood splattered everywhere. The same scene occurred at the foot of Ling Shan. Countless chanting Buddhas, under this sound wave, all spat out blood. And some weaker ones directly turned into a mist of blood, dying on the spot. The golden bell only held up for a moment before suddenly being pushed back. Mi Li's expression changed drastically, and then he frantically urged his powers. In the end, he finally managed to block most of the power of the golden cudgel. But the shockwave generated by the collision recklessly impacted the Great Thunder Sound Temple. Crack! With a sound of shattering, one corner of the Great Thunder Sound Temple directly collapsed. The holy land of Ling Shan, the Buddha sect's faith, the Great Thunder Sound Temple, collapsed at one corner. As they watched one corner of the temple, blessed by countless Buddhas, violently collapse, the shattered bricks and tiles fell to the ground with a crisp sound. All the Buddhas stared blankly. At this moment, it felt as if something within their hearts had shattered as well. Sun Wukong retracted the golden cudgel and looked at Mi Lu, suddenly questioning, Fat monk, can you block me, old son? In his furious shout, Mi Lu actually showed a hint of confusion, and the tall Dharma form behind him trembled slightly under this angry shout. In front of Sun Wukong, a line of text suddenly appeared. Short-term mission, deprive the Buddha sect of a thread of fate. Upon completion, reward with the innate supreme treasure, the Chaos Bell. Tip, the innate supreme treasure, the Chaos Bell, can suppress fate. Suppressing the Flower Fruit Mountain can cause its fortune to grow once again, allowing all beings on the mountain to benefit. The writing slowly faded away. Sun Wukong coldly looked at Maitreya and said, I, the old monkey, have said that not only will I shatter your Great Thunder Sound Temple, but I will also shatter the fortune of your Buddha sect. After saying this, he suddenly pointed the golden cudgel at the sky above the spirit mountain and commanded, Buddhist fortune, appear. Roar. With the power of the Hongmeng creation technique infused within, the golden cudgel immediately emitted a terrifying aura, and in an instant, a dragon's roar echoed. Above the spirit mountain, a fortune dragon revealed itself, letting out a roar. Sun Wukong's figure moved, and with a swing of the golden cudgel, he struck at the fortune dragon. Fortune is formless and difficult to touch, even harder to strike. But under the enhancement of the Hongmeng creation technique, the golden cudgel could make contact. However, fortune is different from physical form, destined to remain mysterious. But, boom, the golden cudgel smashed onto it, and the fortune dragon immediately let out a painful wail. Then, its fortune essence quickly faded, and taking advantage of this, Sun Wukong reached out and grasped the largest strand of fortune in his hand. The Buddhist fortune dragon immediately cried out in anguish, and then the Buddhist fortune fell again. Just as the Tathagata, who had just come out of the Pure Land, appeared, he heard the wailing of the fortune dragon and watched helplessly as the Buddhist fortune fell. The Tathagata was instantly stunned. No, I just left for a little while. How did it end up like this? What happened to my spirit mountain? Why is a part of it collapsed? What happened to my great thunder sound temple? Why has a corner crumbled? Where is my Buddhist fortune dragon? Why is so much diminished? Chapter 65, Jade Emperor. I love him to death at this time, above the spirit mountain. The fortune dragon floating in the sky let out a roar and a painful wail, and then its form was shattered, dropping countless strands of fortune power, transforming into thousands of threads, among which the largest strand was grabbed by Sun Wukong. As for the rest, they did not disperse but slowly began to regroup. However, even so, it was still enough to be shocking. Inside the Lingxiao Palace, the Jade Emperor saw this scene, his eyes suddenly widening. He originally thought that since Mithriya had taken action, the battle in the Spirit Mountain would come to an end, and there would probably be no new gains. But seeing this now, there was unexpectedly a pleasant surprise. Wukong has brought me great joy. Whose is this? This is my general. I love him to death. At this moment, the Jade Emperor, who was originally sitting, stood up excitedly. In the Lingxiao Palace, the celestial officials looked up at their visibly emotional emperor, all stunned, not quite sure what had happened. Not many people knew about Sun Wukong, Yang Jian, and Nezha going to the Spirit Mountain. The people in the heavenly court could only sense that something was happening in the Spirit Mountain through its tremors, but they had no idea what exactly had occurred or who was responsible. Just now, the exchange with the Star of Venus was merely a whisper. Who would dare to eavesdrop on the Emperor's private conversation? And now, it was no longer a whisper. The Emperor's emotions were clearly visible. The Star of Venus reacted first and quickly said, "Your Majesty." The Jade Emperor also regained his composure and then cleared his throat, returning to normal. "I lost my composure." He waved his hand, sat back down, and said, "It's nothing, nothing at all. You celestial officials need not concern yourselves. I just thought of something happy for a moment." The celestial officials were not foolish. From the Emperor's reaction, it was obvious that something significant had happened, and this major event was likely related to the Spirit Mountain. Could it be something the Emperor had arranged? But who could have acted to cause such a great disturbance in the Spirit Mountain? The celestial officials were puzzled. And even though the Jade Emperor had sat back down, the smile at the corner of his mouth could not be suppressed. Cough, cough. He coughed twice and then said, "Recently, in the Queen Mother's peach garden, a few peach trees have been growing poorly. She mentioned it to me, and I thought that perhaps changing their growing environment would help a lot." The Star of Venus, being cunning, instantly understood the Emperor's thoughts and slowly said, "Your Majesty, I have heard that there is a principle of mutual generation and restraint among all things. If the peach trees are not growing well, it should be due to a lack of the appropriate environment. For peaches, it is best to have someone who truly loves them nearby, which will help them grow better. Therefore, I suggest relocating them to the Great Sage's mansion to give it a try. The Great Sage loves peaches the most, which might benefit the growth of the peach trees." The Jade Emperor thought for less than a breath of time and nodded reluctantly, "Since it is your suggestion, and you are a senior minister in the heavenly court with good insight, I will comply with your wish and temporarily relocate them to the Great Sage's mansion." The Star of Venus immediately bowed and said, "Your Majesty is wise." The two of them, the monarch and minister, exchanged words without giving others a chance to interject. They looked at this scene in astonishment, wondering what was going on between their sovereign and minister. However, they quickly realized, "Oh, it turns out it's the Great Sage. This monkey has stopped causing trouble in the heavenly court and is now causing it in the Spirit Mountain. Indeed, he is not an ordinary general of our heavenly court." Some even thought to themselves, "I have also spent time with the Great Sage in the same room and exchanged a few words. Adding this incident in the Spirit Mountain, I have a tiny bit of credit too. Haha. Indeed, the Great Sage is impressive." In the 33 heavens, at the palace of Doshui, the Supreme Laojuan's surprise in his eyes receded, revealing a smile. "This monkey truly has your ways." He had originally prepared to unfold the Tai Chi diagram to help Sun Wukong and the others leave quickly, as Mithriya's intervention meant that the situation could not continue. After all, Mithriya, the Buddha from the East, was not just a name. His strength was also formidable. Unexpectedly, Sun Wukong forcibly seized a strand of fortune from the Buddhist sect, right in front of Mithriya. Such a brazen act of plunder by a demon king, no matter how one looked at it, was satisfying. However, stealing from others is generally not good. Wukong is still young and naturally born, with no one to discipline him. So it is understandable for him to do such things. Later, I will refine a few pills for him to let him experience the hardships of cultivation. However, now that the Tathagata has emerged from the Pure Land, the Buddhist saints are also aware of this matter. Currently, the saints are not in the Honghuang world, but they all have some contingency plans. The old man is not afraid of the contingency plans left by the Buddhist saints, but he does not want things to become too unpleasant on the surface. Some matters, when brought to the surface, become difficult to control. A confrontation between saints cannot happen again. Otherwise, this Honghuang world may have to be reshaped once more. After all, the confrontation between saints is truly too powerful. And not to mention the saints. The Honglong Earth had previously been submerged in battle, although it was ultimately reshaped into the 4 parts of Zhanzhou. No one wishes to experience that again. In their home ground, even if they fought, they would ultimately suffer losses. It is about time to stop. The Supreme Laojun continued to observe, following the Tai Chi diagram. Most of the events occurring in the Spirit Mountain fell into his sight. At this moment, the Tathagata had just emerged from the Pure Land and, having received the Saint's decree, was about to rally his forces to completely resolve the troubles on the journey to the west and allow the journey to continue. However, he sensed that Ling Mountain was facing a great calamity. On the way, the Tathagata was thinking that he had left behind many means, and with Mithriya present. Even if someone dared to attack Ling Mountain in his absence, they wouldn't lose much. Even if the situation were grave, with Mithriya's eventual intervention, Ling Mountain wouldn't suffer too much. Yet he never expected that after he emerged, he would see such a scene. The Buddhist nation was destroyed, billions of believers were wailing, and corpses lay exposed in the wilderness. Ling Mountain was sunken, the vast Buddhist land deeply afflicted, and the Buddha light dimmed. The Great Lane Temple collapsed, a corner shattered, and the luck fell. Each of these events was a monumental occurrence within the Buddhist sect, yet they happened consecutively. So what exactly happened? The Tathagata suddenly appeared, manifesting above Ling Mountain, in front of the Great Lane Temple, and then saw Sun Wukong holding the golden staff, grasping a strand of Buddhist luck. The monkey grinned widely, his smile fierce, as the strand of Buddhist luck struggled in his hand, but to no avail. All around, the Buddhas of Ling Mountain were heavily injured. Guanin's body was nearly shattered, leaning against a spot, and Manjushri showed despair, remaining silent. Meanwhile, Samantabhadra was riddled with wounds, his face blurry. Boom. Anger surged from the Tathagata's heart, an overwhelming rage. Chapter 66. Buddha, wait. Hey. The monkey's grin widened, his eyes filled with mockery, as he twisted the strand of Buddhist luck in his hand into various shapes. Tathagata, these bald heads say that your head is the brightest among the Buddhist sect. But I, old son, don't believe it and want to see for myself. The golden staff swung forward, demonic energy filling the sky. Are you sending your head over? Or should I, old son, come to take it? As Sun Wukong finished speaking, Erling Shun, clad in armor, stepped to his side, followed by the howling celestial dog, both eyes revealing fierce light, staring at the Tathagata. Nezha also approached, flames swirling around him, with 2 severed heads hanging from his fire spear. The Tathagata immediately recognized them as 2 monks from Ling Mountain who often came to listen to sermons. Buddha, you have finally returned. This demon monkey has brought people to attack Ling Mountain, and without saying a word, he has struck, causing great destruction to the Buddhist nation. And Ling Mountain has also suffered. Even the Great Lane Temple has collapsed at one corner. Buddha, please quickly suppress this demon monkey and do not let him cause further chaos. The Buddhas of Ling Mountain cried out on their knees, their voices unending. Guanin and the others, upon seeing the Tathagata, also revealed hope in their eyes. Meanwhile, Mithriya remained silent, until the Tathagata took a step forward. He sighed lightly. It is my fault for not being able to stop him. The Tathagata asked, was it that you couldn't, or that you didn't want to? Mithriya instantly turned his head, his eyes widening. The Tathagata continued, you must have been waiting for me for a long time, right? Using their hands, letting them destroy the Buddhist nation, enter Ling Mountain, and even damage a corner of the Great Lane Temple. Wasn't it all to see me take action? Very well. The Tathagata clasped his hands together, his body suddenly growing larger, the true form of the Buddha revealing itself at that moment. Since you want to see, I shall grant your wish. The enormous Buddha form at this moment truly overshadowed the heavens, the overwhelming Buddha light filling the air, and at this moment, the entire Ling Mountain was bathed in a golden hue, golden light filling the sky. The Buddha form became completely clear, its visage being that of the Tathagata himself. Previously, the Buddha form condensed by Guanin and the others using the power of the Ling Mountain formation and the faith of the Buddhist sect was entirely different from what the Tathagata himself manifested. He needed no assistance, relying solely on himself, and that form was extraordinarily powerful. Buddha, the Buddha has taken action. Wonderful, the Buddha has taken action. He will surely be able to suppress that demon monkey. How can that demon monkey act wildly in front of the Buddha? Suppress him beneath Ling Mountain, no? Such a demon should be transcended. The Buddhas of Ling Mountain cheered. However, in response to these words, the Tathagata's reaction was very calm, his expression indifferent, showing no emotion. He looked at Yang, Jian, and Nezha, and the Buddha form behind him made the same gesture, gazing with extreme authority. After a while, he spoke, his voice emanating from the Buddha form behind him, shaking the heavens and spreading throughout Ling Mountain. Erling Shun, the great deity of the 3 altars, if you retreat now, I can let bygones be bygones for the sake of the great heavenly sovereign. If you do not retreat, crackle. At that moment, the sound of flames burning erupted, as Nezha's fire spear suddenly erupted with true fire, scorching the 2 severed heads hanging from it to a charred black. Nezha turned his head and smiled. Sorry. These bald heads can't withstand the heat. How about we try the Buddha's head instead? The Tathagata looked at Yang Jian, who was much more polite, kicking the howling celestial dog's backside, saying, I hope the Buddha forgives. This stupid dog is still hungry and wants to taste something bigger. I understand. The Tathagata looked up at the sky and suddenly said, Great Heavenly Sovereign, if they do not leave, then you can't blame this old monk. Enough of this talking. First, take a stick from me. Sun Wukong, growing impatient, shouted immediately, raising his golden staff and striking towards the Tathagata. The power of the Hongming creation technique naturally infused into it, and Sun Wukong's strength revealed itself at that moment. Among the three, he was the least suppressed. Now swinging a stick towards the Tathagata. In an instant, the enormous golden staff obscured the sky, crashing towards the vast Buddha light. The Tathagata's expression remained unchanged. He merely raised his arm, and the Buddha form behind him made the same motion. With a loud boom, the two collided. This explosion unleashed tremendous power. The mere shockwave from the collision spread outwards, terrifying force continuously erupting in the sky, causing the space to collapse in multiple places. Maitreya, with a complex expression, acted, using immense Buddha power to shield the Buddhist followers, preventing them from perishing due to the battle's aftermath. He gazed at the Tathagata, looking at that supremely majestic Buddha form, remaining silent for a long time. At this moment, Nezha and Jian approached from left and right, attacking without holding back, heading towards the Tathagata's true form. But compared to that enormous Buddha form, the two appeared much smaller. Moreover, being restricted by Ling Mountain, their attacks merely caused ripples on the Tathagata's Buddha form, failing to inflict any substantial damage. However, Sun Wukong's single strike emitted even greater power. Yet, the Tathagata remained unmoved. He showed neither sorrow nor joy in his eyes, allowing the three to attack before finally raising his palm. Suddenly, a hand overshadowed the heavens, momentarily eclipsing the sun and moon in this world. Only the vast Buddha light shone, golden light illuminating the sky. The radiance emitted by the Buddha form was everything in this world. Time seemed to freeze at this moment, with the past and future not revealing themselves, only the present. And he, the Tathagata, was the only one in this world. This palm was like heaven and earth. At this moment, heaven and earth overturned as if collapsing downwards, covering Sun Wukong and the others. In an instant, Nezha and Jian's expressions changed. While Sun Wukong revealed a fierce look in his eyes, demonic energy bursting forth, holding the golden staff, ready to strike again. However, at this critical moment, the timing of the Tathagata's actions suddenly resonated in the sky, with one yin and one yang, two taiji fish trembling. The scene of the taiji bagua immediately emerged, an invisible force spreading out, actually countering the Buddha light emanating from the Tathagata, just as the Buddha's palm was slightly obstructed and had not yet descended. A voice suddenly called out, Buddha, wait. Within the scene of the taiji bagua, a figure in white suddenly appeared, hovering above the spirit mountain. Buddha, do not make a move, do not make a move. Tai Bai Jinxing walked over with a smile, saying there was a misunderstanding. The Buddha narrowed his eyes. It must be said that Tai Bai Jinxing arrived at just the right moment, or rather, an extraordinarily good moment. When the Buddha first came out, he already knew that this matter was definitely the handiwork of the heavenly court, so he asked to negotiate with the heavenly court, intending to suppress Sun Wukong and the others while also seeking compensation from the heavenly court. However, there was no news. No one from the heavenly court came. When Sun Wukong and the others attacked, still no one from the heavenly court appeared, until the Buddha was about to make a move. At which point someone from the heavenly court finally arrived. Tai Bai Jinxing's face was full of smiles, and his manners were impeccable, but this smile, in the eyes of every disciple of the Buddha, was utterly detestable. Chapter 67. Tai Bai Jinxing's intervention angers the Buddha. Even the Buddha was silent for a moment, his gaze narrowing as he looked at Tai Bai Jinxing and said, Tai Bai Jinxing has arrived at a good time. Tai Bai Jinxing smiled slightly, saying he was getting old and not as nimble as when he was young, which caused him to delay a bit on the way, but after all, it was the emperor's command, so he hurried as best as he could and fortunately made it in time. Tai Bai Jinxing's smile was bright, yet it made the numerous Buddhas of the Buddhist sect feel extremely irritated. Someone could not help but say, I see that those 3 demon monkeys have not yet fallen into a disadvantage and are able to attack our Buddhist sect. So they are not in a hurry. Now that the Buddha has returned, those demon monkeys are about to be suppressed by the Buddhist sect, so they are speeding up, right? Tai Bai Jinxing glanced at him, secretly thinking that monks indeed do not speak frivolously, only stating the hard truth. But on the surface, he immediately scolded. What demon monkeys? Sun Wukong is the great sage equal to heaven of our heavenly court. He looked at the Buddha and questioned, Buddha, how should your spirit mountain Buddhas deal with the disrespect shown towards our great sage equal to heaven? The Buddha looked at Tai Bai Jinxing, his eyelids lifting slightly. This well-cultured Buddha could not help but feel a surge of anger at that moment. Your great sage equal to heaven brought people to destroy my spirit mountain Buddhist kingdom, tore down the spirit mountain, smashed the great thunder sound temple, and did all these things, yet you turn a blind eye. Now, because my spirit mountain disciples referred to them as demon monkeys, you question me and demand an explanation? How can you say such a thing out loud? The Buddha took a deep breath and countered. What does Tai Bai Jinxing think should be done? Tai Bai Jinxing snorted and said, naturally, it should be severely punished. That makes sense. The Buddha nodded, suggesting, How about letting him die to atone for his sins? But that was not so serious. Then should we ask if the great sage is happy or not? My great Thunder Sound Temple has only lost a corner and can still be demolished a bit more. Tai Bai Jinxing's smile remained as bright as ever, seemingly oblivious to the anger in the Buddha's words, saying, "That won't be necessary, Buddha." The emperor mentioned before coming here that although the great sage is clever, he can also be a bit mischievous at times. The troubles caused to the Buddhist sect are not as serious as you imagine. The great Thunder Sound Temple losing a corner. When I return to report to the emperor, I can help you rebuild it. He continued. Actually, the emperor has some responsibility in this matter as well. Before coming, he specifically informed me that it was he who spoiled the great sage. He was even thinking about tearing down the emperor's Lingxiao palace. And the emperor was fully prepared for that, all for the sake of the great sage's happiness. But in the end, the great sage realized his mistakes. Willingly accepted to be suppressed for 500 years, and even helped the Buddhist sect a lot by going to the West to obtain scriptures. He sighed. These are all the great sage's merits, and the emperor often laments how Wukong is becoming more and more sensible. Seeing the Buddha not respond, Tai Bai Jinxing glanced at the Spirit Mountain and the Great Thunder Sound Temple, observing the devastation, the corner of the Great Thunder Sound Temple that had collapsed. The corpses scattered across the Buddhist kingdom, the deep pits filled with blood, and the several severely injured bodhisattvas, of course, also noting the fallen fortunes of the Buddhist sect. The Buddhist sect had only lost a few things, but the great sage had to consider many more matters. Look, he is very mindful of the proportions. The Buddhist sect has 3,000 followers. So many people believe in the Buddhist sect, yet there are always some mischievous individuals with ill intentions towards the Buddhist sect. The great sage, being kind-hearted, took the initiative to help the Buddhist sect solve this problem. Now, what remains should all be the most devout followers of the Buddhist sect. Moreover, the Spirit Mountain is vast, and the areas occupied by the Buddhist disciples are not that many. Many places have become vacant. Seeing this, the great sage could not bear it and came to help the Buddhist sect with some renovations. Isn't the current Spirit Mountain looking much better? Hearing this, Guanin's eyes widened, staring at Tai Bai Jinxing as if to say, "Are you blind?" Of course, it wasn't just Guanin. Other disciples of the Buddhist sect were also furious, their eyes almost shooting fire at Tai Bai Jinxing, feeling that his ability to speak nonsense with his eyes wide open had truly reached its peak. However, Tai Bai Jinxing seemed unconcerned, as if he had not seen this at all, and continued his speech. Furthermore, the Great Thunder Sound Temple of the Buddhist sect has been established for too long. The great sage grew up in the mortal realm and spent some time with the human race. Later, he followed Tang Seng to the west. Following Tang Seng, he learned even more knowledge about the human race. In the human realm, any powerful force that has existed for a long time will always need to be renovated. The great sage is too eager to learn and too kind-hearted, seeing that the Great Thunder Sound Temple of the Buddhist sect had not been renovated for so long. He could not help but come to lend a hand. Tai Bai Jinxing's explanation was truly shocking to the Buddhas and the demon kings. Not only the disciples of the Buddhist sect, but even Sun Wukong himself was stunned upon hearing this. He thought to himself, so that's how I, the old son, thought. That's right. This is exactly how I think. The more Tai Bai Jinxing spoke, the more excited he became, pointing at Nezha and the others, saying, the great sage even worried that he might not have enough ability and called for help. How great is he? As Tai Bai Jinxing finished speaking, Jian quietly closed the divine eye on his forehead, unable to help but reach out to rub his eyes as if pretending to massage his forehead. Nezha also retracted his 3 heads and 6 arms, looking up at the sky as if something were up there. The two dared not make any movements, only pretending not to hear. However, they did hear many disciples of the Buddhist sect clenching their fists. The Buddha laughed. He was laughing out of anger. In Tai Bai Jinxing's vivid words, the demon monkey who destroyed his Buddhist sect, smashed the Spirit Mountain, and collapsed the Great Thunder Sound Temple, had somehow become a meritorious minister who wholeheartedly worked for the Buddhist sect. The key point was that in the matter of collapsing a corner of the Great Thunder Sound Temple, Tai Bai Jinxing emphasized especially that it was all taught by Tang Seng. It was as if he was implying that Tang Seng had ulterior motives and wanted to obstruct the Buddhist sect's journey to the west, and Sun Wukong was the great contributor who wanted to stop him. Huff. The Buddha took a deep breath and then exhaled heavily. He could not help but clench his fists, and at that moment, he understood why the Jade Emperor sent Tai Bai Jinxing over. This ability to invert right and wrong, to confuse black and white, was indeed extraordinary. Even that monkey, who had been nervously scratching his ears and cheeks at the beginning, gradually started to puff out his chest. It looked like he was saying, "That's right. This is what I, the old son, did. It was me. Really, you don't need to thank me, old son. I, old son, do good deeds without leaving a name." However, Rely understands in his heart that no matter what Tai Bai Jinxing says today, it won't matter. Today, no matter what. There must be a price to pay. Otherwise, no one can do anything. Chapter 68. The Alchemist Old Man Takes Action. Rely is stunned. Where's the monkey? Lihintian. Doshui Palace. The Jade Emperor once again arrived here, naturally for the matter of the monkey. Although he had sent Tai Bai Jinxing over, he knew in his heart, given what Wukong had done, the Buddhist sect would most likely demand a hefty price. Otherwise, just relying on Tai Bai Jinxing alone wouldn't he be able to take Wukong and the others away. The Jade Emperor was prepared for this. At worst, he could just spit out what the Buddhist sect had given him before. As for discussing conditions, how about letting Wukong move the Flower Fruit Mountain back a bit? Symbolically allowing Tang Seng to face a trial? 81 trials. After one passes, isn't there still 2 left? Other conditions could be discussed later. First, let Rulai release the people. And once they are out, no matter what, it can be compensated from Tang Seng. The Buddhist sect can't just abandon the westward journey, right? The Heavenly Court would be happy to see that. But would the Buddhist sect agree? The Jade Emperor's visit to Taishang Laojun was naturally to test the old man's intentions. To see what this old fox was thinking, what backup he had, and knowing the roots and foundation, he could be a bit firmer. With this in mind, the Jade Emperor entered Doshui Palace. Your Majesty, what a surprise to see you here. Taishang Laojun gently smiled upon seeing the Jade Emperor. The Jade Emperor thought to himself, this old Taoist must have known I was coming. The tea is already prepared, 2 cups at that. Good, to save me the trouble of doing it myself. He sat down and smiled. I haven't seen the old gentleman for a while, so I came to take a look. Oh, I see, the old man smiled. Has your Majesty helped me find the lost Taiji diagram? The Jade Emperor waved his hand and said, I haven't found it. The Heavenly Court has searched everywhere. Old gentleman, could you look again to see if it has fallen somewhere? At this point, the conversation suddenly shifted. Perhaps it was stolen. It wouldn't be the Buddhist sect, would it? The old man's smile grew wider. That is hard to say. After exchanging a few witty remarks, the Jade Emperor suddenly lost interest, took a sip of tea, and said, I'm here to ask, what do you plan to do, old gentleman? Wukong and my nephew, along with Li Jing's son, are now in Ling Mountain. I originally planned to let them leave quickly while Rulai hasn't returned, but now it seems it won't be that easy. Although I sent Tai Bai Jinxing over, Rulai will definitely take this opportunity to demand a hefty price. A few of his believers might die, Ling Mountain may lose some, and Dalaim Temple may collapse a bit, but in the end, it's all minor issues. Only the Buddhist sect's luck falling would be serious. I'm a bit unsure. Where should I draw the line? The Jade Emperor spoke frankly. After hearing this, Laojun directly replied, Your Majesty doesn't need to think so much. Perhaps Rulai doesn't think as you do. Huh. The Jade Emperor was taken aback and looked at Laojun suspiciously. Laojun stroked his long beard and laughed. Perhaps he doesn't want any compensation at all. No compensation at all. How could that be? The words abruptly stopped, and the Jade Emperor suddenly looked up at Taishang Laojun, bursting into laughter. Ha! I see. Then I won't disturb you any further. Old gentleman, please rest. I'm leaving. After saying that, the Jade Emperor turned and left, eager to return and see the fun. He had to check out this old fox's backup. Taishang Laojun watched the Jade Emperor's departing figure and shook his head with a smile. Then his gaze fell on Wuzhuang Temple. Did he choose to close the temple? If he couldn't make a decision, it would be better to let the old Taoist help him a bit. Laojun suddenly waved his sleeve, and the Taiji diagram high above Ling Mountain subtly trembled. Immediately, the great formation of Wuzhuang Temple quietly opened a gap. This matter was unknown to anyone, not even to Zhen Yuanzi himself. Ling Mountain. Rulai looked at Tai Bai Jinxing and said, What does the great heavenly venerable mean? Tai Bai Jinxing, you might as well be clearer. What is Wukong's intention? I won't believe you alone, and neither will the Buddhas of Ling Mountain. After Rulai spoke, his Dharma form naturally moved, covering the surroundings and sealing the space. The attitude was clear. If the Heavenly Court could not offer enough price, today, it seemed no one would escape. After all, Ling Mountain was the Buddha's main stage, and Rulai had absolute power here. Of course, conversely, if it were the Heavenly Court's main stage, Rulai wouldn't dare to act recklessly. After all, the original Buddha saints had cultivated here for a long time, leaving behind numerous means, and now, Rulai had not touched or triggered them. Moreover, the Buddhist sect's strength was not just what was visible on the surface of Ling Mountain, within the land of ultimate bliss. There were many powerful figures of the Buddhist sect. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, the past Buddha, medicine Buddha, the Buddha's foundation was still strong, though compared to the Heavenly Court, it was still a bit lacking. After all, the Heavenly Court's foundation came from the Xianmen. Do not anger the Buddha. Tai Bai Jinxing spoke. Your Majesty sent me here this time to discuss a suitable condition that both sides can accept. Although the great sage has good intentions, we must also consider the Buddha's thoughts, right? At this time, Manjushri glanced at Tai Bai Jinxing. Great. You've said all the nice things. Rulai remained noncommittal, waiting for Tai Bai Jinxing's next words. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong, listening to the conversation from the side, thought to himself that if he were to strike with full force now, he wouldn't be afraid of Rulai. However, he wasn't sure he could protect Nezha and Jian. The Buddhist sect had too many hidden means. Wukong could retreat unscathed. But what about these two brothers? The 3 of them together couldn't just leave them behind. At the same time, he was also thinking that since he had just received the Chaos Clock, why not take it out and seize the opportunity? Perhaps he could strike down Rulai with a few hits? As Sun Wukong pondered, Tai Bai Jinxing leisurely continued discussing terms with Rulai, with both exchanging words. Rulai naturally wanting to hit the Heavenly Court hard. However, for some unknown reason, Tai Bai Jinxing appeared rather indifferent. Even thinking after Rulai finished speaking that perhaps it was a bit too easy. When did the Heavenly Court become so easy to talk to? While the two were discussing, Sun Wukong suddenly felt a tremor in his body, sensing something different, as if there was some kind of attraction pulling him. He immediately looked at Nezha and Jian and saw both of them looking back at him, three of them exchanging glances, understanding each other's meaning. Above the sky, the Taiji diagram slowly rotated, and the yin-yang bagua suddenly became clear, from which three powers burst forth, enveloping Sun Wukong and the others. At this moment, Taibai Jingxing's voice suddenly rose, saying, Buddha, why not let the great sage return to the team for obtaining scriptures? Huh. Upon hearing this, Rilai was taken aback, looking at Taibai Jingxing in disbelief, only to see Taibai Jingxing smiling strangely, suddenly looking at Sun Wukong. But when they looked at where Sun Wukong had been, it was now empty. No, where's the monkey? In the Do Shua Palace, the Supreme Laozi waved his sleeve robe with a long smile. Chapter 69. I, Old Sun, was previously touching the Buddha's bald head. Ha ha, ha ha, ha ha ha. In the heavenly court's Lingxiao Hall, the jovial laughter of the Jade Emperor echoed, leaving the celestial officials inside the hall in a daze from the laughter. Had the old man encountered an issue on the way? But that was just a fleeting thought. It was unlikely. The most probable reason was that something had happened in the Spirit Mountain. The Taibai Jingxing had gone there with the decree from the Jade Emperor. And now that the Emperor was laughing heartily, it naturally meant that the Buddhist sect had suffered a setback. But could the mere presence of Taibai Jingxing cause the Buddhist sect to falter? Was it that the Emperor's scheming was too strong, or was the great sage's power overwhelming? Or perhaps it was the clever ones who suddenly looked up, observing the handiwork of the figure in the direction of the Do Shua Palace? The Jade Emperor rarely had such joyful moments. It had to be the old man who had concealed this until now. No wonder he had handed over the Taiji diagram to me earlier. It turned out he had made such arrangements in advance. This old fox was indeed deep in concealment. If he hadn't mentioned it at the end, even I wouldn't have thought of it. Truly cunning. But I like it. Ha ha ha. The expression of that old fellow, the Buddha, is even better now. He originally thought he could take this opportunity to gain a fortune from the heavenly court, not only to recover the losses of the Buddhist sect, but also to make the sect more prosperous. But in the end, the old fox had already set everything up in advance, directly sending Wukong and the others away. You want to negotiate? Go ahead and negotiate. Just see if I agree. As for detaining Taibai Jingxing, do you dare? Taibai Jingxing was sent by me to negotiate. He is my envoy. What do you think he can do if you detain him? Are you disrespecting me? Should I invite the old man over, and you can detain him too? The Jade Emperor was feeling exceptionally comfortable. It had been many years since he had such a happy moment. He remembered how the heavenly court had encountered problems time and again, which had left him quite depressed. Now, however, the heavenly court was fine. But the Spirit Mountain was in trouble. And the trouble in the Spirit Mountain was much more severe than the previous issues in the heavenly court. Next, it would depend on how the Buddha planned to wrap things up. However, after this incident, the Buddhist sect would likely not hold back and would mobilize everything. Is Wukong's strength enough? Let me think. Has anyone made a mistake recently? I need to find a reason to demote him. The Jade Emperor mused, scanning the celestial officials in the Lingxiao Hall. Upon seeing the Emperor's serious gaze, although they didn't know what he was thinking, the other immortals couldn't help but feel a tremor in their eyes, sensing that it wasn't anything good. Of course, the great Jade Emperor had not yet found a suitable candidate and decided to let them off the hook for the time being. Meanwhile, at the Wuzhuang Temple, three figures flickered and arrived here. Where's this? Sun Wukong looked around, suddenly feeling that this place was unusually familiar, as if it were the Wuzhuang Temple of Xinyuanzi. What was that old Taoist with the cow nose doing bringing me here? Previously, at the Spirit Mountain, he had sensed something was off, as a strange power had wrapped around him, and this power had appeared early on. Sun Wukong had not paid much attention to it before, but now he realized it must have been arranged by the Supreme Laozi. He didn't even know when that old Taoist had done these tricks. Forget it, no need to think about that, at worst. He could go to Do Shua Palace another day to ask for some benefits. Sun Wukong then looked around, feeling that the Wuzhuang Temple was somewhat different. Jian and Nezha were also surveying the area. Suddenly, Nezha exclaimed, and both he and the monkey looked over. Sun Wukong asked, Nezha, what's wrong? Nezha, looking quite annoyed, said, I left in such a hurry that I forgot to take a few bald heads as souvenirs. Jian and Sun Wukong, you and my old disciple Sha definitely have a common language. That old Sha previously took 9 heads from Tang Seng and is still hanging them around his neck. However, it's a good thing Li Jing is gone. Otherwise, Nezha might want to hang a few too. This is Wuzhuang Temple? Jian recognized it after a while. Sun Wukong nodded. It was indeed Xinyuanzi's place. He had sworn brotherhood with me. You could say he was my sworn brother. Not long after, Sun Wukong suddenly saw a line of text appear before him. In the Waguishan Taoist temple, the spiritual energy is rich and suitable for the growth of spiritual roots. But it currently lacks a capable craftsman. Please recruit one. Successful recruitment will yield a reward of a strand of Hongmeng purple qi. Oh, this system is actually on the same wavelength as me. This Xinyuanzi has a ginseng fruit tree. I was thinking of inviting him to my Waguishan. Now it's perfect. I kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Seeing that Jian and Nezha were somewhat hesitant, Sun Wukong immediately smiled and said, Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. This is my sworn elder brother. I haven't been here for a while. Follow me in, and when we meet my elder brother, he will naturally be happy and might even pick a few ginseng fruits for us to taste. Sun Wukong said, not being polite at all, and directly walked inside. However, he found the place empty and thought that they must be by the ginseng fruit tree. Come on, I'll take you to meet him. The three walked along. But Sun Wukong felt that the Wuzhuang temple was quite different from when he last visited. They walked all the way to the location of the ginseng fruit tree, where the lush ginseng fruit tree was swaying without wind, and underneath it, Xinyuanzi was sitting cross-legged, his wide sleeves swaying as well. Naturally, the monkey was unceremonious and walked straight up, patting Xinyuanzi's shoulder, and laughed. Elder brother, your younger brother is here to disturb you again. Not knowing what his elder brother was doing, he walked to the front and saw that Xinyuanzi had his eyes tightly shut, seemingly unaware. Sun Wukong was just thinking about it when he saw Xinyuanzi open his eyes and glance at him, and suddenly sighed. Well, since you are here, it means my temple cannot be closed. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong said, What are you talking about, elder brother? I didn't come this time to covet your ginseng fruit tree, did I? Yes, I did have my eyes on your ginseng fruit tree. Xinyuanzi waved his hand, and 3 ginseng fruits fell from the tree into his hand, which he handed to Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong immediately smiled and waved his hand, saying, this is too embarrassing, elder brother. How many fruits are on this tree? Now giving each of us 3 is too extravagant. Xinyuanzi glared at him and said, You actually thought of that. This is for the 3 of you. The ginseng fruit was indeed extraordinary. Even picking it required a unique method, but for Xinyuanzi, it was no trouble at all. Sun Wukong handed 2 ginseng fruits to Jian and Nezha, munching on one while asking Xinyuanzi, What is elder brother doing here? Were you specifically waiting for me? You, the rascally monkey, disturbed my peace and still dare to act cute? Xinyuanzi glared at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong laughed and said, Elder brother is wrong. It wasn't me disturbing your peace. It was that old man, the supreme lousy. I was just having fun touching the Buddha's bald head on the spirit mountain when I was summoned over. He munched while mumbling, This ginseng fruit is good, but it still pales in comparison to the Buddha's bald head. Upon hearing this, Xinyuanzi was startled. After the 2 swore brotherhood, Sun Wukong called Xinyuanzi big brother, and Xinyuanzi referred to him as worthy younger brother. Chapter 70. What's Sun Wukong? Isn't Lingshan a heavenly tribulation? Lingshan. The gaze of the Tathagata momentarily froze as he looked at the empty space where Sun Wukong, Jian, and Nezha had stood just moments ago. All 3 had vanished without a trace. Even more crucially, they had disappeared right under his nose. The 2 and the monkey had vanished in the presence of the great Tathagata. Damn it, he hadn't sensed anything at all before. No wonder the Morning Star had suddenly said such things earlier. No wonder he agreed to any condition proposed. It turned out to be like this. At this moment, not only the Tathagata, but all the Buddhas of the Buddhist realm were also bewildered. Clearly, just a moment ago, they had been right in front of them. How could they suddenly be gone? How did they disappear? How could this be? One Buddha after another widened their eyes, even starting to search around, suspecting they might be hiding somewhere. However, no matter how hard they looked, there was no trace to be found. They had simply vanished into thin air. The Tathagata raised an eyebrow and looked at the Morning Star, saying with a forced smile, How do you explain this? The Morning Star, looking puzzled, replied, Explain what? What explanation does the Buddha want? He continued, Lingshan has suffered a heavenly tribulation. Even the great Thunderclap Monastery has been somewhat damaged. His Majesty is quite heartbroken about this. So he sent me to express his condolences. The Tathagata genuinely smiled this time, a furious smile. He said, You just took what Sun Wukong and the others did and placed it aside? The Morning Star smiled slightly. I know the Buddha is quite angry now, as Lingshan rarely encounters such great tribulations, so it's normal for the Buddha to be angry. However, your anger doesn't excuse you for blaming the great sage. Do you have evidence for what you said? The Tathagata's gaze swept over to a part of Lingshan where the marks of the golden staff were quite obvious. Upon seeing this, the Morning Star unhurriedly said, It seems this heavenly tribulation still takes the shape of a staff, which is quite uncommon. He cleared his throat and suddenly became serious, saying, This time, Lingshan has encountered a great tribulation, and His Majesty is very concerned about this. Buddha, if there is anything you need help with, please feel free to speak. Don't hold back. His Majesty has always been generous and kind, and loves to help others. Crack. The Tathagata's hand made a snapping sound as he suddenly shouted, Enough! The terrifying voice immediately trembled throughout Lingshan, causing all the Buddhas to shudder. They all understood that the Buddha was furious. However, while the Buddhas of Lingshan trembled in fear, the Morning Star was completely unafraid, even unaffected, and actually followed the Tathagata's words, saying, Enough? Since the Buddha says it's enough, then I will not disturb you any longer and will take my leave. After saying this, the Morning Star turned to leave. He had no intention of staying in the Buddhist realm any longer. The purpose of his visit had been accomplished, so why stay? To look at the mournful faces of the bald heads? That would only dampen his mood. Oh, not quite. He was still quite happy. Just had to hold it in and not laugh out loud. He should hurry back and report to His Majesty. After taking 2 steps, suddenly, the Tathagata's towering form approached and blocked the Morning Star's path. The Tathagata's face was dark as he stood in front of him. At that moment, the smile on the Morning Star's face disappeared, and his entire demeanor changed, becoming the exact opposite of the previous cheerful and agreeable demeanor, filled with a murderous aura. At that moment, the Morning Star seemed like an extremely sharp sword. Staring at the Tathagata, His voice was cold. Buddha, do you wish to start a war? In the sky, the morning star faced the Tathagata head-on, showing no signs of retreat. The sharpness, the desire to pierce through everything, and the overwhelming murderous aura were extremely chilling. The Tathagata squinted his eyes, remained silent, but the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Suddenly, the morning star's murderous aura surged again as he stepped forward, closing in on the Tathagata. Buddha, will we fight? If we fight, it will be a war between the heavenly court and the Buddhist realm. If not, then step aside. The Tathagata looked at the morning star for a long time, ultimately unable to decide. He turned his body to the side, allowing the path to be cleared. After all, the morning star had come on behalf of the Jade Emperor, representing the entire heavenly court. The Buddhist realm was not as powerful as the heavenly court now. Starting a war was not a good strategy. The most important thing was to embark on the journey to the west, and the matter of the west must be completed. Only then could they truly gain strength to contend with the heavenly court. The morning star's figure grew more distant until he completely disappeared. And only then did the Tathagata withdraw his gaze. Looking at the ravaged Lingshan, his anger intensified, but there was nothing he could do. Buddha, Lingshan has suffered this great tribulation, all at the behest of the heavenly court. These three individuals were deliberately let in by the heavenly court. Buddha, we cannot let them go just like this. Where is the dignity of our Buddhist realm? Buddha, Buddha. One after another, the Buddhas shouted uncontrollably, their voices hoarse and their expressions frenzied. Yet, at this moment, the Tathagata's heart gradually calmed down, even feeling some amusement. When the morning star was present, no one stood up to stop him, nor did anyone speak out against him. Yet now that he had left, they came here to complain. Could he really keep the morning star here? The superficial harmony between the Buddhist realm and the heavenly court would be shattered in an instant. If they started a war now, the Buddhist realm would surely be defeated. The journey to the west. They must urgently prioritize the journey to the west. It must be done quickly, and the journey must conclude. Only in this way could the Buddhist realm truly strengthen its power and fight against the heavenly court. It was imperative. At this moment, the urgency for the journey to the west had never been so pressing for the Tathagata. He raised his hand to stop the clamoring voices of the Buddhas of Lingshan. Then he said, for now, rest for a few days. Spare no effort to heal your injuries, and then I will take you to Wagwashan. As the Tathagata finished speaking, everyone fell silent. Having understood the determination in the Buddha's eyes, Manjushri also sighed in relief, knowing that with the Buddha leading, the Buddhist realm's strength would surely crush Wagwashan. And then the journey of Tang Seng to the west would face no further obstacles, ensuring the success of the great endeavor. Clearly, Manjushri believed that as long as the Tathagata was willing to act, removing Wagwashan would be a matter of course. The reason Sun Wukong and the others caused such devastation in Lingshan was merely due to the heavenly court's covert assistance. Their strength was not that formidable. It was all due to the actions of the supreme Laojun behind the scenes. As long as the journey to the west succeeded, the heavenly court would not be able to stop the Buddhist realm. The journey to the west was of utmost importance. Wuzhuang Temple. Jin Yuanzi stared intently at Sun Wukong, showing a look of suspicion. Was it you all at Lingshan? Yes. That old man Tathagata said his head was itchy. So I went over to help him scratch it a bit. It wasn't he, just that old man. I scratched quite a few bald heads. After saying this, he looked at Nezha and said, isn't that right, Jiazi? Nezha nodded. Yeah, I still took the liberty to scratch him. Yang Jian, did you take the fire spear? Chapter 71. Jade Emperor. Who should I demote to the mortal realm? Your Majesty. The morning star returned to the heavenly court, and the first thing he did was go to see the Jade Emperor. The Jade Emperor waved his hand and said, no need for too much courtesy. Just get up and tell me in detail about the expression of the Tathagata. The Star of Venus smiled and then carefully recounted what he had seen. Even though the Jade Emperor had already seen it, listening to it again was still quite enjoyable. After finishing, the Star of Venus said, this time, it all relies on your Majesty's wisdom to get through. The Jade Emperor waved his hand and replied, there's no need to say that. I know very well what I have done in this matter. The main credit goes to that old fox Lao Jun and the efforts of those three, especially Wukong. I never expected Wukong to reach this level. It really surprised me. The Star of Venus also smiled and said, your Majesty has a unique insight. All right. Now that you are back, I have something for you to help me with. Your Majesty, what is it? The Jade Emperor suddenly lowered his voice and said quietly, the Buddhist sect will definitely not let this go easily. The Tathagata will likely bring the Buddhist sect to deal with Wukong. I see that Huawa Mountain is somewhat weak. Who do you think I should send down to help? The Star of Venus was immediately stunned. How should I put this? It seems a bit offensive. Zhen Yuanzi suddenly understood and realized why there had been disturbances in Ling Mountain earlier. It turned out that Sun Wukong and the others had caused a ruckus in Ling Mountain, and the Jade Emperor must have been extremely pleased. He looked suspiciously at Sun Wukong. Did you really go to touch the Tathagata's bald head? Sun Wukong replied. How could there be any falsehood? Does Big Brother not trust me? Zhen Yuanzi still looked doubtful. Then tell me, how did you manage to touch it? Sun Wukong chuckled, rubbed his hands, and said, one ginseng fruit is not enough to eat. Big Brother, give me another one, and I will tell you all about it. You mischievous monkey. Zhen Yuanzi immediately glared at him. Are you trying to trick me into giving you this fairy fruit? I have already given you 3 out of consideration for you. What more do you want? Should I just give you my ginseng fruit tree as well? Oh, that would be too embarrassing. Sun Wukong waved his hand, but then said, however, if Big Brother insists, I won't refuse. Xinyuanzi immediately said in annoyance, you mischievous monkey, you dare to ask for anything. If the Jade Emperor were willing to give you the throne of the Heavenly Emperor, would you dare to sit on it? As soon as he finished speaking, Xinyuanzi realized that this monkey had actually done such a thing before. He quickly changed the subject. So, is it because of Taishang Laojun that you came here this time? Sun Wukong, having no ginseng fruit, naturally felt at ease and found a place to sit down, saying, that's right. Originally, I planned to come and take the Tathagata's bald head when I visited Big Brother. But that old Taoist with the cow nose was unwilling and sent us brothers over instead, so I didn't get to take action. Xinyuanzi filtered out Sun Wukong's words and caught the key information, murmuring, so that's it. He suddenly looked up at the sky, in the direction of the 33 heavens, towards the Doshui Palace, and softly said, it turns out that Lao Jun has seen through it all. Big Brother, what are you hinting at? Sun Wukong, upon hearing this, couldn't help but scratch his ears and cheeks, finding these riddles quite annoying. Why couldn't they just speak clearly instead of hiding things and making others guess? However, Xinyuanzi showed a rather complex expression and said, Junior brother, this time my brother has something to rely on you to help with. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong immediately became alert. Why did he call me a mischievous monkey just now? And now he's calling me junior brother. Why this change in tone? Ignoring Sun Wukong's reaction, Xinyuanzi stood up and walked towards the ginseng fruit tree. When he got close, he touched the trunk of the ginseng fruit tree and sighed. Ever since you pushed down my ginseng fruit tree. Cough, cough, cough. Before he could finish, Sun Wukong began to cough. Big brother, that was in the past. We can't bring up old accounts. Xinyuanzi glared at him and said, I haven't finished speaking yet. Just listen. All right. Sun Wukong quickly agreed and heard Xinyuanzi continue. This ginseng fruit tree is extremely important to me and to my path. However, long ago, I noticed something was off. It seems there is some issue with the ginseng fruit tree. I just couldn't find out what the specific problem was until you pushed it down, and then Guanyin came. And the problem appeared. Sun Wukong immediately understood and said, Big brother means you were schemed against by those bald donkeys? Xinyuanzi smiled bitterly and nodded. The celestial nectar in Guanyin's vase was not tampered with, but I don't know by whom. A strand of the ginseng fruit tree's essence was secretly taken, and even replaced with a unique belief power from the Buddhist sect, mixed in there, using Guanyin's celestial nectar. I didn't notice at the time. But Xinyuanzi looked deeply at Sun Wukong. Ever since you entered Ling Mountain, after the disturbance in Ling Mountain, I sensed it. Sun Wukong immediately grinned and said, I said, why did that old Taoist with the cow nose send us three here? It turns out he had figured it out long ago. Xinyuanzi's expression was complicated as he said, it seems so. Lao Jun has calculated everything, so naturally he also figured this out. But Sun Wukong was puzzled. How did that old Taoist with the cow nose know that I had a solution? Or did that old Taoist with the cow nose actually prepare for this long ago? He pondered this question but couldn't figure out when Taishang Lao Jun had laid out his plan. Junior brother, since it was Lao Jun who sent you three over, do you have a solution? Sun Wukong stopped thinking and decided that after returning to the mountain, he would ask the Qing Niu Jing and Jin Jiao about it. He then said, this is simple. Not long ago, I obtained a piece of divine soil. Big brother just needs to follow me back. Divine soil? Xinyuanzi was taken aback. Yes, but Big Brother must agree to join my Huawa Mountain. Xinyuanzi asked, if I go to your place, what do I need to do? Sun Wukong replied frankly, there's nothing much to do. Just look at the orchard and water it when there's nothing else. Upon hearing this, Xinyuanzi suddenly froze. Chapter 72, Monkey. I saw your senior brother. Doshui Palace. Taishang Laojun put away the refined elixir in a gourd and casually placed it aside, while softly saying, with that monkey's temperament. Xinyuanzi probably already agreed by now. Plus, with Xinyuanzi, the number of people in Huawa Mountain should be considerable. Thus, even if the Tathagata comes with the power of Ling Mountain, it should be able to hold up. However, can that strand of the ginseng fruit tree's essence really be so useful? Taishang Laojun furrowed his brows slightly, realizing that the Buddhist sect had actually started plotting to collect this strand of essence a long time ago. After a long time, when they initially added Xinyuanzi to the 81 trials, it was actually instigated by the Buddhist sect. At that time, Taishang Laojun sensed something was wrong and later understood. They were coveting that strand of the ginseng fruit tree's essence. In fact, the Buddhist sect has done many similar things. But what exactly should we plan? As for how to solve the problem of Xinyuanzi's ginseng fruit tree's origin, Laojun actually hadn't thought about it. Why solve it? As long as the person goes there, can they still run away? Besides, the old Taoist has a way. As long as I don't show up, there will be a way. Who said fishing needs bait? Just giving a hope is enough. However, the current influence of Huawa Mountain is still lacking quite a bit. Taishang Laojun looked towards a certain place, where there was an overseas celestial mountain that ordinary people find it difficult to approach, and even few people know of its existence. Taishang Laojun mumbled, Dao brother, given the current situation, are you not planning to take action? Xinyuanzi doubted he had heard incorrectly and asked again, you mean, let me go over to water the plants? Take care of the flowers? Sun Wukong scratched his head and suddenly felt a bit guilty, saying, actually, more or less, probably. It seems, Maybe. That's about it. All right. When shall we leave? Huh. Hearing this, Sun Wukong was taken aback for a moment. He originally thought Xinyuanzi would be unwilling, but unexpectedly he agreed, instantly feeling delighted. He said, then let's go. Since Big Brother is in a hurry, we won't delay any longer. But Big Brother, your ginseng fruit tree. Xinyuanzi said, simple. He immediately pointed with his hand, and a vague yellowish light cluster appeared in his hand, unclear in detail. But it could roughly be seen as a roll of yellowish silk book. Once Xinyuanzi took it out, the ginseng fruit tree directly sprang up from the ground, then gradually shrank, eventually disappearing without a trace. Sun Wukong stood aside, not paying much attention to how Xinyuanzi did it, and the originally tall ginseng fruit tree vanished. Let's go, brother. Xinyuanzi waved his hand, showing no reluctance. As for the clear wind and bright moon, he had already arranged that long ago. Then, Sun Wukong took a few people towards Huagua Mountain. However, on the way, they encountered a yellow-browed boy, whom Sun Wukong recognized at a glance. This yellow-browed boy was under Mithraya's command, and Sun Wukong casually let Nezha catch him. The yellow-browed boy initially struggled, but soon quieted down. The Hunyuan silk was directly tightened around his neck, and Nezha didn't care about anything, hanging him on the fire-pointed spear, and then they left. Jian initially wanted to say a few words, but after thinking about it, he realized that the survival skills of these bald donkeys from the Buddhist sect were not weak, and since Nezha didn't use the Samadhi True Fire, there shouldn't be any big issues in the short term. Thus, not long after leaving Ling Mountain, the yellow-browed boy was taken away. The group continued on without stopping and soon reached Huagua Mountain. The moment Xinyuanzi stepped into Huagua Mountain, Sun Wukong knew the task was completed, but the Hongming purple energy was temporarily stored in the system space. He first needed to take Xinyuanzi to retrieve the divine soil. Looking at Huagua Mountain, even Xinyuanzi, as the ancestor of the Earth Immortals, couldn't help but be stunned. He even expressed doubt. Is this really Huagua Mountain? How could it be fake? Xinyuanzi thought. If I hadn't been to the Heavenly Court, I would have thought that the Jade Emperor's Heavenly Court was fake. Just the spiritual energy of Huagua Mountain. Combined with this arrangement, the Jade Emperor's Heavenly Court only has 33 heavens, at most a few more layers on top. This monkey's Huagua Mountain must have over 90 layers. No wonder you don't go to the Heavenly Court to ask the Emperor to take turns. Next year, it would be my turn. It turns out the Jade Emperor's South Heavenly Court is not as good as yours. Along the way, Xinyuanzi was shocked several times, increasingly feeling that Huagua Mountain was extraordinary, while also thinking, could it be that Laojun helped with this? This Laojun is really putting in a lot of effort. How on earth was such a Huagua Mountain created? No wonder he wanted Sun Wukong to go to my place. Perhaps he really has a way to fix my ginseng fruit tree. While thinking, Sun Wukong brought Xinyuanzi to the divine soil, pointed, and said, Big brother, it's right here, you can try putting the ginseng fruit tree in. Xinyuanzi was half convinced. Took out the earth book again, and released the ginseng fruit tree hidden inside, transplanting it onto the divine soil. Although he didn't know what effect this divine soil had, just the feeling alone made him realize it was extraordinary. This was the first time Xinyuanzi had seen such a miraculous soil. The aura it emitted made him want to take root and try it. The moment the ginseng fruit tree entered, it began to cheer and dance, its branches incessantly swaying as if happily dancing. The roots quickly burrowed down, frantically absorbing the power of the Hongmeng divine soil. And what the ginseng fruit tree could absorb was merely a small part of the Hongmeng divine soil. Xinyuanzi even watched wide-eyed as the ginseng fruit tree just started to root, and it bore a ginseng fruit on top. Such a huge change left Xinyuanzi dumbfounded. What is this? It's already starting to bear fruit? What kind of soil is this, so miraculous? And this was just the beginning. Next, the ginseng fruit tree kept producing ginseng fruits one after another. In a short time, 3 appeared. Gulp. Xinyuanzi couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. Could it be that my ginseng fruits can be mass-produced? This is too outrageous. Sun Wukong also didn't expect that his Hongming divine soil would have such a good effect. When the ginseng fruit tree underwent a change, Xinyuanzi himself also shimmered with some light, feeling that the origin of the ginseng fruit tree was quickly replenishing, even gaining a bit more. Xinyuanzi knew that this opportunity was hard to come by, so he immediately sat cross-legged and began to cultivate. Sun Wukong saw this scene and chose not to disturb him, but he still muttered, my big brother is actually a tree spirit. When Sun Wukong went outside, he found Jian was waiting for him, and couldn't help but laugh. Young brother, what's wrong? Looking for me for something? Jian stared closely at Sun Wukong and suddenly said, Monkey, where did you learn all these skills? Sun Wukong immediately became vigilant and said, I figured it out myself. Why? Jian shook his head. It's nothing, just felt that you resemble someone I met before, and was thinking perhaps you both came from the same school. But now it seems I was overthinking. After Jian finished speaking, Sun Wukong's eyes widened, grabbing Jian's hand and saying, Young brother, quickly tell me who that person is. Who is it? The person Jian mentioned was highly likely to be his senior brother. The senior brother from Lingtai Fangsuan Mountain. Chapter 73. That was a woodcutter. Sun Wukong grabbed Jian's hand, his eyes filled with excitement. This made Jian feel uneasy, and he quickly pulled his hand back. If his sister Chan saw this, she might misunderstand. No way. Our Yang Erlang is still a clean person. I need to keep my distance from this abnormal monkey, Yang Jian thought. Stepping back a bit to stop the monkey who was trying to move closer. Only then did he say, "You need to calm down first. I know you're anxious. But hold on." Once the monkey quieted down, Yang Jian felt a bit safer and continued. "Actually, I'm not too sure either, after all. It was quite a long time ago. When I first met you, I had that feeling, but back then the factions were different, and I couldn't ask. As for later, you were already trapped under Wuzishan, so there was even less time to ask. This matter was set aside for a while. And I had almost forgotten it until we reached Mount Ling." Yang Jian stared at the monkey, not because of any particular skill, but because there was an indescribable similarity. Sun Wukong looked at Yang Jian, anxiously scratching his ears and cheeks, saying, "Brother Yang, my good brother, stop reminiscing about the past. Hurry up and get to the point. Tell me what that person looks like." Yang Jian recalled for a moment and then said, "He is a woodcutter, wearing a bamboo hat, dressed in coarse clothes, with a belt around his waist, a pair of straw sandals on his feet, and holding an axe in his hand. At first sight, there was nothing unusual about him. Just an extraordinary demeanor." Sun Wukong immediately became very excited, instinctively stepping forward to ask, "What else? What else?" Yang Jian thought a bit more and recalled, "When I first saw him, he was chopping wood while singing. I still remember a few lines of the lyrics. The first line is, 'Watching the chess, the axe is worn out, chopping wood, ding ding, leisurely walking at the mouth of the valley by the clouds, selling firewood and wine, laughing wildly in joy.' The last line is, 'Where we meet, either an immortal or a Taoist, quietly sitting and discussing the Huang Ting.'" After hearing this, Sun Wukong was instantly overjoyed, saying repeatedly, "Yes, yes, it's my senior brother. It's definitely my senior brother. Where is he? Where is he?" Yang Jian cast a glance at Sun Wukong and asked back, "You monkey, didn't you say all your skills were self-taught? Where did this senior brother come from? Which sect do you belong to? Why don't you say it out loud?" Sun Wukong realized and immediately chuckled, saying, "Brother Yang, you want to pry into my old son's words. I have no sect, my skills are self-taught, but this senior brother is an elder I met on my self-taught path. I respect him greatly and haven't seen him for a long time. I'm just a bit restless now." Yang Jian naturally didn't believe him, not trusting a word of this monkey's transparent excuses, but it only made him more confused. Did this monkey really have a sect? Why has he never seen any of them before? He had previously thought this monkey had no sect, but now it seemed not only did he have one, but also a senior brother. Remembering the woodcutter, Yang Jian continued, "I'm not quite sure where he is now. We met him while fleeing. That immortal even gave some guidance to my elder brother, which is why my elder brother was able to stop the pursuing heavenly soldiers, allowing me and my younger sister to escape." Remembering the past, Yang Jian couldn't help but feel emotional. The Yang family had 3 siblings. His elder brother, Yang Jiao, had died back then, leaving only him, heirling Yang Jian, and his younger sister Yang Chan. If it had not been for that woodcutter's guidance, perhaps both of them would not have survived. Upon hearing that the woodcutter was now unknown, Sun Wukong felt a bit disappointed. But then he remembered that his master had mentioned that before him, there were several senior brothers who had already gone down the mountain. He could always meet them. Just like this woodcutter senior brother, whom he encountered the first time he went to Mount Ling Taifang Cun. Thanks to the senior brother's guidance, he was able to join his master. It seems he needed to look for his senior brother again along the path Yang Jian had fled. Perhaps he could find him. Sun Wukong thought to himself, naturally filled with joy. Seeing Sun Wukong like this, Yang Jian became even more puzzled and couldn't he help but ask, "What sect are you really from?" "Hey." Sun Wukong suddenly chuckled and didn't he respond. Instead looking at Yang Jian and laughing even more happily. Yang Jian found it strange, wondering what this monkey was thinking as he rolled his eyes. Sun Wukong said, "Good nephew, we really have a fate. Your elder brother received guidance from my senior brother, so I'm naturally a generation above you. However, Uncle Sun holds no grudges. I want to hold the matter of you capturing me against you." Yang Jian's face immediately darkened. This damn monkey actually climbed the family tree from here. Speaking of which, his elder brother Yang Jiao had received guidance and could barely be considered a named disciple. So by this calculation, his generation was indeed lower than that of this monkey. But this matter, Yang Jian definitely wouldn't acknowledge. He said, "This matter is not certain. You haven't even seen the person. How do you know it's your senior brother? There are many reclusive experts in the world who chop wood. Can't every one of them be your senior brother?" Sun Wukong immediately chuckled and said, "If they were all my senior brothers, that would be great. Good nephew. Uncle Sun's shoulder is a bit sore. Come over and help me massage it a bit." Yang Jian's expression froze for a moment, then suddenly smiled. "Okay, let nephew help you." Saying this, he brandished a 3-pronged double-edged knife and a mountain axe, with signs of his divine eye opening at the center of his forehead, and said, "I'll help you loosen your muscles and bones." Upon seeing this, Sun Wukong immediately took off running, calling out as he left, "You nephew dare to lay hands on Uncle Sun. This is a great disrespect. Don't talk nonsense. I dare to lay hands on my own uncle, and I haven't spared his son either. What can you, an unknown wild uncle, count for? Stop. I'll loosen your muscles and bones." Naturally, Sun Wukong wouldn't listen and ran off in a flash. He arrived at the place where Nezha was. At this moment, Nezha had already put down Huang Mei and was staring at him with a frown. After Sun Wukong approached, he said, "Nezha, What are you thinking about? Huang Mei saw Sun Wukong coming and immediately put his hands together, bowing and saying, Great sage. Hey, you little Huang Mei, you're actually so polite this time. The little Huang Mei, hearing Sun Wukong's teasing, remained unmoved. Even though the red mark around his neck from being choked by the Hunyuan Ling was still there, he maintained a certain demeanor. Nezha then spoke. This boy has delicate skin. He can't even handle being strung along. Can we trade him for a Buddha? Sun Wukong face-bombed and patted his shoulder, saying, Don't think about it, Nezha. Next time we go to the underworld, let us ask King Yin if he can bring Li Jing back a few times. You can wear Li Jing's skin. This one is reserved for me. Huang Mei couldn't help but tremble at this. However, he still asked, Great sage, there is something I don't understand. What is it? What is Tathagata? Chapter 74. The Buddha sect of Flower Fruit Mountain. What nonsense Tathagata? Huang Mei's eyes flickered with confusion. He had thought about this question for a long time. From being on Mount Ling to coming down from it, and then being choked by Nezha's Hunyuan Ling, which forced him to stop thinking. But even at this moment, he still couldn't understand what Tathagata meant. So he asked it out loud. At this time, looking at Sun Wukong and Nezha, Sun Wukong hadn't expected Huang Mei to ask this question and was taken aback for a moment. As for Nezha, he chuckled and said, What nonsense Tathagata? He raised his fire-tipped spear, pointing it at Huang Mei, and said, If I stab you now, can that Tathagata save you? The fire-tipped spear sizzled with true fire, and Huang Mei immediately trembled and took a step back. He recited a Buddhist chant and said, I am a monk. I never engage in fighting and killing. Sun Wukong rolled his eyes beside him. Nezha, however, said, Simple. If I hit you and you don't fight back, then it's not fighting and killing. Huang Mei was momentarily speechless upon hearing this. Nezha laughed coldly, saying, What is the use of saying so much? What use is Tathagata? Huang Mei fell silent, lost in thought. Sun Wukong watched this scene and suddenly had an idea, smiling. Nezha, don't be anxious. I know the answer to his question. Huang Mei immediately looked up and said, Great sage knows the answer? Sun Wukong nodded casually and said, Isn't it just Tathagata? Simple. Let me tell you what Tathagata is. He walked closer, reached out his hand, and, under Huang Mei's surprised gaze, rubbed his head and said, This is Tathagata. Huh. Huang Mei was completely stunned. Sun Wukong pointed at Huang Mei and said, You are Tathagata. This time, Huang Mei was thoroughly taken aback. He needed to digest what this meant. However, Sun Wukong didn't continue to explain because a line of text suddenly appeared before him. He thought to himself, Oh, I just casually joked around. And I actually got a task. Short-term task. What is Tathagata? Everyone can be Tathagata. The Buddhist sect has past Buddhas, present Buddhas, and future Buddhas. Why can't Flower Fruit Mountain have one? Please cultivate Huang Mei into the future Buddha of Flower Fruit Mountain. Long-term task. Establish a Buddhist sect belonging to Flower Fruit Mountain. What? After reading the task, Sun Wukong was stunned. Establish a Buddhist sect belonging to Flower Fruit Mountain? So, is there a division in Flower Fruit Mountain? What about a division in the Heavenly Court? Sun Wukong's thoughts began to wander. After all, if the Buddhist sect can have one, so can the Heavenly Court, right? He could invite the Jade Emperor over and make him the deputy mountain master. Of course, he was just thinking about it. The Jade Emperor had treated him quite well, so he wouldn't plot against the Heavenly Court for now. Perhaps one day, the Jade Emperor would even beg him to take him in. After thinking about this, Sun Wukong's gaze returned to Huang Mei, who was frowning and pondering over Sun Wukong's words. Murmuring, I am Tathagata? Sun Wukong nodded and guided him, saying, Of course, what is Tathagata? The Buddha. He can be the Buddha, and so can you. Not just you. Even I, Sun Wukong, and Nezha can be Tathagata. We all can be. Upon hearing this, Huang Mei's frown began to relax, and a hint of understanding appeared in his heart. It seemed that the question of what Tathagata was gradually becoming clear to him. However, although Huang Mei understood, Nezha beside him instinctively touched his own head. Anyone can be bald. I can too. No way, being bald is too ugly. I won't be Tathagata. Nezha quietly made up his mind. Bald Li Jing could do it. But he couldn't. Thank you, great sage, for guiding this monk. Huang Mei immediately bowed to Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong waved his hand and said, It's a small matter. Back when we were on the journey to obtain the scriptures, that bald donkey didn't understand anything, and I had to explain the Buddhist scriptures to him. But your comprehension is much stronger than that bald donkey. Since you've come out of the Spirit Mountain, don't go back. Just be a good Buddha. What are your plans for the future, Huang Mei? Huang Mei hesitated for a moment and then began to think. Since he had come out to seek his own path and had already formed some semblance of it, the best way was to find a place to meditate and solidify it. However, he felt a heat on his back and made a choice, saying, Great sage. If you think highly of this monk, I am willing to stay in Flower Fruit Mountain and serve you to repay your guidance. Well said, well said. Sun Wukong smiled and then waved at Nezha, saying, Hey, Nezha, put down the spear. What are you doing? We're all on the same side now. Nezha behind Huang Mei put down the fire spear in his hand, a hint of regret flashing in his eyes. When he met Nezha's gaze, Huang Mei couldn't help but shudder. At that moment, he was only an inch away from Nezha's fire spear, and the blazing flames were almost burning him. Fortunately, he spoke quickly. He had just come out of the Spirit Mountain and had stumbled into a den of thieves. The road ahead looked bright. He glanced at Sun Wukong and Nezha, then looked at Nezha's fire spear and silently swallowed. A bright future, Sun Wukong decisively said, since you've chosen to join, from now on, you will be the future Buddha of our Flower Fruit Mountain Buddhist sect. Flower Fruit Mountain Buddhist sect? Huang Mei was momentarily stunned. Sun Wukong said yes. That old Tathagata's sect is a fake Buddhist sect. The real Buddhist sect is right here in our Flower Fruit Mountain. And you will be the future Buddha of the real Buddhist sect. After finishing his words, Sun Wukong heard the system's voice. Ding, short-term task completed. The host can choose a location in Flower Fruit Mountain to establish the Flower Fruit Mountain Buddhist sect. The designated future Buddha will receive the faith and merit of the new Buddhist sect. Additionally, you have full authority to allocate or withdraw it. Hey, this system is quite thoughtful. It's worried that this Huang Mei kid might run away. I'm not worried. I figure he doesn't have the guts. After reading it, he said to Huang Mei, follow me. I'll show you what our Flower Fruit Mountain Buddhist sect is really like. Huang Mei was skeptical and had already prepared himself for a few caves. But he saw Sun Wukong pointing to one of the days in Flower Fruit Mountain, saying, look there. Just watch, open. As soon as Sun Wukong finished speaking, the scene of that day suddenly revealed itself, radiant with Buddha light and filled with the sound of Buddhist chants. The halls of the Buddha were numerous, and although there were no believers inside, the grandeur of the scenery was not inferior to the Spirit Mountain, perhaps even stronger. When Huang Mei turned around, he saw Sun Wukong smiling and asking, future Buddha, are you satisfied? In the next moment, Huang Mei's body trembled, and he felt countless powers of faith and merit flooding his entire body, and a golden wheel of merit appeared behind his head. He became increasingly enlightened, until he murmured softly, Tathagata, Tathagata? What the hell is Tathagata? I am better off as myself, Tathagata. Chapter 75. The Buddha has arrived. My Tang Seng's heaven has arrived. In the Doshui Palace, Taibai Jingxing walked in with a worried expression. After entering the palace, he soon met the smiling Lao Jun. Lao Jun waved to Taibai Jingxing and said, come here. Taibai Jingxing respectfully saluted but did not sit down, standing to the side and saying, Lao Jun, I came this time too. No need to say. Taishang Lao Jun waved his hand and said, I know why you're here. Taibai Jingxing sighed. As expected of Lao Jun, he had already guessed why he came. He said, His Majesty is currently thinking about who to send down to help the great sage. This choice is not easy. If the reason is not suitable, it can easily be exploited by the Buddhist sect. Although the heavenly court is not afraid of this, and His Majesty does not care, as a minister, one cannot neglect to consider it. Taibai Jingxing's face showed a troubled expression. He really had no other way and had come to ask Lao Jun. Taishang Lao Jun laughed and said, You, if that were the only reason, you wouldn't come to find me. You've been with His Majesty for so long. If this little problem can stump you, then you are not Taibai Jingxing. If it were just this little problem, Taibai Jingxing wouldn't come to find Taishang Lao Jun. Given his status in the heavenly court, no matter who was sent down, not many would have objections. Seeing he could not hide it any longer, Taibai Jingxing finally showed a smile and said, I can't hide it from you. Taishang Lao Jun asked, Speak. Which Buddha did you set your sights on? Taibai Jingxing replied straightforwardly. Lingji Bodhisattva has a yellow-haired weasel that excels at using the three mystical wind. If we could get it under the great sage, it would surely make the great sage even more formidable. Lao Jun smiled and pointed at Taibai Jingxing, saying, You really thought things through for that monkey. Now that Huang Mei has gone to Huagua Mountain, and Xinyuansi is also there, bringing that yellow-haired weasel over would be quite good. After a slight pause, Lao Jun continued, This matter is quite simple. You first do this, and then that. Taibai Jingxing leaned in to listen to Taishang Lao Jun's words, his smile growing even wider. On Lingshan, Guanyin and the others had mostly recovered from their injuries, their bodies having been reshaped once again. In addition to these three bodhisattvas, Lingji Bodhisattva and Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva were also present on Lingshan. The Buddhist sect has a total of 8 bodhisattvas. But Lingji and his 3 companions were not as famous as Guanyin and the others, and they kept a much lower profile. Now, the Tathagata planned to use the power of the Buddhist sect to take Huagua Mountain by storm, so it was natural to showcase more of the Buddhist sect's strength. Since the people had arrived, there was no need to delay any longer. Let us go. With the Tathagata's words, the Buddhist disciples immediately followed him and left Lingshan. This time, many powerful figures from the Buddhist sect took action, determined to capture Sun Wukong in one fell swoop. That monkey would likely be captured at first sight. Certainly. Our Buddhist sect is not what it used to be. They thought that because they caused a ruckus in Lingshan, taking advantage of the absence of many strong figures from our sect, we had weakened? That is a joke. Just a monkey. It can't stir up any waves. It will never escape from the Tathagata's grasp. Capturing that monkey will allow the journey to the west to continue, and the Buddhist sect will thrive. Many Buddhas whispered among themselves, expressing their opinions. They all headed towards Huagua Mountain. At the edge of the Tang dynasty, Tang Seng had now grown accustomed to a life of hiding and evading. Although staying here no longer involved the 81 trials of the journey for scriptures, he was experiencing something even more thrilling. After all, not all monsters on the journey sought his life. Their ways of coveting his body were quite different. Moreover, he was always saved by his disciples just in the nick of time, which gradually gave Tang Seng a sense of security, relying on his disciples. However, The situation was different now. Within the territory of the Tang dynasty, it felt like guerrilla warfare. As soon as he was spotted, from 60-year-old elders to 5-year-old children, excitement would gleam in their eyes. This was even more thrilling than seeking scriptures. A moment of carelessness could lead to being scolded by ancestral spirits, or, worse, getting beaten into a daze. As a result, Tang Seng was now covered in injuries and had not fully recovered. Of course, it was also at this time that he finally realized how terrifying the Tang Emperor, the general of heavenly strategy, was. No matter where Tang Seng tried to hide, he could command a black figure to rush over and deliver a beating. The most outrageous part was that he even brought along a team of imperial doctors. After a beating, they would treat his injuries, and once healed, they would continue the beating. Thus, Tang Seng spent a dark period of time like this. Until now, he lay in despair in front of a broken tree, looking at his disciples. He couldn't help but say, "Beiji, am I about to die?" Hearing this, Zhu Beiji's eyes widened, and he exclaimed, "What? Master is going to die? Shitty Shah, hurry and tell the Tang Emperor to send the doctors." Tang Seng immediately rolled his eyes, weakly saying, "Beiji, you've changed. You used to be the one to divide the luggage, but now." Before he could finish, Zhu Beiji scoffed, "Come on, with your little bit of luggage, the valuable stuff was all given by the Tang Emperor. Do you think I can't see through that? I'd rather wait for the Tang Emperor's rewards than split your luggage." After Zhu Beiji finished speaking, Tang Seng, who was originally lying on the ground nearly lifeless, suddenly opened his eyes wide, trembling as he pointed at Zhu Beiji, saying, "So it's you who exposed my whereabouts these days." Zhu Beiji waved his hand, saying, "That's not it. Don't wrong me. I didn't leak anything. I just brought a few scouts from the Tang Emperor to make sure they didn't get lost." Tang Seng pointed at Zhu Beiji, furious to the point of losing his mind. Sha Seng couldn't stand it any longer, and said, "Second brother, you really should have shared a bit with me." Not sharing, not sharing." Zhu Beiji immediately turned away, muttering, "Master's luggage is all yours. You can share it with Master." Sha Seng was unwilling, saying, "Master isn't going to die. How much can I share? Your Lusha River doesn't have anything valuable. Why do you need so many treasures? Don't you like skulls? You already have 9. What else one more?" Hearing his 2 disciples argue, Tang Seng felt hopeless in this life. He sighed, thinking that the white dragon horse was better, although it couldn't help him much, at least it was loyal enough. Then, he turned and saw several Tang soldiers bringing good fruits and fodder, moving them before the white dragon horse. Tang Seng, it's better to let this poor monk just die. However, at this moment, a golden light flashed from afar. Zhu Beiji stood up to take a look and said, "It must be Guanyin bringing reinforcements. This time it could very well be the Tathagata." Hearing the name Tathagata, Tang Seng became excited again. "Buddha, the Buddha is here. The Buddha is here. My Tang Seng's fortune has arrived." Chapter 76, Seeing the Future, Why Not Worship? "Brother, my army has long been trained well. When will those bald donkeys arrive? I can't wait any longer." Neo Wang rubbed his hands and asked. Sun Wukong laughed, saying, "Brother, don't worry. They will definitely make a move soon. It won't be too late, and when the time comes, you can take action." That's good, that's good. Hee. Neo Wang immediately laughed. After spending these days training those little monsters, he was indeed feeling a bit restless. Now hearing Sun Wukong say this, he finally felt relieved. Princess Iron Fan looked at her silly bull and couldn't help but cover her face, feeling embarrassed. How did I end up with this bull? In Huawo Mountain. Everything was proceeding in an orderly fashion. Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao had already refined most of the semi-finished elixirs and had given them to those little monsters. Now they had significantly improved their strength. As for the remaining elixirs, they wanted to try refining them again, hoping to enhance their potency a bit more. Qing Yo Jing was still the same, but recently, perhaps from eating too many oranges, when he saw Xinyuansi, he went over to greet him with great formality. Over time, they became familiar, but unfortunately, even with his entire orange orchard, he couldn't exchange for a single ginseng fruit, which made him quite frustrated. It wasn't that the bull was particularly attached. He mainly wanted to try something new. Unfortunately, Xinyuansi was very protective of his treasures and wouldn't even let the old bull touch them. In addition to that, Yang Jian and Nezha were each cultivating, and both of their strengths had increased somewhat during their time on Huawo Mountain. Mainly, it was Nezha. The people at Guanjinku were also steadily increasing in strength, and Yang Chan had awakened from the Lu Yinchang incident, but she still held some grievances against the monkey. Every time she saw Sun Wukong, the scene from that time would flash through her mind, but it was not a heroic image. Instead, it was the monkey looking down on her. This made her grit her teeth in frustration. Besides that, the one who improved the most was Huang Mei. As the only person from the Buddhist sect in Huawo Mountain, and also the future Buddha, the speed of improvement can be described as extremely rapid. Not only that, but even the momentum is quite different now. Sun Wukong was also contemplating that it was time to find Taishang Laojun to refine a few magical treasures. It had been a while since he last visited that old man, and he wondered if any new elixirs had been concocted. At this moment, the Tai Bai Jinxing quietly arrived at the Little Shumi Mountain. Using the old man's methods, he concealed his aura and went unnoticed. He quickly met with the yellow-haired weasel at the border of the Tang dynasty. "Great. So many people have come. And this group of bald donkeys must be plotting against my brother monkey again. Pigsy muttered, and at that moment, the Buddha light appeared. The Tathagata, accompanied by several bodhisattvas, arhats, and a multitude of Buddhas, revealed themselves. Tang Seng was so excited that he immediately bowed deeply and repeatedly knocked his head on the ground, crying out, "Buddha, Buddha, you have finally come. You have finally come." He was so agitated that he became incoherent, even wanting to rush forward and hug the Tathagata's thigh. This made the Tathagata frown. However, he reached out and lifted Tang Seng, saying, "Xuanzang need not worry. Now that I have brought people, that mischievous monkey is nothing to fear. Once this trial is over, the journey to the west will be nearly complete, and you will have achieved your goal." Tang Seng nodded repeatedly. He didn't want to think about anything else, but achieving his goal, as long as he could escape the sea of suffering. That was all that mattered. Now, his brother had already turned into a pitiful state. His brother, covered in bruises, might die in his pain any day now. He hurriedly said, "Quickly resolve it. Once that monkey is dealt with, I will set off for the west without any delay." At this moment, Pigsy added a timely jab. "Come on, if you hadn't insisted on driving away my brother monkey back then, none of this would have happened. You are still waiting for the Buddha? If it weren't for your blessing, the Buddha's maternal uncle wouldn't still be hiding." As Pigsy's words fell, the atmosphere suddenly turned a bit cold. Tang Seng's face darkened, then showed a look of panic as he repeatedly said, "Buddha, I." The Tathagata, however, calmly waved his hand, saying there was no need to explain. He already knew about this trial. After all, it concerned a major matter regarding the journey to the west for the Buddhist sect. How could it be completed so easily? The 81 trials were nearing completion, and the heavenly court naturally did not wish to see that. After hearing the Tathagata's words, Tang Seng's expression improved a lot, but he still looked somewhat anxious as he stood aside. However, he dared not look at the expressions of the others. After all, the Buddha said it was fine. But the other Buddhas of Ling Mountain did not say anything. Not long ago, Ling Mountain suffered heavy losses, and the Buddhist kingdom was severely damaged, which was all the power of faith. These powers of faith, these Buddhas of Ling Mountain, all had their share. Now, due to Sun Wukong, so much was lost. They could not defeat Sun Wukong, but could Tang Seng and the others not overcome this? "I can't deal with Sun Wukong, but I can't deal with you, Tang Seng." Instantly, dissatisfied glances turned towards him. Tang Seng could only close his eyes, but his body still trembled uncontrollably. The Tathagata no longer paid him any mind and turned to look at the Buddhas of Ling Mountain. This time, Maitreya Buddha did not come along. Before leaving Ling Mountain, the Tathagata had asked him if he wanted to join in or stay behind. Maitreya chose to stay behind. The Tathagata naturally did not force him. That was enough. When he came this time, he brought away most of the accumulated power of faith from Ling Mountain, aiming to defeat Sun Wukong as quickly as possible. At that time in Ling Mountain, he had only mobilized a portion of the power of faith. More was in the Tathagata's hands. Now, he did not intend to keep it anymore. Let the journey to the west continue. Well, since we have arrived, there is no need to delay. Let us take action. In this battle, who wishes to strike first? Guanyin stepped forward, gritting her teeth and saying, "Buddha, I am willing." Her body had been destroyed again, and now, reshaped. She was stronger than before. The Buddhist sect spared no expense and used the power of faith to reshape her, pushing Guanyin's strength to an unprecedented peak. But no matter how powerful she became, what difference did it make? She had lost the chance to become a saint. For her entire life, she would have to stop here, and moreover, she no longer had freedom. In this life, she could only live under others' roofs, waiting for the Tathagata's orders. A trace of resentment flashed in her eyes. "All right, let Guanyin strike first." The Tathagata nodded. Guanyin then moved her body and headed toward Flower Fruit Mountain. With a sudden palm strike, she struck down on Flower Fruit Mountain, immediately producing a tremendous sound. Although it did no harm, the noise was not small. In Flower Fruit Mountain, the Bull Demon King heard the sound and immediately showed a delighted expression, saying, "It's time for this old bull to take action." However, before he could gather his demon soldiers for battle, he suddenly saw a golden light rushing outside. The figure in the golden light was tall, and a golden wheel of merit was particularly eye-catching behind his head. At the same time, a voice echoed, "Having seen the future, why not bow down?" There are many new readers, and the author would like to reiterate that the update time is every night at 10 o'clock. Additionally, due to the lack of specific information about the Great Sage, the author will design some aspects on their own and will write them out later. Thank you to all the readers who have followed this far, bowing deeply. Chapter 77. The Jade Emperor's Decree to Enshrine the Yellow Brow Future Buddha in the Heavenly Court. Interesting, truly interesting. The Jade Emperor watched the events unfolding at Flower Fruit Mountain and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Wukong has actually created a future Buddha? He is still so imaginative. Haha. Ever since Sun Wukong stopped seeking scriptures, he has continuously surprised him, each time bringing great joy to the Jade Emperor and truly scratching his itch. What is a future Buddha? The next generation of Buddhas in the Buddhist sect. There is indeed a future Buddha in Buddhism, which is Maitreya Buddha. But now, the disciple under Maitreya, the yellow-brow boy, is actually claiming to be the future Buddha and standing here at Flower Fruit Mountain. What could be more disgusting for the Buddhist sect than this? Haha. Wukong, oh Wukong. You monkey, you really are clever. It seems my wisdom has indeed been learned by you to some extent. Not bad, not bad. The Jade Emperor stroked his beard, and the smile in his eyes grew even more pronounced. Many celestial officials in the heavenly court also witnessed this, and similarly showed expressions of barely suppressed laughter. At this moment, the Star Lord of Martial Chiu stepped forward with a smile and said, "Your Majesty, the future Buddha is originally from the Buddhist sect. Now that a future Buddha has appeared at Flower Fruit Mountain, it seems somewhat irregular." The Jade Emperor's smile faded, and he lowered his gaze to look at the Star Lord of Martial Chiu, who continued, "What I mean is, Your Majesty, as the ruler of the three realms, any title within the three realms must be conferred by your hand. Why not establish this title of future Buddha?" The Jade Emperor's smile grew even more pronounced, and he immediately said, "Good idea. Proclaim my decree, conferring the title of future Buddha to the yellow-brow boy of Flower Fruit Mountain. He shall obey the orders of the great sage's court. Your Majesty is wise. Your Majesty is wise." In the Lingxiao Treasure Hall, many celestial officials spoke up in agreement. The Jade Emperor, amidst the chorus of voices, wore an even broader smile as he looked down again. Having received the decree, the Star Lord of Martial Chiu prepared to descend to the mortal realm. On the way, one of his subordinates, puzzled, asked, "Star Lord, you were not on good terms with the great sage when he came to the heavenly court. Why are you helping him now?" The Lord of the Martial Star immediately smiled and said, "At that time, that monkey had just arrived in the heavenly court and didn't understand the rules. Even if His Majesty liked him, how could he be granted rewards immediately? We, the group of immortals, have cultivated for countless days and endured many tribulations to reach this position. If he were to arrive and receive such a title, how would others think? Someone has to be the good guy, and someone has to be the bad guy. If he were to take a high position right away, who knows how many people would be scheming behind his back? It would be better for him to start as a horse stable manager. If there's any resentment, let it be directed at me. As ministers, we naturally have to share the burdens for His Majesty." The subordinates listened and immediately became solemn, saying, "The Star Lord thinks deeply for His Majesty. He is truly a model for us all." The Lord of the Martial Star waved his hand and said, "Stop with the flattery. Quickly follow me to issue the decree. I also want to see the reaction of that group of bald donkeys when His Majesty's decree arrives." The Lord of the Martial Star laughed heartily and went down to the mortal realm. At this moment, in the Duoshui Palace, the old lord was smiling, setting a cup of hot tea on the table and preparing some fruits while eating and watching. This yellow-brow boy indeed had good talent and was suitable to replace and become the future Buddha. However, I wonder where the monkey got these things. They truly made him look completely new. I had also prepared some elixirs to send down, but now I don't need to. I'll just refine a few small items later. In Flower Fruit Mountain, after the Bull Demon King was stunned, he immediately looked at Sun Wukong with a face full of frustration, saying, "Brother, this battle you promised old Bull." Sun Wukong replied, "Brother, don't be anxious. Didn't you see? The Buddhist sect has not only brought Guanyin, there will always be someone for you to deal with. Just wait a moment." Seeing this, the Bull Demon King had to calm down, but his face clearly showed he was not very happy. Sun Wukong glanced at the place where Yellow Brow was originally, then muttered, "This Yellow Brow ran away too quickly. His strength hasn't fully improved. It would be better to wait a bit longer. He is even more impatient than me. Could this kid have also been a monkey in his past life?" Outside, the appearance of Yellow Brow undoubtedly surprised the people of the Buddhist sect, especially since after appearing, he radiated Buddhist light that was incredibly magnificent, making it hard to see his appearance. Behind his head, he had a golden wheel of merit, and compared to him, Guanyin standing in front of him appeared quite ordinary. With one side radiating great Buddhist light, and the other side having a weak light with an odd expression, it was clear to see the difference. Yang Chan was also watching, and after seeing this, she muttered, "Why does this comparison make Guanyin seem fake?" Yang Jian, standing nearby, curled his lips. He felt the same way. He didn't know how the monkey managed this. He remembered that Yellow Brow wasn't like this when he was just captured. And wasn't he the future Buddha supposed to be Maitreya? What was he trying to do? After a moment of being stunned, Guanyin looked at Yellow Brow coldly and said, "Yellow Brow, you self-proclaim to be the future Buddha. Do you intend to rebel against the Buddhist sect?" "Not at all." Yellow Brow smiled slightly, "Since I am the future, wherever I am is the Buddhist sect. But you, since you know my identity, why not pay your respects?" Guanyin immediately sneered, "You self-proclaimed future Buddha. I wonder where you got the courage. That demon monkey must have fed you some kind of potion. Well, since you seek death, I will today clean up the door for Maitreya Buddha." Saying this, Guanyin was about to take action. However, just as she was about to move, several figures suddenly descended from the sky. It was the Lord of the Martial Star who had come with people. After the Lord of the Martial Star appeared, he first cleared his throat and then unfolded the decree from the Jade Emperor, instantly saying, "The Supreme Jade Emperor of the Heavenly Court has an edict." Just this one sentence attracted all attention. Sun Wukong muttered, "The old Jade Emperor issues a decree at this time. He must be wanting to uproot the Buddhist sect. He really knows how to pick his moments. I've helped him a lot. Shouldn't he give me some recognition? Forget it. I'll just go get it myself next time." Sun Wukong had already made up his mind. However, the Lord of the Martial Star did not stay long and continued to read the decree. "The Yellow Brow Boy has a profound Buddhist nature and deep Buddhist affinity, and he understands the principles of Buddhism. I deeply feel that his Buddhist roots are extraordinary, which is truly admirable. Therefore, I hereby appoint the yellow-brow boy as the future Buddha, proclaiming to the three realms. And he is to be under the jurisdiction of the great sage's mansion, obeying the commands of the great sage of heaven. After speaking, the Lord of the Martial Star looked at Yellowbrow, who immediately bowed and said, "Future Buddha Yellowbrow receives the decree with thanks. The Jade Emperor is wise." The Lord of the Martial Star smiled and said, "Future Buddha, congratulations." After receiving the decree, Yellowbrow looked at Guanyin again, and Guanyin's expression immediately froze. Chapter 78. Buddha's Fruit Position. Guanyin bows the Jade Emperor's decree was quite straightforward, directly appointing Yellowbrow as the future Buddha. However, this title of future Buddha has always belonged to the Buddhist sect. And now the Jade Emperor has appointed a future Buddha, and he is not the original future Buddha Maitreya, but Maitreya's disciple Yellowbrow. So, should the Buddhist sect accept this? If they do accept it, the future Buddha aligns with the laws of the heavenly court, and on the surface, it seems fair. But what about the past and present? Wouldn't it mean that all three Buddhas of the Buddhist sect would have to be appointed by the heavenly court? Therefore, the originally equal Buddhist sect, which was not under the control of the heavenly court, would have become a subordinate of the heavenly court? Thus, at this moment, the group of Buddhas who came from the Buddhist sect all looked extremely grim, immediately looking towards Buddha Tathagata. However, Tathagata's expression remained calm and unaffected by the Jade Emperor's decree. Guanyin was in the most awkward position, standing in front of Yellowbrow, who raised an eyebrow at her. The Lord of the Martial Star then spoke. "Guanyin Bodhisattva, since you have seen the future Buddha, why don't you pay your respects? Do you have any doubts about His Majesty's decree? Or do you intend to openly rebel against His Majesty?" When the Lord of the Martial Star said this, he narrowed his eyes, looking at Guanyin with a threatening gaze. Yellowbrow smiled without speaking, just watching Guanyin with amusement. Guanyin's expression was ugly, both emotionally and logically. She was unwilling to pay respects to Yellowbrow, regardless of whether the future Buddha was appointed by the heavenly court. It was fundamentally not in accordance with the rules of the Buddhist sect. There was only one future Buddha in the Buddhist sect, and that was Maitreya Buddha. Besides that, this was merely a disciple of Maitreya. She was a bodhisattva of the Buddhist sect, and the gap in status should have meant that Yellowbrow should bow to her. Now the roles were reversed. How could Guanyin accept this? She immediately said, "The future Buddha is a position of our Buddhist sect, yet His Majesty has unilaterally conferred it. Does His Majesty want to interfere in our Buddhist affairs?" The Lord of the Martial Star replied, "The three realms belong to His Majesty. Within the three realms, His Majesty can issue orders. Is it that the Buddhist sect is not within the three realms, outside of the five elements?" Guanyin had no way to respond to this remark. After all, the Buddhist sect could not escape its position within the three realms. But they also could not accept this future Buddha. At this moment, Tathagata's voice suddenly resonated. "Lord of the Martial Star." The Lord of the Martial Star replied, "Buddha, the great heavenly sovereign's appointment of the future Buddha matter was not discussed with the Buddhist sect. I will later go to discuss this with the great heavenly sovereign. So please do not make things difficult for Guanyin. If it were before, the Wuching Star Lord would naturally give face to the Tathagata. After all, the Buddhist sect is supposed to obey the Jade Emperor's orders in the three realms. However, whether they actually follow those orders is another matter. Now, the heavenly court is trying to use this situation to embarrass the Buddhist sect. If he were to retreat now, what was the point of coming? He said, "Buddha, your words are mistaken. The Buddhist sect still belongs to your jurisdiction within the three realms. It is merely a matter of conferring a future Buddha, not the current one. Why are you in such a hurry to refuse?" The implication was that the conferred future Buddha is Huangmei, who is not yet part of your Buddhist sect, which could be seen as helping you eliminate a rival without touching your current position as Buddha. If you agree now, then the future Buddha status of Maitreya would be unjustified, and it would not shake your position as the Buddha at all. The Tathagata frowned. Although this was true, if he agreed to confer another future Buddha, it would indeed be useful. What if later the Jade Emperor, on a whim, conferred a past Buddha? After conferring a past Buddha, what if he wanted to confer a current Buddha? If he were in a good mood one day, wouldn't that just replace the Buddha of the Buddhist sect? Then the righteousness would be completely taken over by the heavenly court, making him too passive. The Tathagata shook his head. It would be better for me to discuss this with the great heavenly sovereign. Before the Wuching Star Lord could speak again, the Tathagata said, "I haven't seen the great heavenly sovereign in a long time. It's just right for me to visit the heavenly court." After saying this, he did not allow the Wuching Star Lord to refuse and headed towards the heavenly court. Seeing this, the Wuching Star Lord had no choice but to comply. With this Buddha present, he could not be forceful. As the Tathagata left, he transmitted a message to the King of Earth among the Bodhisattvas of the Buddhist sect, saying, "After I leave, you will take charge of everything. You may also use half of the faith power brought this time to ensure that the situation here is under control. Even if we cannot defeat that demon monkey, we must at least cripple his soldiers at Flower Fruit Mountain. I will go to the heavenly court to hold back their forces and buy you time. When I return, it will be the day we completely break through Flower Fruit Mountain." The King of Earth silently nodded. The Tathagata then felt relieved and made his way to the heavenly court. At this moment, Guanyin looked at the Wuching Star Lord and said, "Since the Buddha has already gone, we will wait for him to discuss with the Emperor. If the Buddha agrees, then the future Buddha can be recognized by the Buddhist sect. For now, he is merely a disciple of our Buddhist sect and should pay his respects to me. After saying this, she suddenly scolded, Huangmei boy, why don't you pay your respects upon seeing me? As soon as Guanin's words fell, Huangmei smiled and said, Guanin, even if I pay my respects to you, do you dare to accept? After saying this, the merit golden wheel behind his head began to shine with dazzling light. Bright enough to be shocking. The Buddhist fruit positions have strict hierarchical divisions. Arhat fruit position, Bodhisattva fruit position, Buddha fruit position. The past, present, and future three Buddhas each have their own unique fruit positions in the Buddhist sect. This represents their fundamental power and is a symbol of their status within the Buddhist sect. Now, the wheel behind Huangmei's head symbolizes that his fruit position is undoubtedly comparable to that of the Buddha. In other words, even if Huangmei were in the spiritual mountain, he would still rank at the Buddha level. How dare she ask Huangmei to pay respects to her? That would be an offense to the Buddha's fruit position. In an instant, Guanin's expression stiffened. She only considered Huangmei to be Maitreya's disciple and did not take this point into account, putting her in a difficult position. The Wuching Star Lord took the opportunity to challenge her. Guanin Bodhisattva, if you do not pay respects to the future Buddha, do you not respect the fruit positions of the Buddhist sect? Are you trying to tell me that the three Buddhas on Spiritual Mountain are also fake? Guanin's face turned extremely ugly, caught between a rock and a hard place. The first time she could refuse based on the heavenly court's conferment interfering with the Buddhist sect's matters, but this time she was facing the Buddha's fruit position. Refusing again would leave her without sufficient reason. At this moment, Huangmei smiled and said, if you pay respects, then you honor me as the future. If you do not, then it is disrespect to the Buddha. Guanin, will you pay or not? Under the gaze of many eyes, Guanin fell into struggle, but no matter what, the Buddha's fruit position represented by Huangmei was certainly not false. She could not imagine how Huangmei, merely Maitreya's disciple, could reach this point. How is this possible? In desperation, Guanin had no choice but to perform the Buddhist greeting and bow to Huangmei. Chapter 79. Should we ask Wukong's master? Your Majesty, this old minister has returned. Taibai Jingxing reported back in the Lingxiao Palace. The Jade Emperor smiled lightly and asked, have all matters been completed? Taibai Jingxing nodded. That yellow-haired weasel has now gone to the Great Sage. With this yellow-haired weasel present, the Great Sage's power will surely be greatly enhanced. Ha! The Jade Emperor laughed and said, calculating the time, after my decree was issued, the Tathagata should be on his way. Your Majesty's decree? Taibai Jingxing was momentarily stunned. Clearly something had happened during his absence. The Jade Emperor then said, Wukong captured that Huangmei boy and somehow turned him into a different appearance, declaring himself the future Buddha. This self-declared title is unjustified, so I made use of this and conferred him as the true future Buddha. This has stirred the internal interests of the Buddhist sect. How could the Tathagata sit still? He must come to the Lingxiao Palace to speak with me. Upon hearing this, Taibai Jingxing immediately understood and began to laugh. Your Majesty's methods are certainly not something the Buddhist sect can deal with. However, the Tathagata should be planning to lead the Buddhas of the Buddhist sect to contend with the Great Sage, and he is coming here now. The Jade Emperor's smile grew broader, and he said, you thought of that too? The one who understands my thoughts best is still you. Taibai Jingxing also smiled. The Jade Emperor's plan was simple. Since the Tathagata was bringing the Buddhas of the spiritual mountain, then, with one decree, he would force the Tathagata to come to the heavenly court, weakening the forces left to guard the Buddhist sect. At that time, if Sun Wukong were to act again, he would be able to seize the initiative. The Tathagata came to the heavenly court to delay the heavenly court, but the heavenly court also wanted to delay him. Next, it would be a matter of who had more hidden cards and stronger strength between the Buddhist sect and the heavenly court. The two talked for a while when they suddenly heard a voice. Great Heavenly Sovereign, the old monk has arrived. The Tathagata's figure appeared in the Lingxiao Palace. When he arrived, the atmosphere in the Lingxiao Palace immediately changed, and many gazes fell upon him. The Tathagata, completely unaware, took a few steps forward and performed a Buddhist greeting. Great Heavenly Sovereign. The Jade Emperor chuckled and waved his hand. Buddha, no need for excessive courtesy. It has been a while since we last met. Indeed, Great Heavenly Sovereign, your demeanor remains as majestic as ever. Ha! The Jade Emperor laughed heartily. Compared to the Buddha and the Buddhist sect, this westward journey, once successful, will greatly enhance the power of the Buddhist sect. In the future, I may have to rely more on the Buddhist sect. The Tathagata replied, how could that be? Even if the Buddhist sect succeeds in the westward journey, it still exists within the three realms and must still obey the Great Heavenly Sovereign's will. Oh, the Jade Emperor suddenly said, then why did the Buddhist sect not comply with my decree? Is there a question regarding my decree? Or does the Buddhist sect wish to break free from the three realms and no longer be under my command? By the end of this statement, the smile on the Jade Emperor's face had vanished, revealing a hint of scrutiny as he looked at the Tathagata. The Tathagata first proclaimed the Buddha's name before saying, it is not so. Initially, the Buddhist sect discussed this matter with the Great Heavenly Sovereign, and the heavenly court does not interfere in the affairs of the Buddhist sect. The future Buddha has existed since ancient times. There is no need for another conferment. It is not that I am unwilling to comply with the Great Heavenly Sovereign's will, But this matter has conflicts between the heavenly court and the Buddhist sect. I have come to the heavenly court specifically to explain this to the great heavenly sovereign. The Tathagata spoke very rigorously, leaving no opportunity for the heavenly court to seize upon any faults. The Jade Emperor then revealed a hint of a smile and said, "So that's how it is. I thought the Buddha wanted to take this opportunity to challenge me." As he said this, the Jade Emperor kept watching the Tathagata's reaction, but unfortunately, the Tathagata remained expressionless and simply said, "How dare I? The three realms are governed by the great heavenly sovereign, and no one dares to disobey. Is that so?" The Jade Emperor suddenly said, "Then why does the Buddhist sect repeatedly create difficulties for my heavenly court's celestial officials? My great sage equal to heaven has made great contributions and is well loved by the celestial beings in the heavenly court, yet the Buddhist sect has repeatedly opposed him?" At this time, the Tathagata raised his gaze slightly and replied unhurriedly, "It is not opposition. It is simply that the journey to the west is predestined by heaven. The actions of the Buddhist sect are merely in accordance with heavenly will. The great heavenly sovereign governs the three realms and should also comply." This was a subtle hint to the Jade Emperor, suggesting that his actions were against heavenly will. The Buddhist sect's journey to the west is a matter of cause and effect that must be repaid. If opposed, the bitter fruit must be borne by the Jade Emperor himself. The Jade Emperor said, "Of course I am complying with heavenly will. Does the Buddha think otherwise?" "Naturally. I believe so," the Tathagata replied. However, since Wukong's domain obstructs the journey to the west, the Buddhist sect had no choice but to raise arms. "If we could pass peacefully, I would be willing." Alas, the Jade Emperor waved his hand and said, "Wukong has that temperament. He is very obedient on ordinary days. If you treat him well, he will naturally return the favor, but if you treat him poorly, he will retaliate. I don't know who taught him that. Perhaps it was his master. Why not the Buddha seek out Wukong's master's elders and question them?" Upon hearing this, the Tathagata suddenly froze. His expression paused, and after a long while, he finally said, "Wukong has no master, right?" "Ha." The Jade Emperor laughed heartily. Yes, Wukong has no master. How could I forget that? However, what I said earlier is not wrong. Wukong indeed has that temperament. His journey to the west is for cultivation, and naturally, someone from your Buddhist sect has bullied him. All the people in my heavenly court are furious. If it weren't for my intervention, I would have liked to go down myself and avenge Wukong. I have no way to control them. Being able to hold them back is already my utmost effort. As for Wukong, let him be. How about this? The Buddha exchanges with me. I will let Wukong leave, and you can deal with the main culprit. The main culprit, of course, is Tang Seng. However, Tang Seng is particularly critical for the journey to the west. On one hand, he is one of the most suitable candidates for the journey, and replacing him would affect the fortunes of the Buddhist sect. On the other hand, he is the reincarnation of the Tathagata's disciple, the golden cicada, which makes him equivalent to one of the Tathagata's own. If someone were to replace him, who knows if the other two major Buddhas of the Buddhist sect and other forces, even the heavenly court, would want to intervene and take a share. The risk is too great. The Tathagata then said, "To untie the bell, one must find the one who tied it. If we intervene, Wukong's inner turmoil may not be easily resolved. It is better to let it happen naturally." The Jade Emperor looked at the Tathagata deeply and then smiled. "I mean the same thing. Since the Buddha has come to the heavenly court with great difficulty, let me host a banquet. As for the younger generation's disputes below, let them be." The Tathagata narrowed his eyes, sensing something was wrong. However, it was already like an arrow on the bowstring, and he could not refuse. He could only nod and say, "In that case, I will trouble you." Chapter 80. I am a disciple of Mount Fengsuan, teaching you a few moves. The Buddhist sect, the realm of ultimate bliss. In front of a towering figure filled with Buddhist light, a person sat quietly. This person was filled with the aura of medicine, different from the normal Buddha, with not much Buddhist light surrounding him. Instead, he exuded a strong medicinal fragrance, giving the impression of a great medicinal herb. However, his aura was restrained, yet provided an extremely powerful feeling. The journey to the west is obstructed. In the end, it seems it will still require your intervention. Came a voice from the towering figure. It's merely the handiwork of the heavenly court and old lord. Using a monkey, they have now drawn everything out, which is nothing to fear. The medicine master Buddha shook his head. If the Tathagata truly cannot handle it, I will intervene. The towering figure said, "Now we are all outside of the primordial chaos. In this world, there are no saintly powers. With your strength, it's sufficient to control the overall situation. However, I worry that the old lord still has other tricks up his sleeve. No matter what tricks he has, they are useless in the face of absolute strength," the medicine master Buddha said. "Have you refined that strand of original essence from Xinyuanzi?" "Yes. That strand of original essence can no longer affect me and will instead aid me. With my current understanding of all spirits, when I face Xinyuanzi again, I may be able to truly seize his ginseng fruit tree." The towering figure said, "Do not underestimate him. He has the earth book in hand, and it is not that simple." The medicine master Buddha smiled without speaking. The towering figure continued, "Now the attention of the heavenly court and Taiji is focused on the Tathagata. You can do more things. Take advantage of this journey to the west to arrange more, as that is the foundation for the future strength of the Buddhist sect." The medicine master Buddha nodded. The disciple understands. The Tathagata is receiving too much attention, and many things cannot be done, but I can. Then go do it. Do not let me down. The journey to the west must succeed. Yes. In the Daoshui Palace, the old lord gazed in the direction of Lingshan, lost in thought. He played with the Taiji diagram in his hand, unsure of what he was contemplating. Outside Huagua Mountain, after Guanyin bowed to Huangmei, it immediately stirred waves among the Buddhas of Lingshan. He is just a mere boy. Why should he be worshipped? The Jade Emperors confirm it? The future Buddha of Lingshan already exists. Why confer another future Buddha? Even if conferred, he is not the future Buddha of our Lingshan. That Huangmei boy left Lingshan. Having defected, we do not acknowledge him. They had objections to Guanyin's act of bowing to Huangmei, but they did not dare to go too far in their discussions. Still, that was the case. They did not recognize Huangmei as the future Buddha, but they did recognize Guanyin as a bodhisattva. Anger aside, they did not dare to direct their wrath towards Guanyin. Ksitigarbha and Lingji Bodhisattva exchanged glances, understanding each other's meaning. Guanyin's worship was naturally to the Buddha fruit position behind Huangmei, but the problem lies in how Huangmei obtained this fruit position. Could there be some opportunity within Huagua Mountain that was then seized by that Huangmei boy? However, this matter remains unclear, and for now, they must observe further. Pigsy murmured quietly, great. That monkey has even become the future Buddha. Will there be a past Buddha or present Buddha in the future? Can I also become a Buddha if I go to him? His eyes turned, and he indeed had the idea of wanting to slip away. In fact, this thought had long been there, but he had not found a suitable opportunity. Previously, he thought staying here could help the monkey at a critical moment. But now it seems not much use. Among these bald donkeys, there are no secrets to speak of. Staying here is not as good as going to find the monkey and be more carefree. As Zhu Beiji was contemplating when to make his escape, the confrontation between Huangmei and Guanyin had already begun. Shortly after the Tathagata left, the Star Lord of Martial Qi also decided to leave, leading his men back to the heavenly court. After that, Guanyin acted without hesitation, her cold gaze fixed on Huangmei. Then, she directly launched an attack. With her current strength of having reshaped her Buddha body, she was confident that she could quickly subdue Huangmei. However, after the exchange, she finally realized something was amiss. Huangmei's strength was actually not inferior to hers at all. How could this be possible? He was merely a small acolyte under Mithriya. How could he possess such power? In Huagua Mountain, the Bull Demon King muttered, this Guanyin is not that impressive. She can't even take down Mithriya's acolyte? If I make a move, won't a single charge make her scream? Brother, should we not intervene? Sun Wukong smiled, as he naturally would take action. He couldn't just stand by and watch. However, brother, do not engage directly. You lead most of the demon troops out to attract their attention. Huh, the Bull Demon King was taken aback. Just like that? Of course. But brother, you must attract their attention as much as possible, leaving them no time to spare elsewhere. After that, let Nezha and Jian each lead these people and go around from both sides. While those bald donkeys are focused on this battle, it is crucial to take the opportunity to raid their lair. The Bull Demon King immediately understood and said, brother, you can rest assured, I will definitely keep them occupied. Sun Wukong nodded. He naturally trusted his brother's abilities. He then looked at Nezha and Jian. Jian nodded. No problem, I will charge from the left. Nezha said, then I will sneak in from the right. There are more bald donkeys on the right. I can make a big hit. Sun Wukong nodded and smiled. Then I will quietly go over and see just how much the Tathagata left behind. After the tactical briefing, the four of them moved into action. The Bull Demon King took the lead, rushing out first, leading a group of demon soldiers, and transformed into his true form, a giant bull appearing on the scene. Jian quietly led his men to the left, while Nezha was much more flamboyant, stepping onto his wind fire wheels, and with a swift thrust of his fire spear, he charged forward. His speed was incredibly fast, so much so that by the time the Buddhas of Ling Mountain reacted, Nezha's fire spear had already pierced through several people. Instantly, there was an uproar, and the battle began. At this moment, on a nameless mountain peak, a woodcutter, after chopping down a tree, straightened up, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and smiled at the frightened yellow-furred marten before him. But you want to go to Huagua Mountain? The yellow-furred marten was suddenly alarmed, realizing it couldn't move and could only nod anxiously. Don't be so afraid. If you had ill intentions, my axe would not have just felled a tree. Gulp. The yellow-furred marten quickly swallowed, saying, Senior, what do you intend to do? The woodcutter smiled. Your strength is too weak to be of any help. So I will teach you a few moves. Chapter 81. Is it me, Sun Wukong, who will kill you, or will you be more proactive? At this moment, at the border of the Tang dynasty, where Tang Seng and others were located, the sudden appearance of Jian and Nezha undoubtedly caught the Buddhist sect off guard. To them, Guanyin was currently engaged in battle with the traitorous Huangmei, and at such a time, the monkey should be hiding in the mountains, secretly observing the Buddhist sect's secrets. Only by observing clearly could they strike better. Therefore, many Buddhas even directly released their own auras and emitted the light of Buddha from their bodies. This way, they would appear more imposing, making the demon monkey side even more fearful, thus making victory easier for them. Last time at Ling Mountain, although the demon monkey caused some losses, it was not because the Buddha was absent. Moreover, many strong figures from Ling Mountain did not take action, but this time was different. The Buddha personally led the strong from Ling Mountain. Even though the Buddha had gone to the heavenly court, the strong from the Buddhist sect remained, such as Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva and Lingji Bodhisattva, not to mention that the Buddhist sect had other backup plans. Facing a mere demon monkey should be exceedingly simple. However, just at that moment, when they believed the demon monkey would definitely not dare to take the initiative, suddenly a shout rang out, and they saw a three-eyed lad leading a black dog charging in. In his hand was a rather impressive trident, and with each swing of the blade, a head would fall, causing the Buddhist disciples present to be thrown into chaos. Instantly, they shouted, "Not good. It's Yang Jian. Yang Jian is attacking. Quick, stop him. Damn. How can this three-eyed one be so strong? He seems even stronger than last time. He actually dares to delve deep into our rear. Doesn't he know we have more strong figures here? He came at the right time. Let's capture this three-eyed lad and show him the might of our Buddhist sect for daring to intrude." Among the crowd, Manjushri Bodhisattva immediately rushed over, of course. He was not alone. He was accompanied by Samantabhadra Bodhisattva. Last time, Manjushri was alone and could not win. But this time he was smart enough to join forces with Samantabhadra, intending to capture Yang Jian together. Yang Jian looked at the two people on his left and right, and immediately sneered. "Do you think having one more person makes you my opponent? Yang Jian, if this were anywhere else, you might not be in such danger. But here is where the strong of the Buddhist sect are, and you have nowhere to escape now." Yang Jian laughed heartily and disdainfully said, "Back at Ling Mountain, so many bald donkeys couldn't take me down. Now it's just the two of you? What a joke." Hearing this, Manjushri and Samantabhadra's expressions turned extremely grim. After all, what Yang Jian said was the truth. Immediately, Samantabhadra shouted, "Don't waste words with him, quickly capture him." Instantly, the three began to fight. While the men Yang Jian brought were the troops from Guanjingkou, who did not need Yang Jian's command at all, and directly began to engage under the guidance of the May Mountain brothers. On the other side, when Nezha appeared, he was immediately noticed. Nezha's position was where Lingji Bodhisattva was, and he charged through the Buddhist Buddhas to stand before him, pointing his fire spear and shouting, "Bald donkey, come and die." Without waiting for Lingji to speak, he had already rushed forward. The key point was that there were still several corpses hanging from Nezha's spear. Upon seeing this, Lingji's eyes immediately turned cold, and he also moved without hesitation. Both sides fought fiercely, but the Buddhist sect had indeed made considerable preparations during this time. They had thoroughly studied both Yang Jian and Nezha, and after the battle began, they surprisingly did not fall into a disadvantage. As Yang Jian and Nezha both began to take action, Sun Wukong had already quietly arrived at Tang Seng's side. At this moment, Tang Seng was surprisingly calm. Even though the sounds of battle echoed on both sides, he remained relatively composed. Perhaps he had gotten used to it. After all, these days, he had been relentlessly pursued by the Tang Emperor and his men, and when caught, it was a beating. The few days returning to the Tang dynasty were even more difficult than the years he suffered on the journey for scriptures. Therefore, when Tang Seng heard the familiar sounds of fighting, he quickly found a place to lie down and closed his eyes. This behavior left the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva beside him stunned. He couldn't help but say, "Xuanzang, what are you doing?" "Ah, Bodhisattva, you just don't understand." Pigsy explained from the side. "This is the experience our master has summarized over this period. Whenever there are sounds of shouting and killing, it means someone is coming to beat him up. No matter how he runs, he can't escape their pursuit. So instead of exhausting himself running around only to be caught and beaten in the end, he might as well lie still and save some energy. The key is that this saved energy can be very useful when he gets beaten. He can adjust his position flexibly and might even be able to take fewer hits." After Pigsy finished explaining, Sandy nodded vigorously in agreement. This had become Tang Seng's survival strategy over this time. After hearing this, the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva was left speechless. To think that getting beaten up has actually led to some experience. However, his gaze suddenly narrowed as he looked in a certain direction and said, "Since you're here, come out. Hiding is not your style, great sage." "Ha." Sun Wukong stepped out from the shadows and said, as expected of the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, "You were able to find my hiding spot." The Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva shook his head and pointed to the Detian below his feet, saying, "It's not that I found you, but that Detian heard you. It's not easy to hide from Detian's ears." Sun Wukong's gaze fell on Detian, and he nodded in agreement, realizing he had forgotten that he had just killed it. However, it wasn't too late to kill it now. The Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva said. The great sage is quite confident in his own strength. "Hey," Sun Wukong immediately laughed. "When I went to Ling Mountain, you just happened to be absent. Otherwise, you wouldn't be saying such things." He pointed his golden staff and said, "So, will I kill you, or will you take the initiative to crash into my golden staff?" Pigsy laughed from the side, shouting, "Monkey brother, I can help too." His blatant betrayal made Tang Seng, who had collapsed nearby, tremble slightly, but he still tightly closed his eyes and chanted, "Can't see me, can't see me." However, Pigsy pointed at him and said, "Monkey brother, that bald donkey is right here." With that one sentence, Tang Seng couldn't even dare to tremble anymore. Chapter 82. The little junior brother's surname is Sun. Name is Wukong. Have you learned everything I taught you? The yellow-haired weasel seriously nodded and said, "Thank you, master. Thank you, master." When saying this, the yellow-haired weasel naturally had his own thoughts. Regardless of whether the other party recognized it or not, he had been taught a few moves. So that counted as having a master. Even if he could only be a named disciple, that was fine. The pressure he felt in front of this senior was unprecedented. He was too strong. If such an existence were to truly emerge, the chaos in the wilderness would be unimaginable. Moreover, he was planning to escape from the Buddhist sect and flee to the Flower and Fruit Mountain. Having more backing is always a good thing. The woodcutter shook his head and smiled. I am not your master. Just happened to encounter you and taught you a few moves. The yellow-haired weasel immediately knelt down and bowed, saying, once a teacher, always a father. You taught me. And even if the disciple is too dull and the master looks down on me, I will still treat you as my master. Seeing the yellow-haired weasel say this, the woodcutter helplessly shook his head and said, all right, I will accept you as a named disciple. The yellow-haired weasel's face immediately lit up with joy, and he hurriedly bowed again, saying, thank you, master, thank you, master. He kept bowing until his forehead bled before getting up. Then, cautiously asking, master, were you waiting here specifically for me? The woodcutter shook his head, saying it was just a coincidence. But how did you know I was going to the Flower and Fruit Mountain? The woodcutter smiled slightly and said nothing. The yellow-haired weasel asked again, does the Flower and Fruit Mountain have your disciple? He thought hard, but couldn't figure out what else could make this big shot do such a thing besides this relationship. Hearing this, the woodcutter displayed a look of nostalgia and then shook his head, saying, no, that is my little junior brother. It has been a long time since we last met. I wonder if he still remembers me? The yellow-haired weasel suddenly understood, saying, so it's my little master uncle. Then he showed a look of hatred, saying, those bald donkeys in the Buddhist sect actually dared to bully my little master uncle. I will go and assist him. And I won't let my little master uncle be bullied. Watching the yellow-haired weasel's serious demeanor, the woodcutter couldn't help but laugh. You little mouse. Know how to read the situation. All right, go quickly. You might help. Before leaving, the yellow-haired weasel asked, Master, what is my little master uncle's name? The woodcutter replied, his surname is Sun, and his name is Wukong. The disciple knows now. I will go assist my little master uncle, and I hope master will not worry. After saying this, he bowed a few more times before leaving. Watching the departing figure of the yellow-haired weasel, the woodcutter continued to pick up his axe, chopping trees while sighing. Don't say it's related to Buddha. It's just an empty affair. How does the Buddha view this battle? The Jade Emperor looked at the Tathagata with a smile, asking for his opinion on the battle at Flower and Fruit Mountain. The Tathagata narrowed his eyes, thinking that Maitreya's boy had arrived at Flower and Fruit Mountain, likely a ploy by Lao Jun, who was best at such things. However, to have reached such a level and even gained the Buddha's fruit position was quite unexpected. Could it also be related to Lao Jun? Besides that, Sun Wukong actually separated from Jian and Nezha, each leading their group and charging into the Buddhist monks' positions. He probably didn't know that after the last incident at Ling Mountain, he had long been prepared for this. Going to the Buddhist Pure Land to meet the saints was not just for a simple report. From the saints, he also received some methods. This time he brought them along, so when Sun Wukong charged in, it seemed at first that the Buddhist monks were taken by surprise. But as soon as these methods were used, the outcome was destined. After all, he was just a monkey, even if he had some strength. His character doomed him to be unable to hold the big picture. The Tathagata shook his head and chuckled. What does the Great Lord think? The Jade Emperor laughed and said, I see that Guanyin is powerless and Manjushri lacks wisdom. This battle shouldn't last long. The Tathagata said, the old monk's view is the opposite of the Great Lord's. Guanyin's current actions are merely a show of concealment. A yellow-browed boy, even if he gains some opportunities and his strength increases, is still not a match for Guanyin. As for Manjushri, your majesty may be underestimating him. His wisdom is just not adept at showing itself, which is why he is looked down upon. His methods are often subtle and may surprise your majesty later. The Jade Emperor laughed and said, is that so? Then I must watch closely. It seems Buddha is quite confident in his arrangements since he came to heaven so readily. The Tathagata said, isn't the Great Lord the same? That decree of yours is to have the old monk come here, isn't it? Ha ha ha. The Jade Emperor laughed twice, drained the divine brew from his cup, and the fairy beside him promptly refilled it. The Jade Emperor said, I didn't mean that. It's just that I haven't entertained the Buddha in a long time. This journey to the West is for others to worry about. As for someone like you, if you were to personally take action, wouldn't that lower your status? Just look at me. No matter the circumstances, I won't intervene. Some matters are simply not for us to handle, given our identities. Naturally, he understood the Jade Emperor's implication, which was to drink and not think about taking action. He took a sip of the pure wine and responded with a smile. The old monk has a different view. The Great Lord oversees the 3 realms. And as the master of the 3 realms, he naturally cannot lower his status. However, I, as the master of the Buddhist sect, cannot simply watch my foundation suffer damage. Even if others can handle it, sometimes one can be a bit anxious. Of course, it's also about having clarity of thought. If I don't take action and the Buddhist saints blame me, I wouldn't be able to bear that responsibility. This was invoking the Buddhist saints in response to the Jade Emperor's words. The Jade Emperor replied, the Buddha need not worry too much. If it truly becomes unbearable, my Shinmen saints can also lend a hand, or the Buddha could come to my heavenly court, which would also be a good place. Your Buddhist sect has saints. Does my heavenly court not have them? Stop hiding behind the tiger skin to act grand. While they were exchanging sharp words, below, Huang Mei and Guanyin were already engaged in battle again. Even though Guanyin's Buddhist body had been enhanced, she found that she couldn't take down Huang Mei for the time being. Instead, Huang Mei was wielding a uniquely shaped hammer with great vigor. Guanyin was forced to retreat repeatedly, but at that moment, a yellow-haired marten suddenly blew a divine wind. Holding a steel fork and standing on a distant mountain. Then, pointing with a hand, he loudly shouted, "I come to assist you." Upon seeing that it was the yellow-haired marten subdued by the Bodhisattva Lingji, Guanyin breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that Huang Mei couldn't fight back now. But before she could finish her thought, she saw the yellow-haired marten throw the steel fork towards her. Clang! She was now facing two enemies, which made her even more passive. Chapter 83. Little Master Uncle, I come to assist you. After arriving, the yellow-haired marten searched around but found no sign of his little master uncle. He stood on a high mountain, carefully observing for a long time, only to discover two battlefields. One was the fierce clash between Guanyin and Huang Mei, where Huang Mei's strength had surprisingly increased significantly, pressing Guanyin hard. The other was between Jian and Nezha. As for further inside, the yellow-haired marten sensed a battle, but it was obscured, and he couldn't see it. After thinking for a while, he decided to inquire about Huang Mei, as he and Huang Mei could both be considered people who came out of Ling Mountain, abandoning darkness for light. So, he threw a steel fork towards Guanyin, entering the scene. Guanyin blocked the steel fork thrown by the yellow-haired marten and immediately felt a shock. Originally, even though she was temporarily suppressed by Huang Mei, she felt that she could soon turn the tables and suppress Huang Mei to win. However, with the addition of another person, it became tricky. The problem wasn't this yellow-haired marten subdued by Lingji? Could it be that he used the Samadhi divine wind too much and misidentified people? Immediately, Guanyin looked at the yellow-haired marten and said, "You yellow-haired marten, where do you get the courage to attack me? Why don't you take up your treasure and help me capture this rebellious Huang Mei child together?" Facing Guanyin's reprimand, the yellow-haired marten sneered, "Guanyin, when I was under Lingji's command, I didn't say anything when you called me yellow-haired marten, but now." With a flick of his hand, the steel fork that Guanyin had just blocked returned to his hand, and he pointed it at Guanyin, saying sternly, "You should call me the great sage of yellow wind." As he waved the steel fork, a gust of Samadhi divine wind surged around him, and the fierce look in the great sage of yellow wind's eyes was completely different from before. This change caused Guanyin to tremble. "Ha!" The Jade Emperor put down his wine cup, unable to contain his laughter, and said, "This yellow-haired marten is quite interesting. Great sage of yellow wind. That name has some flavor to it." Unlike the Jade Emperor, the Tathagata's expression remained calm, but his hand holding the wine cup did not move. After a while, he drained the pure wine and set it down. Then, he said calmly, "The great lord has done quite a bit." The Jade Emperor's smile grew wider. "This has nothing to do with me. After all, there is a saying that good birds choose good trees to perch on. What the yellow-haired marten wants to do or where he wants to go is none of my business. After all, he was not my person before." The implication was clear. If your own people cannot be well managed, now you come to blame me. Is that my fault? It's clear that you, Tathagata, are not capable. The Tathagata softly stated, "It's just a yellow-haired marten. It won't affect the overall situation." It seems the Buddha indeed has great confidence. The great lord will see for himself soon. Outside Flower Fruit Mountain, Huang Mei looked at the great sage of yellow wind who had appeared and asked, "Why have you come too?" The great sage of yellow wind replied, "If you can come, why can't I? I wanted to leave under Lingji's command long ago. I just didn't have the right opportunity. Now that the time has come, I will naturally not hold back. Staying with these bald donkeys, everything has to be constrained, full of benevolence and morality while doing unvirtuous things." As he spoke, the great sage of yellow wind sneered, "Receiving those Buddhist country offerings, yet only for oneself, practicing Buddhism? What are you even practicing?" Huang Mei clasped his hands together and said, "I am the future Buddha." The great sage of yellow wind scoffed, "What future Buddha are you? Have you snatched Maitreya's title?" Huang Mei replied, "This was personally conferred by His Majesty the Jade Emperor, the Supreme Emperor of the Heavenly Court. I am the future Buddha, obeying the orders of the great sage equal to heaven." The great sage of yellow wind stared at Huang Mei for a while and said, "Hey, although you came early, I have connections." He asked, "Where's my little master uncle? Is he in Flower Fruit Mountain?" Little master uncle? Huang Mei was taken aback. Not only was Huang Mei stunned, but even Guanyin beside him was also shocked. This yellow-haired marten had long been under Lingji, so by this logic, Lingji should be his master. Is he referring to Lingji as his junior brother, now staging this public rebellion? Could it be that Lingji has long harbored rebellious intentions and secretly allied with this demon monkey, wanting to betray the Buddhist sect? After thinking of this, Guanyin's expression suddenly changed. However, the great sage of yellow wind continued, "Yes, my little master uncle is the great sage equal to heaven of the heavenly court. I have come this time under my master's orders to assist him." Upon hearing this, Guanyin thought suspiciously, Lingji is Sun Wukong's senior brother? But then quickly realized it was not the case. The yellow-haired marten was referring to someone else. Understanding this, Huang Mei pointed into the distance and said, "The great sage is not here, nor is he on the mountain, but over there. So that is how it is." The great sage of Yellow Wind nodded, turned around, and left. Then this old hag will be left to you. Take care of it. I'm going to help my little master uncle. After saying this, he summoned the Samadhi Divine Wind and swiftly departed. His arrival was as hasty as his departure, leaving both Guanyin and Huang Mei stunned. Huang Mei was momentarily speechless but grew curious about the great sage's senior brother. It seems that I haven't heard of any sect associated with the great sage. What's going on? Also, this yellow-haired Martin is clearly under the command of Lingji Bodhisattva, so when did it become the great sage's disciple? Could it be that Lingji Bodhisattva is an undercover agent hiding in Lingshan? But that shouldn't be the case. Just as I was pondering this, I noticed Guanyin was also in deep thought, and suddenly I realized what I was thinking. Was this really the right time for such thoughts? I immediately swung my hammer towards Guanyin. Why not respect the future? Guanyin could only hurriedly defend against it. At that moment, the Yellow Wind Great Sage had already summoned the Samadhi Divine Wind and headed towards the Buddhist monks, simultaneously throwing his steel fork, shouting, "Little uncle, I'm here to help you." The steel fork swooshed through the air, carrying the Samadhi Divine Wind, and its power was indeed considerable. Hearing this voice, many people looked up, including Lingji Bodhisattva, who was fighting Nezha. However, his reaction was more intense than the others because the steel fork was coming directly at him. Sun Wukong also heard this and looked up to see the Yellow Wind Great Sage arriving with the Samadhi Divine Wind. He then cupped his hands and said, "Little uncle, my master sent me to help you." This statement left many people stunned. Little uncle? This monkey didn't have a sect, so where did this disciple come from? From the tone of the yellow-haired Martin, it seemed that the sect was quite significant. Meanwhile, Lingji was about to go mad. "Damn it, your little uncle is Sun Wukong. So why are you throwing treasure at me?" Chapter 84. Does Sun Wukong have a sect? Lingji Bodhisattva is very powerful and has been diligently cultivating for a long time. Although his reputation is not prominent, in terms of status and cultivation, he is very high within the Buddhist realm. His battle with Nezha had also ignited quite a bit of anger, primarily because Nezha fought with a reckless abandon, and that relentless momentum of "you can't kill me, I'll stab you to death" made Lingji feel somewhat restrained and particularly frustrated. However, in the midst of this frustration, a steel fork suddenly attacked him, dark and vicious. Heading straight for his head, Lingji naturally reacted, but while defending, a fiery spear jabbed at him as well. The crucial point was that this steel fork was thrown by his own yellow-haired Martin, who not only shouted, "Little uncle, I'm here to assist you," but also went to Sun Wukong. Doesn't this prove that the little uncle he mentioned is Sun Wukong? Why the hell are you assisting your little uncle and attacking me with a steel fork? After this, Lingji became even more passive, as Nezha's offensive came wave after wave, with 3 heads and 6 arms, and endless treasures. This made Lingji unable to help but curse Tai Jinren inwardly, wondering why he had his disciple forge so many treasures. At this time, seeing the Yellow Wind Great Sage appear before him, Sun Wukong was also somewhat surprised and couldn't help but ask, "You call me little uncle?" "Yes." The Yellow Wind Great Sage nodded. "Then who is your master?" The Yellow Wind Great Sage scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed as he said, "I don't know my master's name, but he wields an axe, and when I saw him, he was chopping wood on the mountain." Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly asked, "Is he wearing straw sandals and dressed like a woodcutter?" The Yellow Wind Great Sage nodded. Exactly. Sun Wukong immediately beamed with joy. "So he really is my disciple. I didn't expect you to be my senior brother's disciple. Very good, very good." The Yellow Wind Great Sage felt even more embarrassed, scratching his head and saying, "My master only accepted me as a nominal disciple, not officially. He taught me a few moves and asked me to come assist little uncle." Sun Wukong nodded and then said, "But they are just a few bald donkeys, and for me, there's no pressure at all. Good disciple. You don't need to help me. Go assist others. By the way, doesn't Lingji have some grudge with you? Go help Nezha." The Yellow Wind Great Sage hesitated and asked, "Little uncle, do you really not need my help?" The monkey waved his hand, saying, "No need, no need. With my abilities, which bald donkey could be my opponent?" The Yellow Wind Great Sage nodded and went towards Nezha. After the Yellow Wind Great Sage left, Sun Wukong then looked at Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva and said, "Bald donkey, today I'm in a good mood and originally wanted to play with you slowly. But now I've decided to just smash you with one stick to spare you more suffering." Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva maintained a calm expression, not expecting that the Great Sage had such a large sect behind him. "Heh." Sun Wukong sneered coldly, "With your little skills, do you think you can pry into my background? Better keep your filthy ears to yourself." He pointed his golden staff and said, "Fool, stay away. Don't get hurt later." Zhu Beiji immediately responded, "All right, monkey brother, I'll get far away." After saying this, he grabbed the white dragon horse and ran off, while Sha Sung followed behind carrying the luggage, shouting, "Big brother, slow down a bit. Let us get away first." At this moment, Tang Seng opened his eyes and saw that his 2 disciples had already taken the horse and run off, leaving him behind. "Wait for me. I'm still here." He could no longer pretend to be dead and immediately sprang up and dashed away. If he ran slowly, he might really be killed by Sun Wukong's stick. He didn't want to die. Once Zhu Beiji and Sha Sung had run far enough, Sun Wukong then turned to Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva and coldly laughed. "You bald donkeys are all the same. Your other skills aren't much, but your ability to escape is quite impressive. This was naturally referring to Tang Seng, who fled at an incredible speed, not even looking back. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva remained calm, his hands pressed together as he chanted a Buddhist chant, then said, "Great sage, you once were a disciple of Tang Seng, protecting him on his journey for scriptures. If you can return to the right path now, everything can still be reversed. The mistakes you have made, the Buddhist realm will forgive you. Why go to such lengths?" Sun Wukong swung his staff directly, simultaneously scolding, "You bald donkey. Just like the other bald donkeys, you love to play these verbal games, spouting so much nonsense. Once I smash your head and kill that dog of yours who loves to listen to others, then I'll talk to you slowly." As the stick swept down, it carried overwhelming power, and Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva immediately moved, vanishing from sight, to evade this blow. Strangely, this strike, when it hit the ground, only created a huge pit, with no other damage. With Sun Wukong's strength, the damage he could cause was certainly not limited to this. He squinted his eyes, coldly laughing. "I don't know what dirty tricks you bald donkeys have used this time, but no matter, once I smash your bald head, any trick will be useless." In an instant, he swung another stick. This time, Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva did not dodge. Instead, he spread his arms and reached for the golden staff. Boom! Their attacks collided, instantly unleashing overwhelming force, and the creature following Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, Ting, managed to escape quickly, darting off into the distance. However, just as it fled a short distance, a cold laugh echoed from behind. "Want to escape? I've long found you, you foolish dog, displeasing. A face that looks ugly." The king of hell must have heard this and immediately turned his head to look, only to see another Sun Wukong appearing next to Ting. The real body in front immediately laughed and said, "What's wrong? Is that stupid dog of yours about to die, and you can't bear it?" The king of hell still remained calm and said, "Ting can hear the sounds of the three realms. This avatar of the great sage has long known that it probably cannot be killed." Sure enough, after the avatar made its move, Ting's figure suddenly vanished. This Ting turned out to be fake. The great sage led his men deeper, perhaps underestimating my Buddha's arrangements. Now, relying solely on an avatar. "He cannot take me down, nor can he kill Ting. You still underestimate the terror of Ting." Ting appeared in another place, squinting its eyes to look over here. "Oh," Sun Wukong immediately laughed. "Since one avatar is not enough, what about two?" In an instant, another Sun Wukong appeared next to Ting. At this moment, the king of hell could no longer sit still. Chapter 85. He looked like he was chopping down a tree. The great sage of the yellow wind watched for a while, confirming that his little master uncle could really handle it, before rushing towards Ling Ji Bodhisattva. Although he had previously been under Ling Ji Bodhisattva, their relationship was quite poor. He had wanted to take action against Ling Ji Bodhisattva more than once or twice, and now was the opportunity. With a swing of his steel fork, he summoned a gust of samadhi wind and struck at Ling Ji Bodhisattva. When Nezha saw the great sage of the yellow wind rushing over, a look of dissatisfaction flashed across his face. However, the great sage immediately said, "Third prince, my little master uncle sent me over. I'm here to hold him back, and you will be the main attacker." Upon hearing this, Nezha's expression relaxed significantly, and he said, "All right, you pay more attention to the side. Don't let anyone disturb you." After Nezha finished speaking, he began using one magical treasure after another. Ling Ji Bodhisattva was interrupted in his original attack rhythm by the great sage of the yellow wind steel fork and was now entangled by Nezha, putting him in a more dangerous situation. However, having been hiding his strength in the Buddhist sect for so long, his power was naturally not to be underestimated, and he quickly stabilized himself. Seeing this, the great sage of the yellow wind stepped forward again, the samadhi wind sweeping towards Ling Ji Bodhisattva. "You yellow-haired rat, how bold! Dare to rebel against me. Do you really think that you can turn the tide just because you learned a few tricks?" As he spoke, the stabilizing wind pearl appeared in his hand, and the samadhi wind that the great sage was good at suddenly became useless. Even though the samadhi wind blew more violently, Ling Ji Bodhisattva remained unshaken, a cold smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. "You yellow-haired rat will ultimately be controlled by me. Once I deal with this Nezha, I will come for you, and this time I will definitely give you a good beating. I'll suppress you under Mount Ling, so you will never be reborn." Facing Ling Ji Bodhisattva's stabilizing wind pearl, the great sage of the yellow wind, seeing his samadhi wind being blocked, was not in the least bit flustered and was even quite calm. He slowly said, "Ling Ji, do you think I don't know you have the stabilizing wind pearl? This time, let me show you the techniques my master taught me." After saying this, the great sage of the yellow wind held the steel fork, and his aura suddenly changed. He withdrew the samadhi wind, no longer wrapping it around the fork. Upon seeing this moment, Ling Ji Bodhisattva was instantly stunned. He suddenly had a bad feeling. Even Nezha, who was beside him, stopped his movements, looking at the great sage of the yellow wind with suspicion, sensing the extraordinary nature of this technique, and then took a few steps back to clear the battlefield. "Ling Ji, try my first move." With that, he had already vanished, and when he reappeared, he was in front of Ling Ji Bodhisattva, the steel fork suddenly slashing down. Instantly, a mysterious aura surged forth, and Ling Ji Bodhisattva's face changed dramatically. This yellow-haired rat did not seem to be using a steel fork. It looked like he was wielding an axe. The Jade Emperor. upon seeing this move, commented on it. The nearby Tai by Jingxing laughed and said, I don't know where he learned this technique. It looks like he's chopping wood. However, the opponent's dull reaction truly resembled a tree that couldn't move. The Jade Emperor smiled and said, it seems Ling Ji Bodhisattva has never seen such a technique and wants to experience it up close. The Tathagata had not spoken, focusing on the scene below. At this moment, Ling Ji did not want to experience it up close. He felt that the space around him was sealed, and he couldn't move at all. After the great sage of the Yellow Wind unleashed this move, for some reason, he truly felt that he was a tree rooted here, just waiting for the opponent to chop him down. But reason told him that this was not true. He was the Buddhist Ling Ji Bodhisattva, and the one before him was merely the yellow-haired weasel under him. No, I absolutely cannot let this happen. He is just a yellow-haired rat. How could he possibly possess such power? Ling Ji Bodhisattva frantically urged his own Buddhist power, trying to break through the sudden recognition that had appeared in his mind, and also trying to break free from the sudden binding force nearby. However, it was of little effect. Swish! The great sage of the Yellow Wind steel fork had already come crashing down, truly like chopping down a tree. With a loud bang, the steel fork struck his body. Ling Ji Bodhisattva had done his utmost to break free from the bindings, while also protecting himself. But this steel fork entered without resistance, instantly breaking through the defenses on his body and striking his legs. Swish! A sudden sound, so clear, made Ling Ji Bodhisattva feel a weight lift from under him. Looking down, he saw that his legs had been completely severed, blood gushing forth like a fountain. The great sage of the Yellow Wind retracted his steel fork. Wearing an inexplicable smile, chop the tree, start with the feet. If you want to run, you can't. Second move. The steel fork swung up again, and this time, the inexplicable feeling surged even more. Ling Ji Bodhisattva felt that he was a tree about to fall, and he had to obediently endure this move before collapsing. But, buzz, a ray of Buddhist light shone up from within him, and he suddenly jolted, directly awakening. No, I am Ling Ji Bodhisattva, the Buddhist Ling Ji Bodhisattva. The stabilizing wind pearl immediately shone with brilliance, urged by Ling Ji, and instantly a Dharma form emerged behind him, tightly protecting Ling Ji in the center. The Buddhist light surging. In the heavenly court, the Jade Emperor glanced at the Tathagata and said, it seems the Buddha cares for your people in the Buddhist sect. He even arranged means within the stabilizing wind pearl. The Tathagata replied, just a few small tricks, nothing to mention. Doesn't the great heavenly sovereign have similar means? Otherwise, how could this yellow-haired weasel have come this far? The Jade Emperor smiled slightly. It was true that he had summoned the yellow-haired weasel here, but these means were not what he had taught. This kind of tree-chopping technique. He shook his head slightly. It was indeed quite useful. Boom. The great sage of the Yellow Wind unleashed his second move, but Ling Ji Bodhisattva's Dharma form had helped to cover part of the surrounding binding force, allowing him to free his hands. Instantly, he urged his own power and, together with the Dharma form, made a move, the stabilizing wind pearl displaying extraordinary power. With a loud bang, they collided together. The terrifying force shocked the area, causing many nearby monks to retreat in haste. Those who were late were already turned into a mist of blood. As the dust settled, Ling Ji Bodhisattva looked at the scene before him in disbelief, his eyes wide open, as the huge Dharma form behind him suddenly shattered with a crack. Along with the shattering, the wind-defining pearl in his hand also broke. Crack! It shattered into several pieces, losing its spirituality. Whoosh! In an instant, the three mystical winds arose again. A rolling yellow wind howled and surged around the Yellow Wind Great Sage. The Yellow Wind Great Sage wiped the blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, chuckled, and said, third move. Whoosh! The wind howled violently. The great trees were about to topple, and a steel fork swung down like a giant axe towards his head. Seeing this scene, the Tathagata immediately exerted too much force, and with a crack, the cup in his hand developed a crack. The Jade Emperor smiled and called to the celestial officials, saying, drink, drink. Chapter 86. The Happy Jade Emperor and the Unhappy Buddha in the Distance. Among the mountains and forests, a woodcutter straightened up, gazing into the distance. After watching for a while, he shook his head and said slowly, the time is too short. Still haven't mastered it. He looked in another direction and smiled. But my junior brother here has improved quite a bit in strength, though he is still a bit too reckless. After all, the master dotes on him that much. Otherwise, how could he have such a temperament? Having been out for so long, the junior brother hasn't gone back to see the master. He chuckled. He does remember the master's instructions quite well. Suddenly, many memories flooded his mind, recalling the day when a little monkey crossed the sea on a small raft. Old immortal, the little monkey stood before him, scratching its head. A smile involuntarily crept onto the woodcutter's lips. In the blink of an eye, it has grown so big. The Jade Emperor urged the celestial beings to drink heartily, and he himself downed his cup of celestial brew in one gulp, feeling that the celestial brew in his heavenly court was exceptionally sweet and delicious. Quickly fill it up for me. I want to drink heartily today. He then said to the celestial beings, drink, drink. The celestial beings all drank, their faces full of smiles, but only the Tathagata remained silent and still at that moment. The Jade Emperor glanced over and said, Buddha, why aren't you drinking? This celestial brew is truly sweet. You won't find this flavor anywhere else in the three realms. As he spoke, his gaze fell on the cup in the Tathagata's hand, and he suddenly realized, oh, it turns out the cup is broken. Quick, someone, get the Buddha a new cup, fill it up. How can we neglect the Buddha? After finishing that, he continued, this yellow-haired mouse, truly worthy of having stayed in the spiritual mountain. I've heard it even stole the pure oil from the Buddha's glazed lamp. Now that I see it, it's indeed extraordinary. A new wine cup was placed before the Tathagata, who returned to his usual expression. Seeing the Jade Emperor urging him to drink, he could only take a sip. However, unlike the sweet taste in the Jade Emperor's mouth, this wine was quite bitter. This banquet was indeed quite different. The Jade Emperor and the celestial beings drank the celestial brew heartily, their smiles bright, while the Tathagata remained calm, barely sipping. However, there was one similarity. Everyone's eyes were drawn downward. Boom. The third move of the Yellow Wind Great Sage struck down, heading towards the Spirit of Goodness Bodhisattva. And in an instant, a fierce wind arose, surrounding the Yellow Wind Great Sage as it approached the Spirit of Goodness Bodhisattva. In a moment, the terrifying momentum nearly made it impossible for any living being to survive in the vicinity. Even Nezha frowned and took a few steps back. He looked at the steel fork in the Yellow Wind Great Sage's hand, furrowing his brows and falling into deep thought. Boom. The attack fell. The Spirit of Goodness Bodhisattva's expression changed in an instant. The surrounding space was sealed again, and under such circumstances, he had nowhere to retreat. A flying dragon staff appeared in his hand, which he activated. Buddha light enveloped him, and he fiercely swung the flying dragon staff towards the Yellow Wind Great Sage's steel fork. In an instant, the two attacks collided. However, the Spirit of Goodness indeed felt that his attack was as powerless as a tree swinging its branches. At the same time, the Yellow Wind Great Sage's attack fell completely. The third axe, like chopping down a tree, struck him. Sizzle. It shredded all protective forces on him as if cutting through vegetables. And even after using the flying dragon staff, he was still no match, having all his powers crushed in an instant. Ultimately, the steel fork struck down heavily on him, and the Spirit of Goodness Bodhisattva felt a severe pain come from his body, and then, his expression suddenly changed. He wanted to escape, but he could not. He was cut in half by this steel fork, like a broken tree. The scenery in front of him became completely blurry, and the Spirit of Goodness Bodhisattva's head fell down, picked up by the Yellow Wind Great Sage, while the three mystical winds howled. But the Spirit of Goodness Bodhisattva had truly lost his breath. This was the first Bodhisattva to fall in this battle. At this moment, Nezha walked over and said, be careful, these bald donkeys are best at escaping. You've cut off his physical body, but you haven't seen his original spirit yet? The Yellow Wind Great Sage focused his gaze and indeed did not see his original spirit. He then crushed the head in his hand into a pulp, saying, this bald donkey has indeed hidden his original spirit. In another location, another avatar of Sun Wukong appeared behind the listening to the truth. And the proud listening to the truth technique of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva was indeed useless, because there was not just this two avatars, but a third one. From three directions, including the main body, they sealed off all possible escape routes for listening to the truth. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's face changed immediately, and he hurried to save listening to the truth. But unfortunately, the golden cudgel suddenly fell, blocking his way. Looking up, he saw Sun Wukong's face, and he laughed. Old son, haven't had enough fun yet. Don't go. Boom. An attack from one avatar struck listening to the truth, who was caught off guard and was immediately hit, flying away. Then, another avatar followed up, suddenly kicking the airborne listening to the truth. Next, the third avatar, having reached the high sky, stomped down. Boom. Under the joint efforts of the three avatars. It was as if they were kicking a ball, tossing listening to the truth around. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva saw this scene and nearly bled from his heart. But Sun Wukong's main body was blocking his way, leaving him with no way to rescue listening to the truth. Helpless, he raised the treasure pearl in his hand. In an instant, it radiated brilliant light, and a series of Buddhist and Taoist laws appeared, like threads, thousands of them, binding towards Sun Wukong. Seeing this, Sun Wukong sneered. What a trivial skill, dare to use it against me. The golden cudgel swept, with great power, instantly clearing it all away. Then, this stick struck the treasure pearl in Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's hand, sending him flying. In midair, Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva forcibly turned his body to go towards listening to the truth. Unfortunately, it was ultimately a step too late. Boom. One avatar's fist crashed into listening to the truth's head, instantly creating a hole. Seeing Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva approaching, the avatar grinned at him. Want to save him? Here is a little something for you. With a rip, it tore off one of listening to the truth's ears and tossed it towards the arriving Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. Here you go. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva was furious, immediately swinging his staff to strike the avatar, but unfortunately, it was easily blocked by the avatar. He was immediately startled. This avatar actually had the same strength as the main body of Sun Wukong. How could this be possible? Rip. Another loud noise erupted, and two more avatars appeared, quickly dividing the essence of the truth listener. At this moment, the real Sun Wukong also arrived. The real body, along with the three avatars, laughed and said, Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, you want to save the truth listener? Which part do you want to save? At this moment, the truth listener was split into several pieces. Its breath completely vanished. Chapter 87, Li Jing? Just Nezha's avatar. Drink, drink. Suddenly, all the immortals raised their cups and shouted, "To your majesty." The Jade Emperor raised his cup and said, "All of you, fellow immortals, drink with me, drink. Ha! This heavenly brew is getting better and better." The Jade Emperor happily downed a cup, then looked at the Tathagata. At this time, the Star Lord of the Martial Star appeared to be drunk. Raising his cup towards the Tathagata and saying, "Buddha, drink. Why aren't you drinking?" His demeanor was quite disrespectful. However, the Jade Emperor merely glanced at him and silently took another sip from his empty cup without saying a word. The Tathagata, feeling helpless, had no choice but to finish the wine in his cup, saying, "This old monk drinks to your majesty, and to all." Ha ha. The Star Lord of the Martial Star laughed twice and also downed his cup of wine, then loudly declared, "Refreshing, good wine." Whether the wine was good or not was unknown, but aside from the Tathagata, everyone present was in a very good mood. After all, the Buddhist sect was suffering a setback. Lingji had directly lost his physical body, and the primordial spirit had fled, but in the primordial world, it was not so easy to cause someone to die completely. Just like during the Fengshan period, many people died, but in the end, how many truly perished? The Tathagata could bring so many people here and had come alone to the heavenly court. So how could he be unprepared? However, in the end, someone still had to die. It just had to be done slowly. As long as the Tathagata couldn't leave, these Buddhist disciples wouldn't be able to escape much. This was just the beginning, not the end. The Jade Emperor put down his cup, signaled to refill it, and then looked at the Tathagata, asking with a smile, "Buddha, what do you think now?" The Tathagata smiled slightly and said, "This old monk still says the same thing. The dust has not settled. A temporary victory does not count as the final outcome. Great heavenly sovereign, do not be deceived by appearances." "Oh," the Jade Emperor said with a smile. Listening to the Buddha, it seems the Buddhist sect still has many hidden cards left to play, and has not used them all. The Tathagata smiled but did not speak, then said, "Great heavenly sovereign, you will know when you look." The Jade Emperor replied, "Then I must take a good look." After the Jade Emperor finished speaking, he subtly glanced at the Star of Venus, and the Star of Venus immediately understood, using the excuse of having drunk too much. He spilled some wine from his cup and said, "Ah, this old minister cannot hold his liquor. I hope your majesty will forgive me. I respectfully request to step down for a moment to rest, and then come back to drink with your majesty." The Jade Emperor frowned and said unhappily, "On such a joyous day, how can you leave? Just go rest." "Yes." This old minister takes his leave. The Star of Venus then bowed and wobbled away. The Tathagata glanced at this and said, "Great heavenly sovereign, it seems your heart is not very settled." The Jade Emperor replied, "He has been with me for a long time. I can't be too demanding of him, so let him go." The Tathagata did not say much more about this and continued to look down. Meanwhile, the Star of Venus wobbled away from the banquet, supported by heavenly soldiers. After leaving the banquet for a short distance, he suddenly stopped swaying, walking with a gust of wind, gently pushing away the heavenly soldier supporting him, saying, "All right, you don't need to support me anymore. Just wait here. I will go wander elsewhere." The heavenly soldier, who had originally been supporting the Star of Venus, was taken aback, staring blankly at the Star of Venus, who chuckled, "What's wrong? Haven't you seen anyone like me? You young lads still have a lot to learn. Just stay here. If I don't come back, you don't need to move." After saying this, the Star of Venus waved his sleeve, and the drunkenness disappeared completely. Then he patted his body and headed straight for the Doshui Palace in the Lihentian. After a while, he arrived at the Doshui Palace, saluted the Supreme Laojun, and said, "Laojun, I have come to disturb you again." The Laojun replied, "How come you didn't invite me to the banquet and came here at this time? Did you bring a few jars of heavenly brew for the old Tao?" The Star of Venus immediately revealed a smile and said, "Laojun guessed correctly. His Majesty knows you like tranquility, so he specially asked me to bring it." He then pulled out several jars of heavenly brew from his sleeve and placed them on the table. The Laojun didn't even look at the jars of heavenly brew. Chuckling, "You are quite slick. These jars of heavenly brew are definitely not from the Jade Emperor's intention, but since you are a loyal confidant of the Jade Emperor, coming to find the Supreme Laojun, this kind of thing is certainly foolproof." The Star of Venus smiled and said, "How could we drink without Laojun during such a time?" The Supreme Laojun shook his head with a smile and said, "Pour me a drink." "All right." The Star of Venus immediately picked up the wine cup and poured wine for the Supreme Laojun. The Laojun raised it, took a gentle sip, his eyes slightly squinting, revealing an expression full of aftertaste. He sighed, "The last time I tasted this flavor was during the peach banquet. At that time, that monkey got drunk and came to my Doshui Palace, regardless of the elixirs, opening the seal and stuffing them into his mouth without knowing whether he could refine them. At that time, it was still the old Tao who used the Bagua furnace to refine him a bit. Otherwise, he would have burst his belly." He shook his head and said, "Greedy monkey." The Star of Venus said, "Laojun indeed has good insight. These jars of heavenly brew are exactly what was used during the last peach banquet. The great sage left a few jars, which I hid away." The Supreme Laojun immediately looked at the Star of Venus. Their eyes met, and then they both laughed. Afterward, The Supreme Laojun smacked his lips and suddenly asked, could it be that it was what that monkey left over? The Star of Venus shook his head. The great sage swallows the sea. How could there be half a jar left? The Laojun replied, that cannot be said for sure. At that time, that monkey entered the peach garden, picked the peaches, and only chose the sweetest to eat, taking a few bites and then throwing them away. This heavenly brew cannot be certain. Despite saying this, the Laojun still leisurely drank the wine, showing no signs of distaste. The Star of Venus smiled along, not saying much. Until the Laojun slowly finished this cup of wine, he finally spoke. Now tell me, what did His Majesty instruct you to come here for? The Star of Venus then said, Your Majesty wants to borrow your 3 pure flames for use. The Laojun instantly understood and said, just borrowing the 3 pure flames? The Star of Venus said, indeed, nothing can be hidden from Laojun. Besides that, I also need to borrow Li Tianwang. Since Li Jing had been pierced by Nezha, he still had a portion of his primordial spirit left, which had been sent to the Supreme Laojun for recuperation. With the Laojun's methods, helping him recover would naturally not be difficult. The Laojun suddenly said, is just the 3 pure flames enough? The Star of Venus was taken aback for a moment, then immediately replied, if there is the 6 ding divine fire, that would be even better. He continued, now that the Tathagata is in the heavenly court, and has brought most of the strong ones out, the spirit mountain is empty. It is just the right time to cause some more trouble. Currently, there is no one in the heavenly court. Only Li Tianwang is the most suitable. The Laojun also said, that makes sense. But this is not Li Jing's turn to take action. Tai Bai Jinxing was taken aback, and then he heard Laojun say, when the old Taoist helped him reshape his body, he picked a few lotus flowers. Since my eyesight is not good at my old age, I picked a few more, and it wouldn't be good to waste them. So I simply gave him 2 extra heads and 4 arms. Tai Bai Jinxing was immediately stunned and quickly realized, saying, the 3rd prince actually left a clone behind and secretly went to Ling Mountain. Laojun had a look of approval. Tai Bai Jinxing then asked, what about Li Tianwang now? Laojun smiled slightly. He is already on the way. Chapter 88. Digging up the old nest of the Buddhas, Doryang Jian faced the joint attack of the Bodhisattvas Wenshu and Puxian without appearing rushed. Under the application of the law of heaven and earth, one hand wielded a 3-pronged double-edged knife, while the other held a mountain axe, battling fiercely. As both sides were in a stalemate, Zhu Beiji and Sha Seng had already brought the white dragon horse to a safe position. Then, watching from the side while muttering, Brother Sha, these bald donkeys have really hidden a lot. There are so many of them this time. Second brother. Sha Seng glanced at Zhu Beiji with some dissatisfaction and said, it seems we are also disciples of the Buddha's door. Zhu Beiji looked momentarily stunned and then immediately said, I, old pig, am the Marshal of Tianpong, personally conferred by the Jade Emperor. Sha Seng thought for a moment and replied, I am the General of the Curtain. Speaking of which, old Sha, is it true that you were demoted for breaking a glazed lamp? I remember there were quite a few of those glazed lamps, right? Sha Seng suddenly showed an embarrassed expression and said, it was indeed for breaking a glazed lamp, but it wasn't just one. Zhu Beiji said, I, old pig, said it. I remember there should have been 18,000 of those glazed lamps in the heavenly court. At this point, Zhu Beiji suddenly froze and looked at Sha Seng, asking, old Sha, how many did you actually break? Sha Seng extended one finger. Zhu Beiji suspiciously asked, just one? Seeing Sha Seng shake his head, Zhu Beiji exclaimed, left one? Sha Seng shook his head again, this time stammering, not a single one left. Zhu Beiji, Sha Seng, what about you? Was it just for teasing Chang'e? Zhu Beiji suddenly felt a bit embarrassed, saying, actually, it was to show Sister Chang'e my bravery. When Monkey King wreaked havoc in the heavenly palace, I, old pig, lent a hand. Sha Seng silently gave a thumbs up. Just a little modification for fun, dear readers. Don't take it too seriously. After learning about each other's dark past, Zhu Beiji thought to himself, breaking so many glazed lamps and still being able to survive to collect scriptures, the Jade Emperor truly cares for him. Sha Seng thought, damn. You were also involved when wreaking havoc in the heavenly palace. So, I, old Sha, also share some responsibility for breaking the glazed lamp. You dead pig. The white dragon horse, after hearing this, silently wondered how the two of them have survived until now. After the two exposed each other's pasts, the atmosphere became much more subtle. However, Zhu Beiji searched around and found that he couldn't see Tang Seng at all. Just as he was thinking about whether he could divide the luggage if that bald donkey was dead, he suddenly heard a weak voice. Beiji, Wujing, help me a bit. The two turned their heads immediately and saw Tang Seng struggling to crawl over. Zhu Beiji was shocked. His vitality is actually so tenacious. With so many demon kings and bald donkeys from the Buddha's door fighting, Tang Seng can still survive? Zhu Beiji looked at Sha Seng. Brother Sha, it seems a bald donkey from the Buddha's door is coming over. Is he eyeing our luggage? Why don't you throw it back at him? Sha Seng replied, second brother. I am the kindest. I don't like to kill. This matter is still up to you. Zhu Beiji glanced at the 9 skull heads hanging around Sha Seng's neck, thinking to himself, I would truly be a pig if I believed you. After exchanging looks, the two muttered, how about letting the white dragon horse do it? Bang. The white dragon horse kicked Tang Seng, who had just crawled over with great difficulty, back, then gave Zhu Beiji and Sha Seng a disdainful look. You two cowards. Zhu Beiji pretended not to see it. while Sha Sung turned the 9 skull heads hanging around his neck and silently recited, "Monks should have compassion." Crash! Sun Wukong rubbed his palm, tearing the body of the Di Ting into pieces, and then tossed it towards Xidagarba, saying, "Since you want to save, then I, old son, shall return it to you." Seeing Di Ting scattered everywhere, Xidagarba couldn't help but clench his fists. "You reckless monkey, how dare you?" Sun Wukong laughed. "I, old son, have fulfilled your wish, returning your stupid dog to you. Why aren't you happy? Indeed, that stupid dog has always followed you, now that it is drifting everywhere. You must be worried. Naturally, I, old son, must help you out, so I'll send you to accompany it." After saying this, his main body along with 3 clones charged over from 4 directions toward Xidagarba. In his anger, Xidagarba had to endure 4 attacks. The golden hoop rod came down from above, and he raised the staff in his hand, causing a loud bang, and then his body kept retreating. However, Sun Wukong's speed was incredibly fast, and in the blink of an eye, he was close again. His clones and main body attacked together, leaving Xidagarba defenseless. Amitba. At this moment, Xidagarba chanted a Buddha's name, and then a treasure pearl he held in one hand suddenly shone brightly, emanating a strange pulling force that drew the scattered Di Ting back. Moments later, Di Ting's figure reappeared within the pearl, but it had lost its vitality. Xidagarba held the pearl and quickly crushed it, absorbing its power into himself. He immediately let out a cold smile and said, "Sun Wukong, do you think Di Ting is merely my divine beast? No, it is my incarnation of the Tao. Now that you have killed it, you have helped me greatly, allowing me to integrate the Tao into myself. Next, let you see my true strength." In an instant, Xidagarba's power surged, and his aura suddenly grew stronger. Meanwhile, in the heavenly court, upon seeing this, the Tathagata couldn't help but exhale. He raised his wine cup and laughed heartily. The great heavenly sovereign was right. It is indeed good wine. Good wine. The previous grievances were finally swept away, and Xidagarba's hidden methods truly caught everyone off guard. Under such circumstances, how could the Buddha's matter not succeed? At this time, the Jade Emperor smiled lightly and said, "It seems the Buddha can finally breathe a sigh of relief. But the words of the Buddha earlier, I must also return to you. Do not be deceived by appearances." The Tathagata's heart sank at once, looking around, finding nothing unusual, feeling increasingly puzzled. Meanwhile, in a place no one was paying attention to, Li Jing was getting used to his new body, complaining, "In this state, I really can't tell if I am Li Jing or that rebellious son. What kind of twisted hobby does Lao Jun have to shape this body like this? What will I do when I see that rebellious son in the future? After all, that rebellious son also has a body shaped by lotus flowers, and so do I. The key is that he came earlier than me. So, in this regard, is he actually the father? This is really..." He suddenly felt a headache and decided to stop thinking about it. Holding a group of Luding divine fire, he headed towards Ling Mountain. Chapter 89, Buddha. Why aren't you speaking? Hell is not empty. I vow not to become a Buddha. The medicine Buddha, filled with the aura of spiritual medicine, looked around. Around him was darkness and coldness. This was not the holy mountain, but rather the previous dwelling place of Xidagarba Bodhisattva. After leaving the holy mountain, the medicine Buddha came here, his gaze sweeping over the souls present. This was the hell spoken of by Xidagarba Bodhisattva. Previously, he had made the great vow that he would not become a Buddha until the filth within hell was cleansed. This attitude naturally made many people admire him, and they also lamented the demeanor of Xidagarba Bodhisattva. However, the medicine Buddha understood that this was merely a temporary measure to escape the holy mountain. After all, the 3 Buddhas had already attained their fruition, and staying in the holy mountain meant working under the current Buddha. He could either obediently follow orders or enter the Pure Land to cultivate in peace. Was it possible to gain freedom in the Pure Land? No matter where he went. For Xidagarba Bodhisattva at that time, it was not what he desired. Therefore, hell became his best residence. By making this great vow, he willingly settled here. On one hand, to help the Buddhist sect seize territory in the underworld, which was also the goal of the Buddhist sect at that time. Xidagarba Bodhisattva's great vow not only aligned with the interests of the Buddhist sect, but also allowed him to escape the commands of the Tathagata and even to cultivate himself in this underworld, waiting for the right opportunity. It could be said that this vow was both a protection for himself and a constraint. It had both advantages and disadvantages. However, now the medicine Buddha looked at the endless souls around him, his eyes slightly squinted, and he chuckled. "In that case, let me help you fulfill this great vow." With a movement of his form, as his monk robe waved, many souls instantly vanished into nothingness. At the border of the Tang dynasty, Xidagarba Bodhisattva, having absorbed all the corpses of the listening beings with his precious pearl, had significantly strengthened his power compared to before. His body grew even more majestic, and his Buddha nature was greatly enhanced. Holding his rod in one hand, he looked at Sun Wukong and said, "Sun Wukong, you are overly proud, using all your strength against my divine beast, not realizing that this listening being was intentionally let go by me for you to kill. Now, you have helped me greatly." His aura was still rising, and the corners of his mouth had already curled up, revealing the smile of a victor. He felt that everything was within his grasp. This monkey, under his calculations, had helped him immensely. Everything he had previously shown was deliberately to make this monkey assist him. Now the goal was finally achieved. Feeling the rich power within him, Ktagarbha Bodhisattva could not help but laugh out loud. Next, you shall see my path. Bang! He smashed the rod down onto the ground, and immediately, deep black portals appeared, each adorned with countless Buddhist patterns, sculpted with forms of evil spirits. With a buzzing sound, the portals opened, and one after another, peculiar fierce beasts crawled out, resembling evil spirits from hell, exuding ferocity. Strangely, these fierce beasts were also engraved with Buddhist patterns, and some even wore monk robes. The temperature around them suddenly dropped, and in an instant, they surrounded Sun Wukong. A crisis was imminent. The Tathagata put down the wine cup in his hand and explained with a smile. Ktagarbha Bodhisattva previously made a great vow in the underworld. Hell is not empty. I vow not to become a Buddha. Over the years, he has been diligently cultivating in the underworld, refining many methods. However, these methods have always been incompatible with his Buddha nature, and it has not been easy to use them freely. Now, Wukong, you have helped him greatly. Old monk, I must also thank the great heavenly sovereign. Great heavenly sovereign, I toast to you. The Tathagata raised his cup and gestured to the Jade Emperor, smiling widely. However, to his surprise, the Jade Emperor showed no sign of defeat and said, Buddha, I hope that you can continue to drink this wine so freely. Ha! The Jade Emperor's smile caused the Tathagata's expression to momentarily pause, but it quickly faded. He thought this was merely the Jade Emperor putting on a show. The current situation was already clear. That monkey was bound to lose, with no other possibility. What other methods could the Jade Emperor have? Now he was here, and the celestial beings of heaven could not descend to the mortal realm. Even if they really had to tear their faces, he could still put up a fight. Besides that, he truly could not think of what other methods the Jade Emperor might have. He swirled the wine cup and took a sip, only to realize that the taste of the wine was indeed quite good. However, just after he took that sip, a change occurred below. Sun Wukong, seeing Ktagarbha Bodhisattva's actions, sneered, I thought you had some powerful methods. Turns out it was just these tricks. I even played along with you for so long, thinking you had something impressive up your sleeve. But this is all there is? Ktagarbha Bodhisattva remained unperturbed and said, Sun Wukong, I have 4 doors to hell. Your 3 clones along with your true self, 1 for each door. Today, you are destined to lose. Sun Wukong replied, when did you have the illusion that I only have 3 clones? Just as Ktagarbha Bodhisattva was slightly taken aback, the 3 clones immediately transformed, producing another one. The transformation of 1 into 3 is not merely 3 ordinary clones. The so-called 1 gives birth to 2, 2 gives birth to 3, and 3 gives birth to all things. During this time, he had not made no progress in strength. His understanding of this transformation was also gradually deepening. The clones he could create were already more than 3, he had just not unleashed them until now. And now, the 3 clones transformed into 6. In an instant, 7 Sun Wukongs appeared before Ktagarbha Bodhisattva, including the true self. The 7 monkeys all wore the same expression, showing him a mocking demeanor. The true self raised the golden staff and pointed at him with a disdainful smile, saying, now, do you still have the same courage as before? Bang! The 6 clones immediately moved, charging toward the open doors of hell, and the fierce beasts that emerged from within were almost instantly turned to dust, unable to stop them. Then rumble. One after another, the 4 doors of hell were smashed to smithereens. Sun Wukong stepped forward and arrived in front of Ktagarbha Bodhisattva, raising the golden staff and bringing it down, the terrifying power crashing down onto his head. In an instant, a tremendous force surged, causing Ktagarbha Bodhisattva's expression to change slightly. He raised his rod to collide with it, but the power was truly formidable, forcing him to retreat. The situation that had just been so favorable was suddenly reversed. In heaven, speak up, Buddha, why are you not speaking? Seeing many readers mention the matter of the Tathagata drinking wine, there is a distinction between meat wine and vegetarian wine in the original text. Tang Seng had indeed drunk vegetarian wine. Chapter 90. Huh? Did Nezha's clone dismantle the holy mountain? The face of the Star Lord of martial virtue was flushed, looking like he was drunk and making a ruckus. But everyone present knew that with the strength of the Star Lord of martial virtue, even the celestial brew from heaven would not make him drunk so quickly. The answer could only be one. He did it on purpose. After hearing this, the Jade Emperor didn't even glance at the martial Star Lord. Instead, his gaze fell on the Buddha, clearly conveying the same meaning. Speak. What happened to your earlier excitement? Weren't you just raising a toast to me? Didn't you think the situation was already settled? What about now? The Buddha indeed looked startled for a moment. Now his gaze fell on the martial Star Lord, glancing at the smiling Jade Emperor before saying, the outcome has not yet appeared. Has the martial Star Lord been too hasty? The martial Star Lord laughed heartily. Ha! I'm just a rough man. I say whatever comes to mind. After witnessing this battle today, I just want to say a few words. When the King of Hell was at Mount Ling, he didn't dare to do anything and could only run away in shame. Now that he encounters this tough battle, what can he truly do? I can't see it happening. Where does the Buddha's confidence come from? Do you really believe in him? The Buddha, however, remained calm and slowly said, the outcome has not yet appeared, so there is still a chance for everything. Martial Star Lord and the great heavenly sovereign. Just wait and see. This time, our Buddhist sect is not so simple. The Jade Emperor waved his hand towards the martial Star Lord, who immediately sat down. He shook the wine cup in his hand and chuckled. The Buddha is indeed right. The outcome has not yet appeared, so anything said now is a bit premature. His smile was quite meaningful, making the Buddha feel somewhat uncertain at this moment. Looking down again, he pondered, could there be strong figures from the heavenly court below, preparing to take action? But they are clearly all here. He shook his head, realizing he was just scaring himself. How could there still be strong figures in the heavenly court? Now that the dust has settled, the Buddhist sect still has a backup plan. He smiled again. At this moment, Li Jing had arrived near Mount Ling, but he appeared in a complete Buddhist kingdom. The Buddhist sect has 3,000 Buddhist kingdoms. Previously, Sun Wukong and his companions had destroyed quite a few, but not all. Now, Li Jing had come to a well-preserved Buddhist kingdom, where there were still many monks. And inside was the largest temple. However, the so-called strict Buddhist sect did not align with the actions of its monks. Inside the temple, the abbot was holding a charming young girl in one arm, while holding a Buddhist scripture in the other. This made Li Jing pause. What a no betrayal of the Buddha, no betrayal of you. These bald monks pretended to be noble on the surface, but behind the scenes, they were truly not good people. Is that Amitabha? Or perhaps a grasping the Mituo robe? He threw out the 6-ding divine fire from his hand. And in an instant, flames ignited, quickly engulfing the entire Buddhist kingdom, one monk after another being consumed by the 6-ding divine fire. The abbot, who was grasping the Mituo robe, could not escape the divine fire and soon turned to ashes. Following that, countless wails echoed. Li Jing looked at this scene and smiled. When he was the heavenly King Li, he had many restrictions on his actions. Now, having changed his identity, he felt much more at ease. So that rebellious son was actually so happy? Soon, the 6-ding divine fire transformed into a long spear, which Li Jing grasped in his hand and threw out. This spear pierced through several Buddhist kingdoms, and then flames surged, quickly spreading throughout these kingdoms. Wave after wave of flames burned the monks inside clean. After the spear returned to Li Jing's hand, it was still adorned with a few nearly burned-out heads, which he caught, bursting into hearty laughter. Delightful. So very delightful. Boom. The Buddhist kingdom collapsed, and behind Li Jing was a raging inferno, under the 6-ding divine fire. Terrifying flames burned everywhere, completely erasing the traces that the Buddhist sect had left here for so long. Then, Li Jing held the long spear made of 6-ding divine fire and walked step by step toward Mount Ling. Boom. He smashed the spear against the recently repaired mountain protecting formation, and in an instant, the 6-ding divine fire clung to it, burning violently. Not long after, it had burned a large hole in the formation. The 6-ding divine fire that Li Jing was using was not ordinary. It had been specially refined by the Primordial Lord, making it stronger in both power and grade. The Primordial Lord had prepared everything in advance, just waiting for the white Jade Star to come and act according to the Jade Emperor's wishes. Otherwise, how could this be the Primordial Lord's doing? This was clearly His Majesty's decree. The Lord of the Three Realms, the Supreme Emperor of the Jade Emperor, His Majesty's decree, without his approval. The old Taoist would not dare. If the Buddhist saints want to investigate, they should go to His Majesty. This has nothing to do with the old Taoist. Li Jing stepped into Mount Ling, the 6-ding divine fire rising and enveloping his entire figure, but the 3-headed, 6-armed, flaming spear was still visible. Soon, the Buddhas remaining on Mount Ling saw this scene and immediately shouted, "Not good. That killer Nezha is back. It's Nezha. He's come to Mount Ling again. That damn Nezha. Didn't he leave? How did he come back?" Suddenly, cries echoed throughout the mountain, and Nezha's name spread. The entire Mount Ling understood that the great deity of the heavenly court, Nezha, had arrived. Hearing these words, Li Jing couldn't help but curl his lips, thinking, that's right. I am Nezha's father. But since I did this, let that rebellious son take the blame. After all, no matter what I do, that rebellious son will poke me a few times, so I might as well do it. What's there to be afraid of? In an instant, Li Jing spread the 6-ding divine fire throughout Mount Ling, the flames burning fiercely, quickly attaching to Mount Ling, then spreading along the way, directly burning many Buddhas to death. Even the Great Thunder Sound Temple was roaring and burning at that moment. Countless Buddhist and Taoist patterns emitted sizzling sounds. Moments later, with a crack, a corner fell off. But this was just the beginning. Soon, more and more pieces fell. After a while, the entire Great Thunder Sound Temple collapsed with a loud bang. Bang. The Buddha's wine cup was slammed onto the table in front of him. He instinctively stood up, but saw the Jade Emperor smiling and saying, "Buddha, what are you doing? This wine is so good. Why are you leaving the table?" The Buddha stared at the Jade Emperor. "Great Heavenly Sovereign, you actually did this secretly." The Jade Emperor suddenly awakened and looked in the direction of Mount Ling, surprised. "Oh, I didn't know my great deity of the 3 altars and sea assembly actually had a clone. I didn't know about this either." Chapter 91. Burning Mount Ling and setting off fireworks. The Buddha went crazy. In the heavenly court, the bored celestial soldiers stared blankly at the sky. He had been in a daze for a long time, accompanying the white Jade Star, and then was ordered to wait here, not knowing when he could return. The heavenly court hadn't held a banquet for a long time. If he could stay inside, perhaps if some celestial official was in a good mood. They might reward him with a few drops of wine. That would be a supreme blessing. But unfortunately, he had come out with the white jade star. This opportunity was lost. He felt a bit despondent. But in the blink of an eye, an old man with a white beard appeared before him. It was the white jade star. Tai Bai Jinxing smiled at him and said, "Let's go. We should head back." "Ah, okay." The heavenly soldier finally came to his senses and prepared to follow Tai Bai Jinxing back. But at that moment, Tai Bai Jinxing pulled out a wine cup and said, "Here, this is for you. It's not easy for an old man like me to come out, so I can't let you miss out on your benefits." The heavenly soldier was stunned, then quickly took the cup. Although it didn't have much wine in it, it was the celestial brew from the heavenly court. How could a small heavenly soldier like him ever drink this? He immediately bowed in gratitude multiple times. Tai Bai Jinxing waved his hand and returned to the banquet. Once he was back at his seat, Tai Bai Jinxing smiled and said, "Your Majesty, this old minister is guilty." The Jade Emperor didn't even raise his eyelids, asking, "What crime is there?" This old minister was negligent and failed to notice that Prince Nezha had a doppelganger hiding in the shadows. In a moment of carelessness, he rushed into the Duoshui Palace and stole the 6th divine fire used by the old lord for alchemy. "This is truly the responsibility of this old minister," he said. "Now that the doppelganger of the 3rd prince has caused a great disaster, this old minister is indeed very anxious." Although he said he was anxious, Tai Bai Jinxing showed no signs of fear and even took a sip from his wine cup, looking quite relaxed. Hearing this, the Jade Emperor was also taken aback and said, "He stole the old lord's 6th divine fire? How bold. Besides that, were there any other losses?" Tai Bai Jinxing shook his head. "Fortunately, the old lord was not in the alchemy room at that time. The old lord is fine." That is good. Listening to the exchange between the monarch and his minister, the Tathagata suddenly felt a surge of anger in his chest. "First of all, let us not talk about whether it was really Nezha's doppelganger. You barged into the Duoshui Palace and stole the old lord's 6th divine fire? And you're fortunate that the old lord is fine. Listen to yourself. Which of these words sounds like human speech? I, with the Buddhas of Ling Mountain, barged into the Duoshui Palace and couldn't steal the old lord's 6th divine fire, but a doppelganger of Nezha managed to steal it? What? Is Nezha not 3 heads and 6 arms, but rather 3 saints? And you're still fortunate that the old lord is fine. It would be strange if the old lord were in trouble." Huh. The Tathagata let out a heavy breath, feeling that even breathing was not smooth. This was simply insulting his intelligence. Yet, after hearing this, the Jade Emperor pondered for a moment and then said, "Your responsibility is indeed not small. But now is a banquet of the heavenly court, and we have also invited the Buddha. It wouldn't be appropriate to punish you too harshly. By the way, that Nezha doppelganger stealing the 6th divine fire should not have caused too much harm, right?" Tai Bai Jinxing shook his head, saying it should not have. As the old minister saw him heading towards Ling Mountain, he initially wanted to stop him, but the flames were too fierce, and at that moment, he couldn't do anything. However, the arrangements in the Buddha's Ling Mountain are indeed formidable. The Great Thunder Sound Temple held out for quite a while before collapsing. Is that so? The Jade Emperor pondered, realizing that it was indeed somewhat unfair to the Buddha. "In that case, I will take charge. You will drink 3 cups of wine and apologize to the Buddha. Let this matter pass." "All right." Tai Bai Jinxing immediately stood up, needing to refill his cup first, as he had already finished the one from his confession. After the cup was filled, he turned to the Tathagata and said, "Buddha, this is all my fault. I offer you this wine as an apology." Saying that, he tilted his head and drank it all down, then downed 3 more cups. The Jade Emperor looked at the Tathagata and said, "Buddha, my old minister is getting on in years. Making some mistakes is inevitable. Just look at his beard. It's all white. At such an age, let us not pursue the matter too harshly. How about this? I'll send someone to help you repair the Great Thunder Sound Temple. What do you think about sending Marshal Tianpeng and General Zhuanlian?" The Tathagata thought. One is the one who cooperated with Sun Wukong to wreak havoc in the Heavenly Palace, and the other broke 18,000 glazed lamps. You want to send them over to repair the Great Thunder Sound Temple? Are you trying to collapse Ling Mountain as well? Also, can't you take this punishment a bit more seriously? Self-punishing 3 cups? And it's still the celestial brew of the Heavenly Court? Why don't you make him eat a few immortal pills refined by the Supreme Old Lord? Or have him take a few more magical artifacts? As long as he has enough artifacts, he can work on his strength. After all, he is getting older and lacking strength. Wouldn't that make him exhausted every day? Huh. At this moment, the Tathagata exhaled heavily, truly feeling extremely frustrated. The anger in his chest was almost enough to burn him to ashes. But unfortunately, there was nothing he could do. The two of them, the monarch and minister, had clearly set a trap long ago. No wonder Tai Bai Jinxing left earlier. It turned out he went to find the Supreme Old Lord. This one oversight on his part had led to such a huge loss for the Buddhist sect. The 6th divine fire is not the same as Nezha's Samadhi true fire. The Great Thunder Sound Temple has collapsed. Damn it, can my Ling Mountain still exist? As for sending Zhu Beiji and Sha Seng to repair the Great Thunder Sound Temple, that was already arranged in the journey to the west. They belong to my Ling Mountain. You want me to send my own people to repair it, while calling it an apology from the Heavenly Court? Damn monk. At this moment, the Tathagata felt extremely aggrieved. All the previous calmness and strategizing were gone. Looking at the plain wine in the cup, he He just felt that the wine had become detestable. At this moment, the Star Lord of Wuqiu also stood up and said, Buddha, what Tai Bai Jinxing did was wrong. I will also self-punish. If you do not forgive him, I will keep drinking. After saying that, he raised his head and drank it all down. The Tathagata's eyelids twitched. Are you looking for an excuse to drink? Not only Wuqiu Star Lord, but others also reacted, standing up one after another and saying, Buddha, if you do not forgive Tai Bai Jinxing, we will also accompany him in self-punishment. After saying that, they drank one after another. The Tathagata took a deep breath, finally managing to suppress his anger. He understood now. This group of people from the heavenly court thought that drinking was not fun enough and brought the Great Thunder Sound Temple to liven things up. They wanted to see fireworks by burning Ling Mountain, right? They even accompanied Tai Bai Jinxing in self-punishment. It turns out that the biggest loss for you in the heavenly court this time was that there was less wine, right? Is the celestial brew you saved enough for you to confess? Amidst the voices and the Jade Emperor's seemingly smiling eyes, the Tathagata slammed the wine cup down. The Jade Emperor smiled and said, Buddha is indeed generous. Chapter 92. Is this the lineup of Flower Fruit Mountain? Nezha still had no idea that he had unknowingly caused such a huge incident. The fire at Ling Mountain was indeed spectacular, yet at this moment, all the Buddhas of Ling Mountain were outside. Although it did not affect the Pure Land, extinguishing it was not so easy. Li Jing stood at a distance, watching the occasional loud booms coming from Ling Mountain, feeling quite pleased. Ever since that rebellious son was resurrected, he hadn't felt this comfortable for a long time. Indeed, the rebellious son's joy was pure and exhilarating. Ha! As he was leaving, Li Jing deliberately shouted, You bald donkeys. Nezha, look down on all of you. Then he strode away. The survivors clenched their fists and shouted, Nezha. Hearing these voices, Li Jing muttered, If they stab me again this time, it would be appropriate, but I should still keep my distance from that rebellious son in the future. Fortunately, he doesn't know that I did this. Li Jing's mood instantly brightened. He left. At this moment, outside Flower Fruit Mountain, after Itagarba Bodhisattva used his means, he once again fell into a disadvantage, being struck repeatedly by the golden cudgel of Sun Wukong. Even after transforming the truth listener, he surprisingly was still no match for Sun Wukong, which was hard for him to accept. Not only that, the Yellow-Wind Great Sage quickly dealt with Lingji Bodhisattva and immediately separated from Nezha to assist Huang Mei and Yang Jian. In an instant, several major powers of the Buddhist sect found themselves in peril. Seeing this, Itagarba Bodhisattva knew that if the battle continued like this, there would be no chance of victory. He sighed and said, Now, I have no choice but to use the means prepared by the Buddha. He immediately joined his hands in prayer and began to chant scriptures. In the distance, Zhu Beiji saw this scene and burst out laughing. Did you see that? That bald donkey knows he can't beat Monkey Brother, so he's starting to chant scriptures. He's preparing for his own liberation. Sha Seng remarked, It seems to be true. But I wonder if he liberates himself, will he produce any relics? Zhu Beiji rolled his eyes and suddenly said, If he really produces relics, I have to ask Monkey Brother for a few to wear around my neck. Sha Seng replied, Second brother, you are truly cruel. Aren't you afraid of retribution for such actions? Zhu Beiji glanced at the head of Tang Seng from his previous lives hanging around Sha Seng's neck and said, Retribution has already come. Otherwise, how could I, old pig, have met you? At that moment, Tang Seng finally crawled over, just about to breathe a sigh of relief when the white dragon horse slowly walked over and kicked him away again. Sha Seng said, It seemed like something flew by just now. Zhu Beiji looked disdainfully and replied, The head hanging around your neck flew by. Sha Seng looked regretful and said, I was too compassionate. I can't take the 10th one. The white dragon horse snorted in disdain. He suddenly thought about kicking Sha Seng away too, but after considering, he decided against it. The risk was too great. Tang Seng was easy to bully, but Sha Seng was not necessarily so. Just as they were conversing, the chanting of Itagarba Bodhisattva suddenly spread everywhere. In an instant, the ground shone with golden Buddhist light, and lines of Buddhist patterns appeared from the ground. Zhu Beiji was greatly alarmed. That Tathagata has been here for so long and has actually set up a formation in advance. That bald donkey is truly insidious. He wants to ambush our Monkey Brother. He immediately shouted, Monkey Brother, quickly interrupt him. This bald donkey has bad intentions. As Zhu Beiji spoke, Sun Wukong had already swung his cudgel toward Itagarba Bodhisattva, producing a thunderous sound. However, barriers had already appeared in front of him. Itagarba Bodhisattva suddenly opened his eyes and said, It's too late. After the Buddha came here, he began to set up means. These means are transmitted from my Buddha's Pure Land, passed down by the sages. Sun Wukong, you have developed and expanded your Flower Fruit Mountain to this extent and gathered quite a few people. That's impressive. However, that's all there is to it. If you could recruit more strong individuals, perhaps I wouldn't even have the chance to use these means, but now you have no opportunity. Itagarba Bodhisattva's chanting grew faster. Not only he, but also Manjushri, Samantabhadra, and Avalokiteshvara began to chant scriptures continuously at this moment. The sound of scriptures began to envelop this region. Even the of Lingji that had disappeared reappeared at this moment, also beginning to chant scriptures. As the Buddhist principles on the ground increased, beams of Buddhist light filled the surroundings and then began to pour into the bodies of all the Buddhas. Those rays of light contained immense power. In heaven, the Tathagata sighed in relief and said, "The old monk came here and brought most of the faith power accumulated by the Buddhist sect over the years, inscribed the formation, and hid it within. This was to guard against unforeseen circumstances. Even if the situation becomes unfavorable, it can still serve as a backup to achieve victory. If Wukong still had strength in that Flower Fruit Mountain, he might be able to resist, but now that his Flower Fruit Mountain has emptied out, there are at most 2 or 3 people left, making it truly difficult to resist my Buddhist sect. Great Heavenly Sovereign, this battle is bound to be a victory for the old monk." A smile appeared on the Tathagata's face. He glanced at the heavenly immortals in the heavenly court, and when he saw their reactions were all stunned, he felt much more at ease. Below, massive faith power began to pour in, enhancing the strength of every Buddhist Buddha. This tremendous power came from the foundation of the Buddhist sect over the years, and now, it was all taken out by the Tathagata to serve as a backup. Aiming for a guaranteed victory, absolutely not to fail. K. Itagarbha Bodhisattva, Lingji, Samandabhadra, Manjushri, and Avalokiteshvara all gathered here, receiving that vast faith power. This sudden change left Zhu Beiji and Sha Sing stunned. At this moment, Manjushri Bodhisattva said, "Demon Monkey, now even if you surrender, it would be useless. Are there still strong individuals in your Flower Fruit Mountain?" "Just the Bull Demon King and his wife, plus the bull and the boy from the old master. Such power is no longer in our eyes. Besides, do you have any other helpers?" He then laughed heartily. "The heavenly court's manpower has already been monitored by the Buddha. It is absolutely impossible for them to rescue you in a short time. This time, you will inevitably fail. After capturing you, you will be suppressed in the boundless purgatory of the Buddhist sect, enduring eternal suffering." Sun Wukong let out a light laugh. "Do you really think my Flower Fruit Mountain has no one left?" As Sun Wukong's words fell, a sudden breeze cleared the mist outside Flower Fruit Mountain, and a figure immediately stepped out. He complained, "I hate it when someone interrupts me while I'm watering." The figure held a roll of earth-colored silk scroll, which was particularly eye-catching. When they saw his appearance, the Buddhas of the Buddhist sect were instantly shocked. Chapter 93. Jian Yuanzi of Flower Fruit Mountain. Jian Yuanzi. It's him. It's actually him. When the mist outside Flower Fruit Mountain cleared and revealed this figure, undoubtedly, it drew a lot of attention. One after another, they were extremely astonished. Who is Jian Yuanzi? The Grand Master of Wuzhuang Temple, the ancestor of the Earth Immortals. Along with his reputation, there is also the ginseng fruit tree. The ginseng fruit is no less famous than the peaches from the Queen Mother's peach tree garden. Now that Jian Yuanzi appeared, the reactions of the immortals in the heavenly court varied. The Tathagata revealed a hint of surprise in his eyes before coming. He had specifically checked and found that Jian Yuanzi had already closed his cultivation, seemingly not wanting to get involved in this muddled water, which made him feel much more at ease. But who would have thought that he had quietly arrived at Flower Fruit Mountain? This change truly caught the Buddhist sect off guard. Even the Tathagata did not expect this, staring blankly at the scene below. The immortals of the heavenly court, after initially being shocked, quickly reacted, and then resumed their previous activities, drinking and doing whatever else they had to do. One Jian Yuanzi, what's the big deal? What? You say he is the ancestor of the Earth Immortals, extremely powerful, and has the Earth Book in his hand? We know, we naturally know. But isn't he one of us? What we should worry about is not us, but the Tathagata. At this moment, the Tathagata's gaze shifted to the Jade Emperor. And indeed he saw that the Jade Emperor and the White Jade Star were still smiling, showing no signs of change. He instantly understood. They had known all along. The Jade Emperor had everything arranged long ago. Now that Jian Yuanzi was also in Flower Fruit Mountain, he suddenly felt a bit uncertain. Ha! The Jade Emperor laughed heartily, calling to the celestial officials of the heavenly court, saying, "Drink, drink, everyone drink. Someone, bring Buddha a sturdier cup. This heavenly court cannot have any more broken cups. Wouldn't that reflect poorly on me?" Soon, with a new cup brought in and filled with plain wine for the Tathagata, the Jade Emperor cheerfully raised his cup and looked at the Tathagata. "Buddha, I'll drink this first." It was as if he was saying, "Tathagata, I'll take the lead in this battle." Instantly, the Tathagata's expression darkened. In the palace of Do Shui, the old lord smiled as he tugged at his beard, his gaze falling on the returning Li Jing. "Li Tianwang, are you satisfied with this body?" Li Jing looked at himself and said, "I am satisfied. But what if I encounter my third son in this body? What should I do?" The old lord replied, "That's simple. Just poke it a few times. This body is molded from a lotus flower, so it can be remade. If it breaks, I'll help you restore it. Moreover, the lotus used to mold your body is from the same pool as the one used for Nezha, so you two are still connected by blood." Li Jing was taken aback and uncertainly asked, "Then whose was used longer?" The old lord's smile widened. "Nezha's." Li Jing's expression stiffened. This meant that his body belonged to his son, while Nezha's was that of the father. His son's body housed his father's soul, which seemed to blur the generational lines. They couldn't possibly be considered separately, could they? Seeing the mischievous look on the old lord's face, Li Jing sighed and decided to change the topic, looking below and saying, "I didn't expect Jian Yuanzi to come here, and he arrived early too. This Flower Fruit Mountain is indeed full of hidden talents." He thought carefully. The Erlang Shun of Guanjingku, the three great deities of the heavenly court, the Zhen Yuan de Xian of Wuzhuang Temple, and the Qing Miao Jing along with 2 attendants from the palace of Do Shui. Additionally, there was the notorious Bull Demon King of the Heavenly Saints, as well as the Huang Mei and Huang Feng great saints of Buddhism. This lineup was indeed enough for the Buddhist sect to drink a pot. More critically, the Tathagata thought he had the celestial beings of the heavenly court under control, unaware that he himself was being watched by them. In such a situation, if anything went wrong, it would be difficult to provide aid. However, would the Buddhist sect truly be willing to concede? Li Jing looked below, contemplating that within the pure land of the Buddhist sect, there were still many powerful beings yet to appear. Did they have other backup plans? He glanced at the old lord, hoping to find answers from him, but the old lord's smiling demeanor revealed nothing. The old lord glanced at Li Jing and said, "What's wrong? Do you think there is still a chance?" Li Jing replied, "The Buddhist sect has set up so many contingencies for the journey westward. They should be betting everything now. Just Jin Yuanzi alone might not be enough." Li Jing expressed his concerns, while the old lord chuckled. "You don't understand Jin Yuanzi like I do. Currently, with Jin Yuanzi with Wukong, he is in an undefeated position to a certain extent." However, he looked below, feeling somewhat puzzled. Jin Yuanzi seemed to be stronger than before. Could it be that he had made a breakthrough? But the essence of the ginseng fruit tree was missing. It shouldn't be like this. Could there be something on Flower Fruit Mountain that could help Jin Yuanzi replenish it? Moreover, what puzzled the old lord further was that he clearly hadn't baited the fish while fishing, yet the fish caught itself. It seemed that the higher realm of fishing was not about not using bait, but getting the fish to come to the bait after being hooked. The old lord's gaze turned towards another direction, penetrating various obstacles to a distant island. There was a mountain there, and within it, a cave. The old lord murmured softly, "Dao brother, was it you who took action? Aside from that mysterious Dao brother." The old lord couldn't think of anyone else who could help Jin Yuanzi restore that essence of the ginseng fruit tree. If the essence hadn't been replenished, it wouldn't make sense for Jin Yuanzi's strength to increase. Outside Flower Fruit Mountain, Jin Yuanzi. As the light dissipated and the figure was revealed, the Buddhas of the Buddhist sect stared at the face in disbelief. Guanyin couldn't help but exclaim, "Jin Yuanzi, haven't you already closed your observation? How could you appear here?" Manjushri, Samantabhadra, Lingji, and Ksitigarbha all stared at the appearing Jin Yuanzi in astonishment. Indeed, this ancestor of the earth immortals was well known, and unlike the likes of the Bull Demon King and others, though they were not weak, they didn't have the power to affect the entire situation. But Jin Yuanzi was different. His title as the ancestor of earth immortals was not baseless. Moreover, the earth book was in his hands, making things quite difficult. If Jin Yuanzi insisted on helping Sun Wukong, it would truly be troublesome. Chapter 94. Jin Yuanzi, don't delay me from watering the orchard. How could I be here? Naturally, I came to help my sworn brother. You bald donkeys of the Buddhist sect are bullying him so much. How can I just stand by? Jin Yuanzi spoke with a smile. As Jin Yuanzi spoke, the Bull Demon King, who had long been planning to take action, was taken aback. He is also the sworn older brother of that wise brother? Isn't that the same as me, Old Bull? However, he was also a sworn older brother. And Old Bull was too. Rounding it up, Jin Yuanzi was also Old Bull's brother. He was also Old Bull's older brother. The ancestor of earth immortals is Old Bull's older brother. Hee. Thinking of this, the Bull Demon King couldn't help but feel delighted. Having gained an older brother was certainly wonderful, especially since Jin Yuanzi was well known and extremely powerful. It was just a pity that with this title, he couldn't get a ginseng fruit to eat. What a shame. At this time, Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva moved and addressed Jin Yuanzi. Jin Yuanzi, why aren't you properly staying at your Wuzhuang temple? Why come to Flower Fruit Mountain and get involved in this karma? Can you bear this karma? Jin Yuanzi scoffed at this and squeezed the yellowish silk scroll in his hand, causing it to shine brighter, saying, "You bald donkey, you really talk too much. If you want to fight, just fight. What is the point of talking about Buddhist karma? I'm just helping my wise brother. And that makes me evil towards your Buddhist sect? Then when your Buddhist disciples knocked down my ginseng fruit tree, should I not seek revenge?" Sun Wukong was taken aback upon hearing this. Wasn't he an old monkey who knocked down the ginseng fruit tree? Why was the older brother bringing this up at this moment? Sha Sung was also stunned and couldn't help, but quietly asked Pigsy, "Second brother, how does this work? Wasn't he the eldest brother who knocked down the ginseng fruit tree?" Pigsy felt a bit intimidated by Jin Yuanzi, but still missed the taste of the ginseng fruit, which he had eaten too quickly at Wuzhuang Temple and hadn't been able to savor. Now that Jin Yuanzi has gone to Flower Fruit Mountain with Monkey King, I wonder if I, old pig, can still eat ginseng fruit. Then he whispered, when the ginseng fruit tree was toppled, Monkey King was still following the journey to the west, which made him a disciple of Buddhism. However, later on, Monkey King asked Guanyin to help Jin Yuanzi revive the ginseng fruit tree. The grievances between them were settled, and they became sworn brothers. But there was no connection to Buddhism. Moreover, now that Monkey King is no longer a disciple of Buddhism, he naturally has even more reason to seek revenge against them. Sha Sung was immediately startled. Is it really possible like this? But isn't this hatred a bit too far-fetched? Isn't this just finding a random reason to take action against Buddhism? Ksitigarbha and the others were also stunned upon hearing this, and then they instantly understood Jin Yuanzi's logic. Clearly, he could directly say he wanted to take action against them, yet he chose to find a reason. Jin Yuanzi. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva shouted, "You truly have no regrets. Jin Yuanzi replied, really, it's so damn tedious. Brother, I'm too lazy to talk to them. Just tell me who you want Big Brother to help you beat up. When he arrived at Flower Fruit Mountain, he still had some worries in his heart, after all. Regarding the issue of his ginseng fruit tree, even if Lao Jun approved, he himself wasn't so certain, let alone that Lao Jun had personally shown up, only hinting at this meaning. However, after arriving at Flower Fruit Mountain, the problem was truly solved. His current strength was even stronger than before. Moreover, he had also replenished the source of the ginseng fruit tree, which made Jin Yuanzi extremely grateful, not to mention dealing with a few bald donkeys. Even if his brother Sun Wukong said that the Jade Emperor's throne was nice, he would still lend a hand. Of course, now he might not even look at the Jade Emperor's throne. After all, the Heavenly Court, to be honest, is just like that, far inferior to our Flower Fruit Mountain. Remembering that piece of divine soil, Jin Yuanzi's heart was bursting with joy. Upon hearing Jin Yuanzi's words, Sun Wukong immediately chuckled. Big brother, good call. These bald donkeys love to talk nonsense, preaching some twisted doctrines of the Buddhist scriptures to convert others to Buddhism. It's really just a roundabout way to want to enslave others. Now that they see Big Brother, they feel the situation is tricky. So they want to use their broken mouths to persuade Big Brother to leave. To put it bluntly, they are afraid of us. Jin Yuanzi nodded. We brothers should hurry. I'm in a rush to go back and water my orchard. If I delay for a while, it will affect the growth. Jin Yuanzi's mind was filled with his orchard. That was divine soil. Under that divine soil, not only could the ginseng fruit tree grow quickly, but many spiritual roots that Jin Yuanzi had always wanted to try could also be cultivated there. If this could be realized, Jin Yuanzi would further validate his own path. Watering the orchard is much better than chatting with these bald donkeys, right? After hearing Jin Yuanzi's words, Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva and the others were so angry their noses almost twisted. Especially Jin Yuanzi's remark about being in a hurry to go back and water the orchard. It sounded as if he was just taking a stroll while watering, casually resolving their issue. Can this be tolerated? Immediately, Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva sneered, arrogant. Jin Yuanzi, do you really think you are still the ancestor of the earth immortals from before? Nowadays, our Buddhism has changed drastically, and your title as the ancestor of the earth immortals is no longer what it used to be. Since you are so stubborn and unwilling to leave, don't blame us later. This time, our Buddhism will spare no effort. Jin Yuanzi, Jin Yuanzi impatiently said, annoying. Brother, I'll control him, you hit him. Alright. Sun Wukong agreed, and the golden cudgel was swung directly. Jin Yuanzi's figure also disappeared. And when he reappeared, he was already in front of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva was immediately shocked. He never expected Jin Yuanzi's strength to be so formidable. This was not the Jin Yuanzi he had in mind. How could this be? Especially since he was absorbing the belief power prepared by Buddhism the whole time. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva was on the ground. Now that he saw Jin Yuanzi in front of him, he immediately wanted to retreat, but just then, he heard Jin Yuanzi shout coldly, stay put. Instantly, a very strong binding force spread through the ground, tightly binding his legs, making it impossible for him to retreat immediately. Moreover, Jin Yuanzi's attack was truly too fast, causing even Guanyin and the others nearby to not react in time. While they were still unresponsive, Sun Wukong's golden cudgel had already arrived. Boom. With one strike, it hit Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's mouth hard, sending him flying. Even with the belief power from Buddhism, Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's mouth was still twisted. Jin Yuanzi laughed and said, hitting his mouth crooked means he won't talk so much nonsense anymore. Chapter 95. Are Buddhist masters all talkative? Good cudgel technique. The strike was fierce, the force was just right. As for the landing point, it was excellent. Heavenly Court. The Star Lord of War was thrilled, loudly praising without regard for others. However, after he finished speaking, the expected agreement and approval did not come. Instead, opposing opinions emerged. I actually think that Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva is also quite good. The Star Lord of War stared with his copper bell-like eyes, looking fierce. But when he saw that the speaker was the Platinum Star, his momentum dissipated. It was a joke, although this old star was a civil official, who would treat him as one. But he still asked, what does Platinum Star think? He was still somewhat dissatisfied. However, his tone of questioning had softened significantly. Otherwise, he would definitely have slammed the table and questioned him, given the Star Lord of War's fiery temper. The Platinum Star raised his wine cup, first taking a nice sip, then leisurely said, this is just my personal opinion. After all, I'm older, and my eyesight has somewhat diminished. If I say something incorrect, please correct me, fellow immortals. The Platinum Star's unusual support for the Buddhist figures drew many glances. Even the Tathagata couldn't help but look at him twice. Originally, this should have been a one-sided mockery. But suddenly, there was an opposing opinion, which made the Tathagata somewhat uncomfortable. Of course, there were different reactions. The Jade Emperor didn't even glance at the Platinum Star, just using the opportunity of drinking to hide the smile at the corner of his mouth. The two rulers understood each other too well. The Platinum Star definitely wasn't holding back any good words. Sure enough, the Platinum Star immediately spoke. What the Star Lord of War said is correct. But no matter how fierce the great sage's cudgel technique is, how tricky the angles are, or how strong the power is, isn't it just hitting Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's mouth crooked? Truly worthy of being a Buddhist master, practicing scriptures day and night, indeed different. In my opinion, Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's mouth is the truly remarkable one. Its hardness is extraordinary. The Star Lord of War was first stunned, and then immediately reacted, slamming the table and standing up, raising his wine cup in apology. What the Platinum Star said is right. I was too rash. How could I not see the bright spots on Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva? My fault. I will punish myself with a cup. After finishing the drink, he immediately looked at the Buddha and said, Buddha, I also have to apologize to you. Previously, my eyesight was too poor, and I never expected that the strengths of the Buddhist sect differ in their focus on cultivation. I apologize to you. Please forgive me. As soon as the words of the martial Star Lord were finished, the expression on the Buddha's face could be imagined. The other celestial officials in the heavenly court all looked like they were holding back laughter. The Tai-Bai Jinxing was mocking the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva for being stubborn, saying that this was the only redeeming feature about him. And with the martial Star Lord cooperating, he directly apologized to the Buddha. I'm sorry, Buddha. I didn't know that all of you in the Buddhist sect were so stubborn. I didn't realize it. Please don't be angry. If they had only praised Sun Wukong's staff technique from the beginning, the mockery wouldn't have been so intense. But the reverse was different. A sect that specializes in rhetoric was actually thrown off by the great sage's staff technique. The originally subtle atmosphere suddenly changed, and someone couldn't help but burst into laughter. The celestial beings turned to look, only to see their great and majestic Empress of Heaven, the Jade Emperor, wiping the wine from the corner of his mouth, then laughing out loud. Ha! It turned out that the one who laughed out loud was the Jade Emperor. The Jade Emperor pointed at the martial Star Lord and said, You rascal, it's your fault for spilling some wine. You should be punished. Pour yourself another cup. All right. As soon as he finished speaking, the martial Star Lord gulped it down. He then tentatively asked, Your Majesty, is this punishment too light? He felt he could handle it. The Jade Emperor was too lazy to respond to him, and instead looked at the Buddha, saying, Buddha, this punishment is fair, right? The Buddha didn't want to speak to avoid appearing stubborn. Damn it. This group of people in the heavenly court not only mocked the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, but also included him in the mockery. As a Buddha, isn't he the epitome of stubbornness? Damn it. Although the Buddha didn't speak, the air was clearly filled with a joyful atmosphere. The cooperation between the monarch and officials in the heavenly court was extremely tacit. The Tai-Bai Jinxing and the martial Star Lord were particularly harmonious, making it all so smooth. Meanwhile, outside Huawa Mountain, Zhu Beiji looked at the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva with a crooked mouth and muttered, Why does old pig always feel that his crooked mouth looks a bit scary? Shasung nodded, feeling that tearing it off would be better. Their murmurs fell into the ears of the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, nearly making him explode with anger. Originally, being suddenly attacked was already embarrassing enough, and now these two were casually commenting? But at this moment, he had no time to care about them. After steadying himself, he angrily shouted, Jian Yuanzi. Brother, he spoke again. Sun Wukong chuckled and said, Brother, I understand. The two brothers were about to make a move. But at this moment, the others beside the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva also reacted. Could the same thing happen again? Wouldn't that make them seem too useless? After absorbing the long-accumulated power of belief from the Buddhist sect, their strength had indeed increased significantly, and they immediately stood in front. At the same time, Yang Jian and Nezha also rushed in. Did these bald donkeys think they wouldn't take action? The Bull Demon King and his wife, who had been waiting for a long time, also led the demon soldiers to charge out. The Golden Horn and Silver Horn also joined in, while the Qing Nyo Jing leisurely peeled an orange, raising the Vajra ruler if he saw a shiny treasure in anyone's hand. After their strength was enhanced, the Bodhisattvas were no longer completely suppressed as before, but rather fought back fiercely. However, Sun Wukong and Jian Yuanzi, those two, were extremely cunning. The key was that Jian Yuanzi hadn't used the Earth Book yet. Once he did, it would truly be a headache. The Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva learned his lesson this time and didn't speak carelessly. Instead, his eyes widened, nearly spitting fire. That crooked mouth indeed looked quite scary. However, as he made his move, the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva suddenly felt something was off. His strength had actually increased again. He had already absorbed the power of belief. How could this happen? The increase in strength was so rapid. No. The Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's eyes widened as he suddenly remembered something. The underworld. It was his arrangements in the underworld that had gone wrong. Who secretly went to the underworld. Chapter 96. Jian Yuanzi is watering the fruit trees while fighting? In the underworld, the medicine master Buddha looked at the already empty place and revealed a long-lost smile. The hell is not empty. I swear I won't become a Buddha. Ksitigarbha, there are some things you don't want to do, so let me help you. But this time, you have no way out. Previously, when the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva came here, it was indeed related to the Buddhist sect wanting to seize the underworld territory, and a sufficiently strong person was needed to occupy it. But more importantly, at that time, the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva wanted to break free from control. The vow of the hell is not empty. I swear I won't become a Buddha was partly to better establish a foothold in the underworld and partly to protect himself. Over the years, he had established his own territory and power in the underworld, which did not interfere with the heavenly court. And these territories were beyond the jurisdiction of the 10 Yama kings. In order to avoid interference from the Buddhist sect, the The Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva had set up many means to ensure that the vow of the hell is not empty. I swear I won't become a Buddha continued. This way, his position in the underworld became more stable, and the entanglement with Lingshan would decrease. This time, although he acted according to the Buddha's decree, he didn't completely abandon his plans to reach back to Lingshan. This proved that he had a deeper understanding of his own strength and path, and had new plans. But now, the Medicine Master Buddha had destroyed everything he had arranged and left behind. This was forcing him to become a Buddha, cutting off his path and his aspirations. From now on, he could only be the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, not the true Ksitigarbha Buddha. The Medicine Master Buddha smiled. Since the Buddha couldn't do it and couldn't take down these people, I can only help him a bit. This blood sea of the underworld is indeed good. In the realm of the dead, I also obtained what I wanted. I can only make it hard for you. Ksitigarbha? In the underworld, in the Yama Hall. Yama suddenly raised his head, staring intently at a spot, and suspiciously said, "Is something happening in the place where the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva is?" But he is clearly not there. Who entered his territory at this time? After a moment, he called someone over to check. If something really happened, it must be reported to the emperor as soon as possible. In the Doshui Palace, the old lord suddenly lowered his eyes, took a look, and then chuckled. "You can't hold back anymore, can you? The one who stole that strand of origin is actually you. The two saints, Jian and Jian, are covering for you and have done a lot of things, planning to help you become a saint, right? What grand ambition. The current environment is already different from before. Cultivation is not easy, let alone becoming a saint. However, once they reach the saint realm, they will understand more secrets in the world. Many things that once seemed impossible have turned out to have a glimmer of hope. Thus, some people have started to entertain the idea of subverting the natural order." "What audacity," Lao Jun muttered. "This monkey has indeed helped the old Taoist a lot, uncovering more secrets of the Buddhist realm, but can this method truly succeed?" "Lao Jun, what are you talking about? It's all so foggy." Li Jing couldn't help but scratch his head. He wasn't sure if it was because his primordial spirit hadn't recovered or if he was being influenced by this body, but he felt less inclined to think than before. Especially listening to Lao Jun's words, which were so unclear, it was simply giving him a headache. Lao Jun smiled at Li Jing and said, "It's fine. King Li doesn't need to understand so much. Sometimes, it's better not to know." Li Jing nodded and stopped asking further questions. He looked at the battle below and thought that it would be better to keep his distance from that rebellious child in the future. Otherwise, he would definitely end up with more holes poked in him. Outside Flower and Fruit Mountain, the strength of the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva was increasing rapidly, but his expression was extremely grim. He understood. Someone had broken all his arrangements in the underworld, forcing him to become a Buddha, because the hell was empty. When he made this great vow, he also severed many shackles between himself and the Buddhist sect, sealing them away. This part was his own power, but it was too heavily bound by karmic ties with the Buddhist realm. With this karma, he could not be free. He had planned to deepen his understanding of his path before lifting it. The vow to not become a Buddha until hell was not empty could be seen as the greatest seal. But the seal was broken. This power had to return to his body. Thus, all his years of planning were in vain. Tathgata. The Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva felt hatred arise. "You are truly ruthless." He naturally thought this was Tathgata's scheme, but little did he know, Tathgata was equally confused at this moment. However, seeing the strong Buddhist nature radiating from the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, he gradually understood and turned his gaze back toward the direction of Ling Mountain, pondering in his heart. "Is this your doing?" Enraged, the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's mouth twisted even more, and Zhen Yuanzi laughed heartily as the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva charged at him in anger. "You, Zhen Yuanzi, I will suppress you today and make you understand the consequences of your wrong choice." Seeing that the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva had inexplicably gained much power, Zhen Yuanzi knew that if he were to withstand it, he would likely suffer some losses. So he simply used his magical power to activate the Earth Book in his hand, and in an instant, the yellow silk book began to glow. Then, he connected the Earth Book with the Earth Veins. The Earth Book in his hand, also known as the Earth Maternal Membrane, one of the three books of heaven, earth, and man, was indeed profound and unfathomable. It contained 129,800 mountain and river nodes, which could be used to establish a foundation for Earth immortals. Of course, once connected to the Earth Veins, it could form a great formation. This formation was unmatched in defense. Of course, it was not just unmatched in defense. Because it was linked to the Earth Veins, if someone forcefully broke this formation, it would also cause the Earth Veins to rupture. At that time, one would have to bear the consequences of the Earth Veins breaking. In simple terms, either you can't hit me, or if you do hit me, you will also break the Earth Veins and then bear this overwhelming karma. When the time comes, karma will backfire, and with the heavenly laws punishing you, I, Zhen Yuanzi, will be the victim, all because of your wickedness. What? You're not going to hit me? If you're not going to hit me, then I'm going to hit you. At this moment, the Earth Book formation was quickly completed, and Zhen Yuanzi was within this great formation. The Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva was furious and suddenly launched an attack, which then crashed against the formation. Zhen Yuanzi's Earth Book formation didn't even tremble. He stood behind the formation, smiling. Seeing this scene, the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's mouth twisted even more, furious, and continued to attack. After he had been attacking for a while, Jin Yuanzi suddenly said, "Hey, wait a moment." The Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva sneered. "What, are you afraid? If you're afraid, you'd better say it early." Jin Yuanzi raised his hand and said, "You wait a moment. Let me go back and water the fruit trees. After I finish watering, we'll continue our fight." After saying that, Jin Yuanzi picked up the earth book and turned to leave. The Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva was left dumbfounded. "You're fighting and also going to water the fruit trees?" Chapter 97. If you have the ability, break the earth book formation, thanks to Bai Cha Ching Huan. After Jin Yuanzi finished speaking, he turned and left, walking away with great ease. The earth book formation that had just been established ended because Jin Yuanzi took the earth book away. Of course, in contrast to Jin Yuanzi's casualness. The Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva looked as if he had eaten something unpleasant. He had been in a battle with Jin Yuanzi, regardless of their past grievances. Shouldn't they at least finish the fight? But halfway through he just walked away, and even said he was going back to water the fruit trees? At least come up with a better excuse. Can you not be so dismissive? The Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva was about to explode with anger. This was contempt, pure and simple contempt, indicating that Jin Yuanzi completely disregarded him. If not, how could he be so relaxed and casual? Ha! After Jin Yuanzi left, many people couldn't help but laugh, of course. All from the Flower and Fruit Mountain side. They had no reservations and looked down on the Buddhist monks, and at this moment, Jin Yuanzi's actions were like stepping on the Buddhist sect's face. How casual. At the same time, because many demon soldiers had participated in the training, the Buddhist sect's reputation was formidable, and there hadn't been such a significant conflict before, so they were still quite nervous. But now, hey, even our Zhen Yuan de Xian doesn't care. Halfway through the fight, he can leisurely go back to water the trees. What does that indicate? It indicates we have absolute confidence in victory. So what do we have to worry about? After seeing this scene, Zhu Beiji mumbled. This is not treating the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva as a human. But then again, Zhen Yuan de Xian is, after all, the ancestor of Earth Immortals, and his strength is already formidable. How could the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva just recite some scriptures and think he could save people? Even if the Buddha came, he might have to recite from morning till night. His lips would be trembling. These bald monks are overthinking it. At this moment, Sha Sung poked Zhu Beiji's shoulder and quietly reminded him, "Second senior brother, be a little quieter. Many bald monks are nearby. If your words anger them, won't they come after us?" Upon hearing this, Zhu Beiji immediately turned his head to look and indeed saw many Buddhist disciples glaring angrily at the two of them. It was clear that since they couldn't defeat Jin Yuanzi, they were bullying them. Seeing this, Zhu Beiji immediately stretched his neck, glaring, "What are you looking at? These words were taught to me by Master. Bullying us disciples is nothing. If you have the guts, go find our Master." Sha Seng also realized that some Buddhist disciples might not recognize them, so he shouted, "That's right, it's all taught to us by Tang Seng." Now, he wasn't worried about anyone not knowing who their master was. Coincidentally, at that moment, Tang Seng had finally found a safe place and, not hearing Zhu Beiji and Sha Seng's words clearly, only heard Master, and couldn't help but exclaim, "Who called me?" The voice wasn't loud, but among the Buddhist disciples present, who was weak, their hearing was top-notch. Immediately, he turned his head and glared angrily at Tang Seng. Tang Seng looked at those red eyes filled with rage and couldn't help but tremble slightly. He gulped down a mouthful of saliva and then said, "I am not." But it was too late, as fists were already flying towards him. Fortunately, the 18 protectors had been following Tang Seng, which prevented him from meeting his end on the spot. In the sky above, the king of hell roared in anger, looking almost mad. Sun Wukong glanced at him and said, "You bald donkey, my big brother is willing to fight with you. Yet you don't know how to be grateful and are still being picky? Do you have the guts? If you do, break my big brother's formation. If you don't, then stop whining. You, Sun Wukong, don't be too arrogant. Do you think our Buddhist sect has no way to break Jin Yuanzi's great formation?" At this moment, Guanyin couldn't help but speak up. Sun Wukong immediately sneered and said, "If you have the ability, then break it. If you can't, what's the use of whining here? If your strength was as strong as your mouth, I would have left long ago." Guanyin was furious at these words and retorted, "Then Jin Yuanzi would have run away long ago. Do you think he wants to help you? He is already fleeing for his life." At this time, Jin Yuanzi had quickly returned to Huagua Mountain, looked at his orchard, and breathed a sigh of relief, muttering, "Fortunately, the growth hasn't been affected. Otherwise, I would have to catch a few Buddhist bodhisattvas to fill in the soil today." Before he could finish speaking, Jin Yuanzi shook his head and said, "No. Those bald donkeys are too dirty. I can't let them dirty my brother's sacred soil in Huagua Mountain, even if they are cleaner. Disturbing my flowers and plants is also not good." He immediately tidied up and then leisurely picked a few ginseng fruits before coming out from Huagua Mountain. At this moment, the one who was the most relaxed was the Qing Miao Jing. After collecting some treasures, he returned to the mountain while picking a couple of oranges to eat. Seeing Zhen Yuanzi's actions, he thought to himself, "He really has the same hobby as me. Those ginseng fruits must taste even better with the sacred soil. I must find an opportunity to try them." Zhen Yuanzi had returned. "Zhen Yuanzi, you fled at the critical moment because you were afraid of our Buddhist strongmen, right? If you leave now, the Buddhist sect can still let it go, but if you are stubborn..." Before Puxian Bodhisattva could finish speaking, Jin Yuanzi frowned and said, "Have you been reading Buddhist scriptures for years and made your brain go bad?" He looked at Sun Wukong and said, "Brother, your decision is right. Staying far away from those bald donkeys will prevent them from affecting your intelligence. Here." He wrapped the ginseng fruit and threw it to Sun Wukong. "Tired from fighting? Have a fruit to replenish." Sun Wukong immediately caught the ginseng fruit thrown by Jian Yuanzi, took a bite, and laughed. "Big brother's ginseng fruit really tastes even better." "Of course," Jian Yuanzi said proudly. "This experience, few can compare to me." Sun Wukong munched on the ginseng fruit while watching the furious Buddhist strongman. What a pity this ginseng fruit has no pit. Otherwise, he could throw a couple. But no, even the pit is a treasure to these bald donkeys. He couldn't let them have it. Jian Yuanzi then sent a few more ginseng fruits to Jian, Nezha, and others, tossing one to each. Then, he took out the earth book again, connected it to the earth veins, and set up the earth book great formation. He looked at the king of hell and said, "Come, if you have the guts, break my great formation. I'll be right here waiting for you. Don't say I bullied you." "Thank you, by Cha Ching Huan, for the gift, and thanks to all the other great benefactors for their gifts." Chapter 98. Are they all hiding in the earth book great formation? Jian Yuanzi was still so polite. Tai Bai Jin Xing's side and said, willing to let others hit him without making a move, letting them enjoy themselves. If someone could break his great formation, it would mean they had the ability. If they couldn't break it, then there was nothing to be done. Jian Yuanzi, worthy of being the ancestor of earth immortals, truly has the demeanor of an immortal. Tai Bai Jin Xing did not hold back his praise. The other heavenly officials nodded repeatedly, agreeing with his words and praising him. Only the Tathagata looked at Tai Bai Jin Xing with a hint of disbelief in his eyes. Is he really just standing there letting others hit him? He clearly set up the earth book great formation. Not to mention how exaggerated the defensive capabilities of the earth book great formation are, even if it can be broken. Who would dare to hit it? Who would dare? That earth book connects to the earth veins of the Honghuang world, in some sense. That formation is the earth vein of the entire Honghuang world. Once the formation is broken, the earth veins would also be greatly affected, or even directly shattered. If the earth veins of the Honghuang world were shattered, who could bear the consequences? This is simply Jian Yuanzi being fearless, knowing that our Buddhist sect would not dare to break his formation, and it has actually become his grandeur. You heavenly officials are all the same. Each one of you has an amazing ability to speak nonsense with your eyes wide open. Even the Jade Emperor, after hearing Tai Bai Jin Xing's words, nodded and said, indeed, Jian Yuanzi is indeed very dignified. This kind of demeanor is truly admirable. Come, all of you celestial officials, let's toast to Jian Yuanzi's demeanor. The Tathagata watched as one celestial official after another raised their cups, feeling powerless. These heavenly officials are all the same. It's simply absurd. They celebrate at every opportunity. Just drink yourselves to death. What is there to celebrate? When our Buddhist sect held the advantage, did they celebrate? What? When did our Buddhist sect hold the advantage? When that monkey king wreaked havoc in the heavenly palace, wasn't I invited over? Really? And at this time, inside the earth book great formation, Jian Yuanzi was munching on the ginseng fruit while looking at the king of hell, mumbling, I was reckless. I should have moved a chair from my brother's Huaguo Mountain. Standing here is too tiring. Got it. His eyes lit up, and he manipulated the earth book, immediately creating a stone table and a stone stool where he was sitting. He then sat down, took out a pot of wine from his sleeve, poured himself a cup, and looked at the king of hell, commanding, now you can start. Put in some effort. My brother's Huaguo Mountain has so many little demons watching. You are a bodhisattva of the Buddhist sect. Don't embarrass yourself. If you can't break my earth book great formation, it will be a disgrace to the Buddhist sect, and I'll have to go to the Buddha and file a complaint against you. As a bodhisattva of the Buddhist sect, not only do you fail to bring honor to the sect, but you also bring shame. At this time, Jian Yuanzi was truly enjoying a rare sight. After all, battles were raging everywhere, especially between those little demons and the Buddhist disciples. The fighting was fierce, and the bull demon king was putting in extra effort, wanting to show his brother how powerful he was. Nezha and Jian were also using all their abilities, while Sun Wukong was in the midst of fighting. Only Jian Yuanzi was here, completely at ease. The Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva was already furious because the layout of the underworld had completely fallen apart, and now provoked by Jian Yuanzi, he was even more reckless. His attacks continuously struck the earth book great formation. Unfortunately, it had little effect, which made Jian Yuanzi furious. He couldn't help but say, use more strength. Why can't you break my formation? How can two attacks hit different places? Don't you know that hitting the same spot repeatedly makes it easier to break? Oh, what have you learned in the spiritual mountain? What have you been doing in the underworld for so long? You're just getting worse. With your little strength, you're not even as good as the dog beside Jian. Hearing this, the howling celestial dog barked in dissatisfaction. Woof woof. Jian Yuanzi replied, did you hear that? It's not wrong. Woof woof woof. It says you're really weak. Woof. Weak. Ah. The Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva was immediately infuriated by Jian Yuanzi's verbal assault and pointed at him, cursing, don't be so proud. Today, I must break your earth book great formation. Jian Yuanzi laughed. You said it. Don't go back on your word. The situation here quickly attracted the attention of others. Jian saw this scene and was instantly moved, immediately calling the Mei Mountain brothers and the troops from Guanjinku over. Shouting from outside, Jinyuan Daxian, your voice is too low. We're here to help you. Please Please open the formation and let us in. Zhen Yuanzi waved his hand to let them in. Yang Jian then said to the bodhisattvas Puxian and Wenshu, "You two bald donkeys, if you have the guts, come and fight." Then, he pulled out a wine jug from somewhere and said, "Zhen Yuan Daxian, I have some celestial brew from the heavenly court." Zhen Yuanzi's eyes lit up. "Quick, fill it up." The two began to drink. Seeing this, Nezha felt that the skewers were no longer appealing and ran over. Sun Wukong also approached. "Big brother, old son, think you're under a lot of pressure. Let me help you." Zhen Yuanzi tossed a grape he found into his mouth and said, "It is quite the pressure. Dear brother, come on over." At this point, the soldiers from Flower Fruit Mountain all arrived and gathered in the Earth Book Great Formation. Seeing this, Zhu Beiji was drooling over the ginseng fruit and hurriedly said, Old pig." Before he could finish, he suddenly saw the furious Buddhist bodhisattvas glaring at him. Zhu Beiji immediately felt a bit intimidated. Old pig, I'm just fine here." Now, the situation left the Buddhist sect completely dumbfounded. They had prepared so much for this trip, intending to solve this difficulty. Not to mention capturing Sun Wukong and moving Flower Fruit Mountain. At least they had to help Tang Seng through this challenge, right? But now, the Earth Book Great Formation stood in front of them. What to do? Really break it open? What if breaking it open caused karmic repercussions? Who can bear the consequences of the earth veins breaking? Saints. Whether a saint can bear it is another question, but which saint would be willing to bear it? Suffering such great karma for no reason would truly be fatal. But if they don't act, what will happen next? If these people stay in the Earth Book Great Formation, there's nothing they can do. At this point, the Buddhist bodhisattvas were also scratching their heads in frustration. Puxian couldn't help but say, "If you have guts, come out and fight." Sun Wukong, not knowing where he found a peach, took a bite and threw the pit out. "If you break the formation, old son, will go out." "You." Puxian was so angry he couldn't speak. Chapter 99. The Flesh and Bone of a Woodsman. Your Majesty, Yanluo Wang has sent a memorial. After receiving the report, Taibai Jingxing did not conceal it and quickly walked to the Jade Emperor's side, speaking in a low voice. When Taibai Jingxing spoke, he naturally transmitted his voice privately. But sitting there, he did not show respect to the emperor, walking right up to him. "Yanluo Wang?" The Jade Emperor narrowed his eyes, asking what was the matter. "The place of the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva in the underworld has completely emptied. No wonder. I suspected earlier that his strength increase was related to the underworld. And it seems to be true now. But is this the work of the Tathagata? If he really did this, wouldn't he be afraid of the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva turning against him at a critical moment?" The Jade Emperor pondered for a moment, feeling it didn't quite seem like the Tathagata's method, as it didn't match his character. But if it's not the Tathagata, then who could it be? Did the Pure Land of Buddhism intervene? The Jade Emperor glanced at the Tathagata and suddenly smiled. "Buddha, this battle hasn't developed as you expected." The Tathagata did not respond. Not only that, but even the Buddhist sect, "I'm afraid, the Buddha's control is not as strong as before." This statement left the Tathagata stunned, and he narrowed his eyes, asking, "What does your majesty mean?" The Jade Emperor instantly understood, saying, "It's nothing. I'm just speaking casually. Buddha, don't take it to heart." After saying this, the Jade Emperor appeared as if nothing had happened and continued drinking. However, this statement lingered in the Tathagata's mind. What happened? What did Taibai Jingxing say that made the Jade Emperor ask this? It also mentioned my control over the Buddhist sect. He suddenly thought of the key point, the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. This time, the two of them cooperated rather than commanded, and it was natural that they wouldn't follow his orders completely. However, now he recalled the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's sudden increase in strength and understood. So, who acted this time? The Tathagata's gaze deepened as he looked below. In the underworld, the medicine master Buddha gently shook his head. "Not expecting that I could help you to this extent, yet you still can't handle it. Ksitigarbha, you've disappointed me too much. Well, since this situation cannot be resolved, and with the Tathagata also absent, I must take action. It's been too long since I last acted. The world may have forgotten me." The figure of the medicine master Buddha vanished from the underworld. After he left, on an inconspicuous mountain, a woodsman was sitting on a fallen tree trunk, resting. He glanced toward the direction of Flower Fruit Mountain and said, "Is this Zhen Yuanzi's Earth Book Great Formation? This formation is indeed a bit unreasonable. It's fortunate that little junior brother could invite Zhen Yuanzi. However, relying solely on Zhen Yuanzi's Earth Book Great Formation probably won't stop the Buddhist sect. Their preparations are not just ordinary." The woodsman murmured softly, "Well, I haven't seen little junior brother for a long time. It's time to pay a visit. I wonder if he still remembers this flesh and bone body of mine." A smile appeared on his face as he tucked the axe at his waist and slowly walked down the mountain. "Previously, the master left something for me to deliver to little junior brother. This time is just right." The woodsman's figure gradually disappeared among the mountains. But his pace was not fast. It could even be described as leisurely. Outside Flower Fruit Mountain, facing the Earth Book Great Formation, the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva finally calmed down. In fact, every time he struck the Earth Book Great Formation, it could create ripples. However, he still dared not attempt to break it. Choosing between living well or dying from karmic backlash, the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva was clear about his choice. Especially since the other Buddhists didn't even dare to act. only willing to keep talking, hoping to coax Sun Wukong and the others out. How is that possible? But without breaking the Earth Book Great Array, how can we overcome this difficulty? The situation fell into a stalemate. Just then, a voice suddenly echoed, seemingly coming from nowhere, yet in an instant. It resonated in the minds of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva and others. Why bother with the Earth Book Great Array? While no one is around, just flatten Flower Fruit Mountain. Then, a figure appeared in the center of the scene. In an instant, the sound of chanting scriptures filled the air, and one after another. The voices of the scriptures resounded throughout the world. When he appeared, the surrounding plants seemed to come to life, beginning to sway. He radiated a gentle Buddha light, but also exuded a strong medicinal fragrance. His appearance was shrouded in a halo of Buddhist light, yet once he showed up, it was hard to ignore his presence. Medicine Master Buddha. The Tathagata recognized him at a glance, his eyes narrowing and his brow slightly furrowing. Thinking to himself, so it was you. After the Jade Emperor's words, he had speculated that someone from the pure land of Buddhism had come out. And after reporting to the Buddhist saints, he had also received some methods from the saints, who were somewhat dissatisfied with his recent setbacks. However, the Tathagata felt that it was merely temporary. The journey to the west would soon return to normal, and a small demon monkey could be dealt with easily. Yet, it was precisely this demon monkey that had brought Flower Fruit Mountain to its current state, with the help of Yang Jian, Nezha, and the Heavenly Court. Even Jin Yuanzi had come to Flower Fruit Mountain, forming an unignorable force. This had caused his plans to repeatedly fall short, and with the Jade Emperor continuously making moves, it further put the Buddhist sect in a passive position. By now, the cards in the Tathagata's hand had dwindled, and at this moment, someone from the Pure Land had emerged. Medicine Master Buddha had joined the Buddhist sect even earlier than himself. Back then, the Buddhist sect was still called the Western religion. He had followed the two saints to cultivate early on, and then entered the Pure Land, rarely appearing, increasingly mysterious. Now that he had come out from the Pure Land, it also proved that he was fully confident. At the same time, it demonstrated the saints' dissatisfaction with him. The Tathagata fixed his gaze on Medicine Master Buddha, pondering deeply. Below, the appearance of Medicine Master Buddha surprised the disciples of the Buddhist sect. Some disciples of lower status had only heard of him, but never seen him. Medicine Master Buddha looked at Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva and the others, chuckling. It's just the Earth Book Great Array. How could it block you for so long? Ksitigarbha, I've even helped you enhance your strength. Why are you still afraid to break the array? Didn't you once say that if you don't enter hell, who will? Now is your time to enter hell. Why are you still afraid? Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva couldn't help but clench his fists. He could differentiate between entering hell and seeking death. Moreover, do you dare to break this Earth Book Great Array? It sounds easy, then show your abilities. Medicine Master Buddha seemed to understand Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's thoughts, softly saying, there's no need to entangle with them any longer. Just cross this formation and flatten Flower Fruit Mountain. If they have the ability, let them stay in the Earth Book Great Array forever and never come out. Chapter 100. Me? Just a woodcutter from Mount Fongsuan. Medicine Master Buddha. I didn't expect the Buddhist sect to send him as well. When Medicine Master Buddha appeared, the celestial beings of the Heavenly Court naturally saw him, their eyes narrowing. They were well aware of this figure who had been cultivating in the pure land of Buddhism for a long time. However, he had disappeared for so long, and it was unclear what level of strength he possessed now. The appearance of Medicine Master Buddha suddenly complicated the situation. Originally, the Tathagata should have been pleased to see the Buddhist sect's situation improving, but at this moment, he showed no signs of happiness. The appearance of Medicine Master Buddha was not his original intention. So it was you. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva suddenly understood why many of his arrangements in the underworld had vanished. He initially thought it was because of the Tathagata, but now he realized it was this Medicine Master Buddha before him. It was I who was angry that you didn't compete, that even a small demon monkey couldn't deal with. I just helped you a bit. But unexpectedly, Medicine Master Buddha gently shook his head. You still can't be of much use. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva nearly bit his teeth in anger, glaring at Medicine Master Buddha. How dare you? Medicine Master Buddha let out a light laugh, then ignored him and stepped forward. He looked at the crowd trapped in the Earth Book Great Array. Then his gaze fell on Jin Yuanzi, smiling. Jin Yuanzi, you really are living your life backward. A dignified ancestor of the Earth Immortals. Yet you ended up mixing with a demon monkey and even became sworn brothers. Truly disgraceful. Jin Yuanzi looked at him, thinking, so the turtle of the Buddhist sect hiding in the Pure Land finally stuck its head out? If I were you, I'd just stay in that turtle shell. You joined the Buddhist sect so early but couldn't compete with the burning lamp. Not only could you not compete with the burning lamp, but there's no position for you among the present or future Buddhas. If I were you, I would have found a place to bash my head against the wall and die already. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong also understood, laughing. I thought it was someone important. Turns out it's the Buddhist turtle. What's this? Now bald donkeys like to give themselves nice names. Medicine Master Buddha? You didn't self-title yourself, did you? Medicine Master Buddha, upon hearing this, snorted. Jin Yuanzi, do you really think if you set up this Earth Book Great Array, I wouldn't be able to do anything about it? Jin Yuanzi sneered. If you have the ability, then break it. If you can't, then I look down on you. Medicine Master Buddha said, the Buddhist sect has long been prepared for your great array. Jin Yuanzi, you probably don't know that a trace of the source of your ginseng fruit tree has already diminished, right? Upon hearing this, Jian Yuanzi's eyes narrowed. So it was you. Medicine Master Buddha said, by drawing away a trace of the source from your ginseng fruit tree. I aim to sever your path and leave a flaw in your earth book, Great Array. Oh, then I must see for myself. Jian Yuanzi also smiled slightly. He had long since replenished the source of the ginseng fruit tree, and that trace of mixed Buddhist light had also been found. He was not worried about Medicine Master Buddha's methods at all. However, Medicine Master Buddha then said, if I wanted to break your earth book, Great Array, I could do so in an instant. But right now, I have other matters to attend to. Suddenly, his figure disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was already outside Flower Fruit Mountain. He softly said, since you all chose to shrink inside the earth book, Great Array, then I will proceed to flatten Flower Fruit Mountain. He held the Medicine Master Pearl in one hand and a glazed pagoda in the other. Both treasures had been immersed in his cultivation for a long time, boasting immense Buddhist power. When he appeared outside Flower Fruit Mountain, the people inside the earth book Great Array, including Yang Jian and others, immediately showed urgency. They immediately wanted to rush out to stop Medicine Master Buddha. Although they had already witnessed the uniqueness of Flower Fruit Mountain, this Medicine Master Buddha was clearly stronger than Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, and if he made a move against Flower Fruit Mountain, it could truly be flattened. However, Sun Wukong was not in a hurry at all. Not to mention the formation outside Flower Fruit Mountain. Even Flower Fruit Mountain itself was not something this small Medicine Master Buddha could contend with. So he naturally was not anxious. He even stopped Yang Jian and the others, saying, Brother Yang, Nezha, don't rush, give him a chance. I want to see just how much strength he really has after boasting for so long. Yang Jian and the others were momentarily stunned. As the Medicine Master Buddha made his move, in an instant, the Buddha light shone brightly throughout the heavens and the earth. He emanated his own power, and an overwhelming aura enveloped the world, leaving only his figure visible amidst the vastness. The Buddha light filled the air, obscuring his form, yet it was exceptionally powerful. An attack was launched by him towards Flower Fruit Mountain. However, at that moment, a sigh echoed through the realm. The sound of the sigh, though not loud, was as powerful as thunder. Then, amidst the dazzling Buddha light, a shadow suddenly appeared. The shadow manifested before the Medicine Master Buddha's attack, revealing an axe right there on the scene. With a sharp sound, it seemed as if it intended to cleave the entire universe apart. The axe, carrying an unparalleled force and the sharpness to reopen the heavens and the earth, completely severed the Medicine Master Buddha's attack. With one strike, it shattered entirely. When this scene occurred, countless people were left stunned. In this world, it seemed that only that figure remained, which, although not tall and quite ordinary, was hard to ignore. The figure was dressed very simply, in straw sandals, a bamboo hat, and coarse cloth garments. Even the axe was extraordinarily ordinary, as if it had been used for chopping wood for many years. It bore numerous marks and was a common axe that looked less appealing than many others. Yet it effortlessly cut through the Medicine Master Buddha's attack. Without any effort, the person wielding the axe also appeared unremarkable, looking like an ordinary woodcutter. Who was he? Almost immediately, the disciples of the Buddhist sect turned their gazes towards him, their minds racing to recall where such a powerful figure might come from. Even the Medicine Master Buddha stared at the figure before him for a long time, finding it hard to believe that his carefully prepared strike was so easily blocked. Moreover, his strength had greatly increased after merging with that strand of the ginseng fruit tree's essence and many roots of spiritual origins. The Medicine Master Buddha was very confident that in this primordial world, not many could match his strength. But now, he was actually blocked by an utterly ordinary woodcutter. How could this be possible? At that moment, the Medicine Master Buddha squinted his eyes and asked, Who are you? Me? The woodcutter chuckled softly, his laughter echoing through the heavens and the earth, causing the world to dim. I am far less significant than you all, just an ordinary mortal. I'm merely a woodcutter from Mount F-NGCN, Chapter 101, 500 years apart from Mount F-NGCN. I'm merely a woodcutter from Mount F-NGCN. The woodcutter spoke this with nonchalance and confidence, showing no sign of inferiority whatsoever. Just from his demeanor, regardless of whether Mount F-NGCN was famous or not, it was difficult for anyone to harbor disdain. Moreover, the earlier display of the Medicine Master Buddha's power had already been extraordinary, causing the heavens and the earth to change color, with Buddhist scriptures and Buddha light filling the air, as if the entire realm had turned into a Buddhist kingdom. The Medicine Master Buddha was the sole ruler of this kingdom, having every advantage of time and place. In light of such power, even the previously strengthened Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, after contemplating for a while, felt inferior, believing he would not last even a single move against the Medicine Master Buddha. Although the Medicine Master Buddha had plotted against him and was not a good person, his strength was indeed formidable. Yet even so, he was still effortlessly cut through by this ordinary woodcutter's axe. It was as easy and pleasant as cleaving through the heavens and the earth. Therefore, gazes immediately turned towards this simply dressed woodcutter, filled with curiosity and shock. At the same time, the name Mount F-NGCN also resonated in everyone's ears. For many disciples of the Buddhist sect, this name was unfamiliar. They had never heard of it, wondering which immortal mountain it was and which great figure was hidden there. Clearly not well known, yet how could such a powerful and terrifying disciple appear? More importantly, Why had this Mount FNGCN come here to oppose the Buddhist sect? At that moment, Zhu Beiji snickered and said, "That axe almost knocked the soul out of the medicine master Buddha. Shashidi, go sneak behind him and see if his pants are wet. Is he scared to the point of wetting himself?" Tang Seng shot a glance at Zhu Beiji and replied, "Second senior brother, why don't you go check yourself? What if I go and he urinates on me?" Zhu Beiji widened his eyes and said, "Isn't that the holy water of the Buddhist sect? If you bathe in it, you might just become an arhat." "What? Me, the mighty general of the heavenly curtain, becoming an arhat? Wouldn't that be degrading my status?" His reasoning was sound, and I, old pig, thought of someone who would definitely want to go. Perhaps he even wanted to drink a couple of sips. After hearing this, Tang Seng instinctively looked for Tang Seng, but he couldn't find him and felt a bit disappointed. Of course, the medicine master Buddha was certainly not at that level. Zhu Beiji merely wanted to use this to mock the medicine master Buddha's strength being far inferior to that of the woodcutter. However, when the woodcutter appeared, the medicine master Buddha's expression indeed did not look good, and the disciples of the Buddhist sect also wore grim faces. Unlike ordinary disciples who were unaware of Mount FNGCN, many had never even heard of it, but they knew a little. It was just that the figure from Mount FNGCN had always been low-key, rarely making a move, and had been hidden in the mountains. Not to mention that finding Mount FNGCN itself was not an easy task. Yet here, someone from Mount FNGCN had arrived. In the heavenly court, the Jade Emperor softly said, "Buddha, I have not sent anyone from the heavenly court. We are upright and just." He pointed to the group of celestial officials drinking wine. "These celestial ministers are currently seated here, accompanying you in drinking and having fun. Don't cause trouble." The Tathgata glanced at Nezha, young Jian, and the oxen boy of the Grand Supreme Elder Lord within the great formation on the ground. He wanted to believe the Jade Emperor's words, but found it hard to do so. However, with the Buddhist sect showcasing their power after several arrangements, he believed victory for the Buddhist sect was just within reach, yet what transpired far exceeded his expectations. Even when the medicine master Buddha emerged from the Pure Land, there were still others who intervened to block him. What was the intention of that master sub-hoodie from Mount FNGC in getting involved? Was it merely for a monkey? Inside the Duoshu Palace, the Grand Supreme Elder Lord habitually stroked his long beard, his eyes filled with a smile. He knew that it was impossible for you to remain inactive forever. Wukong was in trouble, so it was only right for your disciples to come. Yet Li Jing at the side looked confused, feeling that listening to the Grand Supreme Elder Lord was like listening to celestial scriptures. Unable to help himself, he asked, "Grand Lord, what do you mean by that?" The Grand Supreme Elder Lord smiled and said, "It's nothing, just talking about an old friend." Old friend? Li Jing was still puzzled. He had been in seclusion for many years without emerging. And although he had taught many disciples who had gone down the mountain and entered the world, he had never taken action himself. Suddenly, Li Jing understood. "So this woodcutter is a disciple of your old friend?" The Grand Supreme Elder Lord nodded. "One of them, and not just him. Wukong is also one. And he is the youngest and the last to enter the sect." Li Jing exclaimed. "So the great sage is a junior brother from Mount FNGCN. Now that Mount FNGCN has only sent out 2 disciples, and they are already this powerful, just how strong is Mount FNGCN?" The Grand Supreme Elder Lord stroked his beard and sighed. "It cannot be spoken of, nor can it be questioned. Senior brother, senior brother." Inside the Earth Book Great Array, Sun Wukong suddenly flashed out and almost instantly appeared in front of the woodcutter, his eyes filled with joy. The woodcutter smiled gently, looking at the monkey in golden armor, holding a golden staff, who stood before him. Although he was impressive and dignified in the woodcutter's eyes, he was still that little monkey from back then, dressed in coarse clothes, with a shy expression, who came to ask for directions. The woodcutter's smile revealed kindness as he softly said, "Junior brother, it's been a long time since we parted at Mount Fengsuan. Over 500 years have passed, and you've grown so much." Sun Wukong suddenly felt a bit embarrassed and said, "Brother, please don't say that. I am now the great sage equal to heaven, with extraordinary strength." The woodcutter's appearance stirred many emotions in Sun Wukong's mind, and as he spoke, he couldn't help but straighten his back. The phoenix-winged purple gold crown on his head swayed along with him. However, this made the smile on the woodcutter's face even broader as he said, "All right, great sage equal to heaven. You are even more impressive now. Of course." Sun Wukong recalled something and hurriedly added, "Since I left, I have remembered Master S' instructions day and night, and I haven't disclosed any information about our sect. Now no one knows where I, old son, comes from." Ha! The woodcutter couldn't help but laugh. As the 2 brothers reminisced, the medicine master Buddha beside them grew increasingly sinister in his gaze. He was on the verge of success. As long as his attack landed on Flower and Fruit Mountain, he could resolve this difficulty to the greatest extent. And even with the Earth Book Great Array in place, it would not obstruct the journey to the west. But at this critical moment, this woodcutter appeared and thwarted his grand plan. Immediately, he narrowed his eyes and coldly sneered, "I don't care where you come from, but you dare to interfere with my Buddha's grand plan. If you don't give me an explanation today, this matter cannot end well." Chapter 102. The senior brother from Mount Fengsuan steps forward without a doubt. The medicine master Buddha was extremely displeased, to the utmost extent. Ever since he came out of the Pure Land, everything he had done had been successful. He had gathered a lot of spiritual roots and sources. And with the essence of the ginseng fruit tree from Xinyuanzi, his strength was no longer comparable to the past. Then, seeing the backup plan laid out by the Tathagata, he found it quite difficult when facing the heavenly court, so he decided to lend a hand by destroying the arrangements of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva in the underworld, revealing his true strength. Yet, even so, that useless Ksitigarbha still couldn't deal with his opponents, so he had to take action himself. He intended to ridicule Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva and simultaneously resolve the difficulties faced by the Buddha-esque sect. After that, his prestige and influence would naturally surpass that of the Tathagata. This was the Medicine Master Buddha's plan. But unexpectedly, after he made his move, he was blocked, and it was by an ordinary woodcutter. He knew about Mount Fonsuin. But no matter how strong Mount Fonsuin was, did it mean the Buddha's sect was weak? The Buddha's sect had 2 saints, and he, the Medicine Master Buddha, was not far behind. There was really no reason to fear Mount Fonsuin. Thus, at this moment, the Medicine Master Buddha's gaze fell on the woodcutter, filled with coldness. After appearing, he had broken his attack, and instead of acknowledging him, he was reminiscing with the demon monkey. This clearly showed that he did not take him seriously. As the Medicine Master Buddha finished speaking, Sun Wukong's expression changed instantly, and gripping his golden staff, he immediately said, "Brother, wait a moment. I'll go smash that bald donkey's head." "Junior brother," the woodcutter called out to Sun Wukong, smiling lightly, "don't be so hasty. It's just a small matter. How can we disturb our interest?" Sun Wukong said fiercely, "That bald donkey is truly despicable. After such a long time without seeing my brother, we've only exchanged a few words, and he comes to interrupt, even speaking disrespectfully to my brother." Seeing Sun Wukong's furious expression, the smile in the woodcutter's eyes grew even more pronounced. He gently said, "Do not rush, junior brother. It's just a small matter. Let me handle it." He walked over and patted Sun Wukong's shoulder, signaling him not to worry. "I also haven't made a move in a long time." As the woodcutter finished speaking, the most excited person was the great sage of the Yellow Wind, his eyes shining with excitement. Master is going to take action. Master is going to take action. He remembered the scene when he first saw his master, such strength, incredibly powerful, simply the strongest person he had ever seen. Moreover, he had only taught him a couple of moves, yet it allowed him to stand against Lingji Bodhisattva and even behead him. Now, with his master personally taking action, how powerful would that be? He was filled with anticipation. Yang Jian also showed a curious expression. Previously, the monkey had kept silent about his sect, but seeing the monkey take action, it was evident he had a sect. He had never thought that this person was his senior brother. After all, during his escape with Yang Jiao and Yang Chan, a casual pointer from him had greatly enhanced his brother's strength, which blocked the heavenly court's pursuers. Now seeing him again, he couldn't help but feel emotional, while also looking forward to the true strength of this predecessor. "Junior brother, just wait for me here for a moment. It won't take long." The woodcutter turned back and smiled at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong nodded, saying, "All right. Then I'll go warm a cup of wine for my brother." The woodcutter smiled. "That would be best." Sun Wukong then nodded and went back. The woodcutter, however, turned his gaze to the Medicine Master Buddha. The Medicine Master Buddha coldly said, "Mount Fonsuin? It's nothing to be afraid of. My Buddha-esque sect is not afraid at all. You are just an ordinary woodcutter, holding a rotten axe, yet you come to interfere with my Buddha-esque important matters. I originally wanted to show mercy and let you go, but unexpectedly, you do not know your place. Since that is the case, then you won't be leaving. Soon, I will capture you and that demon monkey together, allowing you brothers to die together. I will also perform a ceremony for you, which is a great merit." Ha. The Medicine Master Buddha laughed loudly, his smile carrying a coldness, clearly resentful of the woodcutter's previous disregard. However, the woodcutter's reaction was quite calm. He thought to himself. It seemed that the little junior brother had indeed suffered a lot over the years. After all this time, he hadn't revealed any information about their sect, this monkey. The woodcutter couldn't help but smile and shake his head lightly. But the woodcutter's response only deepened the contempt in the Medicine Master Buddha's eyes, making him even more agitated. He immediately let out a furious shout and rushed forward. The Medicine Master Buddha's strength was indeed impressive. He had been cultivating in the Pure Land for many years, and his Buddha power had already reached the transformation stage, with the assistance of the Buddha-esque saints, personally laying out plans and gathering numerous spiritual roots and sources. These sources were not merely the essence of the ginseng fruit tree. Understanding and absorbing these sources was the true foundation of the Medicine Master Buddha's confidence. Now, with the Medicine Master Buddha's angry shout, a significant amount of spiritual power surged towards him from the heavens and earth, creating an immense momentum. There was not an abundance of Buddha light on him, but rather a lot of life source power emerged. With a wave of his hand, strange Buddha flowers blossomed in the heavens and earth, starting from one point and instantly connecting into a patch, transforming the vast space into a sea of flowers in the blink of an eye. In every Buddhist flower, there sits a Buddha, whose appearance is a smaller version of the medicine Buddha. A terrifying power is condensed within. Upon seeing these Buddhist flowers, Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva narrowed his eyes, feeling a surge of horror in his heart. If this move were aimed at him, he would absolutely not be able to withstand it. He sensed an extremely serious life-threatening danger. The few from Avalokiteshvara also showed expressions of shock. They initially thought that outside the Pure Land, they occupied most of the resources of the Spirit Mountain and, relying on the faith and incense of Buddhism over the years, their strength was not weaker than that of the strong practitioners within the Pure Land. But now, with just one stepping out, there is such terrifying power that they cannot compare. Is this the Pure Land? They were all shocked by the Medicine Buddha's terrifying strength, and at the same time, they gained a bit more confidence in the Buddhist sect's grand plan. No matter how mysterious Mount Fansong is, can it not be surpassed with the appearance of the strong from the Buddhist sect's Pure Land? The westward journey of Buddhism is destined. Destiny cannot be obstructed. Buzz. At that moment, suddenly, a buzzing sound echoed through the heavens and the earth, resounding in all directions. This sound came from the old axe in the woodcutter's hand. The woodcutter held it, and a voice echoed in the mind of the great sage of the yellow wind. Disciple, watch closely. This is the first move I taught you. As he finished speaking, the axe was unleashed, and the world changed. Chapter 103. The terrifying woodcutter. It was not seeing how the woodcutter made his move, but the axe had clearly already made a move. In the blink of an eye, that seemingly very old axe had appeared. At this moment, under the Medicine Buddha's strike, the surroundings were filled with Buddhist flowers, one after another connecting, and the terrifying power was all linked together. In an instant, it exploded. Boom. Instantly, a terrifying loud sound erupted, filling the entire space. Some Buddhist disciples who were slightly closer couldn't help but cover their ears upon hearing this sound, as their eardrums trembled painfully. Those who covered their ears a bit later, or those with weaker strength, were already bleeding from their ears and noses in an instant. This shows how terrifying the Medicine Buddha's attack was. However, on the side of Flower Fruit Mountain, the demon soldiers, being safe within the earth book formation of Xinyuanzi, instead showed great interest in commenting on the Medicine Buddha's move. Wow, this move is indeed powerful. These bald heads aren't without merit. Indeed, such a strong force can bloom so many Buddhist flowers. Now that they all explode, that power can instantly reach the front. If one is not prepared in time, it's really possible to fall for it. Isn't that the great sage's senior brother? Can he block this move? Do you need to think about it? You foolish head. The great sage is so strong. How could his senior brother be weak? That's true. He is the great sage's senior brother. At this moment, Xinyuanzi was watching the Medicine Buddha's attack, but he sensed a different flavor from it. From each of those Buddhist flowers, he could see traces of spiritual root origins. How many spiritual root origins has this Medicine Buddha collected? This move is indeed extraordinary. You little woodcutter, today let's see what you use to block my move. In the sky, the Medicine Buddha's voice resounded, extremely arrogant in the heavens and the earth. The woodcutter's response was very simple. One axe. This axe was very similar to the one the great sage of the yellow wind had previously performed, but in comparison, it was like clouds and mud. Heaven and earth apart. This light, fluttering axe, at the moment of being swung, almost severed everything, separating heaven and earth, cutting through yin and yang. As the Medicine Buddha's attack exploded, it rushed towards the woodcutter without any reservation. The terrifying power continuously exploded, destroying spirit power and Tao principles in the sky. Enough to show the strength of this attack. However, such a powerful attack, when touched by the woodcutter's light, fluttering axe, was surprisingly cut open so easily. As this axe fell, the countless Buddhist flowers and the sweeping attack, the terrifying power, was easily split in two. In just a moment, it was divided into halves. Then, boom, everything was annihilated. The sounds of explosions continued to occur on both sides of the sky, while the woodcutter still stood in the sky, wearing a bamboo hat and simple clothes, the explosive airwaves blowing his plain clothes, yet not harming him in the slightest. After the Medicine Buddha's attack was cut open, it exploded on both sides and behind the woodcutter, but the woodcutter didn't even look at it. What the heck? The great sage of the yellow wind's eyes widened upon seeing this scene. He couldn't contain his excitement and immediately said, "So, what my master taught me is such a powerful move. It is so terrifying." He then thought of what he had used compared to what his master was displaying now, and the difference was indeed too great. If he could display even a bit of the essence of today's master's move, that bald head Lingji would probably have to kneel down and beg him not to kill him. His eyes gleamed with shock. He must learn well. As long as he learns a few points of essence. There was also Nezha, whose eyes also gleamed like the great sage's. He gazed at this move, but suddenly began to ponder. If he learned this move, would he be able to catch his own spear in the future? Wouldn't it be easy to split it in half? If he had learned this move that day when facing Li Jing, he immediately fell into deep thought. His attack was broken so easily and simply. Even the Medicine Buddha was momentarily stunned, somewhat unable to believe it, looking at the woodcutter in the distance, who appeared extremely relaxed. With an aura of a high person, the Medicine Buddha couldn't help but feel more impatient. Don't think that by breaking one of my attacks, you can escape your current situation. Today I will let you see my strength. As he finished speaking, the fragrance of medicine emanating from his body suddenly spread out. But this time it was a rich vitality. In the long sky, a tender green seed suddenly appeared, from which endless life force surged forth, containing extremely rich origins. Xinyuanzi immediately saw that within that origin, there was a trace of the origin of his ginseng fruit tree. He immediately squinted his eyes. This damn bald donkey. The tender green seed instantly sprouted, and the life force that surged forth was so rich that it quickly grew strong, transforming into a tall tree in an instant. Taking root in this space, the medicine Buddha said, I once took a trace of the origin from Xinyuanzi's ginseng fruit tree and also studied his earth book formation. Thus, this move is created based on his earth book formation. My life Buddha tree takes root in this long sky. If you wish to destroy it, you must destroy this entire long sky along with it. If you don't destroy it, you will have to continuously endure my life Buddha tree's attacks. The medicine Buddha laughed proudly and said, Woodcutter, the cause and effect of destroying this space, such heavy karma, can you bear it? After the medicine Buddha finished speaking, Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva and the others showed strange expressions. No wonder the medicine Buddha didn't find Xinyuanzi's earth book formation too troublesome earlier. It turns out that there has long been research on this, and a castrated version was secretly created. However, it must be said that Xinyuanzi's earth script formation is truly shameless. Either you don't fight, but if you do fight, even if it doesn't break, it will still be tainted by some of the primordial earth veins' karmic backlash. If it breaks, the backlash will be even greater. The entire karmic force of the primordial earth veins is simply terrifying. What the medicine master Buddha has displayed is naturally far inferior, but during such a high-level battle, being affected by karmic backlash is also a significant impact. Upon realizing this, Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva and the others relaxed in their hearts, as it seemed that victory was certain. Xinyuanzi first cursed loudly, then showed some concern in his heart. The great sage of the yellow wind was also a bit nervous, but then he heard a voice. Disciple, this is the second move I taught you. Chapter 104 Sage? Just the same. The move displayed by the medicine master Buddha, that life Buddha tree, now appeared in the vast sky, its roots firmly embedded in this space. The roots were thick and fierce, firmly anchoring themselves inside, continuously absorbing the power of this space to serve as nourishment. This is completely different from Xinyuanzi's earth script formation, which is connected to the earth veins. Attacking this formation is equivalent to attacking the earth veins. But the medicine master Buddha's move treated this space as a scapegoat. Moreover, whether or not this life Buddha tree is broken, this space will lose a lot of power due to being forcibly extracted. This too must bear karmic consequences. But it is unknown where the medicine master Buddha has transferred the burden of that karma. In any case, this method can be described as extremely disruptive to the heavenly harmony. In response to this, the woodcutter's reply remained simple, a single axe. He said softly, your method is far inferior to Xinyuanzi's formation, merely superficial, lacking its essence. Such coarseness, yet you dare to bring it out? Just adds to the amusement. As the words fell, the axe had already struck down. With the axe's descent, the heavens and earth stirred once again. The medicine master Buddha's face showed a grim expression as he urged that life Buddha tree, its branches growing wildly, with hundreds of thousands of branches, each connecting to the karma within this space. Each branch, if severed, would bring karmic backlash. Such a vicious method. Not to mention, the medicine master Buddha's intention was for them to break, as he aimed to forcibly bring karmic backlash upon the woodcutter. The medicine master Buddha said, after saying so much, it all depends on how you break my move. Hundreds of thousands of branches whipped towards him, one after another, each branch carrying terrifying power, causing this space to tremble. Meanwhile, the woodcutter's axe fell instantly. This axe was ordinary and quiet. When swung, it was even unnoticeable, yet in an instant, it sliced through the heavens and earth. Silent as a passing goose. Crack. At that moment, a branch snapped, followed by thousands, even hundreds of thousands of branches breaking simultaneously. Those frenzied branches instantly lost movement and fell from the sky. Then, the dense karmic force transformed into dark clouds, instantly covering the sky. Seeing this scene, the medicine master Buddha laughed mockingly. Huh? After saying so much, aren't you still going to bear karmic backlash? This karmic backlash is enough for you to handle. Just as the words were not yet finished, they suddenly saw the dense karma gathering, the vast dark clouds appearing in the sky, and in an instant, they dissipated. Retreating directly, the sky returned to clarity, leaving only the life Buddha tree with its severed branches, looking as bare as the head of a disciple of the Buddhist sect. Suddenly, the roots of the life Buddha tree also snapped, originally rooted in this vast space, drawing power and connecting to karma, but were instantaneously cut off. The woodcutter held the axe and smiled lightly. This is merely a trivial skill. Do you really think Xinyuanzi's formation is so simple? You've only learned a bit of the surface. If you want to connect the karma of this vast space and make me bear karmic backlash, you're far from it. No, impossible. This can't be. The medicine master Buddha showed disbelief. Unable to comprehend how the woodcutter's single axe not only severed the life Buddha tree he created, but also cut off the connection to this vast space. Such great power was easily displayed by him. How could this be? What a brilliant move. Xinyuanzi, after watching, couldn't help but admire. He thought to himself, if my earth script formation faced such a move, would it be able to withstand it? Then he shook his head and chuckled, thinking, what am I thinking? This is my younger brother senior. How could he bear to strike at his junior brother's elder brother? Moreover, my younger brother is so good, helping me replenish the essence of that ginseng fruit tree. How could I be enemies with him? This senior brother's move is truly impressive. Sun Wukong, after witnessing this move, also couldn't help but praise. Over the past 500 years, he thought he had drawn closer to his senior brothers, but unexpectedly, today his senior brother revealed a move that was so terrifying. He couldn't help but wonder how powerful his master must be. Sun Wukong recalled the figure of Patriarch Bodhi and couldn't help but think of the times he spent learning skills from his master. This is my master. This is the skill my master taught me. The great sage of the yellow wind was almost ready to jump up, watching the woodcutter's effortless axe strike. His joy and admiration could not be suppressed. So powerful, such an extraordinary move, and his master taught it to him. His master is so good to him. His master teaching him seems to be to help his little junior uncle. He couldn't help but look at Sun Wukong, thinking that he should be more filial to his little junior uncle in the future. That is his biggest support. Remembering the hard days he spent in the Buddhist sect, just eating the lamp oil from the Tathagata's glazed lamp, that bald donkey actually wanted to punish him. Those bald donkeys are really stingy, and they bullied his little junior uncle. How despicable. Above the vast space, the life Buddha tree shook momentarily, and upon closer inspection, a long, thin mark appeared on its trunk. That was split open by the woodcutter's axe just now. However, it wasn't very clear. After 2 moves were broken, the medicine master Buddha suddenly fell silent. He looked at the woodcutter and spoke. Blocking my 2 attacks has already used all your means, hasn't it? But even with all your means, I haven't shown all of mine. I have painstakingly collected so much source power, not just to create these moves. This is merely a fraction of my strength. As he finished speaking, a golden Buddha light suddenly shone from his body. Then, a surge of aura poured forth. A holy might emerged from the medicine master Buddha. When this holy might appeared, the medicine master Buddha's aura suddenly soared, and he seemed to transform directly, as if he had ascended. He looked at the woodcutter and coldly laughed. Collecting so much source power, now it all falls upon me, to become a saint. As he spoke, the aura became more and more majestic, the holy might even more vast, instantly covering the heavens and the earth, the force nearly overwhelming the universe, shaking the heavens and the earth. At this moment, in the Doshui Palace, the Supreme Laojun observed this scene and said softly, "So that's how it is." However, to think that such methods can elevate one to the saint realm? How naive. Below, facing the sudden change in the aura of the medicine Buddha, the woodcutter chuckled lightly. Saint realm? Just a mere false saint. That day I taught my disciple 3 moves, and now he has only used 2. Well then, let us use the final move to cut down your delusions of the saint realm. Chapter 105. The woodcutter's third axe. A hint of disdain appeared in the medicine Buddha's eyes. He clearly believed that by revealing his true strength, relying on the source power accumulated over the years, he had already glimpsed the true essence of the saint realm. What he faced was merely a small woodcutter, no matter how mysterious Mount Fonsuan was. So what? The one making the move was not its master, but just a disciple. In the face of his own strength, he was absolutely no match. With his current power, even if Tathagata stood in front of him, he wouldn't dare to claim to be the Buddha, and he was the true medicine Buddha. Anyone can boast. But in the end, it's still about one's own strength. As soon as the medicine Buddha's voice fell, he immediately made his move. In his hands, terrifying power trembled, and the life Buddha tree, which had almost dried up and was nearly dying, suddenly released vitality once more. Moreover, this time, that vitality was even more abundant, and the source was entirely different, becoming more magnificent and more awe-inspiring. The roots of the tree dug deep, not only rooting in this vast sky, but also beginning to spread outwards. The earth, mountains, and rivers were all rooted by this life Buddha tree, and energy was continuously drawn from them, connecting one causal thread after another along those roots. As the life Buddha tree grew, its branches multiplied, and at its crown, golden buds had already sprouted. With the absorption of the life essence from all around, those golden buds grew even more robust, and before long, they transformed into flower buds, which then blossomed into life Buddha flowers. As one life Buddha flower after another bloomed, at the center of the flowers, one Buddha head after another emerged. Upon seeing this scene, many were shocked. Indeed, this life Buddha tree had become much stronger compared to before. Siddhagarbha Bodhisattva squinted his eyes and said, "The medicine Buddha's realm has already surpassed the peak of quasi-saints. Although he hasn't completely broken into the saint realm, he already possesses the aura of a saint. With such strength and this method, he is already on a higher level. It's completely different. Under the attack of this life Buddha tree, even a peak quasi-saint wouldn't be able to block it easily. In this battle, I can't think of any reason for the medicine Buddha to lose." Siddhagarbha Bodhisattva shook his head, giving his evaluation of the medicine Buddha's method. Guanyin and the others were stunned upon hearing this and exclaimed, "So powerful. We can also feel the strength of the medicine Buddha's method, especially that saintly aura, which is no longer a quasi-saint's technique. It seems that the medicine Buddha intends to take down this woodcutter with one move. Is this Mount Fonsuan? Looking at it this way, it's far inferior to our Buddhist sect. After all, in the current world of Hongwang, our Buddhist sect is the only one left. Apart from the heavenly court, who else can compete with the Buddhist sect? None. It seems we should also prepare. After the medicine Buddha takes down this woodcutter, we can move against Flower Fruit Mountain. This difficulty can be passed like this. Once we take down this woodcutter, we must suppress that demon monkey under Lingshan and torture him harshly. Indeed, this demon monkey actually dared to leave the westward journey route and then obstruct it. Such audacity truly deserves severe punishment. Once we catch this demon monkey, we will leave him with an unforgettable memory for life. Hurry and prepare. Once the woodcutter is defeated, we will launch a counterattack. The Buddhas of Lingshan began to discuss in low voices. Although the sky had not yet darkened, they were already dreaming. This was all due to the medicine Buddha's methods. Meanwhile, at Flower Fruit Mountain, Nezha looked at the bald heads among the Buddha flowers and felt itchy. With so many heads, it was truly a loss not to string a few together. But unfortunately, even if he were really allowed to go over now, his strength wouldn't be enough to see. Jian Yuanzi murmured softly, the medicine Buddha's methods are indeed remarkable. This level of power is no longer something a quasi-saint can contend with. Can he really face it? He was actually somewhat uncertain, mainly because he didn't know much about this woodcutter. Those two axes were indeed stunning. But that was when the medicine Buddha's methods were still at the quasi-saint level. But now, with the emergence of that saintly might, it already signified that he and the quasi-saints were no longer on the same level. Even if he is a false saint, he has already surpassed the quasi-saint level. Such terrifying strength, who would have thought the Buddhist sect was hiding so deeply? And this medicine Buddha is just one of them. Who knows if there are others even more powerful within the Pure Land? Jian Yuanzi was deeply worried about this. At this moment, Sun Wukong was extremely relaxed. He took out a wine flask, looked left and right, and his gaze landed on Nezha. He immediately smiled and said, Nezha, Nezha, come here. He waved to Nezha, who was momentarily stunned, not knowing what Sun Wukong wanted to do. After walking over, he heard the monkey say, my wine is not ordinary. If it's heated with regular fire, it might not be suitable. If you could spit out some true fire, I'll use your fire to warm the wine. Nezha was speechless. He called himself over just for this. I thought you were going to sneak over and hit the medicine Buddha a couple of times. Planning to go with you. Sun Wukong continued. Forget it, just lend me the fire-tip spear. I'll use it to warm the wine and return it to you later. Nezha looked at the monkey for a while, then took out the fire-tip spear and casually activated it, instantly producing true fire. Hey, Nezha, make the fire smaller, smaller. Don't burn my wine. Watching Sun Wukong's cautious demeanor, Nezha was even more speechless. He felt this monkey had changed. He used to be so reckless. When did he become so careful? He looked at him suspiciously. Are you really Sun Wukong? Sun Wukong naturally caught on to Nezha's teasing and immediately waved his hand. Who else would I be? Stop dawdling. Let us get to business. Alright, not only did he take the fire-tip spear, but he also made Nezha adjust the heat on the side. The people of the Buddhist sect absolutely did not expect that while they were flexing their muscles, Sun Wukong was carefully warming wine with Nezha. And in the vast sky, after the life Buddha tree was further strengthened, it naturally launched an attack under the control of the medicine Buddha. The branches of the life Buddha tree, numbering in the billions, were densely packed, so much so that they were impenetrable. Even more terrifying were the blooming Buddha flowers, within which each Buddha silently recited scriptures. The sound of the scriptures echoed in all directions, greatly enhancing the Buddha nature of this life Buddha tree. The medicine Buddha was indeed well prepared, and in the face of his preparations, the woodcutter didn't even look, flipping his hand to swing an axe. Chapter 106. One axe cuts the saint. The medicine Buddha's attack, of course, was not held back. The billions of branches on the life Buddha tree instantly began to whip. At the same time, the Buddhas within the blooming flowers also began to recite scriptures loudly. In an instant, this space was filled with the sound of chanting, echoing everywhere, densely packed with voices that surged through the air, causing the life Buddha tree to become increasingly ferocious. Buzz. As the sound erupted, the space began to compress, and violent attacks surged toward the woodcutter like a mad frenzy. Countless branches, with not even a shadow left, trembled the very fabric of this space. Yet, at this moment, the woodcutter had already swung his axe. The attack was casual, as if returning to simplicity. His move appeared unremarkable, as ordinary as swinging an axe to chop wood. However, this seemingly simple and mundane action carried an incredibly terrifying power. Swish! Almost at the moment of contact, tens of millions of branches snapped cleanly, and golden twigs fell from the sky like rain, filling the air. But this was just the beginning. Next, all the remaining branches were severed, and in a very short time, every branch of the life Buddha tree was cut clean. Even though the medicine Buddha had expended much effort attaching his original sacred resonance to this ancient tree, he still could not stop the woodcutter from easily slicing through everything, breaking all of the medicine Buddha's techniques. Facing the woodcutter's attack, the medicine Buddha no longer wore the contempt he had at the beginning. He truly felt the terror of the opponent's power. However, was he weak just because the opponent was strong? With an angry shout, all the Buddhist flowers shone together. Under the chanting, dense Buddhist laws had already woven into a large net, like spider silk, enveloping the woodcutter. This net was infused with the medicine Buddha's sacred might, and its power was naturally formidable. Yet, the woodcutter's axe wielded hardly any diminished strength. The medicine Buddha said, "This move of mine is woven from my sacred laws. Far beyond what you can handle. Under my Buddhist net, your strength will be hard to exert." Before he could finish his mocking words, He saw the axe cleave through as if it were opening the heavens, shaking the earth, and the net woven from his sacred laws was easily cut apart. So easily. And so simply. The golden Buddhist net was immediately split in two, turning into nothingness. Even though it was tainted with sacred laws, it remained utterly vulnerable. At this point, the medicine Buddha's expression finally changed. He hurriedly urged the life Buddha tree to launch its final attack. I have transcended the quasi-saint level. Stepping 1 foot into the sacred realm, my power is already invincible. Now that no saints appear, who can be my opponent? You, a mere woodcutter. Dare to strike at me. I will suppress you. As he spoke, his palm pressed down into the void, and the life Buddha tree shone brightly, combining with the entire sky to suppress the woodcutter's axe. However, he overestimated himself and underestimated the woodcutter. As the woodcutter's axe came down, he softly said, I said, this axe will sever your delusions of the sacred realm. Since that is the case, let us first cut off your sacred law foundation. Upon finishing, the medicine Buddha's suppression of space, all the pressure directed at the woodcutter, instantly vanished without a trace. His proud sacred laws, which he believed placed him above others, simply did not exist before the woodcutter. The axe headed straight for the life Buddha tree, while the medicine Buddha frantically tried to stop it. The 84 million Buddhist flowers atop the tree exploded simultaneously, unleashing a torrent of power downward to block it. But, swish, with just a light sound, as if yin and yang were divided, the world seemed to split in two, and everything became silent, save for the sound of the axe cutting through everything, echoing in all directions. In the next moment, rip, the towering life Buddha tree, which reached into the clouds, was suddenly severed at the waist, split into two. The upper half of the massive trunk trembled violently and began to topple over. The medicine Buddha's means, the causal threads connecting the skies, mountains, and rivers, all cracked apart. And the overwhelming backlash of causality did not surge toward the woodcutter, but instead turned back toward the medicine Buddha. His expression changed drastically, revealing a look of panic as he shouted, Impossible. This cannot be. I have already entered the sacred realm. How could I still be severed from the power of causality? This backlash should be directed toward you. How could it come to me? The medicine Buddha was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend. However, the backlash had already arrived, and he had to withstand it. Yet, just as he tried to mobilize his Buddha power to block it, he suddenly realized something. His originally vast pressure and terrifying saintly resonance had vanished. He stared in disbelief at everything before him. Finally, he saw that his foundation in the Buddhist path, the cornerstone of his sacred law, had been severed. An axe had passed through there, as if chopping wood, and with one swing, it had split it apart. The medicine Buddha's cornerstone of sacred law shattered with a loud bang, as if a massive stone had been struck with tremendous force, exploding into pieces. Crack! It shattered into fragments. He gazed at this scene in disbelief, his heart collapsing. This. The great sage of the yellow wind, seeing this scene, was so excited he could hardly stand. So this is what my master taught me in 3 moves. I haven't even learned the basics. If I had these 3 moves back then, let alone that Lingji, even if the Tathagata came, I would dare to chop off his bald head. Zhen Yuanzi softly said, 1 axe divides yin and yang, 2 axes sever causality. 3 axes cut the sacred path. What powerful 3 axes. In this world, how could there be such a powerful person? Even he, the ancestor of the earth immortals, was shocked after witnessing these 3 axes, left speechless as he contemplated their might. But the more he understood, the more he grasped the strength of these 3 axes. Mount F-NGCN, what a magnificent Mount F-NGCN. As the foundation of the sacred path began to crumble, the medicine Buddha's realm also started to decline. The backlash of causality causing him great headaches, and his power plummeted at an alarming rate. In the end, he could no longer resist, and simply abandoned his physical body, allowing his primordial spirit to escape, intending to flee directly. As he was about to leave, he glared at the woodcutter and said fiercely, When I return next time, I will surely kill you. But unexpectedly, before he finished speaking, an axe light had already split the heavens and earth, approaching swiftly. When did I say you could leave? Chapter 107. Master, I often think of you. The axe split the heavens and earth, descending lightly, almost instantaneously, too fast for anyone to react. Yet the medicine Buddha had long been prepared. At this moment, he leaped, chanting some scripture, and his speed suddenly accelerated as he darted away into the distance. He knew that no matter how strong the opponent was, as long as he could escape back to the Buddhist gate and return to the Pure Land, he could preserve his life. No matter how strong Mount F-NGCN was, it couldn't invade his Pure Land. At that time, he would have to face all the powerful beings of the Buddhist gate. He couldn't possibly want to destroy my Buddhist gate, right? That was absolutely impossible. So this time, the medicine master Buddha was confident, but this confidence was predicated on the fact that he had to escape first. If he couldn't escape, then everything was in vain. Therefore, at that moment, the medicine master Buddha did not hesitate at all. He gritted his teeth and resolutely ignited his own primordial spirit, as survival was paramount. Unfortunately, he still overestimated himself and underestimated the woodcutter. When the axe fell, it severed the space in front of him along with the medicine master Buddha's primordial spirit. No. As the Medicine Master Buddha shouted, his primordial spirit was split in two and then gradually vanished, leading to his complete demise. The woodcutter glanced at him before descending from the air, and Zhen Yuanzi was the first to activate the Earth Book Array, allowing the woodcutter to land beside Sun Wukong. At this moment, the wine had just been warmed perfectly, not too hot and not too cold. The woodcutter picked up the wine cup and took a sip, praising, "Good wine. It flows beautifully through the heroic stomach." Sun Wukong smiled and said, "Brother, I prepared it long ago." The woodcutter chuckled. At this moment, he was no longer the unparalleled fierce person who had severed the Medicine Master Buddha's sacred foundation with 3 blows and annihilated his primordial spirit. He was just a brother here to check on his little junior brother. Looking at Sun Wukong, there was a hint of indulgence in his eyes, and he couldn't help but laugh. "The development of your Flower Fruit Mountain is indeed remarkable. Given some more time, you might catch up to Master S. Mount.Fansuan." Sun Wukong immediately waved his hand, saying, "Brother, don't flatter me. I, Sun Wukong, have some self-awareness. Although my Flower Fruit Mountain is good, it still pales in comparison to Mount.Fansuan. However, to be honest, his Flower Fruit Mountain was indeed excellent. It had already become a Hongming Taoist place, stronger than the original Mount.Fansuan, and even the Heavenly Court couldn't compare. But Mount.Fansuan had carried too many memories. Even now, Sun Wukong often thought of his days learning the Tao, remembered his brother, and missed his master. "I haven't been back to see him for a long time. I wonder how Master is doing." The woodcutter noticed Sun Wukong's thoughts and smiled, saying, "Master is well. He just keeps mentioning that mischievous monkey who hasn't returned to see him for such a long time." As soon as these words were spoken, Sun Wukong became somewhat awkward. For a moment, he didn't know where to put his hands, stammering for a long time before finally mumbling, I didn't mean to not go back. It's just that after I came out, I got into some trouble. Master warned me before that if I caused trouble, I shouldn't mention his name. If I returned to Mount.Fansuan, wouldn't that let others know? What if I bring trouble to Master? What should I do?" Sun Wukong's voice grew smaller, and his head instinctively lowered. The woodcutter looked at his little junior brother, and the smile on his face deepened. He reached out and couldn't help but pat Sun Wukong on the head. "You still don't understand Master's thoughts." He gently shook his head. The woodcutter remembered that after the little junior brother left the mountain, Master had stood on the cliff several times, gazing into the distance, occasionally daydreaming at the cushion where a certain monkey used to sit. Thinking of this, the woodcutter shook off his thoughts and said, "Once things settle down, will you come back with me to see Master?" "Of course," Sun Wukong replied, "but I'm afraid Master won't want to see me." "How could that be?" The woodcutter said. "You just don't understand the world yet. You've caused a little trouble, that's all. I once smashed several palaces in the heavenly court of the Jade Emperor. Just smash and rebuild them. It's no big deal. I even let a few heavenly horses run away. If I catch them, it's no trouble to raise a few more. I also ate his peaches and stole the elixir from Laojun. For some reason, when I talk about these things now, they don't carry the same imposing feeling they used to, and I feel a bit embarrassed instead." Sun Wukong didn't realize that his face had slightly reddened. The woodcutter was merely smiling. "It's all small matters. Peaches are meant to be eaten, and elixirs are too. These two things, whether they go into someone else's belly or yours, are all the same. Peaches can grow again, and elixirs can be refined again. Apart from these small matters, is there anything else?" Sun Wukong continued. "There's also the fact that I've provoked the Buddhist sect. If it were just me, I wouldn't fear the Buddhist sect and would fight them, but considering my brother and master, I feel like I would drag them into trouble. Even if my brother and master have the strength to not fear them, I still don't want to cause them trouble because of me. The Buddhist sect has saints among them. If there's real trouble, let me, Sun Wukong, bear it myself. After all, it's just death. How could I involve my brother and master in this?" After hearing this, the woodcutter still shook his head gently. It's not a big deal. However, at this moment, the Sun Wukong who was bowing his head didn't notice that the smile on the woodcutter's face had diminished somewhat, and a trace of imperceptible killing intent flickered in his eyes. He softly said, "This matter, my brother will handle it." He gently patted Sun Wukong's head and continued softly, "There's no need to worry about anything." Oh, at this moment, Sun Wukong's reaction left others dumbfounded, especially those familiar with him, such as Nezha and Jian. Couldn't help but rub their eyes, questioning whether they were seeing the wrong monkey. Is this monkey really Sun Wukong? Is he not pretending to be someone else? How could he be so well-behaved and sensible? This is completely opposite to their impression of the monkey. Jian even couldn't help but open the third eye on his forehead, wanting to see clearly which monster dared to impersonate the great sage equal to heaven. But it turned out to be that Sun Wukong. It was truly unbelievable. He closed that divine eye, and when he saw the woodcutter looking at him, he immediately bowed and said, "I pay my respects to the immortal." The woodcutter had great kindness towards the 3 siblings, so Jian's bow was very respectful. The woodcutter chuckled, "No need for excessive courtesy. It's not our first meeting. My junior brother has caused some minor troubles in recent years. I appreciate your care." Jian and Nezha exchanged glances and hurriedly said they dared not. Chapter 108. The gift from Patriarch Bodhi Buddha. This wine party hasn't ended yet. Please don't rush to leave. The Jade Emperor looked at the Tathagata and smiled. The Tathagata fell silent. Logically speaking, the Medicine Master Buddha's failure should make him happy, as the emergence of the Medicine Master Buddha from the Pure Land was disadvantageous to him, especially since he had disrupted his plans later on. His strength could even affect him. However, upon seeing the Medicine Master Buddha's failure and the fact that not even his primordial spirit remained, the Tathagata was indeed silent. Feeling a bit sad, without needing the Jade Emperor to urge him to drink, he downed the cup of plain wine in one go and sighed slowly. Great Heavenly Sovereign, let this battle end here. Our Buddhist sect has lost. He seemed to want to admit defeat, as he found it difficult to take action. If he continued to watch, he feared that the remaining disciples of the Buddhist sect would not be able to survive. That woodcutter was truly terrifying. Even the Medicine Master Buddha, who had one foot in the saint realm, fell so easily under his axe. The remaining disciples of the Buddha were no match for him. If the fight continued, the crew he brought would naturally be reduced to a few. Admitting defeat now would be the best outcome. However, the Jade Emperor chuckled lightly and said, "The Buddhist sect is going to lose? I don't think so. Buddha, just look, the Bodhisattvas of the Buddhist sect are powerful. Now we have Guanyin, Puxian, Lingji, Wenshu, and the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, so many strong figures. The Buddhist sect is naturally strong. How could it lose? In my view, this battle will last a long time. We need not worry. Let us drink, drink." The Tathagata revealed a bitter smile. He knew that it couldn't end so simply. It would require a significant sacrifice. After taking a deep breath, he said, "If the great Heavenly Sovereign wants something, feel free to tell this old monk. Whatever I possess, I will surely fulfill." Upon hearing this, the Jade Emperor's smile grew even broader, like a blooming flower, his lips hardly able to close. At this moment, in the Doshui Palace, Li Jing couldn't help but exclaim, "This woodcutter is truly too strong." Just with 3 axes, he was able to cut down the foundation of the Medicine Buddha's holy path. His strength, could it be that he is already a saint? He exclaimed, "But isn't there no saint present in the current world of Hongwang?" He looked towards the old lord, seeking an explanation, but the old lord shook his head and remained silent. Finally, Li Jing, at his wit's end, immediately asked, "Old lord, could you at least tell me about the strength of this woodcutter? Is he really a saint?" The old lord smiled at him and asked, "What do you think?" Li Jing replied, "I." The old lord said, "If you think he is, then he is. If you think he is not, then he is not." After saying this, Li Jing was instantly dumbfounded. What kind of explanation is this? Such vague words. What does it mean that if I think he is, then he is? If not, then he isn't? I think he is not, but he killed the Medicine Buddha, who had one foot in the saint realm, with just 3 axes. Yet I feel he is. Clearly there are no saints in the world of Hongwang. The 6 heavenly Tao saints are not present in Hongwang now. Even the old lord is merely a good corpse of Taiji. So is he, or isn't he a saint? Li Jing was utterly perplexed and couldn't guess at all. He wanted to ask the old lord again, but the old lord had no intention of answering. He couldn't help but sigh. He felt somewhat emotional. The number of strong figures in Hongwang was indeed increasing. So many people were lying in wait, making their presence felt. Previously, Li Jing thought his strength was sufficient. Apart from that rebellious son who kept staring at him, there shouldn't be many people in the Hongwang world who could match him, until his exquisite pagoda was lost. He thought of something and suddenly looked at the old lord, asking suspiciously, "Old lord, did you know when that bull came to the lower realm? Did you remind him not to take my pagoda?" If the old lord had reminded him, then his pagoda would surely not have been taken. If not, although he had made a choice back then and was prepared to be ruthlessly stabbed by that rebellious son, he had decided to use the exquisite pagoda to contend with the great sage and was then caught off guard by that rebellious son. He had not expected that the bull would take his pagoda away in an instant. Just as Li Jing was thinking about this, the old lord suddenly said, "Ahem, a guest will be coming soon. I need to prepare." Then, the old lord turned and left. Li Jing stared at the old lord's departing figure, his eyes widening. "You really didn't remind him. Brother Yang, Nezha, hurry and bring people to capture those bald donkeys." Sun Wukong instructed at this moment. Those bald donkeys were indeed good at escaping. The moment the Medicine Buddha's primordial spirit perished, the leading few shamelessly began to flee. Sun Wukong's attention was on his senior brother, and after reminiscing for a while, he finally noticed that a lot of those bald donkeys had already escaped. Yang Jian and Nezha immediately nodded and said, "All right, we will go chase them now. This time, we must capture those bald donkeys." Not only Yang Jian and Nezha, but even the Bull Demon King and his wife also took people to pursue them. Zhen Yuanzi lifted the Earth Book formation and silently followed, leaving this pair of brothers alone. Hee, Sun Wukong couldn't help but laugh out loud. The woodcutter also couldn't help but laugh along. Sun Wukong took out 2 peaches from somewhere, wiped off the fuzz, handed one to the woodcutter, and while munching on his own, asked, "Senior brother, why did you come this time?" The woodcutter replied, "I came out this time to handle something. It's been a long time since I last saw you, so I came to take a look." Sun Wukong said, "I thought you came specially for this?" The woodcutter said, "I did come specially. If it weren't for the little junior brother being here, I definitely wouldn't have come." "Really? You guess?" The woodcutter, smiling, suddenly extended his hand, saying, "When I came out this time, my master specifically instructed me to bring something for you. What do you think? Am I not here specially? Something from my master?" Sun Wukong suddenly remembered the appearance of Patriarch Bodhi, feeling warmth in his heart, and asked, "What did my master ask you to bring for me?" "Look." The woodcutter pointed to his palm, and suddenly an object appeared in his hand. The object was purple, although it was only a wisp. It exuded a mysterious and extraordinary aura. More importantly, as this object appeared, the entire space began to tremble subtly, as if it were submitting or yearning. Sun Wukong looked at that wisp of purple and instantly showed a look of shock. This is the primordial purple energy. Chapter 109. The primordial purple energy given by the master. Is this what my master left for me? Sun Wukong was somewhat stunned. He actually also had a strand of primordial purple energy in his hand, but he knew how precious primordial purple energy was. In ancient times, when the Tao ancestor preached, he set up 6 cushions, which corresponded to the 6 strands of primordial purple energy. Whoever could sit on the cushion would obtain a strand. Later, 5 of those cushions were taken by the 3 purities, namely Taiji, who is now the supreme old lord, I Ching, the leader of the Chan teaching, Yuan Shi Tianzuan, and Shangqing, the leader of the Tong Tian, also known as Lingbao Tianzuan. Besides the 3 purities, there was also Nuwa, the mother of humanity and the leader of the demon sect. Aside from these 4, there were still 2 cushions left. One was occupied by Kuanpeng, and the other was taken by the friend of Jin Yuanzi, Hongyun Taoist. The 2 bodhisattvas of the Buddha-esque sect arrived a bit late, and upon seeing that all 6 cushions had an owner, they had no choice but to sell their misfortunes to gain the sympathy of Hongyun Taoist and let them go. However, even so, the 2 of them still lacked one. The 3 purities and Nuwa were naturally not to be provoked, so they turned their eyes to Kuanpeng and forced him to give way. In the end, the 2 bodhisattvas occupied a cushion each, and those who occupied the cushions were accepted as disciples by the Tao ancestor Hongjun, and each were granted a strand of primordial purple energy, allowing the 6 to become saints. However, there were a total of 7 strands of primordial purple energy, and the last remaining strand was given to Hongyun Taoist. Holding this precious treasure, Hongyun naturally became a target for robbery, which ultimately led to his demise. It can be said that the Hongming purple qi is the way to become a saint. Whether one can become a saint is uncertain, but without it, it is certainly difficult to achieve sainthood. Anyone who obtains this item is considered a saint and cherishes it greatly, wishing for more. However, now the master has left one for himself. Sun Wukong's heart suddenly warmed as he looked at the Hongming purple qi in the woodcutter's hand. Recalling the time, he followed his master to learn the way. Seeing his junior brother like this, the woodcutter said with a smile, "Junior brother, quickly take it. This is a good thing left for you by the master." Sun Wukong hesitated a bit and said softly, "This is too precious. Senior brother should need it more than I do, right?" He still had one himself and thought that his senior brother would need it more. With this Hongming purple qi, his strength would naturally be further enhanced. However, unexpectedly, the woodcutter's smile grew even brighter upon hearing this. His eyes were filled with affection as he immediately took hold of the monkey's hand and placed the strand of Hongming purple qi in his palm, saying, "Junior brother, why are you still so coy after not seeing each other for a long time? Since it's left for you by the master, just hold on to it well. How could I, as your senior brother, greedily take your things? If I took yours and returned, I would surely be punished by the master." Sun Wukong looked at the Hongming purple qi in his hand, and then at his senior brother's smiling face, and could only nod and accept it. "That's more like it," the woodcutter said. "Besides, do you think that us senior brothers don't have any?" Huh. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong was taken aback and couldn't help but ask, "Senior brother, do you already have it?" "Of course," the woodcutter replied. "Not only do I have it, but your other senior brothers also have it." Sun Wukong was directly stunned. He remembered that the Hongming purple qi was extremely rare, right? The woodcutter smiled and said, "It is rare, indeed, but..." His smile carried profound meaning. "Just know that this strand of Hongming purple qi is left for you." Sun Wukong keenly sensed that there was more to this. But since his senior brother did not say anything further, he chose not to ask. The woodcutter gently said, "This is not a difficult matter for the master." Sun Wukong remained stunned, feeling that this was not what he knew. Seeing that his junior brother was still confused, the woodcutter explained, "Though it is precious, it's not as difficult to obtain as you think. It's just that the difficulty in acquiring it is quite high." Sun Wukong nodded and couldn't help but ask, "Then what about the Master S?" The woodcutter smiled and said, "In the future, you can personally ask him about it. There are some things I cannot tell you now, otherwise, it would harm you. Previously, the master did not allow you to speak of the sect for the same reason." The woodcutter's expression returned to its usual demeanor. "But you indeed did very well in following the Master S advice after leaving the sect. This strand of Hongming purple qi was originally intended to be given to you after you completed the journey to the west with Tang Seng. Since you are unwilling to go with that Tang Seng, then so be it. It's just a trip to the west, a plan of the Buddhist sect." Listening to the woodcutter's words, Sun Wukong asked, "Does the master know about my journey to the west?" The woodcutter smiled and said, "After you left the mountain gate, the master was aware of everything you did. When you urinated on the palm of the Tathagata that day, the master even called us senior brothers to watch." Huh. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong couldn't help but feel his face flush. The master actually called the senior brothers to watch that? Sun Wukong suddenly felt extremely embarrassed. Over the years, there had been few situations that made him feel this way. The woodcutter recalled the master's laughter that day. "Look at this monkey. Even urinating is so carefree. It's a pity that the Tathagata's form is lacking. Otherwise, it should have been even more fluid. The woodcutter shook his head and laughed, unable to stop himself as he looked at the embarrassed expression of his junior brother. Ha! At this moment, the yellow-winged great sage was still standing by, listening to the master recount past events. Although he wanted to laugh, he held back, remembering that this was his little junior uncle after all. He waited for the master to finish reminiscing with his little junior uncle before he could receive some guidance himself. After a moment, the woodcutter indeed turned to look at the yellow-winged great sage, nodded, and said, "I saw those few moves of yours. Today, I demonstrated them again. You can ponder where the difference lies." Huh. The yellow-winged great sage was taken aback and instinctively replied, "Master, if I ponder it myself, I might not understand it." The woodcutter immediately said, "When your little junior uncle was cultivating, he didn't have so many issues. Your little junior uncle is extremely intelligent. Any move he has taught doesn't need to be repeated." The yellow-winged great sage felt a pang of bitterness in his heart and thought, "I'm not little junior uncle. It seems there is no hope for me to receive guidance from the master." The woodcutter said, "Learn more from your little junior uncle. They are just a few axe techniques, nothing difficult." The yellow-winged great sage felt even more bitter. Why is little junior uncle the standard? Little junior uncle caused such a ruckus in the heavenly palace 500 years ago, while I was still figuring out how to eat the Tathagata's lamp oil. How could that be the same? Chapter 110. The system gave a fake Hongmeng purple chi? It must be said that the methods left by the Tathagata are indeed numerous. Although these methods are not particularly impressive when facing strong opponents at Flower Fruit Mountain, they are extremely useful for escaping. Many disciples of the Buddhist sect flee quickly, making it difficult to catch them. At this moment, Nezha hovered in midair, looking at the celestial dog beside young Jian, and couldn't help but curse. These bald donkeys can really run. I never noticed before, but when something really happens, they run faster than dogs. Upon hearing this, the celestial dog immediately replied in dissatisfaction. Woof. The celestial dog protested, claiming it did not lack courage. Nezha didn't say much more. Yang Jian looked at him and implied, "Perhaps this is also a matter of family tradition. While it may not be entirely accurate to call it family tradition, teaching would be more appropriate." Upon hearing this, Nezha understood and nodded. After all, both of them had experienced the investiture of the gods. Previously, those bald donkeys from the Western teachings may not have been particularly strong, but their ability to escape was impressive. This included the two saints of their Western teachings, now known as the Buddhist sect. Saying it was a matter of teaching tradition was not wrong at all. Of course, since it involved saints, Yang Jian shouldn't be too explicit. However, their pursuit this time did not yield the expected results, as the disciples of the Buddhist sect fled at an astonishing speed. The celestial dog ran on all fours but couldn't catch up, thinking to itself that these bald heads were indeed extraordinary. When it came to escaping, who could compare? Could it be that the Buddhist sect has been teaching nothing but escape techniques over the years? Naturally, not everyone escaped. The disembodied Lingji Bodhisattva remained behind and was pierced by Nezha's spear, burned by the Samadhi true fire for quite a while. As for the Buddhist disciples, counting those who died at Flower Fruit Mountain, at least 60% perished. After this battle, the Buddhist sect was greatly weakened. Did they think they could overcome this difficulty by sending out their entire force? Wasn't that a delusion? How could it be possible? The yellow-winged great sage had no choice but to ponder alone. However, after observing the woodcutter's methods, he was indeed inspired and found enough insight to comprehend. Yet, understanding on his own was never as fast as being guided by a master. Unfortunately, with his junior uncle serving as a model, the yellow-winged great sage felt helpless. At this moment, the woodcutter said to Sun Wukong, "Junior brother, I have some matters to attend to, so I won't stay longer. What are you going to do?" "Senior brother?" The woodcutter replied, "I'm going to meet a few friends and discuss some matters." The woodcutter didn't linger much longer, gave the chaos purple chi to Sun Wukong, and then left. Watching his senior brother's departing figure, Sun Wukong stood in place for a while, until he completely disappeared. Feeling a sense of loss as he returned to Flower Fruit Mountain. Ding! Successfully blocked the Buddhist gate. Congratulations to the host. You have received one fragment of the Chaos Supreme Treasure, the Creation Jade Plate. The system's voice rang in his ears, which startled Sun Wukong for a moment. It turned out to be this thing. The Creation Jade Plate is a Chaos Supreme Treasure, quite extraordinary, as it records the 3,000 great paths. However, the complete Creation Jade Plate had long shattered, with the largest piece falling into the hands of the Tao ancestor Hongjun. Now, the piece awarded by the system was taken out by Sun Wukong, and it fit in his palm, indicating it was indeed a considerable piece. With this Creation Jade Plate, comprehending the Great Path would be much simpler, especially since he now possessed 2 strands of Chaos Purple Chi. Thinking of this, Sun Wukong took out the strand of Chaos Purple Chi he possessed, which was a reward from the system. He placed both strands of Chaos Purple Chi in front of him and observed for a moment, noticing a slight clue. Although these 2 strands of Chaos Purple Chi were extremely similar, even in aura and mystery, there were still some differences. However, the difference was minimal, and if one did not observe carefully, it would be difficult to detect. Sun Wukong showed a look of confusion. Could it be that all Chaos Purple Chi are actually different? Or was one of the 2 strands in his hand fake? He scrutinized carefully, and then his gaze fell on the strand awarded by the system, murmuring, Could it be that the system gave me a fake chaos purple chi? The other strand was brought by his senior brother, given by Master Bodhi ancestor. How could it be fake? Of course, Sun Wukong was more inclined to think that each strand of chaos purple chi had its distinctions and was not the same. However, if it were someone else, who would have the opportunity to hold two strands of chaos purple chi at the same time, one strand alone could make even saints fight over it. Not to mention two strands. Only he could possess both, and even compare them. After careful observation and study, Sun Wukong indeed found that the strand given by the Bodhi ancestor lacked a hint of divine charm. These two strands of chaos purple chi were almost identical in every aspect, even in their fluctuations, aura, and effects after consumption. The only difference was a slight lack of divine charm, or to put it more accurately, a lack of the aura of the Tao. Sun Wukong's eyes widened as he stared at the two strands of chaos purple chi in his hand, muttering, "What is going on?" He naturally believed that his master would never deceive him, but the fact that these two strands of chaos purple chi were different was undeniable. So what was the meaning of the missing divine charm? Sun Wukong observed for a long time, but suddenly a guess appeared in his mind. He felt this guess was somewhat unlikely but could not shake it off. Combining it with the earlier words of the woodcutter brother, he suspected that this strand of chaos purple chi might have been created by his master himself. It was precisely because of this that it lacked that hint of natural divine charm and that hint of Tao aura. However, even if it lacked that hint of divine charm, it still did not affect its effectiveness. If his master could really achieve this, it would be astonishing. Sun Wukong's eyes widened. Then he shook his head. It was unlikely. After all, this was chaos purple chi. How could such a thing happen? If his master truly had this ability, it would be too shocking. The woodcutter arrived outside the heavenly court. He murmured, with junior brother's intelligence. He might be able to discern the differences in the chaos purple chi, but he has never seen true chaos purple chi. So he probably doesn't quite understand where the differences lie. He softly said, the chaos purple chi given by the Tao ancestor was good, but it wasn't perfect. He gently shook his head and headed toward the heavenly court. This time he came to the heavenly court to meet a few people and discuss some matters. Passing through the southern heavenly gate, the giant spirit god seemed oblivious, and by the time he noticed, the woodcutter had already entered the heavenly court. He walked all the way, passing through 33 heavens, and arrived at the Lihension. Chapter 111, The Methods of Master Bodhi. Calculating the time, it should be almost here. At this moment, in the Doshui Palace, the old lord was stroking his pure white beard, calculating something in his hands. As for Li Jing, upon realizing that the old lord had not instructed the Qing Yo Jing, he felt dejected. He had thought that the old lord had given instructions, but the cow did not comply, which led to this outcome. Unexpectedly, he sighed softly, feeling like a child as he began to clean the Doshui Palace. Suddenly, Li Jing felt a flicker of shadow in front of him, and a figure stood before him. "You, who are you?" Upon seeing the figure clearly, Li Jing was taken aback. The person wore a bamboo hat, simple clothes, and straw sandals, with an ancient, worn-out axe at his waist. Who else could it be but the woodcutter? How did he come to the heavenly court, and even to the Doshui Palace? Earlier, the old lord mentioned that a guest would come. Was it him? Li Tianwang. The woodcutter revealed a faint smile and said softly, "I came to discuss some matters with the old lord." The woodcutter stepped inside and teased, "Li Tianwang, your physique is impressive. It's clear you are the father of the third prince." What? Li Jing's eyes widened instantly. He wanted to say something, but the woodcutter had already chuckled lightly and stepped into the Doshui Palace. Inside the Doshui Palace, the old lord was waiting. Upon seeing the woodcutter, he smiled slowly and said, "You're here?" "Yes, I'm here. Since you went out, why didn't you come earlier? Why wait until now?" The woodcutter smiled and replied, "I went to check on junior brother and took care of some lively ones along the way." He added, "Over the years, junior brother has been under your care." The old lord waved his hand and said, "I also like that monkey. His straightforwardness and carefree nature embody many qualities that we cultivators aspire to. Whenever I see him, I can reminisce about a lot." The woodcutter chuckled beside him. Indeed, he had mentioned to the master before that junior brother lacked some tempering, which had shaped his character. However, the master said that what was most precious about junior brother was precisely this character. Without it, he wouldn't have the name Sun Wukong. The old lord couldn't help but laugh. His name was always excellent, truly outstanding. After a couple of laughs, the old lord said, "Come, sit down." The two took their seats, and then the old lord called out, "Child, serve tea." When the 2 cups of hot tea were brought in, the woodcutter looked up at the servant bringing the tea and immediately smiled. "You, this little boy, are quite extraordinary." The old lord said, "That's right. With 3 heads and 6 arms, I can be very efficient in doing things. In the past, there were 2 boys in the Doshui Palace, and now 1 is enough." Haha, the 2 exchanged smiles. However, Li Jing, listening to their conversation, felt somewhat uncomfortable. He thought to himself, the dignified Li Tianwang has now reluctantly become a boy in the Doshui Palace. The main reason is that even if he goes out now and is discovered by the Buddhist sect, it would inevitably link him to the previous Great Fire. This is not the most critical part. The key is that once that rebellious child knows, hiss. Just thinking of Nezha makes Li Jing's head ache. It feels as if Nezha's fiery spear has already pierced into his body. He walked down, giving space to the old lord and the woodcutter. Drinking tea. The old lord pushed one of the cups to the woodcutter. The woodcutter nodded and thanked him. After taking a sip of the tea, he sighed. Your tea still has the same flavor as before. The old lord said, the tea still has the same flavor. But people may not be the same as before. The woodcutter seemed to not catch the meaning behind the old lord's words and replied, you should have guessed my purpose for coming this time. There is hardly anything in this world that can escape your notice. The old lord immediately said, that may not be the case. There are many things your master has done that I am unaware of. If I had known, I wouldn't have been so passive. The woodcutter chuckled lightly. It's just that you are unwilling to delve into it. If you truly made an effort to investigate, who could stop you? The old lord lightly hummed. Although this was a compliment, it also depended on who said it. If it was Li Jing, the old lord would not care at all. But coming from the woodcutter, he felt somewhat pleased. The old lord said, the skills your master taught are not meant to keep the monkey at ease. Since leaving Mount Fonsuan, he has done quite a few things, one after another, really not allowing people to be at ease. The woodcutter smiled when my master taught him. He saw the little junior brother's nature and wanted him to cultivate his heart first. After his heart was fully developed, he would teach other skills. However, the little junior brother was unwilling to learn those, and besides, he is clever. Whatever is taught to him, he can learn quickly. This is much better than my foolish junior brothers. The old lord also laughed. If they heard your words, they would definitely not agree. The woodcutter rolled his eyes. What is there not to agree with? Am I not speaking the truth? Which of them has talent like the little junior brother? Even if they were half as good, I would consider myself lucky. Ha! The old lord burst into laughter. You say this, but it's not wrong. However, this protective nature is indeed just like your master. The woodcutter replied, I only have one little junior brother. I can't just watch him get into trouble. The old lord nodded and said, you should also know about the matter of Xinyuanzi. The woodcutter nodded, saying, I knew when the Buddhist sect stole a trace of the essence of the ginseng fruit tree from him. I just didn't bother with it, wanting to see what they are really up to. The old lord said, now in the Hongwang, there are no heavenly Tao saints. And Zhuan Ti and Jian have left behind some plans and are scheming quite a bit. Previously, during the Fengshan, I had some suspicions. They have grand ambitions. And now they have finally revealed a hint. He picked up his teacup, took a sip to moisten his throat, and continued, speaking of which, the medicine master Buddha is one of their attempts, and it seems that the results are actually quite good. Although he cannot become a heavenly Tao saint, his strength is not something a quasi-saint can compare to. The woodcutter nodded, saying, he can withstand my 3 axes, indeed not weak in strength. The old lord looked at the woodcutter somewhat speechlessly. Can you speak properly? If it weren't for me being here, you would have felt embarrassed to say anything. He asked, how is your master preparing? It should not be a big problem. My master has condensed a few strands of Hongmeng purple energy. And we have all tried it. There is no problem, which is why it was sent to the little junior brother. The old lord suddenly laughed. You guys are testing it first before sending it to your little disciple. That's really. The woodcutter, however, didn't mind. The little junior brother was born late. If he had been born earlier, perhaps he wouldn't even need this Hongmeng purple energy. The old lord helplessly smiled. The next chapter will be a few minutes late. I am a bit stuck on the writing. Chapter 112. Then, let the Buddhist sect be destroyed. Sun Wukong naturally did not know that his guess was correct. That strand of Hongmeng purple energy was indeed created by Patriarch Bodhi. In order to prevent any mishaps, the woodcutter and his fellow brothers had conducted trials. Only after confirming it was truly usable would it be given to him. Otherwise, this strand of Hongmeng purple energy would have fallen into his hands much earlier. As for this matter, the old lord obviously had known about it long ago. The old lord said, your master being able to create Hongmeng purple energy shows his extraordinary means, but that doesn't mean we can underestimate the Buddhist sect. When they became saints, we all had to follow the rules, but only Zhuan Ti and Jian took a different path, making great vows to borrow merit from the heavenly Tao to become saints. Although this method sounds disgraceful, what does disgrace mean? In the Hongwang world, there are many who wish to make such grand vows, and many who look down on this. But how many have actually become saints? In the end, only they succeeded. The woodcutter nodded. Previously, the 6 who received the 6 cushions were the 3 purities, Nuwa, Zhuan Ti, and Jian. Among these 6, the earliest to become heavenly Tao saints was Nuwa, who became a saint by creating humans and receiving merit from the heavenly Tao. After that, it was the 3 purities, who each established their own sects and followed Nuwa's method to become saints. By the time Zhuan Ti and Jian came along, simply establishing a sect was clearly not enough, so they made 48 great vows to borrow merit from the heavenly Tao, thus both becoming saints. This method is quite unique. But in any case, they indeed became heavenly Tao saints. The Buddhist sect having 2 saints is considered a good story. Apart from the Buddhist sect, no other sect has this treatment. Later, the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva also made great vows, wanting to imitate this to become a saint, but unfortunately, this path is no longer viable. Previously, the earliest path to becoming a saint was opened by Tao ancestor Hongjun, who passed down the method of severing the 3 corpses, severing the good corpse, the evil corpse, and the self-corpse in the quasi-saint realm to become a saint. However, since the Tao ancestor, this path has also been cut off. This was the most mainstream method in the Hongwang, yet only the Tao ancestor could succeed. The later saints, the 3 purities and Nuwa, All combined the method of severing the three corpses with heavenly Tao merit and Hongming purple energy to achieve their status. Jian and Jian opened another path. But ultimately, they merely found an alternative way to borrow heavenly Tao merit. It still falls within this method's limits. However, since the six became saints, this method has also been cut off, with no successors. Therefore, Jian and Jian have been exploring other paths during this time. There are often calamities in the Hongwang. The ancient Longhan initial calamity was a battle between Dao ancestor Hongjun and demon ancestor Liu, which led to the Dao ancestor becoming a saint and the demon ancestor Liu falling. After that, the Wu and Yao calamities. The six heavenly Dao saints also became saints during this calamity, and later during the Fengshen. Although no one became a saint, many things still occurred. Is becoming a saint related to calamities? Although it has not been confirmed, who dares to say there is no connection? If Fengshen did not appear, what about Journey to the West? Who can guarantee that no saints will appear in this journey to the West? It is also for this reason that the Heavenly Court cooperates with the Buddhist sect's westward journey. Both sides have their own arrangements, but ultimately, who can reap the rewards will depend on their respective means. Lao Jun's meaning is quite simple. Since Jian and Jian were able to come up with a way to achieve sainthood through other means long ago, the path they are taking may not be without merit. There are still many strong beings in the pure land of the Buddha that have not yet emerged, and there may still be successful individuals among them. The woodcutter nodded, knowing that he would never underestimate the Buddhist sect. That's good, Lao Jun said. The path your master is trying may not be unfeasible, but ultimately, how far it can go depends on the outcome. Thank you, Lao Jun. The woodcutter smiled gently and stood up, saying, then I won't disturb you any longer. He then got up and left, watching the woodcutter's departing figure. Lao Jun shook his head lightly. His old friend has ambitions too great. If he truly succeeds, the entire Hongwang might see a change. Moreover, with his protective nature, he might become a burden in the end. With so many disciples, if they were ever threatened. Lao Jun shook his head. Forget it. It's still uncertain whether it will succeed or not. But this strategy, this means, is something he dares not even imagine. After leaving the Do Shua Palace, the woodcutter made his way to the Lingshao treasure hall. At this time, the heavenly banquet had naturally concluded. Although the Tathagata was reluctant, he ultimately paid a considerable price. Thus, the heavenly court was able to avoid taking action against the fleeing bald donkeys. The Jade Emperor was naturally in high spirits, extremely happy. However, after waiting for the banquet to disperse, he did not summon the officials back to the Lingshao treasure hall. Instead, he waved his hand and said, Gentlemen, you are all quite busy today, so there is no need to discuss matters any further. You may each return to rest. Thank you, Your Majesty. The Jade Emperor waved his hand at the officials and returned alone to the Lingshao treasure hall. This time, he did not let anyone follow him. He entered the hall alone, even sending Tai Bai Jinxing back to rest. Sitting on the throne, the Jade Emperor waved his hand, dismissing the heavenly maidens in the hall, leaving him alone in the empty palace. Leaning back in his chair, the Jade Emperor seemed to sigh. How long has it been since I've had someone here? It indeed had been quite a while. As the voice echoed, the woodcutter's figure appeared in the Lingshao treasure hall. The woodcutter behaved quite casually, finding a random spot to sit down. The Jade Emperor glanced at him and said, I am, after all, the ruler of the three realms. Can't you at least give me some face? The woodcutter asked, if you really want face, why dismiss the others? With all those officials to support the occasion, how could I dare not give your majesty face? The Jade Emperor paused for a moment, his previously lofty demeanor suddenly deflating, and waved his hand, saying, do as you please. Anyway, no matter what I say, you want to listen. The woodcutter chuckled softly and said, the primordial purple energy has already been given to my junior brother. He has accepted it. The Jade Emperor was taken aback and then asked, isn't it a bit early to give it to him now? The woodcutter shook his head. It's not early. Since he doesn't want to follow Tang Seng westward, nor take the scriptures from the Buddhist sect, there's no need to hide this from him any longer. The Jade Emperor nodded. That makes sense. He looked at the woodcutter with a hint of suspicion and said, you shouldn't be coming down the mountain now. What do you intend to do this time? The smile on the woodcutter's face suddenly vanished, replaced by a coldness rarely seen on him, far from his usual self. He said, those bald heads have bullied us to this extent, and you ask what I want to do? The Jade Emperor was taken aback. The woodcutter continued, I don't care what they think or what schemes they have, but since they have taken action against my junior brother. He paused and said calmly, then the Buddhist sect should be destroyed. Chapter 113, Buddhist sect. Where's my Lingshan? Where is the Great Thunder Sound Monastery? The remnants of the Buddhist sect fled back to Lingshan. They initially thought that returning to Lingshan would provide them with a safe place to rest. But when they saw the scenes before them, Guanyin and the others looked at the billions of miles of Buddha land that had been burned and scorched, all blackened. Previously thriving, the 3,000 Buddhist countries under Lingshan's jurisdiction, once bustling with piety, now lay desolate before their eyes. Looking at the scenes in front of them, Guanyin and the others were dumbfounded. Bodhisattva Puxian even doubted his own eyes, stepping forward and rubbing them in disbelief, but after looking again, it was still that charred Buddha land. No, did we run too hurriedly and end up in the wrong place? He pointed at the blackened area and asked, is this truly the Buddha country of our sect? Bodhisattva Manjusri looked at him as if he were a fool, glancing at Bodhisattva Puxian. You can't even recognize the Buddha country of our sect? Earlier, he had jokingly said that even if the Buddhist countries were turned to ash, he would still recognize them. Now, the joke had become reality. This vast expanse of blackened land was indeed almost like being turned to ash. However, he could still recognize it. The problem was, when Sun Wukong and the others came over last time, although they also destroyed some areas, it wasn't this severe. How could it have changed so drastically in such a short time? Not only were these Buddhist countries destroyed, but even Lingshan. They looked over and saw that Lingshan had also collapsed in many places. Even the Great Thunder Sound Monastery had crumbled. The top of Lingshan was bare, with not a single brick or tile remaining. Have we been robbed? Who could be so powerful as to move the Great Thunder Sound Monastery? I can hardly believe it. Bodhisattva Puxian spoke at this time. What has happened to Lingshan during this time? The few of them exchanged glances, but no one knew the reason. Manjusri stepped forward, grabbed a handful of the sand and dirt on the ground, examined it closely, and then said with certainty, Lu Ding Divine Fire. What? The others were stunned. How could there be Lu Ding Divine Fire? Was Lao Jun here? The one who raised this question was still Bodhisattva Puxian. Manjusri shot him a glance, too lazy to explain. Lao Jun came. How could that be possible? Do you really think there's no one left in the Pure Land of the Buddha? But the problem remained. Who brought the Lu Ding Divine Fire here? At that moment, the remaining disciples of the Buddhist sect in Lingshan saw the Bodhisattva's return and all knelt down, crying out in despair. They immediately resolved the doubts in their hearts. It was Nezha. Nezha came, and that's what happened to Lingshan. It was all caused by Nezha. He not only burned the Buddhist countries, but also entered Lingshan and destroyed the Great Thunder Sound Monastery. Bodhisattvas, you must take charge. You must take charge for us. Many of our senior brothers died in Nezha's Lu Ding Divine Fire. Bodhisattvas, you must take action and avenge our brothers. The surviving disciples of the Buddhist sect knelt before them, crying incessantly. It was truly heart-wrenching. Bodhisattva Manjusri opened his mouth, but did not speak. However, Bodhisattva Puxian snorted at this time and said, so it was Nezha. He really has great boldness. You all get up. This grudge will be avenged sooner or later. That Nezha won't be able to jump around for long. Wen Shu glanced at him again, doubting whether he had been brainwashed by Nezha. Weren't you just chased away? Running for your life? We barely managed to escape, and now you say this. Aren't you ashamed? Monks don't tell lies, and you don't seem to follow that at all. But Wen Shu didn't expose him. After all, in the current situation, a little hope was still needed. Otherwise, what could they say? That they suffered a crushing defeat? Nezha's wind-fire wheels had nearly struck him in the face. If he hadn't run fast enough, he would have surely left a few tire marks. With a deep sigh, Bodhisattva Wen Shu instructed, first, clear out the Lingshan, and then rescue the Buddhist kingdom. As for the rest, we can plan after the Buddha returns. The disciples of the Buddhist sect went to carry out this task, while they ascended Lingshan to the original location of the Great Thunder Sound Temple. It was empty, with hardly any remnants left. Saying it needed cleaning was actually simple, because there was nothing at all. Not long after, the figure of the Tathagata also appeared. After glancing at the scene of the Great Thunder Sound Temple, the Tathagata couldn't help but sigh. Buddha. The Buddhist disciples instantly became excited, looking at the expectant gazes of the monks, but the Tathagata merely waved his hand and said, please sit down. However, after the Tathagata finished speaking, he saw Wen Shu and the others standing there in a daze. They were indeed lost in thought, mainly wondering where to sit. The Great Thunder Sound Temple was gone, and the place was clean. Lingshan was even balder than the heads of these Buddhist disciples. The Tathagata also thought of this and said, just sit on the ground. As disciples of the Buddhist sect, why should we pursue so much? Whether the Great Thunder Sound Temple exists or not should not affect our state of mind. After speaking, he found a clean spot and sat cross-legged. Seeing the Buddha set an example, the others naturally dropped their pretenses. Yes, they nodded and found their own places to sit. Bodhisattva Puxian was the first to speak, directly pointing at Nezha, saying, Buddha, that Nezha, not acting like a human child, actually took advantage of our absence to break into Lingshan, destroy the Buddhist kingdom, and burn down the Great Thunder Sound Temple. Such actions, if not punished, where is the dignity of our Buddhist sect? The Tathagata opened his mouth, paused for a moment, and then said, I understand. This matter is not to be discussed for now. In fact, he felt quite speechless. Dignity? Where was the dignity? How to punish Nezha was one thing, but could he even win against him? Didn't he realize this was caused by the 6 Ding Divine Fire? Clearly, it was the handiwork of that old lord, merely shifting the blame onto Nezha. To say that Nezha had a hidden clone that just happened to break into the old lord's Duoshu palace and snatch the 6 Ding Divine Fire? That was even more absurd than the monkey drunkenly crashing into the Duoshu palace and consuming all the old lord's elixirs. At that time, the monkey, at least, had the old lord absent, but when Nezha's clone went, the old lord was present. How could Tai Bai Jinxing have the audacity to say the old lord was fine? Did he fear that when the old lord was snatching the 6 Ding Divine Fire, the old lord would kindly ask, is that enough? Do you want to take a few more elixirs? Yet you can't see such an obvious thing? The Tathagata suddenly felt weary. On the contrary, Wen Shu was much more rational and spoke up. Buddha, although we suffered a defeat in this battle, when we left, we brought back the reincarnation of Jian and other disciples. Wenshu waved his hand, and soon, Tang Seng, Zhu Beiji, Sha Seng, and the white dragon horse were brought over. Upon seeing the Tathagata, Tang Seng immediately knelt down with a thud and cried, "Buddha, you must take charge for this little monk." His demeanor was strikingly similar to Puxian. The Tathagata closed his eyes for a moment, thinking, what a sin. Chapter 114. Each with their own calculations get up. The Tathagata spoke. Even though he had countless grievances against this Tang Seng, there was nothing he could do. Having come this far on the journey to the west, the hope of success had diminished significantly. After countless calculations, he anticipated that leaving behind a monkey would lead to so many issues. The journey to the west had nearly collapsed. With significant destruction of Lingshan and the Great Thunder Sound Temple, even the Medicine Buddha, who had emerged from the Pure Land, had met a tragic end. The fundamental reason for all this was Tang Seng's words, change disciples. The Tathagata looked at Tang Seng, who had just stood up, with no joy or sorrow in his eyes. However, upon meeting the Tathagata's gaze, Tang Seng knelt down again, carefully saying, "Buddha, I'll stay kneeling." Tang Seng understood that all the troubles now facing the Buddhist sect stemmed from himself. In these days, he had been beaten at every critical moment, and not only that, but there was no one left to protect him. Previously, the 18 protective Lakakra around him would shield him, but as the situation worsened, the losses of the Buddhist sect grew larger. It was already a good thing that they didn't beat him up. These days, Tang Seng had been suffering immensely, feeling that life was worse than death. Sometimes he even thought that perhaps he should just die like this, and end it all. Out of sight, out of mind. As long as he was dead, what did it matter what happened? What did it matter if a flood came behind him? But he simply couldn't die. Whether it was the Buddhist sect or that monkey, it seemed they had a tacit understanding to keep him alive and let him suffer more. The other disciples, Zhu Beiji, Sha Seng, and the white dragon horse, even discussed dividing up their luggage without avoiding him. Later, when they saw the Bodhisattva, they quickly developed a sense of aversion towards him. Now that they had truly arrived at Lingshan, the place he had longed for, was this the end? Clearly not. The journey to the west had not concluded, and the 81 trials had not been completed, so he still could not obtain the true scriptures. In the original text, one must complete the 81 trials to obtain the true scriptures. Refer to the chapter of the wordless heavenly book. Moreover, the 81 trials were actually a process of the West's Buddhism spreading eastward. The 81 trials were also a measure of destiny. If they could not be completed, even if the scriptures were given to Tang Seng, it would be useless. The Buddhist sect knew this, and so did the Tathagata. Just as Tang Seng had only stood up for a brief moment, he felt a cold glare on his back, with countless icy eyes staring at him. This made him too afraid to stand up, and he could only kneel before the Tathagata with a thud. The Tathagata glanced at him and nodded, saying, "Then stay kneeling." He looked at Wenshu and asked, "What is the extent of the casualties this time?" Wenshu Bodhisattva hesitated for a moment, and then said, "Extremely heavy." He couldn't help but ask, "Buddha, what should we do next?" After all, the Buddhist sect had failed in the attack on Flower Mountain, and the Tathagata was being watched by the heavenly court. Moreover, there were truly too many capable people at Flower Mountain. They simply couldn't win. Even the powerful medicine Buddha had died, killed by the woodcutter's axe. In such circumstances, Wenshu felt somewhat desperate. He truly hadn't expected that the demon monkey would have such a background. Fengsuan Mountain, what a Fengsuan Mountain. At this moment, the long silent Guanyin suddenly spoke, "Buddha, why don't we take advantage of the fact that the woodcutter and the demon monkey are outside and find an opportunity to go to Fengsuan Mountain?" Guanyin revealed a hint of ruthlessness in her eyes and said, "Since they can quietly come to our Buddhist sect and destroy the Great Thunder Sound Temple, we can also enter Fengsuan Mountain and destroy their mountain gate." Wenshu glanced at Guanyin and also showed a thoughtful expression in his eyes, considering whether it was feasible. "Sure, but it involves a key question. Where is Fengsuan Mountain?" The Tathagata said, "I will enter the Pure Land shortly to report to the saints and invite the experts from the Pure Land out. However, we must also make our own preparations and cannot rely solely on them." At this time, Tang Seng and Manjushri asked, "Since the destruction of the Great Thunder Sound Temple is related to him, let him repair it. When it is repaired, it will be considered as making up for his faults." Tang Seng was momentarily stunned upon hearing this. Repair the Great Thunder Sound Temple? How to repair it? At this moment, Zhu Beiji, who had been silent, finally spoke up. "Buddha, while repairing the Great Thunder Sound Temple is one thing, we cannot let our brothers get involved. I, old pig, am not cut out for this kind of work. When I was in the heavenly court, it was." The Tathagata waved his hand dismissively and said, "I understand, you two do not need to get involved." If these two were to get involved, the Tathagata was worried they would destroy his Lingshan again. After all, the Jade Emperor's previous experience is right there. After the Tathagata left, Manjushri Bodhisattva quietly followed him. He whispered, "Buddha." The Tathagata made a gesture for silence, casually set up a small soundproof barrier around the two, and then spoke. "Have you collected everything that the medicine Buddha left behind?" Manjushri nodded. He had quite a few sources of spiritual roots on him, and in addition, there was a very peculiar thing, a source power that was extremely unique. The medicine Buddha could fuse so many sources of spiritual roots, perhaps the key lay in it. The Tathagata nodded, and then revealed a hint of disdain in his eyes. This fool, having made a breakthrough in power, does not know how to hide. and is so eager to reveal it. Does he not fear that others will doubt him? Manjushri questioned. Has the medicine Buddha really broken through to the saint realm? The Tathagata shook his head. No. If he really could reach the realm of the heavenly Tao saint, the woodsman wouldn't be able to kill him at all. Achieving the heavenly Tao saint, his primordial spirit would reside in the heavenly Tao, immortal and indestructible. Even if his physical body were destroyed, he could still be reborn. Manjushri nodded. I understand. Then he asked, what about the source of the medicine Buddha? The Tathagata replied, you just keep it well. How much you can comprehend from it is also your ability. Manjushri exclaimed, Buddha, you don't want it? The Tathagata smiled slightly. These things are already useless to me. He said softly, do you think I dare to go alone to the heavenly court? The Jade Emperor's strength is already formidable. Plus the many soldiers and strong ones in the heavenly court. If I don't have absolute confidence, how could I restrain them? Manjushri understood. Then we should prepare. There are still many strong ones in the wilderness. If we can pull them over, at least we can show our sincerity to the Pure Land. The Tathagata smiled and said, at this point, it's already hard to resolve. We have not been negligent, since the medicine Buddha can break through to such a level. Although he is not a saint, his strength surpasses that of a quasi-saint. If we want him to listen to us properly, how can we do it without offering some benefits? Looking at the smile on the Tathagata's face, Manjushri Bodhisattva nodded and said, I understand. Go ahead. Watching Manjushri Bodhisattva's departing figure, the Tathagata's smile faded in an instant as he turned and walked into the Pure Land. Chapter 115, Special Assistance from Flower Fruit Mountain. The Supreme Jade Emperor of the Heavenly Court. Listening to the woodsman, the Jade Emperor did not show any surprise on his face, as if he had already guessed it. He nodded and said, those bald donkeys should indeed be dealt with. I have long found them displeasing, but unfortunately, there has been no opportunity. The woodsman glanced at him and said, no opportunity? The Jade Emperor replied, naturally, as the ruler of the three realms, doesn't everything I do require a name? I can't just act on impulse and send the heavenly soldiers to confront the Buddhist sect. If I did that, the three realms would be in chaos. The Jade Emperor sighed. Although I am the ruler of the three realms, the Jade Emperor, often I am also powerless. Yes, the woodsman nodded after hearing this. After all, even his sister had been schemed against, marrying a mortal. This ruler of the three realms could only dare to be angry but not speak out. Jade Emperor, why do you always bring up such matters? Is that what I wanted? His sister, Yao Ji, had previously been schemed against and married Yang Tianyu, giving birth to three siblings, Yang Jian, Yang Chan, and so on. There was something wrong with this matter, and based on the clues, one could guess a lot. Among the most suspicious was the Buddhist sect. The Jade Emperor suspected that it was the plot of the two saints of the Buddhist sect. This led to his sister, Yao Ji, falling in love with a mortal when she descended. Later, this caused a series of events. The Jade Emperor was also powerless in this matter and had no choice but to order a pursuit. The Jade Emperor helplessly said, if I don't take remedial action, wouldn't it be like I deliberately let a lot of water through? The woodsman said, if I hadn't secretly helped, Yang Jian and Yang Chan might not have survived. Alas, the Jade Emperor sighed, and a hint of pain appeared in his eyes. If I had a choice, I wouldn't want this. At that time, the Buddhist sect was watching closely, and the heavenly court soldiers were not as they are now, able to be commanded by me at will. Moreover, the stated heavenly rules, even as the Jade Emperor, I cannot lead the way in violating them. The position of the ruler of the three realms sounds easy to say, but once you are in it, it is also like a thorn in your throat, a pain in your back. Every step taken must be carefully considered, for fear of making a mistake. Yao Ji's matter was just one of my oversights, which resulted in such a big mistake. I owe her. A hint of sorrow flashed in the Jade Emperor's eyes. The woodsman also fell silent. Therefore, when I saw Wukong, I often thought, if only I could also. Perhaps if I had been as willful as I was before, able to do what I wanted without caring about these heavenly rules, without considering the dissatisfaction of the Buddhist sect and the heavenly soldiers, Yao Ji could have survived. Do you know? The order to kill her was given by me personally, in order to balance things and to make my nephew hate me, so he could grow. I even sent my sons to do it. This way, he would hate me and would practice recklessly, growing until he could break this constraint, break this so-called rule. When I watched Yang Jian take action, wasn't I also thinking, if I had such an ending back then, would it be different? Even if I didn't sit in the position of the Jade Emperor, didn't want to be the ruler of the three realms, as long as she could survive? Saying these words, the Jade Emperor seemed to have aged a lot. Even sitting on the Jade Emperor's throne, his majesty still remained. And the Jade Emperor's ceremonial robes were awe-inspiring, with few in the world daring to look him in the eye or confront him. He held the power of life and death, and all beings in the three realms were at his command, capable of life and death. Yet, he could not protect his sister's life. Senior brother. The Jade Emperor looked at the woodsman, calling out this title he hadn't used in a long time, and he smiled bitterly. Am I a failure? The woodsman patted the Jade Emperor's shoulder. No, you did well. Maintaining the dignity of the heavenly court and the submission of the three realms, even those proud soldiers of the Jie Jiao and Chan Jiao. Who doesn't serve in the heavenly court? Who else can truly admire you from the bottom of their heart? When you first served the Jade Emperor, it was indeed the hardest time, yet you managed to pull through, didn't you? Despite the discontent among the immortals, the schemes of the sages, your sister's death, and your nephew's rebellion, didn't you get through all of it safely? The Jade Emperor reminisced about the past, a tear slowly sliding down his face. But he was truly alone. His son was dead, his sister was dead, and his nephew did not recognize him. This Jade Emperor is indeed a true, lonely person. The heavenly family is heartless. Is it really heartless? The Jade Emperor took a deep breath, his emotions calmed slightly, and then he spoke softly. Therefore, when I saw my little junior brother, I recognized him right away. Initially, I planned to toughen him up, make him mature a bit. Coming out of the sect without experiencing the dangers of the wilderness, even with my protection, how could he stand on his own? How could he grow up quickly? But the more I interacted with him, the more I realized that everything Wukong did was what I wanted to do. At that time, I was caught in a struggle, wanting him to mature, but also fearing his maturity. I was afraid he would become a second me, compromising for the position of Jade Emperor, for balance, for rules. But fortunately, he did not. He is still that little junior brother, still that Sun Wukong. A hint of comfort appeared in the Jade Emperor's eyes. The woodcutter also smiled, nodding and saying, indeed, no matter what, he will always be that little junior brother, always be Sun Wukong. After finishing his words, the woodcutter changed the subject, looking at the Jade Emperor and asking, so this time, will you still compromise? He brought up the matter of Yao Ji, not merely to stab at the Jade Emperor's heart, but to test his reaction, to see his attitude, to see how much of his original heart remains after being the ruler of the three realms for so long. After holding the power of the three realms for such a long time, does he still have that drive? The Jade Emperor looked at the woodcutter and said, I knew you would come up with this after stabbing my heart. The two had an understanding, both clearly aware of each other's thoughts. The woodcutter continued to ask, so, what is your answer? The Jade Emperor glanced at him, suddenly stood up, and adjusted his ceremonial robe. At that moment, he was still the formidable ruler of the three realms, the supreme Jade Emperor of the heavenly palace. I, as the ruler of the three realms, must oversee everything in the three realms. Hua Wuxian is also under my command, and Sun Wukong is my junior brother. If the Buddhist sect dares to attack my subjects, to attack my kin, how can I stand by? Listening to the Jade Emperor's words, the woodcutter couldn't help but laugh. He laughed heartily, because he knew that his junior brother had stepped out. This time, he would take revenge for Yao Ji as well. Chapter 116. The Destruction of Flower Mountain. The Buddhist sect, the land of ultimate bliss. After entering here, the Buddha was extremely calm, not worried about the failure of this plan, nor was he flustered by the death of the medicine Buddha or the potential blame from the sages. He felt incredibly calm, like an observer. What he had previously discussed with Manjushri Bodhisattva was indeed part of his thoughts. Whether the medicine Buddha lived or died had nothing to do with him. If he lived, his current position in Lingshan would still be affected, but if he died, it would have a considerable impact on Lingshan. However, for him, the Buddha, it was entirely detrimental. As the Buddha, the Buddhist sect was not solely his domain. There were many powerful figures within the land of ultimate bliss, including the past Buddhas. And there were also methods left by the sages. In comparison, those powerful figures and the past Buddhas were more believable to the Buddhist saints. If it weren't for this, the many techniques and abundant primordial powers possessed by the medicine Buddha would not be unique to him. Avalokiteshvara, Samantabhadra, Manjushri, who among them was inferior to the medicine Buddha? Why could only the medicine Buddha break through the saintly realm and surpass the quasi-saints? If such useless individuals could do it, why couldn't the powerful figures in Lingshan? If given to others, they wouldn't easily be slaughtered like that useless medicine Buddha. A hint of darkness flashed in the Buddha's eyes. In simpler terms, it was nothing more than the Buddhist saints not trusting him and being on guard. At this moment, the medicine Buddha was already dead, which proved that the methods of the Buddhist saints were limited. If they couldn't rely on me, who else could they rely on? The corner of his mouth slightly curved up, but was quickly suppressed. The Buddha stepped deeper inside, and soon, someone approached him. Although the figure was shrouded in Buddhist light, it was still possible to see that this person had exceptionally long ears, far beyond the norm. The Dingguang Joyful Buddha. Buddha, it's been a long time. The Dingguang Joyful Buddha smiled, retracting the Buddhist light to reveal his appearance, which showed a human form with a pair of extremely long ears that were disproportionate. If viewed from behind, one might mistake him for a rabbit spirit. However, that was indeed the case. This Dingguang Joyful Buddha was previously one of the 7 immortals serving the leader of the Intercept School, Tang. During the crucial moment of the Fengshan, investiture of the gods, calamity, he betrayed thee and turned to Buddhism. In a sense, this Dingguang Joyful Buddha, also known as the long-eared Dingguang Immortal, was one of the reasons for the failure of the in that battle. After entering the Buddhist sect, he was further promoted and held a high position. Usually, he stayed in the land of ultimate bliss and rarely ventured out, likely out of fear. After all, most of the notable disciples of the were serving in the heavenly court, and if caught by them, well, regardless of the heavenly laws, he would surely be killed. The Buddha, of course, did not show any signs of goodwill. He squinted and said, it has indeed been a long time. You suffered another defeat this time, didn't you? A mere little demon monkey has brought you to such a level? The Dingguang Joyful Buddha curled his lips, showing a hint of mockery. You have experienced a calamity. How can you still fall for such a thing? Why not give up the position of Buddha to me, and I will help you? The Buddha stared at him and asked, if I give it to you, would you dare to sit in it? The Dingguang joyful Buddha snorted, do you think I wouldn't dare? Previously, I was cultivating in this land of ultimate bliss. Was I afraid of them? They went on the investiture of the gods and took positions in the heavenly court, which is completely different from me. Even if I go out now, giving them courage, they wouldn't dare to come find trouble with me. The Buddha squinted, guessing that the Dingguang joyful Buddha must have had a breakthrough. Otherwise, where would this courage come from to say such things? Buddha, come down from your high horse. What difference is there between us now? We are both within the Buddhist sect, but the difference is that I am more trusted by the saints than you are. I can do what you cannot. The Dingguang joyful Buddha sneered. It's just a small demon monkey. Even if it has the background of Flower Fruit Mountain, what does it matter? In the past, did it dare to show its face during the investiture of the gods? Now, just because one or two have appeared, it dares to declare war on the Buddhist sect? Buddha, you are too weak. The mockery of the Dingguang joyful Buddha was unmasked, expressing his views on the Buddha in a condescending manner. To this, the Buddha gently shook his head. Is this the will of the saints? Can't you see it? What do the saints want? The journey to the west cannot fail. And now, such an important task has been entrusted to you, yet it has reached the brink of collapse. Do you still dare to enter this land of ultimate bliss? Knowing that you lack the ability, wanting to give up this position of Buddha? Suddenly, the Tathagata laughed and said, listening to the meaning of the Dingguang joyful Buddha, are you planning to confront the Flower Fruit Mountain? The Dingguang joyful Buddha coldly replied, with no hint of concealing his sarcasm, it's not about confrontation, it's about their annihilation. I said, what you cannot do, I can. You go meet the sage, leave the matters of Lingshan to me. Just watch how I resolve it. With this, the Dingguang joyful Buddha brushed past the Tathagata. The Tathagata paused for a moment, turned his back to the Dingguang joyful Buddha, and a hint of sarcasm appeared at the corner of his mouth. He entered deeper into the Pure Land and met the sage of the Buddhist sect. Sage. The Tathagata bowed his head. During this time, you've done quite a lot. It must have been hard on you. However, given the current situation, the Dingguang joyful Buddha is more suitable to take charge of Lingshan for now. After the journey to the west, everything will be returned to you. I understand. The Tathagata nodded. During this time, you should take a good rest. Yes. After the Tathagata came out, his expression remained calm, but the sarcasm at the corner of his mouth deepened. He raised his head, gazing at the sky, and the smile gradually became more pronounced. In the Do Shui Palace, Lao Jun looked at Li Jing beside him and smiled. Recently, I've refined a new elixir and plan to let His Majesty come and taste it. Could you invite His Majesty? Li Jing was taken aback and couldn't help but ask, Lao Jun, how effective is this elixir? He actually wanted to ask, is it safe? You wouldn't want His Majesty to come and try it, would you? That would be treasonous. If anything happens to His Majesty, wouldn't I be an accomplice? Lao Jun said, just go, His Majesty will understand. Li Jing felt there was something unsaid and went to the Lingxiao treasure hall, only to find it quiet inside. With only two people present. After he expressed his intentions, the Jade Emperor chuckled. Let's go. It's time to discuss. The Jade Emperor, along with the woodcutter and Li Jing, made their way to the Do Shui Palace. Until the Jade Emperor and the woodcutter entered, Li Jing still wanted to see what Lao Jun's new elixir looked like. But he saw Lao Jun wave his hand, and with a bang, the door to the Do Shui Palace closed. Li Jing stared blankly at the closed door in front of him. Wait, I haven't even gone in yet. Chapter 117. The arrangement of Patriarch Bodhi. Li Jing stared at the closed door in a daze. After waiting for a moment and realizing there was no intention of letting him in, he left feeling somewhat hurt. It's just a new elixir. If you don't want me to see it, then I don't care. Inside the palace, Lao Jun warmly welcomed the two, saying, sit down please. As the Jade Emperor sat down, he laughed. Lao Jun, by doing this, you've kept my Li Tianwang outside, leaving him no face at all. He might be sad. Lao Jun glanced at him and joked, what's this? With the mountain backing you, your tone is much firmer. You weren't like this in the past. The Jade Emperor didn't respond to this, but instead asked, my senior brother just left here, and you called us both over again. What kind of elixir is so important? Lao Jun smiled slightly, then opened his palm, presenting it before the Jade Emperor. Your Majesty, please take a look. When Lao Jun opened his palm, there was nothing there. Empty and devoid of anything. The Jade Emperor glanced and said, Lao Jun, do you think this is funny? You have nothing in your hand, but claim to have refined a new elixir. Where is it? It can't be that only clever people can see it, right? The woodcutter looked over and suddenly smiled, then said, Lao Jun's elixir is indeed excellent. What? The Jade Emperor was momentarily dumbfounded. There really is an elixir? Then why can't I see it? He stared at Lao Jun's palm, looking for quite a while, and finally stroked his beard and slowly nodded. Indeed, not bad. Lao Jun smiled at him and asked, what did your Majesty discern? The Jade Emperor nodded. With my keen eyes, what in the world can escape my sight? I was just trying to ease the atmosphere. Lao Jun said, so your Majesty realized I have no elixir in hand. Jade Emperor, are you trying to make me laugh? Is there or isn't there? You clearly have nothing in your hand, but insist you have a new elixir. What's more outrageous is that my senior brother praised it. It turns out he didn't see through it either, just putting on a show. At this moment, the woodcutter said, is this help from Duo Bao? Lao Jun shook his head. Yes and no. Previously, during the Fengshen period, the Xianmen, which is the three purities, established three major sections. Taiqing, which is the Taishang Lao Jun, established the Rinjiao. The Shanqing Lingbao Tianzuan, who is the Tongtian Jiaozhu, established the Jiejiao, and the Yiqing Yuanshi Tianzuan established the Changjiao. Duobao, the direct disciple of the Jiejiao, was transformed by Taiqing into a Buddha after the Jiejiao's failure and went to the west to teach, which is now the Buddhist sect. Since then, Duobao has not been around, and the Tathagata appears. The current Tathagata is the former direct disciple of the Jiejiao, Duobao. Only now did the Jade Emperor understand and asked, is he planning to abandon the dark and turn to the light, wanting to switch back to the Xianmen? Then I can bestow him the title of the current Buddha, allowing him to oversee Lingshan. You have a good plan, Your Majesty. Lao Jun smiled. The same trick was played on Huangmei once. It won't work a second time. Bestowing Huangmei the title of future Buddha was easy because it was in opposition to the Tathagata, but if you bestow the title of current Buddha, it would mean contending with the sages of the Buddhist sect. The Jade Emperor, as the ruler of the three realms, is still not quite enough. The sages of the Buddhist sect will not agree. The Jade Emperor asked, then what does he mean? Lao Jun replied, earlier, I transformed him into the Buddhist sect, which meant I had a plan to leave some means when the heavenly mandate returns to the West. Thus, regardless of what the Buddhist sect decides to do, whether the journey to the West is successful or not, the final outcome will require a share, and the Tathagata will certainly gain a lot from it. This can be considered a disguised weakening of the Buddhist sect. The Jade Emperor said, so, the Tathagata is actually still one of us? If Li Jing were here, he would definitely be muttering in his heart, our undercover agent has been undercover for years and has become a Buddha? Wouldn't that mean everyone in the three realms is one of us? Not so simple. It was the woodcutter who spoke. So many years have passed. No one can guarantee where his heart truly lies, especially since the Jiejiao has already become a mere shell, no different from annihilation. Lao Jun sighed. I still underestimated Cunny and Jian. They have indeed done quite a lot during this journey to the West. The Jade Emperor snorted, no matter how much they have done. It all revolves around the 99 trials. Since they still want to struggle, it's better to be ruthless. A glint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. The woodcutter nodded. This was also his viewpoint, or he wouldn't have come to the heavenly court again, but he still looked at Lao Jun and said, what is your opinion? Lao Jun countered, where's your layout? The underworld? Or Huagua Mountain? The woodcutter was taken aback for a moment, then smiled. Indeed. He couldn't hide it from Lao Jun. Lao Jun then said, since Wukong left Fengshen Mountain, I have known that with your master's protective nature, he would never have just taught a few skills. He must have left some backup. It's just that I haven't found out where. This time, Wukong is unwilling to follow Tang Seng to the west again. That's when I finally noticed some clues. The underworld is the territory of Hutu. Since the War of the Lich Kings, Hutu, one of the 12 ancestors of witchcraft, has entered the underworld, transforming into reincarnation. It has indeed become quite difficult for her to intervene in matters of the underworld. Therefore, the most likely option is Huagua Mountain. The woodcutter laughed at this moment and said, how do you know that the underworld hasn't made any arrangements? Lao Jun's gaze sharpened, lingering on the woodcutter for a moment before suddenly smiling. You look more and more like your master. Lao Jun then asked, is there really no arrangement at Huagua Mountain? The woodcutter replied, no. If there were any arrangements at Huagua Mountain, would you not know? Lao Jun stared at the woodcutter for a few moments before saying, if that's the case, why not treat Huagua Mountain as the main force? The woodcutter smiled. It seems you still don't quite believe it. Lao Jun was suspicious that there might be contingency plans left by Bodhi at Huagua Mountain. The current stance of the Buddhist sect is clearly to make a final stand. Allowing Dingguang Huanin Buddha to take action while keeping Tathagata behind is meant to prevent future troubles. Tathagata's current thoughts are unpredictable even for the two saints of the Buddhist sect. However, such a significant matter cannot afford any mistakes. They can be sure of Dingguang Huanin Buddha and ensure he will not rebel, but they cannot be certain about Tathagata. During the Battle of Fengshen, if it weren't for Chang'e or Dingguang's sudden defection, the battle would have been even more brutal. As for the outcome, it is hard to say. Thus, the Buddhist sect clearly does not want to repeat that situation. If Patriarch Bodhi had made arrangements at Huagua Mountain, the chances of victory would significantly increase. Lao Jun then said, it's not that I don't believe it. It's just that there are some things you may not know. I have dealt with your master and understand him better than you do. Chapter 118. Huagua Mountain? Fengshen Mountain. Lao Jun stroked his long beard, revealing a smile. The Jade Emperor secretly cursed the old fox, realizing that he had guessed everything. In fact, the Jade Emperor knew a lot about this matter. Earlier, in the Lingshao Palace, he had discussed it with the woodcutter. They had speculated that if the Buddhist sect suffered a defeat in this battle, Tathagata would likely arouse the suspicions of the Buddhist saints upon returning to his original identity. At that time, the Buddhist sect would probably have to change who takes action. Currently, the most likely candidate in the Pure Land of the Buddhist sect is Dingguang Huanin Buddha. Why? Dingguang Huanin Buddha has completely offended the Jia sect. Now, among the disciples of the Jia sect in the heavenly court, there is not one who doesn't want to kill him. He has offended the Jia sect, and the Chan sect has always looked down on him, leaving him with no place to go except the Buddhist sect. It can be said that he has no way out. He can only walk this path until death. Naturally, He is highly trusted by the Buddhist sect. The possibility of Dingguang Huanin Buddha taking action is the greatest, and if they want to destroy the Buddhist sect, they naturally want to do it thoroughly, taking advantage of this opportunity to wipe out the Buddhist sect entirely. Otherwise, if they let the disciples of the Buddhist sect escape again, who knows how many problems will arise from it. Under such circumstances, they must have a foolproof plan that can gather all the disciples of the Buddhist sect and make it difficult for them to escape. After much thought, the two came up with a plan. They would set up arrangements at Huagua Mountain. What is the most important thing to the Buddhist sect right now? The journey to the west. The grand plan of the Buddhist sect's westward journey concerns the fate of the Buddhist sect and its future fortune. It must succeed. This is evident from Tathagata's repeated attempts to help Tang Seng overcome this difficulty. Now, with Huagua Mountain blocking the way, this difficulty has already been recognized by destiny and cannot be ignored. Even if the Buddhist sect tries other methods to gather the 81 tribulations, the effectiveness will be greatly diminished. Huagua Mountain has already blocked them too many times. As long as they do not overcome this difficulty, even if the westward journey is successful, the benefits the Buddhist sect can gain will be greatly reduced. Given the Buddhist sect's dominance, hoping for prosperity after this westward journey, they naturally cannot let this go. Therefore, Huagua Mountain is an inevitable difficulty they must overcome. Aside from Huagua Mountain, the Buddhist sect faces another major problem, Fangsuan Mountain. The woodcutter's intervention and the Jade Emperor's covert assistance undoubtedly strengthen Huagua Mountain and increase the difficulty for the Buddhist sect to overcome this challenge. Therefore, the Buddhist sect wants to weaken the influence of Huagua Mountain. The heavenly court, backed by righteousness, with the Jade Emperor as the Lord of the Three Realms, has the support of the Xianmen and the recognition of the heavenly Tao. If they were to take this opportunity to go to war with the heavenly court, it would be the worst choice. Beyond that, the target becomes clearer, Fangsuan Mountain. So now, the Buddhist sect is definitely looking for ways to eliminate Fangsuan Mountain. But can they find it? Both the woodcutter and the Jade Emperor understand that it is absolutely impossible to eliminate Fangsuan Mountain. Not only that, but they might not even be able to find it. However, if Fangsuan Mountain does not appear, it will cause the forces of the Buddhist sect to scatter, making it impossible to achieve a decisive victory and wipe out the Buddhist sect in one go. Thus, the answer becomes clear. As long as Fangsuan Mountain appears, given the Buddhist sect's level of concern, they will undoubtedly mobilize all their powerful figures, even all the strong ones in the Pure Land, to eliminate Fangsuan Mountain. This can gather all the strength within the Buddhist sect. Even if not all strong figures show up, the strong ones from the Buddhist sect will appear one by one. And at that time, they can be captured all at once. Then, the question arises, how can they make Fangsuan Mountain appear? Naturally, they need to create one. After discussing, they decided to fabricate a Fangsuan Mountain. After all, aside from them, the Buddhist sect knows very little about what Fangsuan Mountain is like. As long as they spread the news, regardless of its truth, the Buddhist sect will come. This was the outcome of their discussion. As for the specifics, they had not yet made it clear when they received news from Lao Jun. The Jade Emperor knew that Lao Jun understood him very well, so when he came over, he simply pretended to be clueless and played the role of a mood setter to avoid being seen through by Lao Jun and revealing information. More importantly, he wanted the woodcutter to speak up, thereby misleading Lao Jun. But it was still guessed correctly. Lao Jun's words implied that he knew their thoughts and was even willing to lend a helping hand. Lao Jun's so-called helping hand was to transform Huagua Mountain into Fangsuan Mountain. Originally, their plan had quite a few flaws. An unwarranted immortal mountain would definitely raise suspicions in the Buddhist sect, and at that point, how many strong figures from the Buddhist sect would come, or how much the Buddhist sect would believe, would be uncontrollable. However, Huagua Mountain aligns with the Buddhist sect's goals, and the fact that Sun Wukong is the junior disciple of Fangsuan Mountain is no longer a secret. As long as Sun Wukong is in danger, who would worry about Fangsuan Mountain not appearing? Did the Jade Emperor and the others know that this plan was better? Of course they did, but they had no choice. This was intentional, to prevent the junior disciple from getting caught in this dangerous whirlpool. However, Lao Jun pointed this out, indicating to the two that Huagua Mountain is indeed the best choice, without exception. Therefore, he asked whether there were any arrangements by Bodhi at Huagua Mountain. Are there? Perhaps. The woodcutter wasn't too sure, but considering the master's affection for the junior disciple, there might really be some. However, this point might be unclear even to the junior disciple. Now that Lao Jun proposed to make Huagua Mountain become Fangsuan Mountain to attract the strong figures of the Buddhist sect, it truly left him silent. He was unwilling to let the junior disciple take this risk. In case there really is danger, Lao Jun looked at the two and smiled. Actually, you are overly worried. It's good that you deliberately avoided this place of Wukong, but it's also a bad thing. You have arranged everything well for Wukong, and as senior brothers, you are quite competent, but also not competent. Lao Jun said, you have arranged all of this, even letting him avoid danger. Have you considered Wukong's thoughts? Does he agree? Hiding behind you, watching you act for him and contend with the Buddhist sect while he remains completely unaware? If he were willing, he wouldn't have been the monkey that caused chaos in heaven and fought fiercely with the Buddhist sect. In this regard, your master has done even better. When have you seen him obstruct Wukong's own decisions? Lao Jun chuckled, stroking his beard, and said, if the monkey is willing to do it, let him do it. As senior brothers, just support him. At this point, the woodcutter and the Jade Emperor exchanged glances, and after a while, they nodded. In the vast sea, there was a celestial island. The island was extraordinary, filled with spiritual energy, the sound of birds and fragrant flowers, with fruits everywhere. This island was called Ling Tai Fong Siyuan Mountain, and on the mountain was the Xia Yusenxing Cave. However, the core location was empty.